do you mean by this? Are you representing our human alliance or are you representing yourself, own? Did you take what I said earlier as bullshit? Another cold and indifferent voice sounded from the horizon. One the frightening sword energy suddenly came from the depths of the sky, overturned and fell. Then a tall man with his hands behind his back stood on a long sword pool. The sword slowly fell from the sky. He white with a face as beautiful as jade, he has a sharp temperament that belongs to the young land sword immortal. The chief of Tianjian sect, Jin Chen. Many people she was slightly surprised by Jin Chen's arrival and what he said. What condition? Isn't Jin Chen in the same group as Jin Chanzi? Why is it that every word Jin Chen writes to his teammate Jin Chanzi is full of threats? Amit Ba. Jin Chanzi chanted a Buddhist name and bowed slightly in the direction of Jin Chen. But his tone revealed a certain ease and he did not show any excessive fear of Jin Chen at all. Donor Jin Chen, I am first a member of the Dui Buddhist temple and then a member of the Human Alliance. Su Changda's violent Wudao killed my senior brother. I want an explanation reasonable. Donor Jin Chen also advocates debt compensation. Is there any revenge to be taken? Please don't make it too difficult for me, Donor Jin Chen. Jin Chen narrowed his eyes slightly but still didn't say much. He turned his head to Gu Han. The voice was flat. Su Changda, you killed a genius from our Human Alliance before. As the leader of the Human Alliance now I must stand up for those who died in vain in our Human Alliance. Considering various reasons and my dia. Therefore, as long as you can take my sword next, I swear on my own name that the feud between my Human Alliance and you ends here. Chapter 262, The Sword Immortals of the Previous Life. Every one of them is trash. As soon as these words came out, everyone immediately looked sideways, shocked and unbelievable. Su Changda had killed people before. Among them are many geniuses of the Human Alliance. As the leader of the Human Alliance, Jin Chen is actually very protective of his people. In recent times as long as they gain an advantage or cause harm to the Human Alliance, more serious trauma, Jin Chen will not. The remaining force was used to create double or even several times the loss. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. He has both the noble character of a swordsman and the determination to be cruel and ruthless. Now facing the enemy Su Changda, he actually decided to only use one sword. If the other party can catch it, all grudges will disappear. Is this still the Jin Chen they know? Gu Han raised his eyebrows slightly, a little surprised by this. What do you mean? I don't mean anything else, it's just that you have caused a lot of public outrage now and these guys want to put you to death. Sword Dust God still calm and indifferent. It doesn't make much sense for me to gather other geniuses from the Human Alliance to attack you together. It's not fair to win and it will bring disgrace to my name as a sword cultivator. Besides, with one sword I am confident that I can defeat you with one sword. As soon as these words were spoken, the geniuses from many races gathered around gasped again. This Jin Chen is really famous for having sprinkle heroic and self-confident, full of confidence. Interesting. Gu Han, the corners are slightly tilted. He always thought that this guy changed later. This is what it looks like. It turns out that when I was young I already had this. That's right, in a certain life he and Jin Chen had fought road. At that time he had already embarked on the path of evil and had achieved extremely good accomplishments. He was known as the Demon Lord Lientian by the world. But being too powerful will always cause others to be wary and fearful. Therefore many righteous forces united in that life. Under the pretext of upholding the righteousness of heaven and earth, they united to launch a campaign against him. In that life he fought with the Righteous Alliance for several days and nights without losing the upper hand. In fact, he became more courageous as the battle went on, forcing the Righteous Alliance to retreat step by step. I originally thought that the strong men in the Righteous Alliance were just like this, or maybe I underestimated him too much. Later already Jin Chen, the ancestor of the Tianjian sect, awakens from his seclusion, coming in a cloud of sword energy. Until now the scene of Jin Chen's arrival was still deeply impressed on him. The sword energy turned into substance and rolled down like a river bursting its dam. All the swords in the whole continent are it trembled and hummed as if it wanted to bow down to Jin Chen. The terrifying sword energy that subverts people's cognition can make people shudder even if they are thousands of miles apart, standing upside down like a thorn in the back. At that time Jin Chen also said something similar to what he said today. I won't bully you by relying on my numbers, that would be a disgrace to my reputation as a swordsman. One sword, if you can take my sword, I will never attack you again. And I promise to let you go today, and I guarantee that no one will stop you. However, although he relied on his special magic skills to withstand Jian Chen's sword, but he also suffered serious injuries, and it took him several years to recover from his injuries. Although he has always remembered this grudge, he has even always wanted to get back at it. But it must be said that Jian Chen's personality, he really likes it too. Because he really never tells lies and never breaks a promise. At that time I drew my sword and cut off the former life after serious injury. That damn guy Yi Qingyun originally wanted to take advantage of him being seriously injured to attack. But he was stopped by Jian Chen's powerful move. It was this behavior of his that made Yi Qingyun hold a grudge against him. In addition, he had long coveted the Tianjian sect's inherited imperial weapon, the heaven-slaying sword. In the end, he used this incident as an excuse to say that Jian Chen had colluded with him. Most likely it's the demon sect hidden very deeply, Ghost. Otherwise, why didn't he kill me when he had such a good opportunity and even let me go? So in Yi Qingyun's remarks, control it. Such a peerless swordsman was finally deposed and taken into custody by several other sword masters. The sword is buried in the abyss of heaven, never to be seen again in the world. After losing Jian Chen's checks and balances, Yi Qingyun not only successfully took over the Tianjian sect but also obtained the inherited imperial weapon they were guarding, the heaven-slaying sword. To become the new generation of peerless sword immortal after Jian Chen. What's funny is that people in the world are so blind that they praise such a despicable villain who has no integrity of a sword practitioner as a great sword immortal. But the real swordsman, the dark and gloomy sword burial abyss, judged and mocked him behind his back. My thoughts gradually came back. Gu Han the corner still smiled. You are indeed very confident, and your swordsmanship is indeed very strong. If I look back to the past, I wouldn't have had much confidence facing you at this time. But this time, let alone one sword, even if you use 10 or 100 swords, you are definitely not my opponent. What he said sounds very arrogant, but it is indeed the truth. Let's not talk about it. Height has been inherited for several generations back to the memory. Enlightenment of various great ways extremely high, especially the sword art, which has reached a terrifying level far beyond people's imagination. Furthermore, there are now several major qualities. His power far exceeds that of his peers. Even if he stood there and let Jian Chen chop him, it would probably be difficult for the other party to kill him. Combined with the Hanshao sword, which is now made using the sword embryo handed down from the creation sect. Now Jian Chen came to fight with me in swordsmanship, and the master tried to find there is no difference at all. Jian Chen frowned slightly, obviously feeling that he was looked down upon by Gu Han. But before he could speak, ha ha ha! I'm dying of laughter. The monks of other races gathered around burst into laughter. A pair of eyes quickly turned from Gu Han. They looked away, not even bothering to look at him again. Mo Wuying laughed so hard that he could hardly bend over. It really is true what the old saying goes: you humans are prone to producing clowns. Everyone has seen how talented Jian Chen is in the way of the sword. This kid is just a casual cultivator who has made some achievements in the way of the sword, but he doesn't take the air of the top sword sect seriously. Still speaking without thinking, this chapter really opened my eyes. I feel a little ashamed to use this guy as an excuse to gather all of us here. Xianling corner pulled. There was a hint of maybe the most helpless and contemptuous smile in life. Amitba, although monks cannot mouth. But my senior brother and those guys are really useless. They were wiped out by such an arrogant guy. Jean Chanzi also chanted a Buddhist name, Horntwitch. But it's interesting, isn't it? Qian Huayu still had a smile on his face as if he had seen an interesting toy. Ha ha ha. This is simply the funniest joke I have ever heard. Wu Dao also laughed very ostentatiously. If it is said that everyone was a little afraid of Gu Han before, now in their eyes the other party's behavior and words either mean that he has absolute confidence in himself. Otherwise he is just a clown who has no idea of his own limits. Obviously they all thought that Gu Han was the latter. Laugh laugh laugh, what the hell? You don't even know you're trash and you're still mocking my little brother. At this moment Xiao Haizi's voice suddenly sounded. Only see him, the chest is high one, his head was slightly raised and there was a kind of unruly look in his dark eyes as well as a hint of teasing towards everyone. He swept his eyes over everyone present, raising his head towards everyone, middle finger. Excuse me, everyone here is garbage. Come on, my little brother will kill one. Come on, my little brother will kill a pair. Chapter 263. He has condensed the sword domain. Behead him with one sword and display his head to the public. The surrounding atmosphere suddenly fell against solidification. How dare you? The Tianjiao who had come to his senses suddenly, but he got angry. I see you little blackets seeking death. Just one, how dare you be so arrogant? Don't fight with me for it later, I want to kill him first. Xiao Haizi's arrogance immediately aroused public anger. Those gathered here are all the most powerful monsters from various races. Born to be dazzling, always admired by others, the object of worship. Now described rubbish. Or is it just one that looks weak? The wind's black. This is simply crushing their dignity to the ground. How could they tolerate this? Just when he couldn't control his anger and was about to take action. Boom! The next moment, Gu Hanhun, the breath suddenly rose. Several major the force of quality was also urged by him at this moment. Gas boiling, countless cells were spewing out a terrifying aura that made one's scalp tingle. There are many Tianjia noodles around big changes. They were even forced to take several steps back and scatter in all directions. There is no other reason. At this moment Guhan is the center. Some invisible realm expanded. Many of the geniuses in that area almost subconsciously feel your skin a sharp pain. It was as if invisible swords were slashing through their bodies one after another. This is sword domain. Jian Chen's pupils dilated unbelievable. Others may not out. But as a top swordsman he out of the clues. The sword intent takes shape and solidifies into a domain. But all the cultivators and creatures in the sword domain will to the sword energy of heaven and earth, and even the sword intent and the soul will be deadly threat. Those who can condense the sword domain are all geniuses among geniuses. Only when Kendo reaches a whole new level can it be qualified to condense. In fact, he has already begun to master the sword domain, but it is only the beginning. Want all round using the sword domain for him? No, it's impossible. However, the sword domain condensed by Guhan at this moment seemed to have been mastered by him, and he could use it at will. This moment, Jian Chen's heart, the dissatisfaction of feeling despised, suddenly disappeared and was replaced by an incomparable solemnity. No wonder Guhan dared to say that. He is not arrogant, he is really confident in himself and has enough qualifications and abilities. Sword domain. Mo Wuying and others also came back to their senses from their daze. Noodle like being dumped in public palm at the same time, it is ugly. Suddenly he became extremely wary of Guhan. In their impression, Jian Chen is the one who possesses the sword domain. But it seems that it is not as terrifying as the sword domain possessed by Guhan. This alone can explain a lot. In terms of sword attainments, Guhan is much more terrifying than Jian Chen. In a one-on-one fight, none of them could defeat Jian Chen head-on. Not to mention Guhan, whose swordsmanship is suspected to be even more terrifying than Jian Chen. Everyone stopped looking down on him. Even in the dark, let's talk about how if we really want to attack Guhan later, we can use joint means to kill him in one blow and minimize the losses. Little Naga. Xiao Haizi then said, it seems that the guys around here no longer look down on you and have stopped looking down on you. If we join forces in secret later, we will attack you. If you attack, you will definitely suffer a great loss. It's better to kill them first to avoid any more trouble. As soon as these words came out, many of the surrounding Tianjia were shocked, very shocked. Head staring at Guhan with extreme vigilance. Only Guhan, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, he chuckled and said, not a bad suggestion. Then he sang, Jianchen, you have also seen that there are too many people around if I agree to a one-on-one duel with you. Promise me these guys who want to get rid of me won't just sit there and watch. Yes, I understand. Then don't die first. Shen. After a moment, Jianchen put away his sword and walked out of the battlefield. If it were before, he might not have taken Guhan's words to heart. But after the opponent showed the sword domain again, in his mind Guhan was already an extremely powerful opponent. It was so strong that he had no confidence in defeating it with one sword. You need to sharpen your sword before the battle and further sharpen your heart and sword skills, trying to gain some advantage in the next contest with Guhan. But Jian Chen left like this. Others are face big change. The vigilance in my heart has reached its extreme. Su Chang'e. What do you want to do? There are so many of us gathered here and you are just one person, the little black one. There are only two people. How dare you do this to Ushant? To Guhan's cold eyes someone immediately threatened. Don't forget you were the first to attack. You killed people from all our tribes and today not only do you not want to give us an explanation, you are so arrogant as to treat us like this. Hands not. Humph. Even if he has the sword domain, so what? There are so many of us and each of us has a trump card. Anyone can kill him with just one move. Another voice suddenly sounded and the person who spoke was the Demon Clan's genius Mo Wuying. However, before he could continue speaking, his soul and in an instant due to the intense Christo be completely frozen. Because in his sight, Guhan holding the Hanshao sword is turned around like looking at a dead person with cold eyes already towards him. Since you are so anxious, then I'll send you on your way. The voice fell, the line already sent. Snap. Everyone's vision blurred in an instant. Guhan as the shadow disappeared completely. I don't know if it's an illusion. Everyone saw a white line that could not be captured. Thunder flashes by in a flash like a fleeting moment. This guy. As the most talented person in the Night Fury royal family, he possesses a very special ability, the ability to foresee death. To put it simply, it means being able to foresee the scene of your own death. And in just this short moment, he has seen the scene of his own death. A line that seems to separate the world. Sword flash by. Come to him. I can't react at all. When everything calmed down, he had first place, no head. He fell to the ground like a dead dog. His head was held in Guhan's hands, still with the disbelief before death. Although fear and shock. But through his own foresight, he had already guessed from what angle Guhan would cut off his head next. Already in a severe life and death crisis, use all your potential and take countermeasures on your own. Clang. He blocked a black gold battle axe that exuded a terrifying demonic aura in midair. With a burst of metal connect, with a crash, he actually blocked Guhan's first wave of attacks. Success. But the demon has just appeared, the joy of instant freezing because the next death prediction screen appeared again. He subconsciously wanted to struggle and resist, but it was too late. God slash. After the first wave of attacks was stopped, Guhan didn't hesitate at all and directly used his sword skills. In an instant, as his wrist turned, the Hanshao sword in his hand avoided the obstruction of the black gold battle axe in Mo Wuying's hand at an incredible angle. Then a dazzling sword appeared in the air, like the corona and moonlight piercing the sky. Without any obstruction, Mo Wuying's head was chopped off in an instant. Puff. Fresh sore. The black gold battle axe of Mo Wuying was the terrifying force, spun him around and sent him flying. His head, with eyes wide open with disbelief, had already flown high into the sky. With his headless, he fell to the ground with a thud. There was dead silence all around. Everyone was so shocked that their pupils widened. It all happened so fast. It happened almost in an instant. Everyone only saw Guhan as the shadow disappeared on the spot. When the shadow appeared, Mo Wuying's head had already been chopped off. How is this possible? Master Mo Wuying was killed. The Demon Clan's genius, who suddenly came to his senses, shouted in disbelief and even won and fell directly to the ground. After all, Mo Wuying has the ability to predict death. With such a terrifying talent, Mo Wuying is difficult to kill. Even the counterattacks of many geniuses before their death were useless to him. Many trump cards and tricks were completely useless in front of him. But there is Mo Wuying who has the talent to predict death. Now it's just a moment. He was killed instantly for no apparent reason. Their faith completely collapsed. I can't take this result. Their two strength levels not on the same level. No way. Eyes flash. I have guessed it, the truth at this moment, Shin said. So even if the demon's shadowless precognition ability is useless, he could predict his own death scene, but Guhan's the speed of moving and drawing the sword is too fast. It's even faster than Mo Wuying's consciousness. When Mo Wuying's consciousness reacted and he wanted to block, Su Chang'e's sword had already cut off his head. When these words were spoken, everyone was frightened to death. The speed of drawing the sword is faster than human consciousness. Is this something a human can do? Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. At this moment a laugh that seemed extremely harsh in the quiet atmosphere rang out. I saw Xiao Haizi holding his stomach and bending over with laughter. I thought he was so strong. Now he's been defeated in 1 second after barely even a face-off. If you're a bad player, practice more. If you can't afford to lose, don't show off. Argument weird. Xiao Haizi has his own unique way. Previously Mo Wu Ying used this method to mock Guhan for his lack of strength and arrogant behavior. Now Xiao Haizi was just fighting back with a tooth for a tooth, and he directly pulled out the dead Mo Wu Ying and whipped him. Many Demon Clan geniuses were so angry, all blue and red plus gnashing of teeth. Damn Blackie, it's really too much. Some of the Demon Clan's geniuses wanted to rush forward to fight. However, because of the attack he just made in a split second, everyone was already extremely wary of Guhan. How could he dare to attack Xiao Haizi in front of him? Ignoring the eyes of people around me, Guhan raised his hand and made the demon disappear. Storage on the bag was directly brought into his hands. At the same time he looked around. The focus is on Wudo and Jinchan's the superior. The two were shocked, ominous prediction flooding all over. Okay, no need to waste time talking. If you want to go, we'll go together. If you don't want to go, then we'll go together. Having said that, but Guhan took action. There was no hesitation at all. The moment the words fell, his cold eyes already locked unjust. Damn it. No good face. The sudden change made me secretly think that something was wrong. This guy's next target is him. He has also experienced in a big scene. The moves are equally ruthless and decisive. Oneto, Guhan's eyes throw it over. There is no need to hesitate any longer at this moment. Immediately from the waist he took out a dagger, cut his wrist, and suddenly gushed out. Along with Wudo raised his hand and swung it hard. Thrown out from the wound immediately in midair, the shape began to change. Part solidified around him. Turned into a winding and surging the river surrounds it, help him block any attack. Another part, then it turns into one after another red sword. Whoosh whoosh. Suddenly there was a sharp sound of breaking through the air. Ji rushed towards Guhan at an extremely fast speed like a falling meteor. This is exactly the guidance of Wudo Dafa. Kanif as a martial, giving it terrible power, both offensive and defensive. Moreover, stepping into Wu Daojo certain range. Monk Sulaf Metropolis Tadafa control died suddenly and inexplicably. However, the next moment after he made his move, Jin Chanzi also chose to take action. By now it seems that my elder brother Jin Yuanzi's death at the hands of Donor Changa was not unjust. However, Mr. Changa has a connection with my Buddhist sect. If you convert to my Buddhist sect and atone for your sins, my Buddha will be merciful and will definitely forgive you. Buzz. Golden cicada Buddha dashing as if it was coated with a layer of gold. Follow him. The 12 warrior monks of the Dewey Buddhist temple are now the shape also quickly dispersed. When Guhan took action to resolve after the unjust offensive, only then did he realize that the 12 monks led by Jin Chanzi had already started chanting Buddhist scriptures. The eternal and ethereal Buddhist sound comes from the depths of the Wat Return Come. 12 huge golden Buddha statues emerged, connected to each other, and suddenly a huge Buddhist formation. This is exactly the 12 demon suppressing formation of the Dewey Buddhist temple. Nothing Ji can suppress the demons in the world. Su Changa has been temporarily held back. Let's go together and kill that black guy. Seeing this scene, so many Demon Clan geniuses did not intend to continue. He suppressed his anger and wanted to kill Xiao Haizi first. I heard this is Xiao Hei. I haven't been in the ring competition before. You mock my demon race and dare to insult my demon race's true ancestor. This little black by my Demon Clan die. Already watching, the monk from the Demon Alliance who had been talking for a long time also spoke, and his spearhead was directed at Xiao Haizi. Are you blind? I have emphasized so much times? Little Black Iran was furious. I am your true ancestor, the thunder-devouring true ancestor. Although what he said was indeed true. But which demon tribe would believe a funny, nasty little black guy? Is he the true ancestor they believe in? Moreover, his words completely ignited the anger of the Demon Alliance. You're really looking for death. Xian Huayu's squinting eyes slowly opened, in which flashes the cold. Originally he just wanted to watch the fun. After all, there is the Demon Alliance. Jin Chanzi Wudao took action. No matter how capable Guhan is, he will still be in big trouble. Completely not to their Demon Alliance hand. Even if Guhan finally survived the attacks of these people, it is not too late for them to take action later, and they can still reap the benefits. But now Xiao Haizi's words have ignited the anger in his heart. Not only him, Shen Ling, to the black man's eyes also extremely cold and disgusted. Such a little black, and kept saying that I was the true ancestor of the demon race. Not only is it an insult to our demon race's true ancestor, it's also bringing shame to our demon race. No need to hold back, kill him to prevent future troubles. Just when Xiao Haizi was about to be during the siege. Boom! At this moment the world lost. Thunder rumbled and thick dark clouds gathered from nowhere, instantly blocking the sky for countless miles. Swirling dark clouds, there is a constant explosion of raging thunder wandering around. The breath of destruction is devastating, creepy. This is. Everyone present subconsciously looked up in astonishment, and inexplicable palpitations and fear surged throughout the. Some monks with lower cultivation levels even wanted to kneel on the ground, unconsciously shivering. At this time Guhan, who was in the 12 demon suppression formation, spoke with a hint of smile in his voice. Since it's so hot, everyone wants to join in the fun. Then I can't hide my incompetence either. Please everyone come with me to face the calamity. That's right. All the geniuses from all racial alliances have gathered. Now is the time to start the big cleanup. He wants to drag everyone along to survive the Supreme Realm Thunder Tribulation together. Chapter 265, Too Cruel. Use the 12 demon suppressing array for your own benefit. Exploding thunder reflected on everyone's pale faces. At this moment everyone's hearts were completely consumed by fear. Everyone knows. In the world of chain cultivation, when someone is going through a thunder tribulation, it is best to run as far away as possible to avoid being hit spread. Because in the range of thunder, the rules of heaven and earth will also judge that you are also a person who is undergoing tribulation, and may even punish you with lightning. Moreover, the more people there are, the weaker the thunder punishment they will experience will not be. On the contrary, the more people gather in the range of the thunder tribulation, the more terrifying the thunder punishment will be. And now, Guhan, this crazy guy, plans to drag all of them down with him to survive the thunder tribulation. The horror of this thunder tribulation will rise to an unimaginable level. The thunder gathering overhead hadn't even fallen yet. The people below have already to the skin cracked muddy paralysis. Supreme Realm. The thunder tribulation this guy has to endure is of the Supreme Realm. Damn it! You dragged so many of us to survive the thunder tribulation together. I'm afraid the horror of this thunder tribulation is already beyond belief, the realm of God. Tianjiu, who had reacted, couldn't help but curse. F***ku. You're such a lunatic, you're such a jerk. The strongest among them is only at the 9th level of Dao realm. There is still some way to go before reaching the Supreme Realm. The power of this terrible thunder tribulation gathered above their heads was still increasing. Already straight the level of the Divine Lord Realm. You know, when a cultivator breaks through to the Supreme Realm, the thunder tribulation that befalls him is extremely terrifying. If one is not careful, the person who is undergoing the tribulation will be struck to ashes. Now this damn guy Guhan is going to take a bunch of small fish and shrimps with him to overcome the tribulation. This is going to cost them their lives. What are you guys waiting for? Kill that Su Chang'e. Only when he dies will the thunderbolt dissipate. The monks who reacted angrily urged Jin Chanzi and others. It's not that they don't want to run. The range of the thunderclouds attracted by this guy Guhan is really too large. It has completely enveloped the vast eastern area of Piaomio Fairy Island. Rather than taking a gamble on the possibility of him escaping, it would be more direct to kill Guhan directly. Jin Chanzi obviously also knows about it. Serious. Immediately cooperate with the 12 monks and harnessing all the power of the 12 demonic arrays, Guhan completely suppressed them. However, the next scene left him completely dumbfounded. What condition? Why is my demon-subduing pestle not obeying my command? Inchanzi noodles changes doubts in my heart at the same time. There were also terrified voices coming from the other side. My Lord Buddha, something bad has happened. The demon-subduing pestle in my hand is no longer working. So is the demon-subduing pestle in my hand. The other 12 monks also sent similar messages condition. The 12 demon-subduing formation they jointly created was indeed very powerful, but it had a fatal weakness, which was that it needed to rely on external forces. That is the demon-subduing pestle made by the strong men of their Dui Buddhist temple. But the word Bing that Gu Han learned can the world. The demon-subduing pestles in their hands had not been used by them for many years. The nourishment is the common treasure of the Dui Buddhist temple. None of them spirit exists. Therefore Gu Han used the word Bing. Controlling and subduing the devil's pestle is so easy. Although the time is limited, it is enough for him to survive the thunder tribulation. Moreover, he has no plans to come out of the 12 demon-subduing formation for the time being. 12 demon-subduing formations, a town with a strong seal ability. Similarly, it also has a very terrible defense ability. Compared to waste strength and power to break it. Better to waste, use it as a help to overcome the thunder tribulation. Su Chang'e, can you please be a human being? Jin Shanzi, who had also seen through Gu Han's intention, couldn't hold back at this moment. He threw Buddhist etiquette to the winds and started cursing in anger. But you can't blame him for that. The 12 demon-suppressing formation, which he regarded as his trump card, had no effect on Gu Han. Gu Han, this evil-hearted guy, actually turned around and he controlled 12 great demonic formations, intending to use them to protect himself from the calamity. Jin Shanzi was so angry that he vomited, both eyes turned black. It can be seen that Jin Shanzi and others did not react for a long time. The thunder and lightning above my head became more and more terrifying, and the dark clouds became thicker and thicker. The other monks and creatures became anxious and began to the power of the golden cicada. Golden Shanzi, could you please stop wasting time? Hurry up and find a way to kill Su Chang'e, who is sealed in the 12 demon suppression formation. If the thunder strikes, we will all die. If you are not sure you can kill him, then release him and we will kill him together. You think I don't want to let it out? Jin Shanzi was also, I'm in a hurry. Where is the previous for the calmness and steadiness of monks? Small like, smeared like, with a fragrant mouth. Fuck, son. This damn bastard has made my demon-subduing pestle ineffective. And don't he snatched away my 12 demon-subduing formation, intending to use it as a buffer formation for him to overcome the thunder tribulation. As soon as these words came out, I don't know if he was shocked by the huge contrast of Jin Shanzi. Just by the sudden, I was scared by the situation. The atmosphere on the scene suddenly stagnated. But after extreme fear comes anger. Someone was cursing at Jin Shanzi. You bastard. If you don't have the diamond, don't take the porcelain live. Now it's alright you didn't kill Su Chang'e, and you also took away the 12 demon suppression formation from this guy. Let's not talk about whether we can kill Su Chang'e in the demon suppression formation, we are even more know him. However, the thunder tribulation that has already gathered will not wait for them with mercy. The fight is over. Boom. Soon a golden streak as big as a mountain appeared. Thunder crashed down. The entire void was like an ocean filled with thunderstorms, with the floodgates completely opened. In an instant the rolling thunder burst out like a flood. The whole world was completely turned upside down, turning into a doomsday scene. Immediately several lucky demon monks were struck by the falling thunder. Burnt black in an instant, the charcoal, when blown by the wind, was left without even a trace of residue. The fear of suppression is completely hair. The crowd panicked. Many monks and living beings who were not of good psychological quality dared not stay at this moment, then fled in all directions. Although their strength is not bad. Looking at the outside world, he can be called a genius. But the thunder tribulation that came down this time was infinitely close to the realm of God. No matter how capable they are, I can't stop it. 10 years of hard training, the method of positioning, can finally come in handy today. A demon monk with a strong aura, the corners outlined the evil smile of the Dragon King. When all the monsters were struck by the sudden thunder and lost their way, He directly relied on the huge wings that grew outward, narrowly avoided the bombardment of lightning. This also seemed to give him enough confidence. Ha ha ha. It's not that easy to kill me, Iron Eagle Waterfloat. Walk like a dragon and step like a tiger, fly like an iron wing, Tying, remember this. As he spoke, the demon cultivator named Iron Eagle fanned with all his strength wings, trying to avoid the bombardment of thunder by virtue of excellent positioning. But it has only just started. There were several sudden down thunder storming. Continuous miserable before it was even emitted, it turned into ashes in an instant. Boom boom. The thunderstorms that kept falling were getting more and more set. Some people still want to resolve this terrible crisis by killing Guhan. However, before he could even see Guhan's figure, he was already swallowed up by the raging thunder. Let the thunder come even harder. However, in this ocean of thunder pouring down like a flood, a little black but like a middle school student, he opened his wing. It looks like it is embracing the sky in the sea of thunder. At first glance, it looks like you are bathing in this sea of thunder. Such a scene also shocked other cultivators and living beings. What the hell? Some of them even couldn't believe their eyes. A little black was able to face such violent thunder without harm. This little black, could it be that he is not mentally ill but he really has some skills? But there was no time for them to be shocked and doubtful. The thunderstorm became more and more violent. It completely submerged the area covered by the calamity cloud and also submerged all the geniuses of the several major racial alliances. Amid the roaring thunder there were constant heart-wrenching cries of despair, the wailing sound. Many monks and living beings were like straw in a wheat field, falling one after another and being struck by thunder ash. This guy is really a lunatic. Because of what Guhan said before, Jian Chen decided to leave temporarily and not get involved in this dispute. Almost as soon as I left the area, on the back foot, after that the area was engulfed by the overturned ocean of thunder. He even felt somewhat fortunate in his heart, fortunate that he did not go against his own principles and take advantage of the situation. Otherwise he would also be caught up in this terrible thunder tribulation. Even if he is able to protect himself, he will most likely be severely injured and lose the qualification to participate in the subsequent battles on Pyamio Fairy Island. Such a terrible doomsday thunder catastrophe is too terrifying. Exploding thunder swallowed everything. The monks who were countless miles away subconsciously stopped what they were doing. Stiff God, he stared blankly at the world that had been completely engulfed by the sea of thunder. If I remember correctly, that direction seems to be the eastern area of Pyamio Fairy Island. I heard that the fruit of the great Tao there is about to know people from the Alliance forces are fighting each other here, but isn't this scene too outrageous? Such a terrible thunderstorm, it is going to destroy the world. I wonder which top genius has displayed such magical powers, someone asked curiously. What a foolish thing. But as soon as these remarks were made, someone immediately refuted them. This is a thunder tribulation. Thunder tribulation? But doesn't thunder tribulation only occur when a cultivator breaks through to the supreme realm? Someone has already broken through to the supreme realm? How is this possible? This is no longer a thunder tribulation of the supreme realm, but an infinite close to the realm of God. That area is full of people. Such an extraordinary genius has been implicated in this incident, and he is going to suffer a lot. Some people were just watching the fun and looking at this sudden and terrible thunder disaster. Unlimited, a thunder tribulation approaching the realm of God. Even if the geniuses of the top forces have powerful trump cards, they will most likely fail. This should be the thunder tribulation brought about by Master Guhan, right? Certain on the mountain, Han Mengyao holding a black sickle shiny. Not only did no ordinary people have a subconscious flow of emotions when they saw this thunder tribulation out of fear. Instead, eyes flashing with a certain reverence, yearning on. You are worthy of being Master Guhan, as you can attract such a large range of thunder tribulation. Hope my lord everything goes well, don't get into trouble. All the guys in that area, life is not as good as half of an adult's hair. At the same time, outside of Pyamio Fairy Island, everything has completely changed. It's a mess. The many elders from powerful forces or protectors who were waiting nearby were all panicked at this moment. They found that their own forces were advancing. The lifeplates of many disciples of Piao Miao Fairy Island began to shatter in large numbers. Although Piao Miao Fairy Island is extremely dangerous, it is very normal for people to die. But there is something wrong with such a large-scale death. Some forces entered the lifeplates of the disciples of Piao Miao Fairy Island were shattered in an instant, leaving only a few left. They were only one step away from being completely wiped out. Damn it! What on earth happened in Piao Miao Fairy Island? Did a great terror appear in the world? Piao Miao Fairy Island has been strange laws are shrouded in any progress. None of them can communicate what is happening on the island now? I'll wait, I didn't know at all. Now in special circumstances, in my opinion, with the eye of heaven, check the abnormalities in Piao Miao Fairy Island. A powerful person immediately made this suggestion. In fact, the best option is for them to go in person view it. But this option cannot be realized and they cannot achieve it. The reason is very simple. The exploration of Piao Miao Fairy Island is jointly carried out by many major forces. If they come in regardless among them, only the possibility of make it worse. Even evolution, the powerful gods and even the powerful saints collide. At this time there are already strong people who resonate with the power of heaven and want to forcefully push abnormal source. However, their knowledge is deep. A picture just appeared. But suddenly I saw that the consciousness space was deep. There appeared a blur hidden in the hazy white fog sun. That Z just raised his head and glanced at the person who made the deduction. Roll. What you say is what you do. The terrifying force suddenly came like a tsunami hair. Puff. Those who wanted to check the deduction were immediately severe backlash, spit out a large mouthful of fresh. The breath became extremely weak. Not only him, several powerful people who wanted to deduce the source were also such a backlash. They looked at each other, their faces filled with horror and confusion. Their cultivation levels are quite high. The lowest level of cultivation is already at the 8th level of the Supreme Realm. But casually being deeply conscious, Blur Z took a glance and his consciousness was almost destroyed in an instant. Several people changing, but still seems to be a little unconvinced. So many of our younger generations have died inexplicably and we are almost wiped out. They are already completely jealous and will not give up until they achieve their goal. But at this moment an unhappy, cold and majestic voice suddenly sounded. What exactly do you mean by this? We have already established the rules. Now you have openly violated the contract and even used this method to try to see what is in Piao Miao Fairy Island Department condition. I don't care what your reasons are. I Feixinlu will be the first one to disagree. A strong man who originally wanted to continue deducing. After hearing the sudden sound, suddenly stiff, solidified, subconsciously looked up in astonishment. Go. I don't know when. At some point in the sky a line of runes appeared extending downward the ladder. A unique, if the illusion Korea shadow at this moment is walking with a white and slender jade. She walked along the walk down the stairs. It seems to be high above with an innate majesty and nobility. Feixinlu Xiaobingli. The eyes of the strong who want to continue to deduce flashing. The background of Feixian Tower is extremely terrifying. Rumor has it that their origins are even older than the Sejong clan. Also needs God's fear. It is absolutely unacceptable in the eyes of many sects and avoid. If placed in normal condition. As the only successor of Feixian Tower and the future ruler of Feixian Tower, Xiaobingli usually appears. No one dared to give him face. But today's the situation is different. The demons, monsters, humans and other major races, the life tablets left by the descendants of Piao Miao Fairy Island are being shattered on a large scale and only a few are left alive, the only one left. If they don't figure things out, the truth is the ethnic sect, it's not good generation. Ice Glass God. I'll wait until I know my move. A bit abrupt and rash. An old man in the realm of God venerable bowed. There is none of the arrogance and condescension that elders usually show towards younger ones. Instead he lowered his posture very low and every word between the lines was full of respect and pleading. A great change has occurred on Piao Miao Fairy Island. Disciples of my sect are dying one after another. If the truth is not found out, God, my lord's Feixian Tower and even the geniuses of other ethnic groups may be in danger. To avoid brewing great disaster, the loss is irreparable, so it is necessary to check it now. Xiaobingli God indifferent, the corners just form a playful arc. It's just oil the old fox with a tongue. In a few words, this matter rising to the interests of all superior. You actually dared to involve fictionlu in this, you are really very brave. The old man in the godly realm had his pupils shrunk and noodle a change. Honest people don't speak in secret, and those who understand will understand. Now there are actually only a few ethnic forces that are experiencing abnormalities, and the affected area is extremely limited. Including Feitian Tower, other ethnic groups, there is no similar situation occurs. This can only explain. It's the younger generation of these guys who have bad luck and some kind of taboo, so it will create such a large number of casualties. Now, because of themselves, when problems arise among the younger generation, they unite to break the rules. So what is the significance of making rules in the past? Ice God. You are right. My own business, it's your own business, shamelessly involving all of us superior. Someone immediately stood up to agree with Xiaobingli. Moreover, before entering Pyongmyo Fairy Island, we all made a common vow that only those allowed by the rules can enter. Apart from these, no one else is allowed to interfere without authorization. Now you are using this excuse to break your oath. Don't you think too highly of the rest of us? Although the people who were affected by Guhan's thunder tribulation and died tragically were not. But in the end, only number. Not involving self-benefit circumstances. You can also use this to brush a wave of fiction la god good. Of course they are very happy to do so. The faces of several major forces a change. But due to the situation they had to give up temporarily. Of course they agreed on the surface, but this did not affect their actions in secret. However, Xiaobingli seemed to have seen through what they were thinking long ago. The cold voice mixed with some teasing sounded again. By the way, don't think that you can just agree on the surface to deal with me and then take your own actions in secret. If you're going to play that trick on me, my God, the patience is not very good. It seemed to confirm what Xiaobingli said. The space behind rolled and twisted, and a spatial vortex that was connected to somewhere unknown suddenly opened up. Boom! Then an indescribable horrific aura surged out like a flood that broke through a floodgate, covering the entire sky and earth. This is. Here all human faces under the direct impact of the breath sudden change. The breath of the Holy Land. There is no doubt that Xiaobingli in the space vortex behind there is a terrifying Saint Realm expert hiding inside. The strong ones in the Saint Realm can be regarded as ancestors no matter which force they are in today. But Xiaobingli was able to pull out such a terrifying existence as if to use him as a thug to threaten. The strong men gathered in Pyongmyo Fairy Island are not. Previously followed Xiaobingli, the guardian of the divine realm, on the side. I feel like I can't control the situation. Therefore an elder from Feitian Tower was invited to come. If it was placed in the past, I won't personally show up for such trivial matters or even out a powerful saint from Feitian Tower. But I received a message from Su Lingyue before. Knowing this reason, Guhan broke through to the supreme realm and dragged along some people who had ill intentions towards him to survive the thunder tribulation together. These guys are not strong enough and want to unite to kill Guhan. Ended up being killed in return. These old guys can't afford to lose and they want to come out and make trouble. How could I possibly agree to that? I don't care what happened in there if you dare to break the rules. As the god of Feitian Tower, the first one disagreed. I think many other seniors have the same idea as me. As he spoke, Xiaobingli looked around. Many powerful people watching immediately shuddered. He came back to his senses from the trance of being shocked by the aura of the powerful saint. Without any hesitation they all expressed that they would definitely stand on the same front with Xiaobingli. We won't allow these guys to break the rules without permission. The powerful men from several major forces who could only watch their younger generations dying more and more were shocked and angry at the moment, but they did not dare to show any sign of an outburst. They don't even dare to take action in secret. Once Xiaobingli gets hold of this evidence, I'm afraid he doesn't even know how he died. It has come to this. We can only wait until they come out of Pyongmyo Fairy Island and then ask them what's the situation. A powerful face heavy as a dark cloud. If this is a vendetta, he must pay the price for killing so many of our descendants. Misty Fairy Island in Sacred Mountain of Kyushu. This huge and vast mountain range is shrouded in thick white fog that is impossible to see through all year round. But the thunder tribulation brought by Guhan was too terrifying. Thunder roars and flashes even pierced through some of the white mist. Let's follow Yi Qingyun. The people behind him couldn't help but stop. Somewhat doubtful differentiation place of origin. That seems to be the eastern area where the great Tao divine tree is. There are many people gathered their racial alliance. The fruit of the great Tao seems to have appeared today. They might have fought there. Impossible, among the many geniuses of Piaomiao Fairy Island no one can cause such a terrible thunderstorm, right? Just as everyone was talking about it. Found it. I found the clue to the creation pond. Chapter 268. After the emperor bury the way of heaven first. It was Yi Qingyun who exclaimed. As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes many towards where Yi Qingyun was. At this moment Yi Qingyun was standing in front of a huge rock with a strange shape surrounded by countless green plants. He cleared a patch of greenery from the boulder. The original appearance of the boulder was revealed. I saw an ancient strange inscription that seemed to come from ancient times engraved on the boulder in a special way. No doubt about it. This is the ancient immortal script used for sacrifices in ancient times. With the help of Mr. Bai, Yi Qingyun recognized the meaning of this ancient text and said again, it seems that there are 7 more texts like this. It should be distributed in the surrounding area. As long as we find these 7 ancient immortal characters and rearrange them using ancient methods, we should be able to find the true path to the creation immortal pond mouth. As soon as these words came out, the others were immediately excited. Incomparable. The fairy pond of creation. That's them according to the ancient Piaomiao Fairy Island traces speculation. A heaven-defying opportunity that is not inferior to the great Tao divine tree and even more precious than the great Tao divine tree. I thought it would take a lot of effort, but I didn't expect it to be so easy, and they found it. Although there are several other ancient immortal characters scattered around, I don't know where it is. Yi Qingyun's voice sounded again. I can, based on the information he speculated, he summarized several possible ranges where ancient immortal characters might exist. As he said this, Yi Qingyun directly used spiritual energy to condense an illusory. The screen projection quickly showed a rough topographic map of the surrounding area outline. Exist after briefly marking out the 7 areas. Yi Qingyun continued, we have limited time. The longer we stay in Zhouzhou Divine Mountain, the easier it will be to be affected by the laws here. Even if we have a way, it will be difficult to get out. So I suggest we go our separate ways. Next I will arrange exploration tasks for you. Of course you don't have to be afraid of getting lost. Yi Qingyun deliberately raised the jade compass in his hand. Even if you are really lost, I will use the jade compass to find your location. After these words were spoken, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and no longer had any worries in their hearts. Soon the number of people was arranged in groups of 2. There are 7 groups in total. But their number was only 13. Therefore one of the groups must be a single person. The air was slightly silent. Everyone's goal all towards the same direction. That is a white eyes wear white, tie it up with a vertical strap, slightly thin sun. Jun Maxiao frowned immediately. Fong Yi, isn't your arrangement inappropriate? He knows Bai Ji and Yi Qingyun had a conflict and there was some unpleasantness between them. Yi Qingyun's arrangement is tantamount to revenge for personal gain. Not just a deliberate arrangement. Angelica de Hurica alone. We also arranged to explore the farthest place. In his opinion, this behavior is tantamount to letting a weak submaster go to die. Jun Maxiao couldn't bear to watch it anymore, so he said, how about this? The person next to him was transferred to a group of Angelica de Hurica. I'm exploring alone. As soon as these words came out without waiting for Yi Qingyun's consent, Xiu was the first to disagree. I don't want to. I don't want Toa group. The voice of the child was very sharp and piercing. It seems to Bei felt that this appearance was really ungraceful. This name show cleared his throat and deliberately clamped throat. Make your voice warm, exquisite. Daoyu Baiji is very powerful. I heard that his talent in swordsmanship is second only to Jianchen. I think Taoist fellow Baiji can handle this task alone. My strength is relatively weak if I go with Taoist Baiji, or go to a farther place just in case. It would be bad if it became a burden. The Jojo Divine Mountain is shrouded in fog all year round, making it extremely easy to get lost. The farther away from Yi Qingyun, the easier it is to get lost. Of course, I won't take this risk. Secondly, everyone knows that because of the previous incident, Bai Ji and Yi Qingyun have a conflict. Now Yi Qingyun is acting as a leader, deliberately giving Bai Ji as a show of force. I don't want to be affected by this being involved. No, I have no objection to this arrangement. Bai Ji didn't say much. Just slightly side-glance eyes as if wearing. He took off the white cloth and looked at Yi Qingyun deeply. Deep heart, I don't know why my senior brother was isolated in targeted awareness, a deeper level of cognition. Don't want to stay any longer. Because I'm afraid, unable to control his anger, he attacked Yi Qingyun forcefully. Subsequent plans and arrangements. No more hesitation, Angelica de Hurica. He turned around and walked towards the target area alone. Yi Qingyun's eyes flashing deep pupils, it was as if there was anger burning. At first Sakishima wanted to stab him to death with a sword, but now he is looking for an opportunity to harm himself. Do you really think he is mud? Yes, won't you get angry? Wait, Baiji was lost in the sacred mountain of Jojo, shrouded in loneliness and fear. There is plenty of time to beg and pray to save. There is a method provided by Qinglier. Baiji did not get lost in the Jojo Divine Mountain and arrived at the target area very smoothly. There was a rustling of the surrounding bushes. Soon, including Chu Willow, is like smoke. Several figures slowly walked out of the bushes. We also know that there is no Kyushu mountain. The way to get lost is to feel at home in the sacred mountains of Kyushu. Sister Wei, how's the situation? Baiji stepped forward and asked, have you found any other hidden in the sacred mountains of Kyushu traces of the person? Chu Wei nodded and said, we found traces of people who are suspected to be from the Mermaid royal family and the Taihua immortal dynasty. We caught a few alive. Chu Wei waved back. Soon 2 members of the Mermaid royal family and 2 people from the Taihua immortal dynasty were brought up like prisoners. We have tortured him before using special methods. These guys are planning to cooperate with Yi Qingyun to monopolize the opportunity of the Fortune Immortal Pond. As for the human alliance, it was just a cover that Yi Qingyun deliberately brought here. Let's make some arrangements around here first. This guy found the way to the Fortune Pond. It's not too late for us to take action. By then I can not only seek revenge on Yi Qingyun but also help my brother find what he wants. Chu Wei and his group secretly plan to launch a campaign against Yi Qingyun at the same time. The eastern area of Pyamyo Fairy Island. By Jin Chanzi and others, the 12 demon suppressing formation provided completely collapsed during the second wave of thunder. Gu Han could only bear the baptism of thunder. The thunder with terrible destructive power overturned and bombarded him continuously above. Even let him there was some blackening on the surface. This thunder tribulation is more ferocious than I imagined. It looks like a thunder tribulation of the supreme realm, but in fact it can already be regarded as the realm of the divine realm. When I have some skills in the future, was the first to bury this broken heavenly way. Guhan cursed in his heart, and at the same time he became more determined. Yi Qingyun, the dog, the protagonist, is experiencing a thunder tribulation. The will of heaven descends, all kinds of blessings, good countless. Now he is hiding in the misty fairy island. The will of heaven is even more restricted by the special laws of Pyamyo Fairy Island. It is actually possible to bring down such terrible thunder. This is not to baptize him, but really wanted to hack him to death. Fortunately, the strength is so terrifying that it is unimaginable. As long as it is not a thunder tribulation from the holy realm, he can withstand any terrifying thunder tribulation. The thunder roared continuously like a flood breaking through a dam. Guhan, who was in the center of the thunderstorm, continued to absorb the indestructible power of thunder. It's becoming more and more terrifying. Every cell in your body is filled with endless power. Even several major the quality has undergone different degrees of transformation. The spirit, cultivation and soul are all rising rapidly at this moment. If only once his merits pass a certain threshold, he will be able to achieve a qualitative transformation. He is the youngest supreme being in the history of Xianhuang world. A supreme being who is less than 20 years old is unprecedented in the entire history. But things don't go as planned. It won't always be this smooth. Just when this tribulation was coming to an end, Be careful. Someone is not following the rules of martial arts attack, Xiao Haizi suddenly reminded. Boom! Almost in the next moment. A pitch-black spear with a piercing drumless sound of breaking through the air came from Guhan. The space behind it runs through. Hit him directly. The chest was as if it was going to pierce him through with one blow. The pitch-black spear was moving at an extremely fast speed, and there seemed to be special inscriptions flashing on it. The ancient atmosphere permeates even in the process. He tore apart large pieces of thunder with great ease. I have to say, the person who took action grasped the timing very well. Now the thunder isn't from gather to thin in the process of exchange evolution. This is an extremely critical node. It is also a turning point when Guhan is about to undergo a major transformation. If his counterattack affects balance, not to mention breaking through the realm of cultivation, he will even directly. The power imbalance was eventually died from backlash. But Guhan never thought about hiding. As his pupils deepened, a golden light suddenly appeared. In an instant, gas surge at post-condensation, a line if made of gold emitting brilliant gold, the phantom of the real dragon. Roar! The phantom of the real dragon was lifelike, roaring and soaring into the sky, pouncing and biting at the black spear that pierced through it. Golden dragon shadow and spear catch send out a devastating blaze, magnificent. Boom! But in the end, the golden dragon shadow was superior. He bit the black gun into pieces and exploded. There are iron blocks all over the sky. How is this possible? Saved it with a special trump card, life. Xianhuayu, who had been lurking in the dark for a long time, waiting to shoot at the critical moment to deal a fatal blow to Guhan, saw the black spear shattered. His pupils suddenly widened and his face was full of disbelief. That's what he uses all year round, the method of pregnancy and nurturing. It is made of meteorite iron from outer space, making it indestructible. Now there is no end to Guhan at all. The real dragon shadow condensed by the opponent broken? What a powerful and terrifying strength this is. Ancestor dragon. This is definitely from Zulong, the condensed vision. Just struggled out of the ruins. Moningshin crawled out. After seeing this scene, I was also shocked beyond words. Zulong actually in this human cultivator named Su Changda. No wonder he is so strong. Moningshin was shocked. A kind of extreme fanatical jealousy in my heart also reached its peak. If can capture Guhan, Zulong book off the pulse can definitely be completed, the original transformation. Even for all dragons and the existence to follow. More opportunities for the next true ancestor of the dragon clan. Zulong falling on this human race, what a waste. The other side at this moment. Guhan has taken action again. Although it is necessary to maintain balance to ensure that one's breakthrough process will not be disrupted. But even if Guhan is thunder strikes the top of the head, most of the power must be used to maintain stability. He still has the confidence to kill Qianhuayu. Guhan hung as the power rises again, wrapped in exploding thunder in the strong wind. Heaven suppressing fist. Then he shook his hand, fist not moved. In just half a second he had already blasted out a fist print filled with brilliant power. Heaven suppressing fist. In one of his previous lives in an ancient, the top ancient skills obtained from the incident. It is the ancient times left behind by a powerful holy being. By Guhan been talented enlightenment, the interpretation and adaptation have become even more powerful and terrifying. Even if his cultivation is not at the saint level, he can still rely on quality and cultivation. The six who send out this fist strength. The fist print carries the ultimate power of crushing the void force and immediately made Qianhuayu creepy. He only felt an unspeakable crisis like water flooding all over. But he fought back very quickly. The face began to twist and distort. 5. Reorganize yourself. But in a moment it changed, another completely unfamiliar face. This person's skin full of gray and black, the scales of the armor, the pupils are dark gold. This is the demon world, the son of Emperor Hanshan Tuoba Jintian. His extremely powerful, known as being invulnerable to swords and guns. It is hard for anyone to match it. Looking at the younger generation in the entire demon world, they are among the few. Transmogrification, the other party's appearance, although only inherited 6 strength. But in Qianhuayu's opinion, To Obajintian's 6 his strength is also enough to help him withstand Guhan's attack. Qian Huayu the corners are immediately outlined showing he showed an unusual confidence thinking that the matter was a sure thing. Do you really think you can kill me with one punch? You are too confident. Boom. Snap. The next moment Guhan's punch followed. Shocking local there was an explosion and some sound of bones breaking at the same time. Qian Huayu cried miserably no time to send it out. Got hit directly by a punch mouth the terrible force made him I don't know how many ribs are broken. The whole person was like a tattered sack spewing out large mouthfuls of dirty liquid fresh pieces flying backwards for hundreds of meters. But people with discerning eyes knew that he was beyond help the mouth was not simply sunken but had been pierced through by a punch. Qian Huayu is dead. He couldn't even take a punch from Guhan. I originally wanted to take advantage of this opportunity attack. See if you can get it from Guhan. The Dragon King Emoningshin's eyes suddenly became extremely clear. Silently again back to the ruins I dare not do small things and Emerito. Confirmed by eye contact. Yes, someone you can't beat. Qian Huayu was beaten to death with one punch. If you go up you will probably be killed with one punch. However, not everyone is like this. Makes sense. Great Brahma demon suppressing seal. Jin Shanzi who was not killed by the thunder was also hand. Now is the best time to kill Guhan. If you let the other party survive the disaster achievement for the Supreme Realm. Even if he didn't take action Guhan would definitely kill him. Boom! A golden cloud spread over Guhan's head releasing a dazzling and blazing Buddha's light. Then they overlapped and condensed into a huge golden hand with 5 fingers spread out palm. I want to slap Guhan to death. Do you really think I'm just a decoration? You continue to survive you bald ass give me. As soon as he finished speaking Xiao Haizi had already taken action. Chapter 270, the only supreme being in Piaomiao Fairy Island. This kind of sword cultivator is rare. As the once famous master swallowing thunder in the demon world. His innate talent is the ability to devour the myriad thunders in heaven and earth. Although the thunder tribulation that was attracted by Guhan before was terrifying. He also suffered a lot. But Xiao Haizi also absorbed a lot of the power of thunder. The strength has been restored to a certain extent. At this moment he wrapped in terrible purple thunder. He concentrated all his strength on the ball in his hand that looked like a basketball above. He raised his hand and threw it with all his strength and the flying basketball turned into a purple thunder with wings spread out phoenix. Chirp! Purple thunder phoenix soared into the sky with a sea of thunder and lightning and rushed towards the golden cicada's gold and the handprint hit directly. Snap! It was originally the power of heavenly thunder and under the transformation of Xiao Haizi's innate talent this purple thunder. How terrifying is the power of the phoenix? Huge gold. The palm print was directly hit by the purple thunder. A huge hole was opened in the middle of the phoenix and it was shattered in an instant, fragments all over the sky. The power of the thunder continued to ripple out and it directly bombarded Jin Shanzi Superior. Even if he has a special Buddha protection and is immune to the power of many laws. But at this moment he was still surrounded by the purple thunder and lightning spasm cramps burnt. The whole person fell from the sky with a thud and smashed heavily into the ground. I have studied Buddhism for decades and mastered countless magical powers of the Dewey Buddhist temple. Now I am not just a little black the opponent. Lying in the pit Jin Shanzi was somewhat unable to accept this result, want to continue struggling. But he was beaten by the black guy. Half purple. The thunder in the sky was boiling and raging, even tearing him apart the meridians. His not at all own control. Also there's no way to climb up. You are, your whole family is. When Xiao Haizi heard this he got angry. I am the true Lord swallowing thunder from the demon world. Even your former Buddha of deliverance is no match for me. You bald ass, you deserve to lose to me. Little Blackie Outclaws stepped on Jin Shanzi's face. The chest is raised high showing its pride. Boom boom. As the last few thunders subsided the lightning disaster stopped and the dark clouds dispersed. Warm passing through the sea of clouds it falls to the earth. Some monks who were lucky enough not to be struck to death by lightning as if they were pardoned crawled away in all directions. Countless miles around have been completely turned into scorched earth with smoke rising and the scene everywhere devastated. Several major racial alliances. I don't know how many. The monk was reduced to ashes in this thunderstorm. The strange thing is, in the heart of the area, a flowing splendor, a sacred tree with nearly 100 fruits containing the power of the great Tao on its branches and leaves, stood majestically between heaven and earth. It seems that there is no not affected by the slightest thunder tribulation. And that sacred tree is exactly the sacred tree that countless people from various forces gathered here are madly trying to fight for. But now such an enviable opportunity is right in front of us. But no one dared to step forward. Guhan survived the thunder tribulation and now he has become a powerful supreme being. Looking at this ethereal fairy island, there is the only powerful person in the supreme realm. Before he broke through to the supreme realm, his strength was already so terrifying that it made everyone's scalp tingle. Now it is hard to imagine how terrifying his strength will be. Already finished, Guhan, who had achieved a breakthrough in his cultivation realm, the surface exudes gold. Even if not the main released from breath from the diffused air, the power is also scalp numbness. With his current cultivation and strength, if he were to deal with the people from before, he would only need one random blow to kill all of them. Guhan raised his hand. The Hanshao sword broke through the air and fell into his hands. He had experienced the baptism of thunder before. Since the spirit soul, not only have they undergone qualitative transformation. Moreover, the Hanshao sword spirit, who had been in deep sleep, also there are some signs of awakening. He even absorbed some of the power of the heavenly thunder and reshaped part of his sword spirit body. Holding the Hanshao sword, Guhan headed towards the pitwalk, towards the golden cicada. Although he was bombarded by Xiao Haizi's terrifying purple thunder. But after a period of precipitation, Jin Chanzi has become a little bit ability. At this moment he saw Guhan walking towards him with a sword in hand. I was so frightened that my soul almost died. Master Su, wait a minute. Repaying evil with evil, when will the cycle of evil be over? I admit that I was wrong before. I offended Donor Guhan. I can apologize to you here. Please, Master Su, have mercy on me and put down your butcher knife. Guhan smiled. This golden cicada is really interesting. He had the upper hand before he played with himself. Debt compensation. He wanted to bring himself under their Buddhist tutelage to atone for the sins of killing. Now I have come to my senses and decided to follow the Buddhist philosophy of compassion. Indeed, there is some truth in what you said. Hearing this, Jin Chanzi joy, but before he could breathe a sigh of relief. But I prefer to cut the grass, no worries. Golden cicada noodles, sudden change. Wait a minute. He gestured to Guhan to calm down and continue the conversation. However, Guhan was too lazy to talk any more nonsense with him. The Hanshao sword brought up a gust of wind. Suddenly the head immediately flew high. After doing all this, Guhan did not retract his sword but stood still with a smile on his face. To another direction, the voice is frivolous. What? You want to do this head ringing? The person who came was Jian Shen, who had left earlier. However, he just glanced at it casually. First difference, the golden cicada withdrew his gaze indifferently. This is the path he has to choose. It has nothing to do with me. He deserved to die at your hands. As he spoke, he threw something in his hand to Guhan. It was an ancient pair of scissors made of unknown material. According to our previous exploration, the Dao fruit is extremely special and cannot be picked by ordinary means, otherwise the Dao fruit will wither directly. It can only be made of special materials, scissors, to avoid this result. You have already reached the supreme level. Even if I were to compete with you in swordsmanship, I would not be your opponent now. So let's put aside our grudge for now. When I break through to the supreme level, I will come to you again to decide the winner with swords and settle today's grudge. Guhan seemed a little surprised when he took the special scissors thrown by Jian Shen. But he raised his eyebrows. Aren't you afraid that I will attack you now? Jian Shen did not look back. You can try. Even though I am not as good as you now, I will still fight you with all my strength. Guhan did not make a move until Jian Shen completely disappeared from his sight. A pair of black, his feet were almost gone, and he ran to Guhan, tilting his head as if he was a little suspicious. Xiaohan, I really didn't expect that. According to your Gu, actually let him go. I thought you would just cut the grass and wipe it out. Do not leave suffer. Guhan smiled and looked away. To be honest, I don't hate him, on the contrary, like him grid. Be able to lose, let go, and do things openly. In the chain repair world there is a such sword cultivators are indeed rare. He thought again of everything Jinshen had experienced before. The inherited imperial weapon guarded by the Tianjin sect for generations was taken away by the protagonist Yi Qingyun. He who insisted on his ideals and was the leader of several great sword masters was deposed. Locked up, the sword is buried in the abyss, never to see the light of day again. If possible, it can be developed in the future. Let him change his position and deal with Yi Qingyun, or even the subsequent investment power is also a very good choice. I got it. Nearly 100 Dao fruits. The journey was smooth. Xiao Haizi and Gu Han have arrived under the great Dao sacred tree. Looking at those fruits of the Dao that flow with the power of the Dao. The little black boy's eyes were shining and his eyes were wide open, corner complete, non-stop. If you absorb dozens of Dao fruits, he is one step closer to returning to the position of the true ancestor of the demon world. Jiuzhou Sacred Mountain. After a while of searching, also due to some strange mechanical array, they lost a lot of people. But they finally found the remaining 7 ancient immortal characters, and the function activates it in a special way. Boom boom. Some kind of god, the power spread out from the ground and the whole earth was buzzing. Ming. Large areas, 8 bronze altars exuding an ancient atmosphere collapsed from deep underground. It slowly floated up and appeared before everyone's eyes. If you look closely, you will see a god kneeling on top of each altar, a respectful bronze figure. In their hands they held high something woven of bronze. The sacrifice created, it seems that they wanted to use it to worship the mythical immortals. When the 8 altars were lit one by one, the space in the middle of the altar began to distort, slowly forming a path leading to nowhere. The crack. Success. Yi Qingyun noodles very happy. This must be the path to the creation pond mouth. Not just him. The other Human Alliance geniuses who followed also had the same expression, joy. He even took out the jade talisman for transmitting sound, ready to convey the message to his fellow disciples. After all, although they are members of the Human Alliance but in essence they also come from different sects and families. The interests involved also vary. Now the creation pond, the exit has been found. Want to get more subsequent benefits? Of course we can only notify the family sect to send more people to gain the advantage in numbers. However, Yi Qingyun would not allow them to do so. Thank you all for your help along the way, helping me find the fortune pond so easily. Mouth. You are all of no value now, please go on your way. The words fell. Yi Qingyun lost to. Afterwards he raised his hand and snapped his fingers very casually. This is a code, signaling to those lurking around that it is time to take action. Whoosh whoosh. Almost in the next moment, several cold winds around it came through the air with fierce power. Several monks who were slower to react still hadn't figured out what was happening. Either being pierced through instantly or the head being cut off directly, leaving no life at all. Fong Yi, what do you mean? But so the fishy scene also woke up several other people. While fighting back, he angrily asked, you and I are both members of the Human Alliance. Now that the opportunity has been found, do you want to kill us and silence us? Maybe the anger of others, the Baiji seemed unusually calm. All this as early as expected. A burst of white mist. Several channel shadows walked out one after another. Not only are there people from the Taihua immortal dynasty, but there are also long blue. The scales make the mermaid royal family look a little strange. Fong Yi, are you still a human or not? Not only did you deliberately stab us in the back for our human race, but now you are even cooperating with a group of demons. Baiji is right, you really have bad intentions. You want to don't get lost. There is no need for the compass in your hand. The geniuses of the Human Alliance who are good at observing details have already reacted. If it is true as Yi Qingyun said, if you want to be in Zhouzhou Shinshan, if you are lost, you need the help of a compass. This group of people are lurking in the dark, waiting to strike at the critical moment. How could the people from the 2 major forces who surrounded them all not get lost in the white fog? Damn it! They shouldn't have been so foolish as to believe Yi Qingyun's few words. If you follow Bai Ji's words, delve deeper into the suspicious points. Maybe we can find some people who can see through Yi Qingyun plot a scheme. With this in mind, the remaining few people headed towards Bai Ji gave him a look that was both apologetic and expectant. Bai Ji is very powerful. Now in deep despair territory. Want to get out of trouble. The power of Angelica is indispensable. So what if you knew? The road of the avenue is inherently cruel. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being too stupid and not being sharp enough. Yi Qingyun was too lazy to say any more nonsense. Stay here for now, Baiji, kill all the others. Complete the order. Yi Qingyun slightly raised, the corners of his head were slightly raised, and he removed his disguise, revealing out of his original appearance. Senior sister, please don't speak in secret. In fact, you already know you followed me to Jojo Divine Mountain this time just to continue to attack me, right? But you are out of luck this time. You are now alone and trapped in the 9 provinces Divine Mountain. Even if I stand here, what can you do to me? Around him, the mermaid royal family, the people of Taihua Immortal Dynasty, staring at Angelica de Hurica. If only dare to have, if you do it you will town. Qingyun and this bitch, why do people say so much? This bitch wants to kill you, right? Let me give you some lessons. Luo Qinglian also knew Yi Qingyun's true identity. Share. God, at this moment very bad, stare Angelica de Hurica. I want to rush forward and tear it apart, the posture of fragments. Obviously the photos of these days, he already has a very good relationship with Yi Qingyun. There is even a way development trend. Now that he sees the enemy of the person he admires, he naturally wants to stand up for him. Yi Qingyun witnessed this scene from beginning to end. The angular curvature becomes more obvious. Of course it's better if you don't take any action yourself. You can even see Baiji begging for mercy in pain. Just thinking about it makes me happy heart. Baiji, since we were once senior and junior sisters, I can give you a chance. Yi Qingyun, the corners are slightly hooked. If you are willing to let go of your hatred and let me plant the mark, I can consider sparing your life. You are just a bully. How dare you say such a thing? Today I will send you off. But in the next moment, a roar filled with extreme murderous intent suddenly sounded. The smoke and dust were blown away by some terrible force. One purply Arnoff, the boy, rushed out with anger. Chapter 272 Qinglir, this sword will help Yi Qingyun to be humble and not arrogant. Thiza's shadow emerged. Yi Qingyun's purpose immediately solidified. This figure is so got it. It's just that I used to have a very good relationship with him. But some time ago Tsukishima went mad and even burned his essence. Is it the crazy Lu Ruyan who wants to kill him? Why are you here? Yi Qingyun almost subconsciously let out an exclamation of disbelief. At the same time he was terrified subconsciously towards Angelica de Hurica. Could it be Angelica de Hurica superior? Some special positioning jade is hidden. And let Lu Ruyan find them in this way? But as soon as this idea came out, it was quickly overturned by Yi Qingyun himself. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. The white mist in the Kyushu sacred mountain, unpredictable, not following the right way, and eventually you will be completely lost in this world. Even if Lu Ruyan can locate Angelica de Hurica location, also there's no way to pass find me. In just a short moment all kinds of speculations emerged in Yi Qingyun's mind. Looking at Yi Qingyun's ever-changing expression, Qinglir, who was standing by, I almost couldn't hold it together. He really made me cry. Even if I doubt myself, I don't doubt this ghost. As a final tribute, he would definitely strike Yi Qingyun with the most fatal sword at the right time from behind to make him guard against arrogance and impatience. But standing on Yi Qingyun, the Taihua Immortal Dynasty and the mermaid royal family. But he would not just watch Lu Ruyan kill Yi Qingyun. At this moment someone has stepped forward to stop them. Humph. You're really looking for death. You are just a lone man, yet you dare to attack so many of us? You really think you are a human being? It's done. The 3 geniuses of the Taihua Immortal Dynasty who were at the front did not hold back in order to avoid any further complications. Prepare to unite with the advantage of numbers and suppress the enemy instantly. Lu Ruyan. Boom. But in the next moment, Several magical powers with terrifying power. The beam tore through the white mist. Before they could even get close to Lu Ruyan, there are already several pierced. The hole was broken and it fell to the ground with a thud, completely silent. Kill them all, leaving no one behind. Then another cold voice sounded. The white mist rolled and suddenly several monks with impressive strength and powerful aura rushed out. They are returned, the pride of the world. The one who leds in it is Chu Wei. How is this possible? Yi Qingyun noodles. The sudden change shocked him so much that he took several steps back. Not only did Lu Ruyan come, but even Chu Wei is here. The most outrageous thing is, Chu Wei also brought return Heaven Shark Genius. How on earth did this guy manage to not get lost in the Kyushu Sacred Mountain and still find his location? Did they also know that in the Kyushu Divine Mountain the real way to avoid getting lost? But the situation took a sudden turn for the worse and he didn't have time to think much. Return. The Tian heritage is ancient and the foundation is strong, so it goes without saying that Tianzhou is very powerful. The mermaid royal family had been attacked by Han Mengyao. The moon demon sect was surrounded and suppressed and suffered heavy losses. Even if we count Luo Qinglian and Luo Xiaotian, there are less than 40 people. Although there were relatively many people coming from Taihua Immortal Dynasty, there were only more than 50 people. And return more than 100 people compared with the sharp disciples. It is naturally not good enough. Quick! Stop them! Yi Qingyun was also completely panicked and hurriedly ordered the people around him to take action. See clearly from the looks in Wei and Lu Ruyan's eyes, he knew how much these two wanted to crush him 10,000 sections. If I were criticized by these two crazy, if someone gets close to me, won't I be torn to pieces alive? You crazy people! Don't even think about hurting Qingyun. She is eager to protect her husband. Luo Qinglian has already taken action. The target chosen is Chu Wei. Maybe I feel that the other party is not easy to deal with. As soon as you make a move, he used the special magic weapon given by his father. The sound of rushing waves is endless and the blue seawater appears layer by layer out of thin air. The surrounding environment suddenly became the whole world seemed to be immersed in the ocean, giving people a barrier in the water. In such an environment, the strength of the mermaid royal family and others has greatly increased. At the same time, Luo Qinglian, myself, the gift of the mermaid royal princess, along with open song making a sound, the ancient and ethereal song turned into notes jumping and tumbling in the void. The magical power contained therein can even affect the souls of cultivators. And here the attacks did not stop there. The surging sea waters gather. A huge tsunami nearly 100 feet high was created, like a curtain of water that stretched across the sky heading towards Chu Wei, was drowned. On the other side, Lu Ruyan, who was charging forward, was stopped by a genius from the Taihua Immortal Dynasty. Not open. But the one closest to Yi Qingyun, Bai Ji. How could you miss such a good opportunity? 12 slashes of the wind. Just listen, shouted loudly Sword Kihair. The long sword in his hand was immediately unsheathed like a dragon following the wind. Instantly he slashed out several times in a row. Wrong sharp sword light. The invisible sword energy and the breeze are completely integrated as if absent, invincible, just like no. The sword net of wind cuts directly into Yi Qingyun. Boom! But in the next moment, Jun Mashio held the silver spear in his hand and the spear shot out like a dragon. In an instant he raised his hand and stabbed out a series of gun shadows in the moment of sword energy in midair, broken and torn. I'm sorry, I don't care what hatred or grudges you have, but today I can't watch him die in your hands. Jun Mashio stood with a spear in hand, shape long and slender face. Besides, you are not my opponent and I don't want to be a people. Take action. You have such great power, but you act as a thug for such a despicable person. You really are self-defeating. Price. Bai Ji snorted coldly and attacked again. Even if Jun Mashio gave off, it felt very dangerous, but the other party was now determined to save Yi Qingyun. In terms of their position, they are already enemies with no room for maneuver. Jun Mashio frowned slightly but did not say anything more. He stepped forward with his gun in hand. Bai Ji and Bai Ji were entangled with each other. Yi Qingyun, don't forget the princess's generation. There are still things to do. Go to the creation pond first to investigate. Give us a solution. Jun Mashio seemed to still have some strength left during the fight. Bai Ji did not forget to give reminders. You don't need to teach me how to do anything. After responding, Yi Qingyun turned his head to Qinglir. Lear, time force, you come with me to the Creation Fairy Pond. What we are seeing now is only the passage to the Fortune Fairy Pond. We may encounter some unknown dangers along the way. The two of us will move forward together and we can take care of each other along the way. Good. Qinglir agreed obediently. But he knew in his heart that Yi Qingyun actually wanted Toza workpeople come to use it. What does it mean to take care of each other? I'm afraid that if I encounter a crisis I will use your life to buy time for yourself. However, this is also the long-awaited opportunity to make a move. Yi Qingyun, why return? The Tianjiao's aggressive approach is already very strange. Jun Maxiu has an ominous premonition. Hurriedly sent a message. Someone among us must have leaked, told Kyushu Shinshan Wei not to get lost. This Qinglir is a very strong suspect. It is very likely that she is Fen to Chuiars. Yuan single row, it will be very dangerous. Of course I know this. I'm not laughing at you. Yi Qingyun, who was not in good condition, did not speak in a polite tone. But don't underestimate me, I still have enough people. But before Yi Qingyun could finish his words, noodle sudden change. It wasn't just Mr. Bai in my mind who was giving crazy warnings. I felt a chill on my back. The unspeakable crisis instantly flooded all. Strong crisis. Yi Qingyun subconsciously wanted to turn around. But it all happened too fast. In addition, his attention was still on communicating with Lord Grimm. Talk about. Unexpectedly, in the next moment, a life and death crisis has already arrived close. Muddy potential is fully utilized at this moment here. Even though he had tried his best to dodge to the side but was still stabbed by the sword. Phew! Suddenly, in various magical powers hit in the brilliance of striking, the flowers suddenly bloomed. Yi Qingyun. This sword strike is to teach you not to be too confident. It will also help you avoid arrogance and impatience. The world suddenly fell silent. Yi Qingyun's pupils dilated, slightly mechanical and rigid, subconsciously lowered his head towards his mouth position. I saw only one stain. The sword has pierced through his severe pain, flooding all over. In by Lao and potential, please help. Although he had tried his best to avoid fatal positions. But Qinglir seemed to have already painted a special slow-moving effect on the blade poison. Even if the sword didn't pierce his heart, the poison that had already spread out would have instantly killed him. Spasms difficult to resist. Qinglir, why? While suppressing the pain, Yi Qingyun still asked in disbelief. He actually suspected that Qinglir was ghost, but essentially just suspicion. Moreover, I didn't expect Qinglir to be in this situation. In such a situation, he suddenly attacks, making it hard to guard against. Qinglir, the corners have a slightly exaggerated arc, which also looks a bit abnormal. You are such a hypocritical and disgusting guy. Do I need a reason to kill you? Besides, if the Lord wants to kill you, then you must die. While speaking, Qinglir deliberately turned the hilt of the sword in Yi Qingyun's hand. Oral stir. That kind of straight depth, the pain in his soul, made Yi Qingyun unable to control himself and let out a pig-slaughtering wail. Qinglir, ha ha ha, what a Qinglir! I trusted you so much, but you stabbed me in the back at the critical moment. Yi Qingyun roared, his eyes red. Behind, what's the point of attacking? If you have the guts, let me go and fight me fair and square. He was not afraid that the other party would kill him. In progress, before going to Pyumiao Fairy Island, Nangang Wanner gave him a treasure called the Death Substitute Jade Pendant. Able to withstand a fatal attack. When attacked fatally, the fatal wound can be transferred to the Jade Pendant, thus realizing a substitutionary death for oneself. Although the effect is incredible, the restrictions are also very large. That is, as long as you are alive and still have a breath left, the Jade Pendant will never be activated. Let him go. Jun Maxiu roared. He was no longer prepared to hold back. He also didn't know Yi Qingyun there is a jade pendant on it for the purpose of death. After all, this is one of Nangang Wanner's trump cards. In his opinion, he would not give it to others easily, let alone a mere Yi Qingyun. He only knew that if Yi Qingyun really died in front of him, he would never be able to face the princess generation. Don't laugh. There's no need for you to meddle in my business. I have my own way. Yi Qingyun was so angry that he started cursing. He has the death surrogate jade pendant given by Nangang Wanner. I can't die at all. Jun Maxiao's attempt to stop Chang'Lier from killing him would only make him suffer more inhuman torture. Furthermore, Chang'Lier seems used a special method blocking his means of transmitting sound. Only verbal the way of talking was to tell Jun Maxiao that he had a jade pendant for death. But he couldn't tell anyone that he had the jade pendant, tell it otherwise you will beway, and the others realized that his fate would be even worse. If you dare to come one step closer, I will kill him. But Chang'Lier's reaction speed was also very fast. Direct, he drew out his sword and placed it on Yi Qingyun's neck. As long as someone dares to approach without permission, he would just cut off Yi Qingyun's head. Already Jun Maxiao rushed forward with all his strength, life stops in mid-air. Being with return the Merman royal family and the Taihua immortal dynasty's Tianjia, who were fighting with the disciples of the Heavenly Emperor, had to stop temporarily because Yi Qingyun was held hostage forward. When Yi Qingyun saw that both sides were in a stalemate, how could he be willing to do this? If I don't die, I will just keep getting hurt. Poison eats away at the pain. Moreover, Xian Ningding has fallen asleep, so this time there is no snake to help him absorb the poison. He can only with oneself meridians and gradually eroded by toxins. Key penetration to him. The poison is not the kind that deliberately kills people, but it corrodes and seals. The monk's strength is the main thing. In this way, this situation is undoubtedly the most fatal to Yi Qingyun. I want to resist, but I can't. I want to die, but I can't. Don't laugh, hurry up, hands killed me. I have something that can be used as a substitute for death. Even if you kill me, I won't die. Yi Qingyun gritted his teeth, chose to take a gamble, and vomited directly the truth. After all, this stalemate isn't a big deal. The mouth had been completely pierced and torn apart, even though there was a gurgling gushed forth from it, but with his quality estimated, if you don't die you will just suffer for no reason. If we continue to delay, there's no guarantee that something unexpected will happen. It is better to just take a gamble and bet that Jun Maxiao and others can kill me and let me completed die in place of others. Space short-term trap. Silence. Hand. Stop the attacks of those guys. Don't let them kill Yi Qingyun. Two loud shouts rang out one after another. It's Jun Maxiao and Shu Wei issued orders one after another. The developments suddenly became magical. Jun Maxiao wanted to kill Yi Qingyun instead. Shu Wei, the three people who wanted to kill Yi Qingyun the most, had to protect him temporarily. After all, their hatred for Yi Qingyun cannot be eliminated by letting him die once. Do they really want to chop Yi Qingyun into pieces? What is real pain? Get lost. Shu Wei is here again here. The power of return. The space shape after 6. The whirlpool is like the 6 paths, the mark of return. Boom. The next moment 6. The whirlpools all gushed out, overwhelming return to God. Luo Qinglian used magic to forcibly change the environment. Under the influence of the force of return, it began to dissipate and disappear like sand in the wind. At the same time, some distance, the mermaids who were closer to Wei were also arrived the influence of the force of return. Madagascar quickly became sluggish, the wrinkles of time and the shocking age spots. But in a blink of an eye, several people, obviously the genius at the peak moment, suddenly changed an old man who was about to die. Shu Wei just raised her hand and waved her sleeves and directly blocked the people in front of him were instantly blown away. My face. My face. Luo Qinglian also made a sharp sound song. Because suddenly I found that like white jade, now wrinkles of time also appear on my face. It should be the flower season off now, it is almost changing a middle-aged ant. Roll. Shu Wei was not polite and directly said that she was Luo Qinglian who was about to collapse, slap and fly. Although one off repaired directly from the flower season change, what the ant did was very inhumane. But who let I must stand on the same front with Yi Qingyun. In return we can only show mercy and let Luo Qinglian be with us pain. Chapter 274, there is excitement to watch, you will always see something different when you cut it. Royal sister. Luo Xiaotian's eyes were red and he wanted to rush forward. But the one who came Hera returned. Tiantiangio's strength is not weak either. Someone immediately stopped Luo Xiaotian's attack. Shu Wei also did not focus on Luo Xiaoshansen superior. Along with micro idea, the space immediately collapsed and cracked and a door appeared out of thin air, the structure of the return force of on. When Shu Wei Yabumi among them, it appears again when already appeared in front of Jun Maxiao. Let me be your opponent. After the words fell Chua flowing Huaxia the nine-colored exquisite pagoda. The pagoda was suspended in the air by itself, rotating and enlarging in mid-air. It fell slowly like a golden bell. Yi Qingyun and Qing Liar were temporarily isolated. But see, let the Linglong pagoda thorough before type. One surface about a faint red-off purple shadow like a gust of wind in the exquisite pagoda. Seeing this scene, Shu Wei didn't take it to heart. She just said calmly, "Take it easy, don't let him die immediately." While speaking, Chu Wei's eyes Jun Mashio, who has always been behind superior. Even if looking at the current strength, all the everyone in Pyongyang Fairy Island can be considered powerful. But the other party gave off feeling is also very dangerous. I don't want to. IVE tried to take action, but you insist on blocking my way. Let me settle both the old and new accounts with you. Don't laugh at God. Indifferent, a golden light flashed in his eyes. Dragon subduing spear technique, dragon fighting in the wild. The roar fell. Jun Mashio also swung the silver spear in his hand with all his strength at the same time. Boom! Wisps of gunfire, they shine upon each other and overlap one another. It turned into an open silver basin. The phantom of a true dragon crushed layers of void and broke through the air. Return to print. Chu Wei ByteDance Week Returnlinger. Along with, he raised his hand and blasted out a palm print that was bigger than a mountain and a silver. The real dragon's shadow happened horribly collide. The war outside broke out again, anxious. At this moment, the nine-colored exquisite pagoda department. Although Yi Qingyun was seriously injured, but he didn't die. At this moment he was bound by a special chain and was completely unable to break free. Damn it! Jun Mashio is usually very arrogant and confident. If we really fight, even killing me is such an easy task, I can't even do it. What a waste! Yi Qingyun cursed in his heart. But at this moment he was already sweating profusely. He didn't dare to think about what kind of terrible torture would be waiting for him next. But fortunately those three crazy no one came in. Especially Lu Ruyan, the craziest of the crazies. But before he could do anything to Qing Lier with make it clear, find difficult time. Yi Qingyun, you finally fell again. This time I have it in my hand. Let me think about how we should get along in the next period of time. Woolen cloth? Suddenly a somewhat morbid and crazy laugh came from the pagoda film sounded. Yi Qingyun's dead soul appeared suddenly pale as paper. Looking back in fear. On the purple yarn, Lu Ruyan holding a folding sword out of the cold. The long sword slowly came from emerging from the shadow. The corners of his head also outlined a vague and strange smile like a ghost crawling out of hell to take revenge. This moment. Yi Qingyun's scalp tingled. The chill rushed from the soles of my feet to the top of my head. It's all over. Lu Ruyan, the craziest of the crazies, actually came in. Now he faces situation, and at that time Tsukishima is completely different. Exist Tsukishima time. Although he was also poisoned with Xian Ningbing's help, the problem was not serious. Moreover, Nangong Waner was also helping secretly at that time, and there were also powerful supreme beings who took action. It's different now. He was directly trapped in the Linglong Pagoda. Isolated and helpless, the power is sealed by poison, being bound by the soul binding chains again. It is simply a hopeless situation. Lu Ruyan, holding a long sword, was getting closer and closer and stood in front of Yi Qingyun with a strange smile forward. Qing Lier was also frightened by the other party's crazy criticism. He couldn't help but take several steps back away from the two of them. But he quietly took out a special jade from his sleeve. Transmitting shadow jade. Through some special runa system so as to realize the image transmission on the screen. Guhan is picking fruits from the avenue with special scissors. Make a slight pause. He took out a piece of jade from his arms. A message immediately fell in his mind. Figuring things out after the situation. Guhan's smile immediately appeared on the corner of his eye. Looks like there's something exciting to watch. He kicked the little black boy who was still eating the Dao fruit away and threw the scissors into his hand. You have eaten several Dao fruits, now it's your turn to do something. I'll take a rest and watch a good show. From the storage he took out several special fruits full of the power of the Tao from the bag. Urge again, the shadow jade projects a screen. At this moment Guhan was just like watching a TV series on Blue Star. While eating the fruit of the great Tao, I admired the video and the curtain color picture. The reason why he can be so comfortable is because he is now strong enough. Now he has broken through to the supreme realm. Killed so many geniuses again. Hearing about this, everyone was frightened who would dare to compete with him for the fruit of the avenue? Very good. Let me do the hard labor and you just sit here and watch the show, right? Xiao Haizi was cursing, but it was his fault that he couldn't beat Guhan now. I had to take the scissors, somewhat clumsy, and go and cut the remaining fruits of the avenue. However, his eyes occasionally glanced at the projection. The scene in the curtain occasionally utters sighs. I saw Lu Ruyan holding a sword and coming in front of Yi Qingyun. Take action. Yi Qingyun's face, the curvature of the angle becomes increasingly pathological. Don't worry, after all, you were once my junior apprentice and I am also your senior apprentice. Even though we haven't seen each other for a long time, we still have the relationship we once had. So don't worry, I won't kill you. While speaking, Lu Ruyan points your finger to save Yi Qingyun's face. Swish. The flash of the sword causing a splash of water. Without any warning, Lu Ruyan drew her sword and cruelly cut off a piece of Yi Qingyun's face. The intense pain made Yi Qingyun let out a heart-wrenching wail. After carefully examining it for a while, I still found some stains on my hand's face. Lu Ruyan tilted her head, looking a little doubtful. Strange, it seems that you are as shameless as a normal person, neither thin nor thick. Why are you so shameless in disguising yourself? You must be hiding something under this face, hiding something else. Lu Ruyan, the corners once again drew up a sickly arc. But it doesn't matter, as long as I keep cutting I'll always see something different. As soon as these words came out, Yi Qingyun's pupils shrank, covered with Ji's face turned pale as paper in an instant. This guy is really a cruel and vicious person. He actually wanted to use a sword to cut off the skin on his face. How can there be such a vicious person in the world, people? However, before he could even start cursing, the pain that drilled straight into the bone marrow surged all over again. Hiss. Another big piece of skin on his face was directly cut off by Lu Ruyan's sword. Even about there were white bones. The intense pain almost made him faint. But Lu Ruyan seemed to have taken this into consideration a long time ago. He took out a dagger from his sleeve and stabbed him without hesitation on Yi Qingyun's left shoulder. This ancient dagger seems to contain some ancient power. Yi Qingyun felt that he was about to sink due to severe pain awareness in the dark. Because of this dagger I became clear-headed again. Stand up. Yi Qingyun knew it very well. Lu Ruyan deliberately used this method to ensure that his consciousness would not fall dark. Let him experience more and worse pain while he is awake. It's so vicious. Mr. Bai. Is there any way you can help me? It's harder than death. Yi Qingyun was in great pain, can only betting on Bai Lao superior. Bai Lao seemed helpless about this and he sighed, then said, the situation was already extremely bad, not to mention that he was already entangled in the soul binding chains. Even I can't do anything about it. Perhaps you can try to provoke Lu Ruyan and may kill you. By activating the death substitute jade pendant in this way, there is still a chance for a comeback. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingyun became so angry that he started cursing. What's the difference between saying it and not saying it? But soon another piercing pain came. It came like water. This time Lu Ruyan not only cut off a piece of his face skin but also cut off several pieces of hyson. Under the intense pain, Yi Qingyun twisted his body wildly, struggling, disheveled, already fresh, thoroughly soaked. You're twisting and turning like this, it's really hard for me to handle. Lu Ruyan chuckled and took out 4 demon-suppressing nail. One next piercing Yi Qingyun's limbs and nailing him firmly to the giant bronze pillar in the Linglong Pagoda. Phew! A few more swords flash by. Lu Ruyan seemed to have practiced swordsmanship deliberately. A few sword strikes from Yi Qingyun. I cut off a few pieces of skin without hurting his vital parts at all. Even if Yi Qingyun, no matter how terrible the pain is, standing on it, Lu Ruyan in front of him was always indifferent, not militant. On the contrary, the horns couldn't help but stretch their heads back, looking both crazy and perverted. Ha ha ha. So you also feel pain. At the sect I trusted you so much, but you used me to set a trap for your senior brother and played with me like a dog. Have you ever felt heartbroken? How shameful that I was so stupid at the time that I actually believed your one-sided story. Every night I dream about the scenes in the sect about Mafra, your accomplice. I killed my dearest senior brother. I will never see him again. It's all because of you, a despicable person. Haha, it's my fault for being so stupid. I was so stupid to think that someone like you was kind and honest. I'm like a brainless dog being played around by you. At this moment Lu Ruyan is like God is not normal in general. Sometimes he laughed miserably, sometimes he laughed madly. Sometimes he would tear his hair out in pain as if this method of self-harm was a way to relieve the pain in his heart. But the sword in his hand never stopped. Phew! Sword keep flashing, dripping constantly from Yi Qingyun on was beheaded. Yi Qingyun was both painful and angry. You're so stupid, it's none of my business. Did I ask you to believe me? Did I ask you to join me in slandering Guhan? You were too stupid and too cheap. You didn't understand the situation, the truth. Open your mouth and cooperate with me to slander Guhan. Even if I am the culprit, this accomplice is also stupid to the point of being hopeless. You think you can vent your hatred on me if you atone your sins in this way? Will Guhan forgive you? You stupid bitch, you don't deserve to be forgiven even if you die on the street. Yi Qingyun, his chest was heaving, he was holding back the pain, the corner of his eye outlined a mocking arc. Besides, Guhan also trusted you very much before, right? But in the end you still stood by me like a dog, obeying my orders, an accomplice, and bringing him down from the altar for me? A dog that can't be any more stupid wants to wake up? Ugh! Yi Qingyun spat directly, the foam sprayed on Lu Ruyan's face. Although with the help of the dagger his consciousness was not trapped coma. But the intense pain also made him start to go a little crazy. He even went so far as to provoke Lu Ruyan without considering the consequences. First, he really wanted to scold Lu Ruyan severely to vent his anger. Secondly, of course, we want to completely enraged. I accidentally killed myself so that I could completed die, get out early. This is inhumane torture. Lu Ruyan did not goon the face foam. He just kept laughing miserably, and his laughter became more and more crazy. Yes. I admit that everything you said is true and correct. It is exactly what you said about me, a bitch. I deserve to die, but so do you. I even want to dig out your heart and cut it into pieces right now, foam, and then feed you inside. But killing you now would be too easy for you. As he spoke, Lu Ruyan once again threw down the long sword in his hand and took out another small knife from his arms. Moreover, my sword comes from you, cut from top too many. I accidentally cut too much. Now I am going to use this knife to carefully cut each piece by piece from you, divide it up. There's still a lot of time, you will be able to bear it next. You're a fucking lunatic. Kill me if you dare. After extreme fear comes madness. Yi Qingyun never expected this. Lu Ruyan, who looked completely abnormal, was scolded by him. After humiliating him, he didn't even kill him. Instead, he took out a knife and cut him more carefully and let him experience double the pain. Damn it! He shouldn't use a normal mentality to guess a crazy one among the crazy ones' heart. What the hell? Your former junior sister has lost her mind, right? Under the sacred tree of the avenue. I have been using the corner of my eye looking at the projection. The little black guy in the picture was also shocked at this moment, and his eyes widened as big as bells. Nail the person's limbs to the bronze pillars and cut them off bit by bit with a knife no bigger than your index finger on. Brutal. It's really cruel. However, Yi Qingyun is not a good person, and this Lu Ruyan is even less of a good person. Xiao Haizi said angrily again. At the beginning of the face is also disgustingly ugly. The two are now just dog eat dog, that's all. However, I didn't see much emotion on Lu Ruyan's face, regret, more madness, and in Yi Qingyun, vent your anger on. Not even as hysterically as when you left the sect. It happened in Guhan. Things on Xiao Haizi also found out about it in his own way, the whole story. Therefore, he had no good feelings towards Guhan's former junior sisters or even Mu Bailing. This kind of cheap, if a human were placed in their demon world, he would be thrown into a pig demon cage. Guhan was silent for a moment, took another bite of the Dao fruit in his hand, and used the Dao power contained in it in an orderly manner, complete in the meridians. Then he said slowly, It's obvious, isn't it? They felt that Yi Qingyun was the beginning of all misfortunes and the source of all disasters. If it were me, I would have no problem thinking so. But what qualifications do we have? Hearing this, Xiao Haizi was silent. He is not stupid. I understand Gu Hanben very well off territory. Gu Han is like the evergreen peach tree on Bayou Peak. Shui, what they did to Gu Han was like cold snow falling from the sky. The ice and snow do not melt but accumulate layer by layer, freezing the peach trees 3 feet thick. The frost is bone-chilling, and even the peach trees that do not fall will eventually wither. However, this process does not happen overnight. Seemingly using atonement to dissolve the frozen ice on the ground can be turned back to the cold. But they have. Will you ever surpass the pain that Gu Han experienced of being frozen by layers of ice and snow? They cannot atone for their sins. They are not even qualified to talk about atonement. In the past, Gu Han cut down the peach tree with his sword. What he said goodbye to was his painful past buried under ice and snow. What was cut off was his relationship with Chu, the last of those people fate. Therefore, Lu Ruyan and others' self-atonement is doomed to have no results. Gu Han chuckled. Again towards screen projection, very humorous. The pain of being frozen 3 feet deep that I have experienced will naturally be let go. Good morning. Yes, that's it. Feng Shui circulation. Of course, there is another point. He is also very curious. Lu Ruyan is essentially the early part of this book host. Now the two are at odds. It is unknown whether the protagonist Yi Qingyun will die at the hands of Lu Ruyan. But the probability of this happening is very low. He always felt that Yi Qingyun there will be an unexpected backup plan. Boo! Kyushu Sacred Mountain Area. Several people. The collision has reached a fever pitch. Return. Although Tian had the advantage in numbers, but due to the shift from offense they were on the defensive and could not gain much of an advantage for a while. The most brutal and terrible fight was against Chu, the ultimate showdown between Wei and Jun Maxiao. As the most powerful genius in the Taihua Immortal Dynasty, Jun Maxiao's strength has become so terrifying that it is unimaginable. Even those who have mastered the lethal Pujuan spear intent can often rely on their own strength to deeply take the enemy general's head amidst thousands of troops. He also mastered various peerless shooting techniques. Wind and Thunder Spear Technique, Dragon Spear Technique, Sky-Splitting Spear Technique. Jun Maxiao has mastered all the 37 spear techniques passed down by the Taihua Immortal Dynasty. Every spear shot out is like a rainbow piercing the sun, and every spear shot out is like a dragon. Jun Maxiao is like a monster who has taken the way of spear to the extreme. Even though Chu Wei also grasped it at this moment, the power of return. But in the face of such a terrifying attack from Jun Maxiao, it was still difficult to resist. Boom! Chu Wei was hit by Jun Maxiao's spear. The other party did not show any mercy to the beautiful woman. Mouth collapsed in and immediately spit out a large mouthful of fresh. However, with Chu Wei, Meixin has the return mark emerged, flickering only slightly. As if some kind of restart directly with the power of recovery allowed him to return to the state he was in more than 10 breaths ago. But even if fatal injuries were avoided in this way, Chu Wei's noodle still not very pretty. Jun Maxiao is too powerful. So strong that it has exceeded imagination. Front hand, I am not his opponent at all. Delay time, yes, it is also very disadvantageous. After all, Nangan Wanner and some main forces of Taihua Immortal Dynasty have not arrived yet. Such a big thing happened here, presumably already got the message. There is a high probability that he has already brought people here. The fact is, just as Chuit was, just as Wei guessed. After receiving the message from the subordinate after the situation, Nangan Wanner, who was originally exploring other areas, was furious and immediately led people to Jojo Divine Mountain for support. After all, Yi Qingyun was able to find the location of the Fortune Fairy Pond, which already showed that he really had some great luck. There was absolutely no deviation in the national teacher's prediction. Now no one has been able to bring it back to Taihua Immortal Dynasty. How could I watch Yi Qingyun die here in obscurity? However, just as Nangan Wanner continued to lead her people on their journey, the shape suddenly stopped. Because just in front of the field of vision a figure appeared. Film. Hepester, tall and slender, wearing a white, the wide sleeves rustled in the breeze. The most eye-catching thing is, White the man also wore a smiling face mask. Now the creation pond the mouth has appeared. Originally Guhan wanted to rush to Jojo Divine Mountain use line character Slatant in the fairy pond of creation be the first to arrive. Unexpectedly he met Nangong Waner and his group while moving forward. But there is a system task above. Help Nangong Waner's half-sister Nangong Yaching to ascend to power and through and completely control the Taiwa Immortal Dynasty. Therefore Nangong Waner is a target that must be eliminated. But this guy is a backup. The king of Taihuaxian dynasty is happy the eldest princess no cards on the table. In addition Jun Maxiao the first in the Taiwa Immortal Dynasty dogs as protection and special dramas blessing it's not that easy to kill. But now Jun Maxiao doesn't seem to be the reside. And the Taiwa Immortal Dynasty's Tianjiu is also. Now I am given if you have it you might as well give it a try. Protect the princess. Those geniuses from the Taiwa Immortal Dynasty who followed Nangong Waner were obviously extraordinary. Guhan hadn't made a move yet. As soon as the aura changed slightly they already sensed the murderous intent. At this moment the aura of several people rose rapidly. They all used their own destiny methods blocking Nangong Waner like a human wall ready to defend. Solid cold may occur deadly attack. But they also know that the best offense is the best defense. While some of the Taiwa Immortal Dynasty's geniuses protected Nangong Waner's safety. Kill. The other part of the Taiwa Immortal Dynasty's Tianjiu looked at each other and without any hesitation chose to take the initiative and plan to kill Guhan, who was unstable in advance factor. However, facing the joint attack launched by the geniuses of Taiwa Immortal Dynasty, Guhan didn't even take out his sword. He just raised his hand, put his index finger and middle finger together to form a sword and lightly slashed towards the void. Chapter 277 You don't know you are wrong, you just know you are in too much pain. The whole world seemed to turn black and white at this moment. The Taiwa Immortal Dynasty's Tianjiu, who was charging towards Guhan along with a large area of the void, was instantly torn into pieces like a torn cloth sprinkle all over the sky. Nangong Waner and the others who saw the entire scene suddenly had their pupils dilated. Those who rushed forward were all the top geniuses of their Taiwa Immortal Dynasty. He is now the personal guard who is protecting their princess on Pyongmiao Fairy Island. He has good cultivation and is very powerful. But it was Lian Guhan's before he could even get close. He was killed instantly with just one finger. Supreme Realm. This person has already reached the Supreme Realm. Nangong Waner saw through Guhan's tactics at a glance. The Supreme Realm is a watershed in the world of cultivation and it is able to transform the power of heaven and earth for one's own use. If only within the reach of the Supreme Realm amongst the power of heaven and earth can its call. Book with the fusion of cultivation and the power of heaven and earth, it is extremely easy to kill any cultivator below the Supreme. But Nangong Waner's forehead suddenly oozed tears, cold sweat. Enter the monks of Pyongmiao Fairy Island are all no more than 50 years old. There are also restrictions on cultivation levels, which means that one cannot exceed the Supreme Realm. I guarantee that no supreme being would be so foolish as to go against the many forces from the outside world. Force Misty Fairy Island. This guy should be the unknown genius who broke through to the Supreme Realm in the eastern area of Pyongmiao Fairy Island not long ago. My fellow Taoist. I am Princess Nangong Waner of the Taiwa Immortal Dynasty. I have no grudge against you. Why do you want to kill me? Even though they have the advantage in numbers. But in front of the Supreme Realm strongman the advantage is still, but it no longer exists. If possible I still want to resolve this matter peacefully. No reason, I just want to kill you. Guhan chuckled and attacked again. He won't stay here for too long. After all, his main purpose was to go to the Creation Fairy Pond. If you are lucky you might even be able to see a big show live. How dare you? How dare you kill my Taiwa Immortal Dynasty princess? You want to make an enemy of our entire Taiwa Immortal Dynasty. Although the remaining Taiwa Immortal Dynasty warriors were angry and fearful, they had no choice but to resist. Use all your strength. After all, their main responsibility is to protect Nangong Waner. If he had to watch Nangong Waner die in front of him or abandon her and run away. Then I learned about this. The ruler of Taiwa Immortal Dynasty will definitely give their family a 9 clans elimination game. Therefore, even if they knew it was a dead end, they had no choice but to take action. What? Spies from the front line report Nangong Waner was an ambush and the one who did it was a powerful supreme being? Nangong Yaching has always been concerned about her sister towards. He even sent his trusted aides to follow him secretly and provide him with report. Now that Nangong Waner is in trouble, naturally this was the first news I received. Supreme Realm Monk. Whispering. Nangong Waner suddenly had a thought in her mind appear suddenly. Someone sent back, according to reports, someone is undergoing a tribulation in the eastern region of Piao Miao Fairy Island, and the person who is undergoing the tribulation is suspected to be Su Chang'e. Su Chang'e seems to be Chu Wei Lu Ruyan, and the other three guys are looking for their senior brother Guhan disguised himself as Soph. After all, looking for opportunities in Piao Miao Fairy Island is only secondary. It's more about attracting investment and partners. After all, being able to enter those who undergo trials in the Taihua Immortal Dynasty all have extraordinary talents and cultivation. If you can get to know him, you will definitely be able to fight for the throne in the future and add a new help. Although choosing the genius of Taihua Immortal Dynasty is the wisest choice. But all the geniuses of their Taihua Immortal Dynasty were sucked away by that damn bitch Nangong Waner. To this end, have to be here, take the risk and choose the right person to marry in Piao Miao Fairy Island. Guhan and Su Chang'e are most two of interest. But by issuing make every effort to investigate your own connections. The more I investigate, the more suspicious I feel. There are even 8. Make sure that the two of them are actually the same person. At such a young age he has already become a supreme master. His future prospects are simply unimaginable. Nangong Yaching was extremely shocked. When I opened my eyes again, there was determination in them flash by. Decided to marry Guhan no matter what the cost. Jiuzhou Sacred Mountain. Lord Jun Maxiao. The princess was attacked by an unknown supreme genius. I'm afraid our lives are in danger. Should we give up what we're doing here to support the princess? At this moment, the voice of a genius suddenly sounded in Jun Maxiao's mind. He raised his spear ready to attack Chu. Slightly injured Jun Maxiao was unable to fight anymore, and his hand holding the spear suddenly froze, pupils slightly contracted. What? Taking advantage of Jun Maxiao's distraction, Chu Wei again started a fight. Slap it with one palm, he used the divine seal to blast the unsuspecting Jun Maxiao several meters away. However, Jun Maxiao had already taken a step ahead and held the spear in front of him. Apart from a slight numbness in the palm of his hand, he did not feel any pain. What an injury. Just his eyes. I was wavering and had a hard time making a decision. On one side is the safety of the princess. On one side was the princess who gave a death order and asked her to protect Yi Qingyun. But think about it. Jun Maxiao gritted his teeth and said, retreat. Go back and rescue the princess. Yi Qingyun himself, there are ways to die by your own will, so it shouldn't be that easy to die. And even if she was really dead, she was dead. How could she be compared with his princess? Chu Wei and others did not stop them. Because we are indeed no match for them. But a group of people from the Taihua Immortal Dynasty retreated without any warning. But it was hard for the mermaid royal family. They didn't receive any news. Now Jun Maxiao and a group of people from Taihua Immortal Dynasty left. Stupid, they were directly returned surrounded by people of heaven. There was almost no resistance and they were treated like dead dogs. Ignored the hysterical Luo Qinglian. Chu Wei raised her hand and the exquisite pagoda that temporarily sealed Yi Qingyun and others inside suddenly floated up and became smaller and landed again in the hands of. But after seeing the scene in the pagoda clearly, everyone's pupils widened and they gasped. It's just so fishy and brutal. Yi Qingyun was nailed to on the bronze pillar. There is no bum. And in him at this moment a bunch of people are gathering. Shocking. Fresh even gathered a beach depression. Lu Ruyan was completely confused at this moment. Covered with, he was cutting Yi Qingyun bit by bit with a knife no bigger than his index finger on. There have even been, the wound is so deep that you can see the fruit. The most outrageous thing is that despite such cruel punishment, Yi Qingyun seemed to be alive and conscious and kept making heart-wrenching pleas for mercy. Junior sister, I was wrong. I was really wrong. Looking at the past, for the sake of fairness, I beg you to forgive my sins and spare my life. Please. I really know I was wrong. Although it was humiliating, his only option now was to beg for mercy. His face was covered with snot and his skin had been peeled off, making him look disgusting fishy. He. Lu Rui in the corner still had a sick smile on its face. You don't know you're wrong, you just know the pain, and you know you can't escape from my hands. The third update is here. I don't know if it's because I drove too much before. Being drowned in the river. Chapter 278. Abandon him decisively, don't let him die too easily. Seeing Thi's a bloody scene. Everyone's scalp tingled and they shuddered subconsciously. It's so brutal. By the time he was done blocking himself, the Linglong pagoda had been taken back. A feeling of joy arose in Yi Qingyun's heart. I thought that Jun Mashio and his men had finally defeated Chu Wei. Come and save yourself. But when he saw Jun Mashio and a large group of people from the Taihui immortal dynasty gradually moving away and about to disappear into the horizon, Yi Qingyun was stunned at that moment. Has he been abandoned? Don't laugh. Yi Qingyun let out a cry mixed with anger, pain, and even despair, the wail of, he will all hope, all depends on Jun Mashio and others on it. But this guy actually failed at the critical moment and sold himself out. Damn it. Moreover, he could not hope you Luo Qinglian. Because the two siblings were also suppressed like dead dogs. Luo Qinglian originally expected Yi Qingyun to be able to resolve his own crisis, rescue in water and fire. But they never expected that the other party was even more miserable than them and their brother. Yi Qingyun was completely trapped, absolutely among. Now there was no one who could help him. He was completely isolated and helpless. Senior Sister Wei, Senior Sister Baiji. What happened at the beginning? It was indeed my fault. What do you think? You can care about me. Kill me, break me into pieces. One is also good. As long as I can let you vent your anger, I am willing to accept any punishment, Yi Qingyun pleaded again. Shu, although Wei has seen a lot of cruelty during this period, fishy picture. But now I see Yi Qingyun, who was cut into pieces, couldn't help but frown slightly. But he did not say anything to persuade her, but instead kindly offered a suggestion. You put it in this way, lost. I have lost so much. If I die soon, what if merit is used to replace death? Come on, feed him some healing pills to restore him on, extend your life and continue cutting it. Don't worry, I'm watching him, he won't die. Lu Ruyan smiled, sickly bird of prey. So saying, he took the knife was handed to Chu Wei. Anyway, no one can save him now, we have plenty of time to play with him. Lu Ruyan deliberately emphasized the word play, which contained a special charm that immediately made people creepy. Let's give him some life first. Bai Shi said coldly, anyway, he is now in our hands, the most important thing is to get him out. I'm sure Master will be very happy to see him. Oh yeah, this Guille has a lot of trump cards. It would be safer to destroy his Dantian and Meridians first and completely destroy him. Chu Wei spoke again. Yi Qingyun's special naturally to it will be here. I don't want to make a mistake at such a critical moment, so I'm prepared to take some extra insurance measures. Listening to Lu Ruyan and the others' fishy and pungent creepy conversation, Yi Qingyun only felt his limbs were cold and he was filled with fear and regret. I regret that I shouldn't have believed Jun Maxiao and those idiots. If he hadn't said he had a substitute. My former master, if he angered Lu Ruyan, he might have success kills eventually. I am sleepy. Unexpectedly, Jun Maxiao and Chu Wei confronted him for such a long time but failed to save herself. Instead, he abandoned him and ran away. If today we can, he was trapped, he must make this damn guy pay the price. Bai Lao. You must have a way to make me die, right? Since you are living in the depths of my consciousness, it must be possible. Through some energy, it will completely tear apart my sea of consciousness and cause me to die. Don't waste any more time. Hurry up and kill me. Let me die. Let me die. I would rather be torn into pieces than fall into the hands of these lunatics. 10,000 sections. Yi Qingyun was completely consumed by fear at this moment, and all he wanted now was to die. Then stay away from these lunatics. Bai Lao was silent. He does have this means. However, once used, it will cause your incomplete soul further loss. He doesn't. Yu Li helped Yi Qingyun and taught him many of his experiences and law. The purpose is to make him stronger as soon as possible and help him reshape himself. Now, in order to help Yi Qingyun trap, directly depleting your own, this was completely contrary to his original idea. After all, he is attached to Yi Qingyun. The essence of this is to use him to complete own purpose. He really didn't want to do this kind of extremely disadvantageous business. Yi Qingyun seems to be able Toto Bailao. At this moment, through his subtle reaction, he subconsciously guessed that Mr. Bai had a solution. Bailao. Stop dawdling. It would be no good for you if I died, none at all. Today, if you help me this time, stay away from suffering, and I will do my best to help you recover body. Listen to you. Yi Qingyun is like a drowning man grabbing the last straw, was unwilling to let go, and had even started to make big promises for Bai Lao. Why? Old Bai sighed but said nothing in the end and still chose to take action. He is in Yi Qingyun, too much has been invested. If I watch Yi Qingyun die, then all his investments over the years can be said to have been wasted. Now Li also Ben had no choice but to stick with Yi Qingyun until the end. However, just when Bai Lao wanted to send the moment of strength, soul-devouring sword, Bai Ji attacked without any warning. With the cooperation of Tongming Jianxin, an invisible and illusory long sword appeared in Bai Ji's hand. Quilt, just raise your hand and wave. Accurate filling hit Yi Qingyun's brow. But it didn't hurt him life. Instead, it directly affects the white brain that is parasitic in his consciousness. Humph. I already knew that you were deeply conscious, and ancient soul is stored here. For this reason I have already learned this skill from my master. Bai Ji's cold voice rekindled Yi Qingyun's hope. It was extinguished again. As if about to, the person trapped in the abyss was kicked hard by someone, kicked back into the abyss. Bai Ji's master is the land swordsman Mo, when the strength naturally needs no further explanation. He has been able. At this moment he lost contact with Bai Lao again. Puff. Pain, anger, frustration, all kinds off thread. The depression reached its peak, causing Yi Qingyun to spit out a large mouthful of fresh. Then his head tilted and he completely fainted. Chu Wei frowned. Be careful not to make him angry to death, otherwise it will be too easy for him. What a waste, this can make me dizzy. Lu Ruyan glanced, just about to step forward. Yi Qingyun, who had been lowering his head, suddenly raised his head. The strange thing is that the temperament has undergone some earth-shaking changes. At this moment, Yi Qingyun, I don't know how to describe the temperament on it. It's not the innate aura of a superior. Instead, he seemed to be born standing above the heavens, overlooking all living beings in the world. In his eyes, all living beings are nothing more than chess pieces on the chessboard that can be moved at will and are completely under his control. I never thought that the backup plan I left behind with those guys would actually happen in this situation in case of. While whispering, Yi Qingyun's deep dark eyes shone Chu Wei et al. That's strange. It is clear that in the future destiny trajectory there are no such dispensable ants as you film. Why you now an exceptional factor that deviates from the predetermined destiny? Also, why can you see the future destiny? 1. The invisible terrible power from Yi Qingyun diffuse out. Suddenly let Chu a feeling of deep heart awe, even want to bow down by. Chu Wei noodles. Then there was a sudden change, shock and anger. This kind of aura all exist. I have been back to purgatory countless times, return. At that time the huge eye of heaven gave off an aura similar to Yi Qingyun's, exactly the same as before. The will of heaven is through some special way through Yi Qingyun as the carrier presented. Is it God's will? I heard that the legendary heavenly Tao is high above all others, never getting involved in worldly disputes, and only operates according to the rules that appeared at the beginning of the world. Now it has unexpectedly stood up for such a despicable villain. Could it be that this despicable is the good fortune in the world so important to you? Even though I have guessed that Yi Qingyun appeared, what is above is the will of heaven. But Chu Wei still showed no awe. People in the world pursue the will of heaven and want to gain recognition from the way of heaven, because in the eyes of the world the way of heaven is sacred and fair. However, knowing the future spacetime picture, I know very well how biased this so-called heaven is towards Yi Qingyun. I even had a guess in my mind. It is speculated that the heavenly Tao of their Shenhuang world had been replaced by certain beings through special means at some unknown time. Because in the future seem the heavenly Tao and the eternal Yi family that seem to be from the immortal realm in the same camp. Although the upper world cannot interfere with the lower world without authorization. But after countless years of accumulation, some special methods will always be deduced. Moreover, the relationship between Tian Dao and the Yanghanyi family is somewhat complicated. It seems that there is some special origin or even a cooperative relationship. Therefore, Chu Wei suspected very much that the real heavenly Dao might have been sealed and buried long ago, and the heavenly Dao that appeared here now was the latecomer. It is most likely that it depends on the help of the eternal Yi family. Otherwise, why would the will of heaven in the Shenhuang world be so unreasonable? Are you willing to help this despicable guy Yi Qingyun with all your strength? Perhaps the true way of heaven has disappeared. By a suspected replaced by the false heaven supported by the eternal Yi family. I didn't expect that while I was sleeping the trajectory of my future destiny would deviate so drastically. But it doesn't matter, although I can't exert too much power during my sleep, it won't be difficult for me to eliminate you little fish and shrimps. While speaking, some unspeakable power came from Yi Qingyun at this moment, diffuse out. Then Hefskin is being the speed is recovering at a visible speed. Ding dong. At the same time, the demon suppressing nails nailed to his limbs under the influence of some terrible force next it fell to the ground and turned into ashes. The pierced wounds soon visible speed recovery. But in a flash the previously tortured Yi Qingyun in human form has now fully recovered. Moreover, the consciousness seems to have fallen sleeping. What replaced him at this moment was some even more terrifying will. I have deduced with them many times before, you guys are just chess pieces on the predetermined trajectory of fate. You will never deviate from the predetermined chessboard. Now they have all strayed from their original positions and have become enemies of the people they were supposed to follow. This is really strange. As he spoke, Yi Qingyun calculated with his fingers. He seemed to want use some special means to deduce the reason why Wei and others changed the predetermined trajectory of their destiny. However, his method of deduction seemed to have failed and he did not get what he wanted. But from Yi Qingyun's memory he caught some different clues and raised his brows slightly. Gu Han. That is Gu Han's guy. It seems that this little guy has some unclear disputes and different meanings to you. And now I can't go any further. I find his existence interesting, really interesting. It's almost certain, even if he's not the one who led you off track, there must be something wrong with him. Something that seemed to be the will of heaven was whispering. But Chu Wei didn't have the time to listen to him talking here. I don't care whether you are God's will or not. I will be the future of my Shenhuang world. Putting yourself above such a despicable villain, do you think you are worthy of being the so-called God? Lu Ruyan took the first step. Still the same crazy old thing. As soon as he made a move, he burned his own essence, exchanging injuries for injuries. The first move is the most deadly and crazy attack. Yi Qingyun, who was thinking with his head down, raised his head slightly and slapped out with his palm in a very casual manner. Boom! The unspeakable power instantly broke Lu Ruyan's attack. Then he slammed Lu Ruyan above the mouth. Click! A teeth-grinding sound of bone cracking was heard immediately. Lu Ruyan immediately vomited a large mouthful of dirty fresh pieces. Like a kite with its string cut, it flew backwards and hit the I couldn't get up for a while. Junior sister Ruyan. Bai Ji screamed and rushed forward to support him. But at this time Chu Wei also took action. Weak returned to God boiling, raising his hand and blasting out, returning to the divine seal. He wanted to completely suppress Yi Qingyun below. However, Yi Qingyun just raised his hand and waved his sleeves, and the power of heaven and earth in this world immediately of control rune laws converge, overwhelming with back to the front of the mark collide. Yi Qingyun easily dismantled Chu Wei's magical power. It's obvious. Even if the will of heaven is still asleep, the tiny bit of power he exudes also possesses extremely terrifying power. Magical powers. The disintegrated Chu Wei was immediately affected by the terrifying law of heaven. His shape was unstable and he flew backwards again. Senior sister Wei. Let's go together. Suppress this guy. I was stunned for a long time. Return God. The remaining disciples finally came to their senses. Although the current Yi Qingyun gave them something felt very wrong. A kind that makes them want to bow down to it, the breath of worship. But anyway, Chu Wei is also the leader of their trip to Piaomiao Fairy Island, and it is also in existence that their sect elders have given a death order to pursue. They ask return, although the disciples of Tian cannot easily see Chu. Something happened to Wei. Stop. You are no match for him. You are not his target either. Retreat first. However, there have been a number of returned Tian's disciples used their magical powers to rush forward. You are just an ant that cannot stand on the stage. But Yi Qing-yun still didn't care. He was extremely indifferent and just raised his sleeves and waved them. Suddenly a terrible storm covering the entire world rolled up in the air. Returned the disciples of Tian were like dead leaves in a strong wind, totally unable to resist, wailing as they were blown away, vomiting fresh blood, completely lost the ability to fight. Qing-yun. Put its return Luo Qinglian noodles restricted by Tian disciples very happy. He hurriedly ran towards the direction of Yi Qing-yun. Qing-yun. That damn people bully me and turn me into such an old lady with wrinkles all over her face. You must stand up for me. Luo Qinglian, the brain hasn't figured it out yet condition. I thought Yi Qing-yun was the original Yi Qing-yun. At this moment I want to throw myself into the arms of the person I admire and seek comfort. However, temporarily occupied Yi Qing-yun, how could he know Luo Qinglian when he knew the will of heaven? Stay away from me. Frowning at this moment, raised his hand and waved again. Halfway through the run, Luo Qinglian's pupils shrank, and immediately let out a miserable cry. Was also hit by the terrifying force coming towards him and vomited fresh blood fly out backwards. Royal sister. Luo Xiaotian's eyes suddenly turned red. My own sister. He was already very unhappy because he was attracted by Yi Qing-yun, the damn human. Today I also saw that Yi Qing-yun could treat him well, only came to help reluctantly. Now this damn guy himself, after being trapped, he actually treated his sister like this. He didn't care what will possess Yi Qing-yun now. All he knew was that the guy in front of him beat up his sister and he wanted to get back at her. Yi Qing-yun, you are looking for death. Luo Xiaotian roared, raised the trident in his hand, stepped forward and swung it vigorously, and a torrent of lightning came across the sky. Presumptuous. In the original trajectory of destiny, you and the mermaid royal family will usher in unprecedented advancement and prosperity. Since you are so tactless to attack me, I don't mind destroying you and choosing other more suitable chess pieces. As the high and mighty heaven. Even if it's just a little bit of will. How could His Majesty be offended by ordinary creatures? The mighty power of heaven descended from the sky, instantly destroying Luo Xiaotian's magical power. Then an invisible hand fell from the sky and slapped Luo Xiaotian directly into the deep ground, like slapping a fly. Life or death unknown. Xiaotian. Luo Qinglian, lying on the ground seriously injured, had red eyes. I don't understand why Yi Qing-yun would attack these two siblings for no reason. Even if the other party there really is some kind of will awakening in God. You should also know that your position is on his side, right? Why do you do this to yourself? Originally Chu Wei and others wanted to take this opportunity to escape. But we have just taken action, and then I was horrified to find that this area was completely, since the space was blocked, they couldn't escape. Although the will of heaven that appears here is extremely subtle. But if we convert the level of cultivation of a monk. At this moment Yi Qing-yun, he is also a powerful person in the supreme realm, even close to the divine realm. Far from it, those of us who are in the Daoha realm can deal with it. At this time Yi Qing-yun was already heading towards. They walk slowly towards a shape, not slow, doesn't seem to be worried at all they can escape. But just passing by, when entering the area, Yi Qing-yun suddenly stopped. There is gold in his eyes, blinking, subconsciously tilting the head to Qinglier, who was hiding behind a huge rock at this moment. I discovered something interesting and new. As he spoke, Yi Qing-yun raised his hand and grabbed it. Trying my best to restrain myself, Qinglier, who was breathless, suddenly felt a pain in her neck. The whole person suddenly felt an invisible hand grabbed his neck. Then his vision blurred. He appeared in front of Yi Qing-yun in an instant. At this moment Yi Qing-yun's eyes have completely changed. Null deep pupil, there is a special divine pattern structure, it exudes a faint divine power. Under each other's gaze. Qinglier, feel yourself hidden deep in the Sulof. They have all been completely seen through escape. Hata, this is a rare feat. The soul has been reshaped and the memory has been changed. This is something that even some Saint Realm masters cannot easily do. In this way, those who are on the predetermined trajectory of fate are taken off the chessboard and used as our own chess pieces to disrupt our plans. Could it be that this person behind the scenes is the culprit who changed the predetermined trajectory of fate? Yi Qing-yun seems to be in Qinglier's superior. I got a clue and wanted to investigate along this line. But his brows furrowed again. Head moved down slightly directly to Qing Lier breast position. Then the idea instantly the area tear apart. Ignoring the white spring, he saw at a glance a piece of image transmitting jade made of special material. I don't know if it's an illusion. He saw a little black who was staring with his big round eyes at the same time as him staring with his small eyes look at each other. The most important thing is that this little black, the status is extremely high. With my own little will there is no way to really see through it. Under the sacred tree of the avenue. There was a loud bang. Watching the projection, the little black man behind the curtain was directly overwhelmed by the shadow jade and emitted of the bomb was blown away. What the hell? I shook it and it became even darker in his head. Xiao Haizi was full of disbelief. What condition? Has this kid Yi Qing Yun been possessed by another spirit? We have to hurry. What happened here? Tell Xiaohan. I feel like there's going to be a big problem. Just to be on the safe side. Gu Hanzai before heading to Kyushu Sacred Mountain. Instruct Xiao Haizi to keep an eye on the projection screen. Quiet and tell yourself in real-time condition. Now the abnormal situation has occurred. In another mountain range close to the Kyushu Divine Mountain. Boom! Guhan raised his hand and waved. Countless brilliant runes, the two of them shone together, transforming into a giant hand that covered the sky and the sun. Nangong Waner and the remaining few Taiwan immortals Rui Tianjiao slapped him into the ground as hard as if he was slapping a flying insect. Converted to Guhan's time. It was no more than 2.5 minutes from the time he met Nangong Waner and the others. During this period he had actually killed Nangong Waner once. But the other party, there is some kind of treasure that can replace death, and forcibly gave Nangong Waner a second life. Plus Nangong Waner, there are so many cards on the table. From time to time geniuses from the Taiwan immortal dynasty came to support, and Guhan was delayed for some time. Just as he was about to take action, he suddenly received a message from Xiao Haizi. Xiao Han. It's bad. Yi Qing Yun seems to have been possessed by another spirit. He has become extremely terrifying now. Just now he looked at me through the video screen and the video stone exploded. Fortunately my soul is of a high enough level, otherwise he would have torn my soul apart with that one look just now. I advise you not to go to Kyushu Divine Mountain again. You will definitely suffer a great loss if you go there now. Guhan was about to take action. The shape immediately escaped and stopped. Yi Qing Yun was possessed by another spirit? He knows Yi Qing Yun. There is a ring that the old man deposited. The one most likely to take over someone else's body should be this one. But even if you take over, even if it succeeds, it is impossible to exert such a powerful force. With just a glance you can ignore the distance and affect the souls of living beings. Moreover, before the black boy but Yao Ji's thunder-swallowing true ancestor, his status is infinitely close to that of an immortal. This is Almasto the impact. This can only mean that Guhan has a spirit in his mind appear suddenly. Is it the will of heaven? Are you here to help Yi Qing Yun to fix the match? Chapter 276. The incoherent sentences have been revised. You can take a look at it again. His guess is not empty. The wind is coming. After all, Tian Dao was originally one of the secret investors behind Yi Qing Yun. In the previous life, God took away Yi Qing Yun's fate. He also used the authority of heaven to issue a hunting order for himself, which brought him unbearable consequences, trouble. In this life he wanted to kill Yi Qing Yun. Not only do we have to face Yi Qing Yun, the god behind family. The way of heaven is also one's own enemy. I just didn't expect that the way of heaven would appear so early in this life. Speculated based on the experiences of previous lives. The way of heaven should still be asleep at this time. Is it because of my behavior, causing the heavenly Tao to awaken early? But this is also unlikely. He still remembered the incident in his previous life when Tian Dao woke up and caused how big is Jing. All living beings in the world can see clearly get there the terrifying and majestic power of heaven. But now the outside world is a little, there is no silence at all. Who are you? How dare you attack the princess? Just as he was distractedly thinking, a roar suddenly came from the sky. At the same time there was a shock-wave dragon in the sky voice. I saw a huge silver dragon that was several hundred feet long and was condensed by the Puju and speared the blue dragon sword into the sky, breaking through layers of void and rushing straight towards Guhan. It came a little faster than expected. Guhan chuckled and had no intention of hiding. Slightly raised his palm, spread out his 5 fingers and pointed at the silvered Sunlong, reaches out casually. Click, click, click. A large void with silvered Sunlong under some terrible power had collapsed and melted rapidly. Dragons travel the world. At this time Jun Mashio had disappeared from the spot at a speed unimaginable to ordinary people and instantly appeared above Guhan. Without any hesitation he held both hands, the long spear slashed towards Guhan's crown again. However, this blow that should have severely damaged the top genius was to Guhan was blocked by some unspeakable force. No matter how hard Jun Mashio tried, he couldn't move the spear blade down, not a bit. Jun Mashio's pupils suddenly dilated and his face was filled with shock. But before he could put away his gun, he pulled a waybit. "You are too weak for me right now." While chuckling, Guhan raised his hand and grabbed the blade of his gun, pulling it down with force. The huge force made Jun Mashio fall towards Guhan uncontrollably. At the same time, Guhan clenched his right fist and punched out hard. Boom! Jun Mashio was immediately hit. Several ribs were broken. Spit out a big mouthful of fresh towards the fart, he flew backwards violently. When he finally relied on the quality is stable when he wanted to continue fighting forward. But he found that Guhan had disappeared. Jun Mashio didn't spend any effort to chase him. One foam, he already knew that he was no match for Guhan and it was meaningless to catch up with him, and there was a high probability that he would be beaten. Moreover, his first priority was to keep the princess safe. "Princess! I'm sorry I'm late." "Don't laugh at God." Worry turns into a rainbow landed in front of Nangon Waner and checked her injuries. I'm fine." "Weren't you and Yi Qingyun looking for the fortune pond in Jojo Divine Mountain?" Nangon Waner, who had recovered from her shock, did not seem to be paying attention to Jun Mashio. Then he saw Yi Qingyun and immediately frowned. "Where is Yi Qingyun?" "Have you found the fortune pond?" "Your Highness, that's right." Without waiting for Jun Mashio to speak, a genius from the Taihua immortal dynasty who was traveling with him stepped forward. Word by word the whole story was relayed to Nangon Waner. Original Qi Nangon Waner, who had gradually regained her composure suddenly, was extremely angry. "Don't laugh. Did you completely ignore the order I gave you earlier? Yi Qingyun is the important person predicted by the national teacher who can change the destiny of our Taihua immortal dynasty. Nothing must happen. I asked you to protect his safety because I believe in your ability, but what are you doing? You're so arrogant and even take the initiative. You really disappoint me." "It's done." Nangon Waner was very angry and her tone even seemed a bit sarcastic. Jun Mashio was not angry but rather a little flustered and hurriedly began to explain. "Princess, Yi Qingyun said he has a way to die in his place. I think even if he is captured he won't die for a while. Moreover, at that time, besides, I have confirmed it. We are not going to kill Yi Qingyun in the first place. We just want to torture him. We have a chance to rescue him. Compared to Yi Qingyun, your princess life is the most important." But Nangon Waner would never listen to this. "It's just possible that you won't be killed, but there's also a chance that you will be killed. And the means of death I gave him was just my death substitute jade pendant. As long as the jade pendant is not broken, he is dead. No substitute for death. If Chue they noticed the clues, even if Yi Qingyun had a jade pendant to die in his place, it was useless." Hearing these words, Lord Mo Shao stunned as if struck by lightning. A jade pendant as a substitute for death? This is the top treasure of their Taihua immortal dynasty and the quantity is extremely limited. Nangon Waner, there were only 2 pieces on it, but now one of them was given to Yi Qingyun. Yi Qingyun is how important is the position in your heart? Can you even give Yi Qingyun such an important thing? On the other hand, he is my childhood sweetheart. Born for Nangon Waner, died so many times. But never seen he was given a jade pendant to die with, and he wasn't even given any means to save his own life. Although he knew that Nangon Waner might believe in her own strength. Knowing that you can survive without these. But now when I compare myself with Yi Qingyun, I feel ironic about my efforts. Stop dawdling. Let's rush to Jojo Divine Mountain now. Nothing must happen to Yi Qingyun. Nangon Waner got anxious. He didn't pay much attention to Jun Mashio, who seemed to be in a strange state. I was always worried about Yi Qingyun's safety. Yes, princess. Hair of the shadow covered Jun Maxiao's face and it was impossible to see his thread. He held the spear in his hand, took a deep breath and said nothing. But just as he was carrying, the pain starts when she wanted to catch up with Nangong Waner. A piece of paper that looked very new and folded in half suddenly appeared from his. It fell out of the collar. Jun Maxiao frowned slightly. Subconscious, pick it up with your hand. But after seeing a line of big words on the page, his pupils suddenly shrank like a needle. Jun Maxiao's hands are stiff in mid-air. It seemed as if some force was preventing him from going any further. Needless to say, this must be the one he just had with Gu Han. When he was about to use his hand, the opponent took advantage of the gap in the fight and stuffed it into his on. But what do these two sentences mean? Do you want to create a rift between him and the princess and divide his relationship with them? Wishful thinking. Although I feel disdainful in my heart. But Jun Maxiao still subconsciously, the hand picked it up. He even subconsciously opened the folded paper. For some reason he cared a lot about the ending of the second sentence. Only sweep it briefly, the lines of text in front of his eyes made his pupils shrink. The hand holding the letter could not help but tremble, slightly shake. There are many on the letter paper. Allow. It's like a reflection of a story. However, many of these stories, the experience is very similar to his. And at the end of this so-called script, that sentence completely overwhelmed his mind. The young general worked diligently to protect his heart. The man sat securely on the dragon throne, conquering the frontiers and pacifying the four directions. Hope in this way he gained unparalleled merit and used the prosperity and stability of the immortal dynasty as a dowry for his most cherished. However, the princess ruined his legendary life with a cup of poisoned wine. The princess did not marry but protected a legendary general throughout his life. Instead, she married a protagonist named Yi Qingyun. Jun Maxiao seemed a little unable to accept this result. They are all trembling slightly and their throats are dried, very powerful. He subconsciously wanted to yell in retort. However, the words on the page cruelly shattered the dreams he had condensed with lies time and time again. What a fantasy! If it was really as he thought, the relationship between the princess he was protecting and Yi Qingyun would not develop further. Why is Yi Qingyun's position in the princess' heart becoming more and more important? The princess even gave Yi Qingyun one of her own jade pendants to die for her? Why did he go through fire and water for the princess so many times? Never respond to yourself directly. Yes. He once asked the princess if she had any feelings for Yi Qingyun. But the princess's answer was also very square. It is normal to say that this is all for the future of Taihua Immortal Dynasty. Instead, he was accused of being a direct descendant of the Taihua Immortal Dynasty's Jinghua mansion, short-sighted, always entangled in men in the matter. He even warned him not to have any bad thoughts at this special moment. That conversation also completely dispelled his suspicions about the relationship between the princess and Yi Qingyun. I have even reflected on myself. Maybe I am too superficial, short-sightedness, too much unnecessary entanglement. If this page had not appeared in his superior. He really does his job with all his heart and doesn't bother to think about trivial things. But the future result is. He gave everything for the princess but for a ridiculous clown. Lord, don't laugh. What are you still standing there for? Do you really want to watch Yi Qingyun die? Until Nangong Waner's voice transmission fell again. Mind. Jun Maxiao suddenly came to his senses. He said nothing, folded the letter in half and stuffed it into the paper in his arms. But the seed in my heart has taken root deeper and deeper and has even begun to sprout. He. Hope Jun Maxiao, that guy should not be too stubborn. After seeing that piece of paper of mine, he will really have some thoughts about his future outcome. If you still don't have any idea about this, then I can only say to the extreme, the dog is beyond help. As he walked forward, Gu Han chuckled and shook his head. Jun Maxiao is very powerful. Don't say it, pull the merit to your own camp. It would also be a good tool for me to use against Nangong Waner and Yi Qingyun people. He was somewhat looking forward to it. When Jun Maxiao completely turned around and let go of the past, he no longer helped Nangong Waner selflessly as before. Will Nangong Waner, who only knows how to ask for things, beg for him to come back like a dog? Just like the current Shu Wei and Lu Ruian, same as us. But at this moment, Guhan suddenly had something and stopped at the edge of the Jojo Divine Mountain. This breath is. Although it is so subtle that it can be ignored. But he still used his keen Suli caught a moment clues. Way of heaven. A thing that exists in the sacred mountain of Kyushu, the breath of heaven. The worst result really happened. The will of heaven actually came out to help Yi Qing-yun to fake a match. Tisk as expected of the protagonist, this treatment is really good. Return generous. Through the feedback of the Heavenly Tao's aura, this time he was able to confirm that the Heavenly Tao's true self-consciousness was still dormant and had not fully awakened. It should have been left in Yi Qing-yun a long time ago, a backhand post on. Moreover, look at the extent to which the power of heaven has blocked this space. Conversion, the realm of a cultivator, is probably the supreme realm. Even if there are ways to deal with it. Boom! The terrifying power of heaven and earth is like a small mountain suppressing in Chu-Wei at all superior. Even though the awakened heavenly Tao is not complete now. But even if it was a tiny bit of power, the terrifying power it contained was far beyond Chu-Wei and others can handle it. Several under the front, we no longer have the means to fight back. Now I am suppressed by the breath of heaven on the ground. It is completely impossible, play every bit. How stubborn. Yi Qing-yun preparation use special power to forcibly search the soul and check the memories of Wei and others. I want to confirm whether it is that name Guhan's guy has changed the destiny of the few of us in our future. If this is true, this strand of his will must find a way to awaken his true self-consciousness. Try to wake up from your deep sleep as soon as possible and get rid of Guhan, this unstable person factor. The great heavenly Tao can actually the operation trajectory of the world in your hands. Have you been in the dark for a long time? Control us. Let us believe this guy Yi Qing-yun. Lu Ruyan didn't know what medicine she drank, but her mind suddenly seemed to open up at this moment. Her eyes were bloodshot and she asked. Not only Chui Habai had almost the same idea. Perhaps it was because of God's intervention, that's why we let down our senior brothers time and time again in our previous lives. Interfering with your thoughts. A curved line appeared on Yi Qing-yun's cold face and he smiled with disdain. There are millions of living beings in the world. If I can interfere with the thoughts of countless living beings in the world, why should I plan future plans with others? Besides, you are pawns on the chessboard, but not important ones. Even if I could intervene, it would be meaningless to intervene in your thoughts. Besides, the established trajectory is never absolute. If your will is strong enough, plus at the edge of the chess game you can jump out with just a little awareness. It's just that you never seem to consider your own, always putting all the blame on external factors superior. No wonder even if it has left the original chessboard and only now have some ripples started to form. I don't know why that person wants to kill you. A bunch of dispensable people, take it off the board. Shu, the pupils of Wei and the other two slightly dilated. God, was the terrible impact on consciousness was so severe that it even went blank. So, they are still the unforgivable party. Our ideas, Ben, was not interfered with. It was just that I didn't judge enough at the time and was too impulsive, too young, did not choose to firmly believe in his brother, which led to such consequences. Heavenly Way control, what? It doesn't exist at all. Because the way of heaven says it very clearly, they are just dispensable chess pieces on the edge of the chess game. Even if they jump out of the chessboard, no one will care. What an ironic metaphor. I think I am being controlled by others and the chess game control your thoughts. Believe that you can make decisions in the future role. But the result is it had not been. Not only is his mind not controlled, but his thoughts are not influenced. We are nothing. Everything is just our eyes, short-sighted, one-sided, just wish. Anger, shame, unwillingness and other negative emotion was suddenly filled in their hearts. It turns out that everything is just we made up our own excuses. There is no such thing as divine intervention. After all, it's just they just don't have strong will. However, the will of heaven was too lazy to talk nonsense with it, and the terrifying power it exuded had already invaded to chew the memories of Wei and others. He hopes following Chu Wei and others' memories and find some that can explain him spider horse tracks. The will of heaven is somewhat unexpected. Because in memory Chu, the first past life Wei saw, he replied, and he was actually asking about the sword sex demon locking tower. Although countless epochs have passed, the demon locking tower and the surrounding areas have undergone tremendous changes. but the breath emanating from it still made him all. Could it be? Didn't this guy die in the encirclement of several immortals back then? Even the remaining souls were completely suppressed. How did it recover again? What makes the will of heaven a little confused is that why would Su Lun Yue choose to help Chu who had nothing to do with her, Wei? Chu Weiban the memory off went. Who is secretly plotting against us? What the will of heaven wants to see is their layout has brought about such a huge change in the predetermined destiny of the future. Although he had doubts Guhan in the memories of Wei and others. But I also feel that the other party does not have such great power. It is just a dispensable thing that will eventually the guy who serves as a stepping stone for Yi Qingyun. However, when looking back at Lu Ruyan's memory. But he made an unexpected discovery. Tianshan territory. Guhan suddenly became this change. It's not just that the other party suddenly changed grid. What concerned him most was that from that moment on Guhanban the trajectory of fate has undergone a radical change. Originally he was able to see a little bit of Guhan's fate through the authority of heaven, but from this moment on Guhan's fate changed. It was pitch black and empty. Even with the authority of heaven it is impossible to truly deduce, just like a ride shielding from an unknown force. Even with his heavenly status he cannot deduce achievement. The will of heaven began to doubt itself. Could it be that he is not yet in harmony with the authority of heaven? Or the guy who was replaced by me still has some power left and is invisibly interfering with me in some corner of the world? Impossible. In the original battle it wasn't just me who took action, the people from the Eternally family also helped me seal off all the fate and cause and effect here. That guy is definitely dead. There is no way his remaining soul can be preserved. The will of heaven is somewhat confused. But even if he reads Chu, the memories of Wei and others were not able to answer their own questions. Information. Could it be? Is it true as he speculated that Guy still has some strength left? But that battle had turned that area into a place called the Falling Immortal Cliffland. Even after countless epochs the extremely terrifying power of annihilation still remains. Even if the immortal enters among them to be affected or even directly fall. How can he who has completely fallen apart stay together for long? At this moment Yi Qingyun, who was dominated by the will of heaven, frowned slightly and subconsciously looked towards direction Go. The space that he had sealed off with the power of heaven and earth seemed to be broken into by an unknown existence. It's done. How is that possible? Although the power of my awakened will is extremely small, the realm of a cultivator is equivalent to that of a supreme being. There shouldn't be any supreme realm experts on this island who could. But before Yi Qingyun could finish his murmured words. Boom! White sky spreading a brilliant sword energy shattering the void, slashing across. Even if it hasn't fallen yet. The terrifying power released by the sword energy is still terrifying, like a mountain falling from the sky. Moreover, Guhan also, I don't care whether my sword will affect Shu Wei at all. With their thick skin they probably won't die. Boom! The exploding sword energy spread like a torrent, completely submerging Yi Qingyun and the mountain range. But wait until the sword energy subsides and the smoke and dust dissipate. Yi Qingyun was unharmed. He seemed to have borrowed the power of heaven and earth to transform into a defensive barrier, withstood the attack. Who are you? Yi Qingyun raised his eyes Go and Ca wearing a white robe and a smiling face man. The strange thing is, even now he couldn't see Guhan's true background. But this is normal. After all, what Guhan was wearing on his face was a disguised phantom mask that even the emperor could hardly see through. The will of heaven is terrifying. But now his awakened will is too weak, to the power used is also extremely limited. Brother, is that you? Brother. Shu Wei climbed up from the ruins in a panic, the White One standing on the sky, both happy and expectant. Even if this man's aura displayed was completely different from the aura of the senior brother in his memory. But there is a kind I feel that this is most likely an illusion created by my senior brother. Guhan did not respond, nor did he even look at her at a glance. They have been strangers for a long time and have no connection with each other. At best, at most, they are just tools for me to deal with Yi Qingyun people. He has no. Who are you? Guhan. Yi Qingyun spoke. His voice was cold and indifferent, completely different from before. But Guhan did not continue speaking in accordance with the will of heaven. Smiley face. A sarcastic voice was heard. The will of heaven would actually personally come down and surrender like this. It's a matter of one's own. It seems that the laws of nature in this world are truly corrupt. I even doubt whether this is really the way of heaven. Or is it that your essence is just a weird thing that uses despicable means to force its way to the top? Yi Qingyun visibly frozen. He didn't seem to expect that the other party was confirming his serving under such circumstances. He actually dared to say such impertinent words to himself. No matter what the past was. Now he is the way of heaven. The heavenly Tao that controls all living things in the world. You are just a mere ant. How dare you be so rude to him? Court death. Yi Qingyun was furious and the surrounding space was boiling and roaring. Even though my strength is only 10,000 times less, killing you is as easy as crushing an ant. Boom! The sky, which was previously clear, was now suddenly covered with dark clouds. There were lightning and thunder and howling winds, as if the end of the world had come. Get off me! Yi Qingyun stretched out his right hand and grabbed Guhan above. Suddenly the swirling black clouds. There is a hand of heaven wrapped in purple thunder. The thick dark clouds shattered and grabbed towards Guhan. Guhan's speed was also not slow. The sharp sword energy rushed straight into the sky, holding the Hanshao sword in his hand, turning back, slashing a sharp sword diagonally towards the top of the head. Open the sky. Countless sword runes continued to gather together and instantly turned into an overwhelming torrent of sword energy that surged upward. I saw the sword in the sea of clouds. A flash. The hand of God that reached out to Guhan along with a thick sea of clouds was a more terrible power, split into two from the middle. The sea of clouds dissipated, the sun reappearing. The sword seemed to open the gate of heaven. Line also at the same time. Guhan left only a residual shadow on the spot, like a white thunder crisscrosses the void. When he appeared again, Guhan had already appeared in Yi Qingyun. Then he raised his hand and chopped towards his head with a sword. Clang. Can be accompanied by a metal. There was a crash. Yi Qingyun Zhou. I don't know when a special law barrier was formed. He managed to withstand Guhan's attack. Interesting. I can't see any trace of your destiny in the future. But you are now much more powerful than the person we spent countless years selecting. You are an anomaly that should have died, let alone existed. Let me take a look at your memory. Maybe it will be a surprise to me. While speaking, Yi Qingyun had already to kendo. Because Guhan can already clearly, I felt that the surrounding space was blocked by some unspeakable, terrifying force. Invisible laws and chains seemed to bind his whole body, led his line to a huge limit. Feeling like a muddy glue was dripped on each joint, and even if you tried your best you could only feel stiff and slowly. Brother. Chu Wei put down the already trapped, the unconscious Lu Ruyan, and Baiji wanted to go forward to help. As long as I'm here, my Ahan doesn't need a useless person like you to help. But in the next moment, as the cold voice fell, a special mark appeared on the back of Guhan's hand. The overwhelming demonic energy was like a torrent that broke through the gates with the power to crush everything life, break the blockade of heaven's will. Guhan seemed to have anticipated this. He approached Yi Qingyun, who was replaced by the will of heaven so recklessly. In fact, he was deliberately exposing a flaw, looking for an opportunity to kill with one blow. Now Su Lengyue's power helps him. It broke the blockade of the will of heaven and provided him with the opportunity to take action. Having already accumulated strength, he naturally would not miss it. Zulong pulse and several major quality and hair. Guhan, the Dharma image, appeared with its feet on strands of gold Dao pattern, not ready. Instead of using the Hanshao sword, he raised his fist and smashed it directly on Yi Qingyun orally. Boom! The terrifying force immediately made Yi Qingyun. Most of the power of heaven and earth has dissipated. He was unable to withstand the blow and fell down like a cannonball and come out. Guhan again used line characters, stretched out his right hand and grabbed Yi Qingyun's ankle directly in midair. Then he used it as a human meteor hammer, swinging his just smash it to the ground. Boom! Just a casual move, the ground was smashed. The collapse created a human-shaped pit. The hemp spider web radiates in all directions, spread. But this is just the beginning. Guhan grabbed Yi Qingyun's ankle and swung him to the ground again and again. God's will, right? Here to play a fake match, huh? I'll let you hit me. Guhan holds a grudge. In the previous life, this heavenly way did not exist, ruining his good deeds. Now they are still in deep sleep, yet they come out to show off. Now that he has been caught, if he doesn't teach him a lesson that will last a long time, he wouldn't be called Gu. Boom! 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 Yi Qingyun was like a dead dog being held in Gu Han's hand and smashed back and forth. Yi Qingyun wanted to curse, but there was no opportunity to speak. And the more he did this, the harder Gu Han smashed. Instead, one just ate a lot of dirt. Others who also saw this scenery turn heavenly disciples. Each Zhang widened his eyes, his face full of disbelief. They didn't know that Yi Qingyun had been replaced by the will of heaven at this moment. All we know is that the other party was possessed by an unknown entity and is extremely powerful. So strong that it can even be crushed easily. They made them powerless to resist. But now a person who makes them desperate's existence, but was treated like a dead dog by Gu Han and was thrown to the ground again and again without any power to resist. The will of heaven was also very angry at this moment and wanted to crush Gu Han in 1,000 sections. However, Yi Qingyun and Gu Han, the difference in strength is too huge. Even if he temporarily replaced Yi Qingyun, able to call upon the power of heaven and earth to enhance its strength. But it can't completely make up for the huge gap between them. Moreover, his strength couldn't be maintained for long and he continued to be beaten by Gu Han. Until the power of his will disappears, I'm afraid the outcome will not be changed. Still want to continue to pull Yi Qingyun. Gu Han swung it hard again and suddenly felt his hands were empty. Yi Qingyun disappeared from his hands out of thin air at some point. However, at this moment a cold and majestic voice echoed from the sky. Do you really think that just because you have a little bit of power you are qualified to disobey me? When I regain consciousness, I will destroy your true spirit and make sure you have no chance of recovery. It is obvious that Gu Han has completely fallen out with the will of heaven. As long as the will of this heavenly Tao fully awakens, he will use various methods to eliminate Gu Han. In response to this, Gu Han looked indifferent. He had already known the means of heaven. I can't believe it anymore. It is nothing more than issuing a decree from the heavenly Tao, making him the enemy of the whole world or even hunting him down at all costs. Bite. Congratulations to the owner of Villain Drama Mission Repel Thane, the protagonist Yi Qingyun, the current will of heaven. Congratulations to the master for receiving 8,000 villain points reward. The master's current remaining villain points are the current will of heaven. Through the system's broadcast, Gu Han keenly captured an important piece of information. Since the current will of heaven exists, does that also mean that the previous will of heaven also existed? Where did the previous will of heaven go? Why did it suddenly disappear? Could it be there is also an unknown? The unknown family behind Yi Qingyun seems to have some connection with the current Tian Dao. Maybe the disappearance of the previous Tian Dao's will is related to them. Looking through his memories of his past life, Gu Han quickly came up with a rough guess. But if he wants to participate in competition of this level, his current level of cultivation is totally insufficient. He has to wait a little longer. But there is one question I've always been curious about. System, tell me honestly, where did you come from? Are you related to the so-called predecessor of the heavenly Tao? The system seemed to have not expected Gu Han to suddenly ask this question. I don't know if I was thinking silently or if I was trapped by this question. The system crashed. He paused for several breaths before giving Gu Han an answer. Yes, but it doesn't matter much. If you can reach the fairyland, maybe you can really know the truth. The system's answer surprised Gu Han. He thought the system would pass the buck and simply brush his question off. I didn't expect that he would admit it so generously. There is also this sentence which is related but not very relevant, which makes it even more thought-provoking. An idea suddenly occurred to him before. Could the system be the will of the previous heavenly Tao? I want to help him restore his authority through my own hands. Now it seems that the former heavenly will was most likely just investing in himself. It wasn't what he really guessed. But it doesn't matter. Now is not the time to be thinking about these philosophies of life. Gu Han's eyes again towards the front. A crack appeared in space out of nowhere. A staircase condensed by runes leads to the depths of the rift. That is the path leading to the creation pond mouth. Brother! Wait. However, when Guhan stepped before the passage he about heard from, the sound came later. Without looking back, he knew who was talking. Guhan just continued to go deeper into the passage, walk slowly. At the same time used the power of the Supreme Realm to forcibly restore and seal the cracked space. When Shuwei and others resisted the remaining power of heaven running over. But I only saw a crack gradually closing, a white, the shadow gradually moved farther and farther away until it disappeared completely. The hearts of several people could not help but tremble slightly, pain. Obviously so close, obviously within reach. Can we missed our senior brother again? Brother. I don't know if it's because I burned myself before too many origins. Or did he witness Guhan disappear before his eyes again? The blow was too great. Lu Ruyan collapsed to the ground, her heart aching, her eyes filled with deep despair and grief. Brother just doesn't want to meet with us, and he doesn't even give us a chance to atone for our sins. What should we do? Shui Habaiji and the other person were silent at the same time. We have worked so hard on Piaomiao Fairy Island for so long just to meet our senior brother. I also want to use this incident to ease the relationship between me and my senior brother. But the result seems to be we think too much. From the moment my senior brother appeared to the moment he left and disappeared, I didn't even look at him. They looked at each other, leaving only a trace off back view. Everything has just begun. Why are you saying these discouraging words now? Now we can be sure that the way of heaven is on Yi Qingyun's side after. Besides, I will become an enemy of my brother in the future. Especially as we were once the pawns on this guy's chessboard. As soon as these words came out, almost unbelievable of suppression, it shrouded the hearts of several people. Not only we can't see any hope of redeeming our brother. Besides, we are just a few insignificant chess pieces in the chess game of heaven's will. The most what's funny is, heaven's will, there was no such. They imagine, control their thoughts and change their consciousness. From beginning to end, it's just our self-judgment and self-selection. How ironic is such a scene? Click, click, click. Shuwei's eyes were scarlet. He clenched his fists and his knuckles made cracking sounds from exerting too much force. The will of heaven doesn't take us seriously. Isn't this a good opportunity for us to make a comeback? Trapped decadence among Bai Ji and Lu Ruyan looked up at Shuwei. Just listen, he said word by word. All the living beings in the Shenhuang world are in the chess game of heaven. Yi Qingyun is senior brother is, and so are we. Then why don't we fight for several key points in this chess game, chess pieces, using our own the impact of the entire chess game of heaven? Since Yi Qingyun is an important chess piece in the game of heaven, we must kill him. Shuwei's eyes are deep, flashing with strong murderous intent and determination. If he hadn't shown up, nothing would have happened. It would never get to this point. He deserves to die, we deserve to die, and even more so the way of heaven. Since everyone will die eventually. Why don't we work hard to get rid of the heaven that fooled us? Fight against the way of heaven. This idea is both arrogant and crazy. That is the immortal and indestructible way of heaven. You are not even saints yet you want to kill the gods? But Bai Ji and Lu Ruyan both felt a sigh of relief. A kind of energy that is not taken seriously by the will of heaven. The will of heaven is not only they left. Also took away the person they want to kill the most is Yi Qingyun. Moreover, from beginning to end, we put it in our eyes. It's as if to say, I saved the person you most wanted to kill right in front of you. What can you do to me? But it's dispensable waste, that's all. This move will undoubtedly the last of us in madness. The thread of sanity snapped. At the same time, in a mountain range hundreds of miles away from here, lying under the shade of a tree, Yi Qingyun's eyelids slightly and then suddenly opened his eyes. How does it hurt so much? At once I felt like I was thrown to the ground by someone. Yi Qingyun glowed in pain. He covered his slightly heavy head and sat up. But soon he seemed to have thought of something. Head look around quickly and alertly. It's not the Kyushu sacred mountain. He is now in an unfamiliar mountain range. Strangeness. What exactly happened? Didn't he fall into the hands of Lu Ruyan and those crazy guys? How come everything is fine and retreated? Moreover, the wounds on his body, the peeled skin, and have been fully restored. Nothing left, no trace. Everything that happened before was just like a dream. Mr. Bai, what happened just now? Yi Qingyun can only hope answers to questions about Bai Lao who lives in my mind. I don't know, it seems there is a strange power has come upon you, superior. This the moment the power descended my consciousness also forced forward. I fell asleep and didn't know what happened during this period. Hearing Mr. Bai's answer, Yi Qingyun frowned slightly. He really is. I feel more and more old. I am so helpless. I don't know anything and can't help. Moreover, regarding the inexplicable rescue, he does not owe joy. Instead, there is a sense of worry shrouded in fear of the unknown. Shouldn't I, superior? Will some other hidden power take over my body directly at some critical moment? But no matter how he explores himself but did not find situation occurs nothing unusual. At this moment Yi Qingyun suddenly took out a piece of paper that was shining the sound transmission jade talisman. It was a voice message sent to him by Nangong Wanner. See this scene. The rage in Yi Qingyun's heart suddenly flared up. Jun Ma Xiao. You damned bastard. Nangong Wanner asked you to be my bodyguard, but you actually betrayed me. Just wait, I'm going to sue you right now. His dissatisfaction with Jun Ma Xiao had reached its peak. If it weren't for this brat, he would have run away in the middle of the fight. How could he have fallen into the hands of Lu Ruyan and her gang of lunatics and suffered so much, even nearly losing his life? He will definitely not let go of today's incident. Yi Qingyun. Are you okay? Soon Nangong Wanner, who received Yi Qingyun's response, rushed here with a group of geniuses from the Taihua immortal dynasty. After seeing that Yi Qingyun was safe and sound, Nangong Wanner's slightly anxious and worried face finally calmed down. So God being seen by Jun Ma Xiao, he pursed his lips slightly, peddles complicated thoughts. The princess gave him. I have always been calm and never show my off thread. Not to mention it was because of a man. But now it seems. No problem, there is a special supreme being who helped me achievement, otherwise I would be in great trouble today. Yi Qingyun slightly some truths. After all, he and Nangong Wanner are still in the phase of mutual benefit. When necessary, show your trump card and extraordinary. You can often get yourself a higher price. As expected, Nangong Wanner looked. There was another change, and his words showed even more concern for Yi Qingyun. Because according to various traces it can be confirmed that the previous Guhan who took action also rushed to Jojo Divine Mountain. Even with a terrible existence sent. Even if you don't enter, carefully investigate the Jojo Divine Mountain. The huge mountain range cut by the sword energy is enough to explain many problems. Yi Qingyun, there are definitely many more unknown big. It will definitely be beneficial to myself and the Taihua immortal dynasty without any harm. Besides. At this time Yi Qingyun, he suddenly became stern and cold, pointing at Jun Ma Xiao angrily. This damn guy escape. Indirectly put me to death. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have been such an unexpected disaster. Princess Nangong Wanner, he is your man. I trust you so much, but your man almost I am going to be killed. How should you give me generation? Yi Qingyun's tone was impolite and aggressive. People. Presumptuous. Don't laugh. Suddenly he was furious, took a step forward, the breath becomes suppressing and majestic. Who do you think you are? How dare you speak to the princess like that? And what, do it before the battle? Escape? I would never do such a mean thing. The princess was also under attack at the time, and I chose to support her simply because of the situation. You really think you're a person? Can she be compared with the princess? Jun Ma Xiao did not give in at all, and every word he said made sense. Jun Mo Xiao, that's enough. The sudden angry rebuke interrupted what Jun Ma Xiao was about to say. Nangong Wanner angry, he spoke word by word. I already have many trump cards given by my father. Even if that guy takes action, he can't really kill me. Besides, I gave you a death order earlier. You must protect Yi Qingyun no matter what. You are not allowed to leave his place without permission. Side. You took the initiative to hit my arrangement. Almost killed Yi Qingyun. Now in the name of the princess of Taihua dynasty, I order you to apologize to Yi Qingyun. I will not pursue this matter. The space was frozen in silence. Nangong Wanner's voice echoed for a long time. Many of the Taihua immortal dynasty's geniuses all had their pupils shrunken, his face full of disbelief. Although Jun Ma Xiao's presumptuous behavior almost killed Yi Qingyun. But in essence he is worried about the princess and afraid of her because he was injured. He brought people back for help out of consideration of his position. Moreover, if they were asked to choose between Yi Qingyun and their own princess, they would give priority to protecting the princess. What did Jun Maxiao do wrong? But compared to them, what is even more unbelievable is Jun Maxiao. His mind went completely blank and his consciousness completely fell downtime status. Princess actually wants him to apologize to Yi Qingyun? He was just worried about the princess's safety. That's why bringing people back to defend was the most correct decision. What's wrong with him? No need. But at this time Yi Qingyun's slightly indifferent and dissatisfied voice sounded. After all, I am just an outsider in this guy's heart. You, the princess, are the most important. I have even treated you, the princess, as my beloved. How can I, a dispensable guy? Are you worthy of an apology from the immortal dynasty's #1 prodigy? Yi Qingyun's words seemed to be an attempt to stop the fight. Actually, full of the strange atmosphere made the already complicated situation even more complicated and tense. Yi Qingyun. You, what does this weird statement mean? A Tianjiao from the Taihua immortal dynasty immediately said in dissatisfaction, it's obviously because of your own lack of strength that you were easily suppressed by others. At that time, besides, even if Lord Jun Maxiao takes action, it will be difficult to success. Saved it. Facts aside, if you were stronger, there wouldn't be so many problems. Don't consider your own the reason. All the reasons are attributed to Lord Jun Maxiao. Come on, you have the nerve. His words were quickly echoed by other geniuses of the Taihua immortal dynasty. The scene was a bit confusing for a while. But Yi Qingyun did not give in and directly engaged in a debate with the heroes. All closed. Are you the princess or am I the princess? What was the decree issued by my father before? Are you trying to disobey my father's decree? Nandong Wan'er shouted loudly, and the boiling and noisy noises immediately subsided. The numerous geniuses of the Taihua immortal dynasty felt as if they were poured with a basin of cold water from head to toe, and all fell silent. The Taihua immortal dynasty's ruler issued only one order after arriving at Pyeongmyo Fairy Island: you must obey Nangong Wan'er unconditionally. Anyone who disobeys will be killed without mercy. Use your own. After the situation was settled, Nangong Wan'er's cold and angry eyes again. Don't laugh at me, just cast Jun Maxiao. What do you mean? Are you dissatisfied with my decision, or do you want to disobey the imperial decree? There is no doubt that Nangong Wan'er was really angry. Even at the cost of his own, cooperate with the imperial edict to implement double. If Jun Maxiao still insists on doing so, that is, not only this princess was not taken seriously and even openly disobeyed the imperial edict. This matter once sent back, their entire Xinghua mansion will definitely be executed and all 9 clans will be wiped out. Everyone's goal all gathered at Jun Maxiao as if waiting for his answer. Nangong Wan'er is still aggressive without any retreat. He repeated word for word, Jun Maxiao, I order you to apologize to Yi Qingyun. You can hear a pin drop around you. Jun Maxiao smiled. He laughed at himself, laughed very sadly, laughed so hard that a few tears flowed from his eyes. But everyone knew that those were not tears of joy. This legend of their immortal dynasty had fought countless battles but had never shed a tear. But today, for the first time ever, I shed tears of pain. No one can understand Jun Maxiao's thoughts and thread. Over the years he has been working diligently and silently for Nangong Wan'er without even asking for anything in return. In the end, it was no match for the fact that the princess and Yi Qingyun had only known each other for a few months. He is like a monkey under the moon. Every day I yearn for that the bright moon hangs in the night sky. Every day I try my best to embrace that the bright moon. Even if I can't hug him, let him really a white moon, okay? But it wasn't until one day when I looked back that I realized. He, the bright moon, for so long is nothing but a moon in the water. The bright moon melts into the water and becomes one with the water. And he's sitting alone on the dead branch like a lonely and helpless monkey could only watch the moon melt into the water. What's funny is, monkey has worked so hard for so long, but not even half a month, no hug possible. Water did nothing but embraced the bright moon easily. But Nangong Wan'er didn't care what Jun Maxiao was thinking. Current shape parrot is also a test. As a princess of a country, if she can't even command her subordinates, If this matter gets out the reputation, it will undoubtedly create huge blow. So now it has risen to another level. It's not just a question of whether Jun Maxiao should apologize to Yi Qingyun. More importantly, Jun Maxiao must apologize the reputation I won't to any loss. Ha ha ha. For a long time Jun Mo laughed at the miserable. He took a deep breath, bowed his head deeply and clasped his hands together. As you command, sir. As he spoke, Jun Maxiao bowed in the direction of Yi Qingyun, bowed his head deeply. It was my fault for what happened before. I hope you, brother, you will be magnanimous and forgive me this time. Evening fold come and bring this general. The shadow is long and slender, but in the eyes of others, this legend of their Taihua immortal dynasty today has bent his back, which had never been bent in the past. This is not simply an apology. Instead, he crushed the dignity of a legend and used the most humiliating way to step on underground. But Yi Qingyun is down, slightly raised. A wicked smile appeared on his face. Snort! He asked for this. If it weren't for this damn guy, if you run away, how can you be such inhuman torture? Just a simple apology is already a bargain for him. Nandong Wan'er breathed a sigh of relief. My guess became more and more certain. Sure enough, as long as he was strong enough, Jun Maxiao would not dare to disobey him. He will still be the sharpest sword in his hand. Jun Mo shall. What happened just now? Actually, I have. After all, she is a princess of the immortal dynasty, the emperor's master. Of course, he understands something. This, moreover, we must learn to give a candy after a whip. Since Jun Maxiao has become the master, give up a step. Naturally, he could show mercy and give Jun Maxiao a gift. By the way, give him a way out and ease the relationship between the two sides. But not yet. Finish your words. Jun Maxiao spoke again. Please allow me to withdraw from the royal family dispute after this trip to Piaomio Fairy Island. Minister, I am tired. As soon as these words came out, the originally relaxed atmosphere became silent again. Many Taihua immortal dynasty's proud pupils closed his face, full of disbelief. Everyone knows that Jun Maxiao has always stood firmly by Nandong Wan'er. After that, we must help seize the throne. Now that he has withdrawn from the royal family dispute, isn't it a public statement that he will withdraw from Nandong Wan'er's camp and no longer help her with all his strength? You know, Jun Maxiao's original not only is the strength extremely strong. That House Hengwo mansion is also a force that cannot be ignored in the Taihua immortal dynasty. Losing Jun Maxiao is tantamount to losing the support of Jingwo mansion. It is extremely bad for Nandong Wan'er to fight for the throne now. This was the decision Jun Maxiao had just made. It wasn't just Nandong Wan'er's previous behavior that really made him feel disappointed. Also, Nandong Wan'er's behavior completely matched what Gu Han wrote on the piece of paper he gave him. General Nian is like the monkey under the moon. He tries again and again to catch the moon in the water, but in the end everything is in vain. The general's efforts, the general's fighting is just exhausting yourself himself, but not a princess at all. On the contrary, the actor who did nothing got everything he wanted easily, and even got the princess that the general had always dreamed of. The general has worked so hard for so long but got nothing, just like a clown. Jun Mo Shao, are you serious? Nandong Wan'er was stunned for a long while and only spoke uncertainly at this moment. The anger on his face has disappeared, now replaced by panic and confusion. Jun Maxiao has always been a great help. Taihua immortal dynasty has some geniuses following. In fact, it was also because of Jun Maxiao. Jun Maxiao left like this. A large group of geniuses will also leave with him. By then the fight with Nandong Yaching will end, so a slight advantage. What if Nandong Yaching pulls Jun Maxiao and the others to her camp? The subsequent struggle for the throne would be an even greater blow. Jun Maxiao, before this year I admire your style of doing things and I admire you as a man. At this time Yi Qingyun jumped out again and accused, what do you mean by this now? This is because I apologized to you before. Are you dissatisfied? If you can't afford to apologize, then don't say it. You're still a man. As soon as these words were spoken, Nandong Wan'er also reacted. The confusion and panic in my heart disappeared completely, replaced by a kind of anger of being teased and used. After all, she is a princess of a country. Jun Maxiao is just a minister under his command, is now using this method to control his thread. Want to make guilt let regret. What a courage! Don't laugh. You must. Has it come to this? It was a small matter. You apologized. This matter, it's over. You are not only a man, but you will be the youngest general in the history of our Taihua immortal dynasty in the future. Don't be too particular about details. You make me lose so much. It's done. Since you want to quit, then quit. But if anything happens in the future, I just hope don't regret it. Nangong Wana was very angry. She flicked her sleeves and didn't bother to look at Jun Maxiao again. As for the consequences of these words, not even considered. Anyway, I will not laugh at you for several years. What is the other party? Grid, it couldn't be clearer. As long as he remained firm in his attitude, Jun Maxiao would give in on his own or even take the initiative to come to apologize and reconcile with me. By then Jun Maxiao will still stand firm on his own side. Jun Maxiao just kept his hands clasped together and his head lowered. I didn't say anything the whole time. Just tie the seed in my heart has completely sprouted. Bite. Due to the master's secret arrangement, Taihua immortal dynasty Jun Maxiao and Nangong Wana initially broke up. Congratulations to the master for completing a villain mission. Get 6,000 villain points. Guhan, who was traveling in the space channel towards the creation fairy pond, suddenly heard the system's broadcast. What the hell? He was not surprised by the system's announcement. Surprisingly, after laying out so many foreshadowing and introductions, he only caused a preliminary break between Jun Maxiao and Nangong Wana. It's true, dog. It seems that Nangong Wana holds a very high position in his heart, so much so that he's still holding a lucky. But it doesn't matter. All things are difficult at the beginning. Once you have a beginning, everything that follows just fine. Done. At this moment there was a sudden burst of light in front of the passage came. During the appointment he threw the hazy fairy mist, and wow, I saw a pool of water filled with divine power. I guess that should be the legendary creation fairy pond. Guhan quickly quickened his pace. Threw a space barrier back. The whole vision suddenly became clear. Reflect the scene before my eyes was extremely spectacular. He seems in a strange space. It was like arriving at the top of an unknown mountain. The surrounding area is filled with fairy mist and the sea of clouds is boiling. There was a mirror-like pool of water under my feet. Above my head are countless brilliant stars gathering together, melt a sea of stars. The ground and the sky, the two are shining together, and it is difficult to see them at a glance. The end of the horizon, the water and the sky. In a trance I couldn't tell the difference between heaven and earth. What makes Guhan most the strange thing is that he is clearly standing on the water. Even if not used, the power is maintained and there is no sinking in the lake. Guhan became interested. Squat, tap the mirrored surface of the pool water beneath your feet with your finger. He suddenly found that there was no in the water in the creation fairy pond. Because on the surface of the creation fairy pond there is an invisible barrier that covers the entire pool of water. Even if he use no force can break this barrier. When you arrive at the fairy pond of creation, all the water is gone. Micro idea. The Hanshao sword immediately appeared in Guhan's hand, and the sword energy, he raised his hand and swung out with a sword. Boom! The rolling sword energy roll. But a scene beyond Guhan's imagination appeared. The barrier, which had several cracks blasted out by the sword energy, was now gradually repairing itself under the influence of some unknown force. But in a flash not even a trace was left. That's interesting. Such a phenomenon made Guhan raise his eyebrows slightly. His current strength is not weak. In conjunction with several major, he still has the Hanshao sword even when facing the top supreme realm powerhouses. Even if there is a god-level existence, he is still capable of fighting. But this barrier was able to block his sword. Although his behavior was too reckless. But he really had no idea about the creation fairy pond. If it weren't for Yi Qingyun's work, he might not be able to find the place called Creation Fairy Pool. Just when he wants luck. When trying again to see if he could break through the barrier and obtain the water from the fairy pond of creation. An old voice suddenly came from afar. It sounded in the fairy mist. I thought I could spend the remaining few years in peace, but as expected someone still found this place. Youngster, you'd better not think about breaking this barrier. Otherwise, without this barrier, the fortune pond will quickly dry up. The consequences of your actions will not be something you can bear. Guhan raised his head and headed towards the source of the sound go. It was only one voice that was speaking, but there were 4 shadows emerged from the fairy mist one after another. As they got closer, Guhan finally saw the appearance of these 4 people clearly. 2 men and 2. And the 4 of them are of different races. Human son, demon man, demon Z, a male from an ancient tribe. They all seem to be very old. Muddygas, he looked a little listless with wrinkles all over his face as if he had been in this area for a long time. While Guhan stepped into the creation fairy pool to explore. The misty fairy island in the outside world is not peaceful either. Are you sure that the Supreme Realm expert who attacked you was Guhan in disguise? Su Chang'e? And he got my chance first, the fairy pond of creation. A temporary settlement built on a mountain range. Yi Qingyun, who finally recovered, was so angry, heavy as water. It's correct, I have great respect for our Taihua immortal dynasty reporting ability or confident. Nangong Wana responded, I have already arranged a spy for my sister. This guy has always been very interested in Guhan and Su Chang'e interest. I want to win these 2 people over to my side so that I can fight against them. But difference wrong, it was unexpectedly discovered that Su Chang'e was actually Guhan pretending to be to deceive people. Moreover, accurate information also indicates that Su Chang'e had previously survived the tribulation in the eastern region, breakthrough the Supreme Realm. Listening to Nangong Wana's firm answer, Yi Qingyun was so angry that he almost went crazy. Good, it's Guhan again. Previously in Zhengzhou, Guhan is suspected to be following him after that get there first. Took away the dragon that belonged to him, trace of opportunity. What the hell, now he's playing the same trick on me again. While he was being entangled by Lu Ruyan and those crazy guys. He got there effortlessly and finally found the Fortune Fairy Pond. This is really too much. You really think of him as a treasure hunting rat, right? If I can't get it, no one else can get it, especially Guhan. Yi Qingyun's eyes flashing, he gritted his teeth and said, Princess Nangong Wana, I have a plan that can not only avenge the previous revenge but also recover the losses. Yi Qingyun did not drag his feet and told everyone his plan. His plan was simple and slightly crazy. That is no longer conceal. Directly transfer all report and tell me how to avoid getting lost in Kyushu Sacred Mountain. There are many things in Pyamyo Fairy Island. Basically, there are more or less. There is a mention of the Creation Fairy Pond. This is enough to show that the Creation Fairy Pond is the greatest opportunity for Pyamyo Fairy Island. As long as they put this report it. There will definitely be many geniuses who cannot suppress their greed and head to the Kyushu Sacred Mountain. The gathering of people from all sides will definitely start a new terrible big collide. By then the water will be completely muddied, which will not only be enough to make Guhan suffer but also provide them with an opportunity. Moreover, we can directly establish Guhan public enemy. If those geniuses want to share the Fortune Fairy Pond, they must work together to solve the problem of Guhan first. I have to say that Yi Qingyun is smart. Especially the tactic of killing someone with a borrowed knife was used very clearly by him. Soon, a piece of news swept across the entire Pyamyo Fairy Island like a storm. The greatest opportunity of Pyamyo Fairy Island, the legendary fairy pond of creation, has appeared in the divine mountain of Kyushu. It is said that if you obtain a drop of water from the creation pond, you can seize the power of creation from heaven and earth and expand your meridians, greatly improve your talent potential. By absorbing 10 drops of water from the creation pond, there is even a chance to awaken the legendary Supreme Immortal, and even be able to embark on the path to immortality. With the deliberate instigation of Yi Qingyun and Nangong Wana. This matter not only did it spread more and more, it also became more and more bizarre. Regardless of whether there is exaggeration or deception in this point. But everyone understands one thing. The fairy pond of creation is extremely precious. Whoever obtains the fairy pond of creation will obtain the path to the future. Moreover, it's not just the news that people care about. I heard that Su Chang'e, who has already broken through to the Supreme Realm, has already entered in the fairy pond of creation. We have to find a way to open its mouth. Otherwise the opportunity of the Fortune Fairy Pond will be swallowed up by Su Chang'e alone in the belly. That damned fellow Su Chang'e has already taken away an entire great Tao Divine Tree. If he now takes away the opportunity to visit the Fortune Immortal Pond, how can we handle this? Humph. So what if we are in the supreme realm? As long as we work together we can still defeat him. The remarks are becoming more and more intense. Many people even went so far as to claim to kill Guhan and seize the creation fairy pool. And Guhan is already the public enemy of almost all the geniuses on Pamiao Fairy Island. After all being too powerful will to jointly target the rest of the week. Sister, what should I do? Should we change our plans? In a mountain range by Ji's voice was the first to sound. Waiting for Chu Wei and Lu Ruyan's answers. The story of the creation pond now it has been deliberately exposed. And under the deliberate guidance of public opinion by people with ulterior motives. Now our senior brother has a look of the posture of being the public enemy of all geniuses. Senior brothers are important, but improving our own strength is more important. Now many geniuses are attracted by the Fortune Fairy Pond. This is our chance to explore other misty fairy islands and collect them all in one go big opportunity in the bag. With the help of the will of heaven, Yi Qing Yun is definitely not dead yet. He may still be in Pamiao Fairy Island and may even have started looking for other opportunities. No matter what, we must not let these opportunities fall into Yi Qing Yun's hands and improve his strength. Angelica de Hurica and Chu Wei was stunned, and the look in her eyes when she looked at Lu Ruyan became a little strange. Lu Ruyan has been acting a little crazy and even neurotic recently. Why is she suddenly so obsessed with things? Just see, are you up? Lu Ruyan has some angry, as if dissatisfied with the looks of the two senior sisters. I was just too naive in the sect before and was fooled by that villain Yi Qing Yun. I have been doing business with my family for the past few months and have met many adults. Mood and eyes, you all got some exercise, okay? Chu Wei nodded and said Ruyan's suggestion is good and is in line with our current direction. Besides, you have seen my brother's strength before. Even when facing the will of heaven he can fight head on, hit or even run over. Besides, senior brother doesn't want to see us at all. Speaking of this, several people's hearts feeling a little depressed again. Don't talk about winning back my brother, we can't even see him, let alone have the qualifications to talk to him. Home, after all, the strength is still not strong enough. He is even regarded as a marginal and dispensable chess piece by the heavenly Tao. In the fairy pond of creation. Guhan didn't know what was happening outside. But the eye's vigilance, suddenly 4 figures appeared from the fairy mist film. Kotai, you are old now and your temper has improved. Why are you talking so much nonsense with this guy? This inexplicable intrusion. The youngsters in this area are an uncontrollable factor. In my opinion, he should be eliminated directly. We only have a few short years left to wait here, so we must not make any mistakes during this time. Otherwise, when the Immortal Gate opens one day, we will not be able to present the promised things to the Immortal Lord. Not only us but also the remaining race will inevitably suffer a great and unexpected disaster. This guy was so stupid as to want to destroy the barrier directly with his sword energy. Irreversible consequences. I eliminated this stupid guy and finally solved the disaster for the human race. Guhan frowned slightly and glanced at the person who was speaking to you. It's the old woman from the human race. However, Guhan was not there at all. In his eyes he saw the other person's closeness to him as a human being. Instead, it is full of a certain kind of sarcasm and even viciousness. What Lung Xiao said makes sense. Another, the haggard old demon. After a moment he spoke. We have guarded this place for countless epochs and now we are only one step away from the final deadline, our mission. During this period we must not make any mistakes. To be on the safe side, it is better to eliminate him directly. But we are here to protect the descendants of our race from being blamed. To attack a younger generation now is not only ungentlemanly but also breaks the rules. Another one is old, but the old man of the ancient tribe was still sturdy and huge, flashing. But from the subtle god his reaction showed that he was also inclined to hand. The last demon clan son. Now the look in his eyes as he looked at Guhan kept changing, and his gaze would occasionally linger on the back of Guhan's right hand as if he was confirming something. However, for these old guys, their life and death can be decided with just their words. Guhan still looks indifferent. The dark and deep eyes directly towards the old human woman called Ling Xiao. Old woman, I have no grudge against you, but you come here and want to kill me. Do you really think you can defeat me, or do you think I can't kill you? These people all have good cultivation. Even though countless epochs have passed, gas has become sluggish. But the strength is still far stronger than that of an ordinary supreme realm. It can even be compared with some ordinary powerful gods. However, the trump card is not facing these old guys. It is not impossible to fight. He. Lang Xiao smiled hoarsely, his turbid eyes flashing with coldness, but his tone was full of disdain. It's good for young people to be confident, but it's stupid to be too confident. In my time I was also a well-known person. Everyone who saw me respected me. Even though I'm old now, I'm not a boss. You can't offend me at will. In fact, Guhan previously towards when Guhan's pupils were deep the coldness and murderous intent. Want to kill Guhan? Guhan was not willing to be outdone and wanted to kill himself. Then what else is there to talk about? Zhan Yuan. However, the response speed is fast. Guhan's attack speed was even faster. Wrist turn. The Hanshao sword was immediately condensed by a layer of sword intent covered with cold frost. Guhan drew his sword as fast as lightning, and in the blink of an eye he had already slashed at the old woman. It all happened so fast. This cannot be used by anyone I caught. When the other three reacted, Lang Xiao had already made a click, shattered like glass scattered all over the ground. He did not die but used special magical powers at the critical moment to avoid the fatal injury. But as a price, the source of energy was consumed again, and the already weak energy becoming increasingly listless. Reappear not far away upon the surface. There is now a striking sword mark gurgling with fresh continuously flowing out of it. I thought you were an old man who relied on your age to bully others, but this is all you can do. Guhan raised his eyebrows and smiled. Lang Xiao narrowly escaped death, but he got angry. How dare you, brat? However, the other few people are not just for show. Seeing Guhan take action, the old demon named Lin Xuan also took action. I am really blind. He is so young, but he is actually a powerful supreme realm expert. It's a pity that you are not from my demon clan, otherwise I would have tried to save you today. Lin Xuan's voice is old and empty. The moment his voice sounded, a large area of dark, thick and highly corrosive fog like a huge wave rushed towards Guhan. Come on. Just when Guhan snorted coldly and was about to take action. I'm sorry, everyone. I'll protect this guy. As this voice fell, the terrifying evil spirit rose into the sky. It kept tumbling in the air and instantly turned into a giant firebird bathed in blazing flames. Boom! The huge firebird roared and soared into the sky without dodging or avoiding, and slammed heavily into the overwhelming black fog. Suddenly the huge exploding firebird turned into a sea of boiling flames, colliding fiercely with the black fog in the air. Burning fire. The further spread of the terrible black fog was stopped. Flame spirit, are you crazy? Why are you trying to help this guy who suddenly broke in? Youngsters, come and deal with us. Lin Xuan was very angry when his attack was blocked. I totally don't understand why my companions do this. Not only him but also Lang Xiao, who was seriously injured by Guhan's sword. At this moment he also looked at the demon race known as the Flame Spirit with a look of hatred and resentment. Son, this guy isn't from your demon tribe. Why are you helping him like this? You have also been here with us for so long. If anything goes wrong, the families behind us will be in trouble. Unprovoked disaster. Aren't you afraid? Please don't make our profession sound so high-sounding, okay? Yanling suddenly sneered. We were unlucky that Yiren were captured and suppressed by those guys, guarding here like a watchdog. Do you really think of yourselves as guardians? You even regard threats from others as a gift. I think deep down you have accepted being domesticated. It's a dog, right? After these words came out, not only Yanling but also Gu Tai, who did not choose to take action, it also suddenly became sync. This is the last thing they want to talk about in these years. It is also a stigma of shame. Now the damn guy Yanling said these words directly to their faces. No different from uncover them dripping the scar on. Humph. Since you insist on standing on the same side as this human junior, don't blame us for not remembering our past noodles. Gu Tai, who was burly and as big as a hill, also chose to take action at this moment. I saw him clench his 5 fingers into a fist and throw a punch. The entire void seemed to be overwhelmed and emitted a sound of the roar of breaking. Although I don't know this demon clan, why do you help yourself? But it is always better to have one more person to help you than one more person to deal with you. Heavenly Fist. Guhan did not dodge or avoid. Come forward. Zulong pulse boiling in him. Later it transformed into a huge golden dragon. As Guhan punched out the huge golden dragon, shadow and Gu Tai's fist were like two comets collide, send out a devastating energy storm. Boom! A huge, it seemed that Ing couldn't hold on and was knocked back several meters by an even more terrifying force. That person was Gu Tai. How is this possible? Ancient Tai, the bones in his palm seem to be broken and his right arm, all of them, are in uncontrollable spasms. Countless epochs have passed and his aura, although it became sluggish. His strength is still terrifying and he can easily deal with a young cultivator like Guhan who has just broken through to the supreme realm. But just one foam, he actually being beaten by the opponent with fists retreat. Even one of his arms was almost disabled. Isn't this guy a human swordsman? Why is it so scary? Etc. But until then, Gu Tai seemed to have just noticed something. His brain was struck by lightning and he was blank for a moment. He saw the figure that appeared in Guhan behind him was the huge golden dragon shadow. According to his experience, he was sure that it was definitely not a simple law phenomenon but some kind of terrible pulse symbolize. Dragon pulse. And they are also extremely remarkable dragon's pulse. But what is this? Condition. Why does a human race have the top dragon race? Pulse. What puzzled him most was that Yenling descendants of the Phoenix clan. And dragon, there is deep hatred. He hasn't done anything in these years. I have heard people complaining that if they meet someone related to the dragon clan, definitely smash at 10,000 sections. Now why would you help a dragon clan? The human race with veins? Guhan didn't care what Gu Tai thought. His aura had risen again at this moment and he decided to launch another attack and first deal with Gu Tai, who seems to be a bit troublesome. Hee, you little bastard, do you look down on us old guys and take yourself too seriously? Suddenly a pitiful voice was heard. It turns out that Guhan and Gu Tai hair won the collision. Lang Xiao, who had recovered further, took advantage of this opportunity to take action. But Guhan had been keeping an eye on this old woman towards. The sword he had swung forward turned as his wrist and instantly changed direction in an incredible way, slashing towards Lang Xiao. Snap! The brilliant sword energy directly penetrated Lang Xiao's. However, no, it splashed on the spot and shattered again like glass. Obviously he used his special talent and magical power to avoid this fatal attack once again. Lang Xiao's original form appeared again and it seemed that he had turned into a soul status. Fast looking at the cold nearby. You little bastard, wait till I come in you inside, you will definitely experience the pain that I have experienced before 1,000 times. Lang Xiao was extremely resentful. The closer I get to Guhan, the more I can imagine Guhan, the more painful and sad he is. Absolute picture. But even if it has come to this, Guhan is still a god indifferent. Others for this soul status maybe can't cope with it. But he has the Emperor's banner in his hand. This guy is the Lord, a good brother who comes to your door. Just when Guhan was about to use the human Emperor banner, the mark on the back of his hand suddenly felt hot. It was the mark Su Lingyue left on him. It's done. Guhan was slightly stunned and was very surprised by this. But Su Lingyue has been very busy in the demon world during this period of time. How come he suddenly showed his will? A layer of hazy mist that seemed to connect to another world appeared in the space around Guhan. He blocked Lang Xiao's attack and restricted of Rose. What's going on? Lung Xiaomian Big changed. The fog can actually block eye in the soul state. Strong crisis, making Lang Xiao subconsciously want to retreat. But in the next moment, a white jade, slender and perfect hand emerged from the mist without any warning. He grabbed Lang Xiao's neck with a terrifying force, almost fainted. You guys are really brave. So much deception, bullying my Akan. You really don't take me seriously. Who are you? The white one, the strength of his palm is amazing. Even though Lang Xiao, whose neck was being strangled, struggled with all his might, it was completely useless. Even clear, I felt my neck being the terrible force gradually crushed. Although the gas dejected and far less powerful than before. But this pinch, the existence of the neck, is even more outrageous. What appeared was not even the real body but just a projection of will. Why is it so easy to give town? Greetings to the heavenly demon true ancestor. Sensing Su Lingyue's breath, Yanling repelled Lin Xuan's attack and chose not to continue attacking. God respectfully, he knelt on one knee and bowed down. That's right, as a great demon that survived in that ancient era, I have heard of the name Su Lingyue. The nine-tailed sky fox, the leader of the 5 great demon ancestors, is revered by countless people in the demon world as the true ancestor of the heavenly demons. Not only that, Su Lingyue once had a terrifying army of monsters under his command known as the Heavenly Demon Army. With the 12 demon kings as their leaders and the 5 quasi-demon kings as their left and right arms, they dominate the world and are powerful 10,000 races. However, in Yanling's memory, this famous heavenly demon ancestor was closely related to some extremely terrifying beings. A war broke out. There was even a Tiandaji in that battle. At that time, just a marginal person. But now I think back to that grand epic, the scene still makes very impressive. Especially Su Lingyue fighting alone against 3 suspected immortals. Shadow, these years are completely imprinted in my heart. It is completely lingering. Although there are 5 great demon ancestors in their demon world, the only one who can truly deserve the title of demon ancestor is Su Lingyue. Therefore, into Guhan there was a breath that seemed to be similar to Su Lingyue. Yanling didn't hesitate too much and decided to help directly. I thought this human race might have been lucky enough to have obtained Su Lingyue's former keep. But I never thought that the other party was directly protected by Su Lingyue, the true ancestor of the celestial demon. The other 3 people were shocked, their minds went blank and they were completely paralyzed. Stay where you are. Many eras ago. Although they are also famous. But with this kind of person in comparison, it is just like the difference between a ball of mud on the ground and the bright moon in the sky. But why? Such a terrible person will protect a younger generation and a human being at that. Isn't the legendary heavenly demon ancestor the one who hates humans the most? At this time, lingering in Guhan, the white fog around was getting thicker. Su Lingyue's blurry, the shadow becomes relatively clear. The power of the palm and the system is also becoming larger and larger. Mercy, mercy. Lung Xiao was heartbroken. I had to use all my strength to spit out 2 words with difficulty. However, the response, what happened, was the pure white flame that suddenly gushed out from Su Lingyue's palm. This flame parrot doesn't seem to do any harm. But to the soul, but it has fatal burning damage. In the soul, Lang Xiao was completely ignited and let out a terrible howl. Lun Yu, what's your trick? Seeing this scene, Jiang Li became interested. After all, Yi Qingyun, there is a name stored on its soul of the White Holy King. Later I will take this White Song Saint King from Yi Qingyun, peel it off. If he doesn't cooperate with me, I might be able to use this method to execute him. Want to learn? I can teach you. Su Lingyue smiled. The burned wounds, the whole soul, Lang Xiao threw it away when it was about to break. It emerged from the hazy white mist, 9 fluffy and slightly, the fluffy foxtail spreads out. Very intimate, her arms as thin as lotus roots wrapped around Guhan's neck, and she was completely glued to him. Superior. This scene made the other 3 people so shocked that they were dumbfounded and their intuitive worldview was overturned. That's from the demon world, G, the true ancestor of the heavenly demon. This little human kid, just call him by his name. The key point is that Su Lingyue responded without being angry or annoyed and was even very intimate with him. Damn. What did they see? These 2 people are hard, there is one? But Su Lingyue is older than all of them. Guhan's bone age is just that of a grown man. This is really a small horse pulling a big cart. But after the shock, instead, the water-like fear swept across the Lung Xiao is dead. The opponent's strength is not much worse than theirs. But in front of Su Lingyue, who was in the state of consciousness projection, he was like a stray dog on the roadside who could be killed at will. Not to mention Guhan's strength is also extremely terrifying. And there is also this Yanling traitor to help. Can't fight, I can't fight. Guhan spoke up to stop Su Lingyue, who was about to take action. You are just a projection of your consciousness now. If you attack here, it will only consume more of your accumulated strength. These two give me just reason and out. As soon as these words came out, the souls of Gu Tai and Lin Xuan both emerged from the darkness. They looked at each other and quickly spoke. Etc. Everything that happened before was a misunderstanding. Please give us a chance. We are willing to apologize and you drive help you unlock the fairy pond of creation. You don't know that we are not only here to guard the fortune pond but also to protect a god place. In this deepest part of the creation pond there is a very ancient. The mansion was left by the ancient immortals and was named Piao Miao Immortal Mansion. But if you want to open it, no help from us. Just ready. Guhan paused slightly. Misty Immortal Palace? Isn't this the new check-in location released by the system? During this period of time he has been trying every possible means to find traces of this place. But the result is no clues were found. Unexpectedly, the legendary Piamio Immortal Palace hidden in the depths of the creation pond. Good boy, he actually gave himself a ring within a ring. It's hidden so deeply, no wonder no one has ever heard of the so-called Misty Immortal Palace. Meet Guhan. The shape is slightly paused. Gu Tai and Lin Xuan knew each other's hearts well. Their plan works. He quickly spoke again, wanting to apologize for his earlier recklessness. Guhan can forgive. Guhan ignored it, indifferent towards Yanling. He had been kneeling on the ground, shocked by the relationship between Guhan and Su Lung Yue, and hadn't recovered for a long time to this end. Then he shuddered and responded quickly. Yes, sir, what they said is true. Even unconsciously, the way people addressed Guhan changed. Be able to get them in order to win the heart of the demon ancestor Su Ling Yue. This human race is more complicated than imagined. Lin Xuan and Gu Tai breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that Yanling did not deliberately make trouble for them. As long as Guhan wants to find Piamio Immortal Mansion and open it, no help from their power. However, before they could continue to show their goodwill and loyalty. But only Guhan came directly from the storage. A surface was taken out of the space to the gorgeous banners. That Lang Zhao's guys are all dead, and it will probably take a long time to open Piamio Immortal Palace for help. In that case, I will give you 2 more places so that you can have the honor of it. Is one of the 3 main souls of our human emperor banner. Several rebirths back. His eyes, he has long been trained to be extremely vicious. Many things. As soon as he heard it, he could roughly guess what it was. These old guys have definitely never been to Piamio Immortal Palace. But since there are 4 of them, we must use their combined strength to conquer Piamio Immortal Mansion. The function is turned on. Now Lang Xiao is dead. Wanna make continue to work for yourself and help yourself open the Piamio Immortal Palace. Then we can only the remaining soul driven by the human emperor banner. Moreover, he was not at ease with these 2 guys. He wants to kill me as soon as we meet, so I must not let him stay. Furthermore, collect it. The human emperor banner can also be used for one's own benefit. Gu Tai and Lin Xuan were sweating inexplicably, standing tall. A very ominous premonition arose in my heart. But in the next moment, Guhan had already waved his hand, raised the human emperor banner. Suddenly, thick and deep black fog appeared. It surged out like water, with countless dead souls and resentful spirits wagging miserably and resentfully. The human emperor banner can continuously improve itself by absorbing more souls of living beings' grade. He had not pulled. The lucky audience survived the thunder tribulation together, adhering to the waste the principle of recycling. Collect the remaining souls of those people in the human emperor banner. After absorbing a large number of geniuses' souls again, the human emperor banner had become extremely terrifying. Wherever the black fog passed, the runes suddenly dimmed and disappeared. The overwhelming number of resentful spirits wrapped in terrifying power pounced on Gu Tai and Lin Xuan one after another. Even though they are both powerful, facing the endless stream of resentful spirits like water, gradually became powerless, and they were torn down by ghosts and vengeful spirits. No, you can't kill us. If we die here, the barrier will be damaged. We are here to guard the place according to the order of the Immortal Lord. If you kill us, you will ruin his plan, will definitely bring endless disasters. Gu Tai and Lin Xuan shouted loudly, wanting to use this method to force Guhan to compromise. However, their terrified voices became weaker and weaker and were eventually drowned out by the overwhelming swarm of ghosts and wraiths for 2 of the good brothers. Although a lot of ghosts and resentful spirits were consumed. But Gu Tai and Lin Xuan's cultivation is not weak. Using them as the current main soul of the human emperor banner can also greatly enhance the terrifying level of the human emperor banner. Maybe these two guys weren't lying. At this time Su Ling Yue said, I can to the special aura might really be related to the legendary immortals. I know these two guys are not lying. Guhan noodles still calm corner outline. But if he wants to take revenge on me he has to be able to get down right. According to the little he had gained in his previous life report clues. One of the main reasons why the will of heaven supports Yi Qing Yun at all costs is that it wants to use his hand to improve the status of this world and connect with the fairyland. Only then can the legendary immortal truly appear in this world. The universe is vast and boundless and the Xianhuang world is just one of them after all. It seems that the heavenly Tao wants to force the entire Xianhuang world to ascend to the fairyland by promoting the status of the entire world. But this approach is very different. Only extreme some people can get unimaginable good. But most people are basically the sacrifices of this terrible ascension ceremony. How high is the status of the fairyland? A bunch of monks and creatures whose cultivation levels did not meet the standards were forcibly brought into this world. I have no ability to stand on my own feet like a fish on the chopping board being taken at will. And that extreme some can get good as long as there is existence there will naturally be the way of heaven. He does not need to pay any price just accept in the process some lives will be lost and injured and the book promotion of status. Another beneficiary is naturally Yi Qing Yun and others the god behind family. And things it doesn't seem that simple. Yi Qing Yun the god the family seem to be plotting something. It seems that he wants to obtain something and help a certain existence break the shackles of cultivation. Why are you suddenly thinking so far ahead? Shaking his head Guhan forced his scattered thoughts back. Things in the future besides the main thing now is to deal with the present. Aha, now I still in the demon world for something to happen later be prepared. I can't be distracted for too long. When will you come to the demon world to find me? The palace I prepared for you has already been built. On the side listening to Su Ling Yue's slightly aggrieved sound. As Yan Ling's worldview completely collapsed he buried his head even lower. This don't be wronged by the demon ancestor things yes can this little demon listen? It was not until a long while later that Su Ling Yue finally finished her boredom and looked up Xian Yanling, the crow you are following true ancestor now I have lived again I am for you the agreement of the Phoenix clan. Also your true ancestor is now also a henchman under my Akan after I leave you'd better not play tricks and cooperate with my Akan otherwise. Su Ling Yue didn't finish her words. But in tone the chilliness emanating from it is self-evident. Don't worry heavenly demon ancestor. Yanling is willing to gamble the dignity of the demon race and swears to cooperate with you. Yanling quickly lowered his head. This moment is both surprising and joyful. Although I don't know them why did the thunder-devouring ancestor followed by the Phoenix clan a subordinate of the human race? But as long as their true ancestor is still alive, then the Phoenix clan still has a chance to rise again. Until Su Ling Yue's breath dissipated and Gu Han's permission was obtained. Yanling dared to stand up. Now I no longer have the intention to look down on Gu Han even if. Not only pregnant top dragon clan pulse again with the blessing of the true ancestor of heavenly demon even the true ancestor of swallowing thunder who lived again in this world had a great connection with him. This person will definitely it was so terrifying that even the demons could hardly imagine it at once. Okay no need to say any more unnecessary nonsense. Tell me how to remove the barrier of the fortune pond. The source of the creation pond how to get it. Where is Piao Miao Xianfu? Guhan was not polite asked all the questions you wanted to ask. The flame spirit conceal. He told Guhan everything he knew without reservation. Start your journey in Guhan at the same time. Many geniuses from various races attracted by the news have flocked here from all directions. Gathered at the Jojo Divine Mountain the creation pond in front of the entrance passage. However because of Guhan's previous move the creation fairy pond the entrance passage had been forcibly blocked by him. Everyone. Su Chang'e is greedy. He not only stole an entire great Tao divine tree. Under Yi Qing Yun's special arrangement the geniuses of the Taihuat immortal dynasty raised their arms and cheered. Now you're trying to swallow up the fortune pond in one gulp. He really thinks that he can look down on all of us just because he has reached the supreme realm. The fortune fairy pond is extraordinary. The opportunities within are more than enough for all of us to share equally. Now someone wants to take everything away. Should we agree? No. Many monks gathered around immediately sent out bursts of the sound of water. The time for exploring Pyao Fairy Island is almost over. How could Suchanga be left alone with such a great opportunity? He is only a supreme being. If we all join forces, it will be easy to kill him. The surrounding sounds, the sounds came one after another like water. Many people, his emotions have been completely ignited and he completely regards Guhan as a public enemy. Although Guhan had previously wiped out a large group of geniuses when fighting for the great doubt of Aintree. But everyone has figured it out, the whole story. The reason why he was able to create such a terrifying record was because Guhan the unruly old six dragged a large group of people along to accompany him in weathering the thunder tribulation. If converted book in terms of strength, Guhan might be much stronger than ordinary Supreme Realm Masters. But they united so many people and they were able to suppress it. Opportunity. A bunch of rubbish confidence. No matter how much garbage there is, it is still just a pile of garbage. A cold and indifferent, the sound suddenly rang out. The sound is not loud. But it fell very clearly when it reached the ears of everyone present. The originally noisy atmosphere suddenly stagnated. Who dares to speak so arrogantly? There is a genius. Then he became angry and pointed at the person who was speaking. Go. Just see a face. She is pretty with black hair and a pair of scarlet eyes, accompanied by a group of demon disciples who looked like they were not easy to mess with. Slowly walked out of the fog. Moon Demon Sect Han Mengyao. The anger of many people was immediately extinguished. Slightly chilly. Han Mengyao can be said to be the youngest genius in Pyao Fairy Island. But during this period of time he also became famous and made many events. Combined with hundreds of Moon Demon Sect unconditionally obeyed the young genius who commands. It is also one of the fairy islands in Pyao, a force that cannot be ignored. But you can be wary of it. There were so many of them, but now they were unceremoniously ridiculed as trash by Han Mengyao. If there is no expression at all, wouldn't it be a waste of face? However, before they could refute. In the mist there are shadow walked out. They are just a bunch of unpresentable rabble. At that time the demons and monsters were hunting our human race in Pyao Fairy Island and you guys were pretending to be dead. Turn a blind eye. Now that I have seen the opportunity, one have directly abandoned my dignity and cooperated with the enemies of my human race. There is absolutely no respect for me, for the backbone of the human race. Soon Wangtang, the holy son of Taishan Holy Land, also walked out of the fog with a group of geniuses from Taishan Holy Land. Although he was chased very badly by the mermaid royal family before. But now he has fully reunited with his people. There are people behind you, so you are naturally not inferior to others. Suchanga has done me a favor too. If you want to unite and suppress him, I the Hongye sect also do not agree. On the other side, Mengingshuat also walked out of the mist with a group of red leaf sect's geniuses looking at the person opposite. Many people want to unite and break through the fairy pond of creation. The town Guhan's geniuses were all in disbelief and looked at each other. Aren't the people they are going to deal with independent cultivators? Why do powerful forces keep coming forward to help him? But it's not over yet. The geniuses from Feishan Tower also arrived. Their purpose is the same, which is to help Guhan fight against them. What condition? Why does Feichenlu also want to help this Suchanga? Feichenlu and Suchanga have nothing to do with each other, right? I heard a rumor before Bingley got it. Seems that he wants to win over Suchanga. I don't know if this is the reason. It's simple, because Suchanga is the ice god. Some time ago I tried my best to find the male favorite Guhan. But at this moment, a cold voice suddenly sounded and the crowd that was talking suddenly froze. What? Suchanga is Guhan. They were also familiar with the name Guhan. After all, the dog, the protagonist of the story. Feichenlishan competing with the Lord of the Ice Spirit sect. At the same time I was envious people. Now Nangong Waner publicly exposed this news once again caused a stir. The people who were most shocked were naturally Wang Tang and Mengingshuhe. They were in Zhengzhou before Jing was rescued once by Guhan. I didn't expect this time difference. Wrong, I was saved by Guhan again. If this is true, then they owe Guhan too much debt and they cannot just stand by and watch this time. Nangong Waner, don't think that you can speak without restraint just because you are the princess of Taiwan Immortal Dynasty. Han Mengyao's scarlet eyes seemed to be filled with murderous intent and they locked onto Nangong Waner directly. There are no rules in Piaomiao Fairy Island. I can kill you here. Presumptuous. It's just a demon sect demon. How dare you speak to the princess like that? There is a genius from the Taiwan Immortal Dynasty. Then he was furious and directly with sword out staring at Han Mengyao fiercely. What? You dare to attack me? The Lord takes action. The genius of the Moon Demon sect was also unwilling to be outdone. He released terrifying demonic energy which covered the genius of the Taiwan Immortal Dynasty. It is the dominant force among the demon sect today. As long as they are not on the territory of Taiwan Immortal Dynasty, they can easily deal with Taiwan Immortal Dynasty. Nangong Waner did not respond but frowned slightly. Subconsciously glanced at his back. However, standing the king's face calm, always silent. I didn't have any intention of standing out. It means to get back the ground. This phenomenon made Nangong Waner even more angry. You know, in the past, no matter who dared to face Jun Maxiao will definitely come forward. What's going on with Jun Maxiao now? Because of the things that were previously unnecessary and directly changed the attitude towards yourself? It's so cool, lose it's done. Hee sister, you can't say that, right? Since the recently famous Su Chang'e is Guhan in disguise, that is enough to show that he has extraordinary talent and strength. He is a monster among monsters and can even be called a peerless person. 4 words. You are now taking such a peerless person's simile male pet. Then what about those people who are completely inferior to Guhan? A piece of trash that is even worse than a male concubine. At this moment another voice suddenly sounded. Suna, wearing gorgeous palace Longwenya, who looks about 60% similar to Nangong Wanerzi, led a group of people out of the white fog. Nangong Yaching. Nangong Waner eyes slightly narrowed. Sure enough, his half-sister also took advantage of this incident to jump out and compete with him. But it's normal when you think about it. Guhan wants to kill. If Nangong Yaching can win Guhan over that camp, right? It is also a huge trouble. The atmosphere seemed a little tense for a moment. Now anyone with a discerning eye can see that the many geniuses gathered here are divided into 2 groups. A group of people wanted to kill Guhan and seize the creation fairy pool. Another group of people wanted to protect Guhan and fight against them. Just as the atmosphere became increasingly tense. Boom! Suddenly the void is deep. There were bursts of violent roars. It seems that there is something unknown deep, and the void collapsed. Almost in the next moment. The space blocked by Guhan seemed unable to withstand this. The impact of the force also caused a gap to appear. Like the power, like water, is constantly pouring out from it. Something strange has happened in the creation pond. Guhan didn't know what was happening outside. He has obtained all the information about the creation fairy pond from Yanling. The so-called creation pond, it wasn't a blessed place. But in the ancient times the great powers of various races used the means of seizing the fortune of heaven and earth to absorb the pure. Make this place a special place for worshipping immortals. The source of creation in the creation pond is the product of countless ages, used specifically for sacrifice to the immortals. As for the Piaomiao immortal mansion he was looking for, hidden in the deepest part of the creation pond. At this moment he was forced to remove the defense. The barrier's creation pond is completely in chaos, boiling. A huge whirlpool began to appear in the entire creation pond, and the water level of the creation pond was also, the speed is decreasing noticeably. Soon Guhan saw a worker. It is not a corner of the palace of this era, and the water in the pond is deep. Show and come out. That is the legendary Piaomiao Immortal Palace. As the water level in the creation fairy pond continued to drop, Guhan soon saw a few more drops of rain. But it exudes splendor. Shining gold water like pearls floats around the palace. That is the sediment in the deep pool of creation, the source of creation. It is also a legendary tribute to the immortals. Yanling hurriedly reminded him. Hearing this, Guhan did not hesitate. Gold suspended in mid-air water. Immediately it was pulled and flew towards him on its own. However, by the source of creation transmogrification of gold, the amount of water. Even after countless years of sedimentation, there are still only a few. Moreover, it is difficult to collect them. It requires more powerful spiritual power to assist. And also have to quasi-traction control. Otherwise the source of creation it will resolve itself in mid-air dissolve completely lose the spirit. However with the help of Yanling it didn't take much time to collect effort. Guhan quickly collected most of the fortune source. A moment. One who doesn't know hidden in silence in the depths of the fairy pond of creation the ancient palace slowly appeared and come out. Palace gate close. Perhaps it's because he has been soaking in the fairy pond of creation for many years. The whole palace there is no trace of erosion by time. The glazed white jade is still clear and transparent. Various ancient fairy golds folding of line under the sky layers of splendor like ripples are reflected. Guhan slowly landed in front of the palace gate. On the plaque with mahogany as the base and fairy gold as the frame the four large characters Piao Miao Xianfu are written in vigorous and powerful strokes. It didn't take much effort. Guhan just exudes with divine consciousness. 4 special places were found. This should require 4 people from Yanling to fill since the power of between. Without hesitation Guhan used the human emperor banner to summon the souls of Lang Shaolin Chuan and Gu Tai. Let them be with the flame spirit. Use your strength to try to open the misty fairy palace. Boom boom. The runes engraved on the fairy gold gate gradually turned from dim to bright and the entire Piaomiao fairy mansion was buzzing at this moment. Ming. With the dull sound of the door opening I don't know closed the gate to the ethereal fairyland of time slowly opened to both sides. Guhan's behavior also caused a series of changes. Boom boom. The sky above the creation fairy pond twisted. Then it seemed as if an invisible barrier quickly collapsed. Original in an illusory and unknown place there is a fairy pond of creation that can only be reached through a special passage. At this moment it merged with reality without any warning and appeared in reality. This is. It fell into the eyes of many geniuses gathered in the Jojo Divine Mountain. At first they felt their vision become distorted and blurry. Then I saw a fairyland like God. The land suddenly appeared before our eyes. The Fortune Pond. This is the legendary Fortune Pond. After a brief pause a monk in the crowd was the first to exclaim. 1 stone can cause 1,000 ripples. The eyes of many monks were originally fixed. Gradually it became extremely hot. But they were just about to rush up and snatch it. But then they discovered that the area where the water from the creation fairy pond originally existed had completely dried up. There changes a piece of huge sunken pit. But the pit in the middle there is a huge and magnificent ancient palace standing tall. Even though we are far apart everyone can to the extraordinary atmosphere emanating from the palace. At this moment everyone was crazy about greed filled with. They had already known the history of the creation fairy pond. It is said that this was built by many races in ancient times and was used to worship immortals. The place of sacrifice represents sacredness. Now this sacred place is deep hidden inside is a palace called Piaomiao Xianfu which must have been the former residence of an immortal. Maybe one of them there is a book of immortal magic hidden inside. This is a heaven-defying opportunity that is even rarer than the tomb of the great emperor. But when I saw the white man standing in front of the gate of Piaomiao Immortal Mansion movie queen, many people were like being poured with a basin of cold water from head to toe and their consciousness was not clear at the same time they were out of fear. It's Guhan in disguise Su Chang'e. Someone in the crowd growled with gnashing teeth. As if he had already regarded Guhan as it has become the biggest stumbling block that prevents them from seizing opportunities. The creation pond is deep. Actually there is a person who looks like a fairy hidden in the mansion. Already beaten psychologically film. Only Dare hidden in the crowd. After seeing this scene Yi Qingyun's eyes turned red and almost spit fire. Damn it! If it weren't for Chu Wei those 3 crazy women. He had already entered the creation pond, has even entered this place that seems to be the former residence of an immortal mansion. Now I didn't catch any. Instead Guhan got there first. But fortunately Guhan has not entered yet in the misty fairy palace. After suffering a loss last time he reacted quickly enough and spread the news immediately gathering a large group of people. Guhan wants to enter Piaomiao Immortal Palace has exclusive opportunities. The many geniuses present would definitely not agree. Moreover almost all the geniuses from Piaomiao Fairy Island came here. The number far exceeds the group of geniuses who fought for the great Tao Divine Tree. He wanted to see how Gu Han would block it. It's coming faster than I thought. Just about to enter Gu Han from Piaomio Immortal Palace, the shape is slightly paused. Gu Han. We already know your true identity, share. I know you are very strong, but you are not. People are willing to help you, but we are not willing to help you either. The human genius from other powerful forces spoke first. You have also won a lot of an opportunity that belongs to the creation fairy pond. Why don't we each take a step back? You can take all the opportunities. But the opportunity in this ethereal fairy palace must be given to us. As soon as these words were spoken, they were echoed by countless people. That's right. You have already collected the great Tao Divine Tree. Now I have obtained the fortune fairy pond opportunity. As a person, you must know when to stop and not be too greedy, which will eventually lead you into trouble, the bad territory. You were just taking advantage of the situation before using the Thunder Tribulation to kill a group of geniuses. Now you don't have the chance to attract the Thunder Tribulation again. Even if you are already in the Supreme Realm, it is wishful thinking to think of dealing with so many of us. It is better for us to take a step back. Some people in the crowd played the bad guy role while others played the good guy role. If possible, they didn't want to conflict with Gu Han. However, Gu Han did not respond immediately. Instead, he sighed and turned to Han Mengyao and those who want to help me. You guys step back first. Hearing this, Han Mengyao and the others didn't understand. But he also cooperated very well by restraining his breath and retreating to the outer area. Seeing this scene, people who didn't know the truth thought that Gu Han was afraid and deliberately surrendered. I want to find a step down. I never thought about it. Gu Han then he took out a golden banner with gorgeous workmanship which exuded an ancient and terrifying aura. The corner outlines a friendly smile. You are all friends who have come from afar. Then I can't hide it. Today I will grant each of you a royal banner and a seat. The words fell. Gu Han held the human emperor banner in his hand and waved it vigorously. Suddenly countless people were detained. The vengeful ghosts and the human emperor banner roared and screamed like a flood that broke through a dam, rushing out like an overwhelming force. This is the magic treasure in Gu Han's hand. It can capture the souls of monks and living beings and use it for yourself. Someone shouted, Lord, he took command of the battle, don't panic. Although the number of souls of these cultivators is large, their cultivation is equal to ours or even weaker, we still have the advantage. However, with the three, the breath of the Supreme Realm came from the waves of wronged souls emerges in it. Originally to myself, many monks who were confident in their strength were immediately shocked to stiffness. There are still three in the Supreme Realm. How can they fight like this? Lin Chuan and the other two actually still retain some of their consciousness from their previous lives and were even able to use magical powers. But at this moment he was completely restrained by the human emperor banner. Drive cannot be born, there is no resistance at all. Therefore they could only vent their hatred and resentment before death on others superior. A terrible scene appeared. Under the leadership of three Supreme Realm main souls, endless ghosts of the dead are like tigers. The flock of sheep stirred up a fishy wind rain. Previously I wanted to rely on the advantage of numbers. The people who forced Gu Han to give up the opportunity were now wailing in fear. A bunch of rotten fish and shrimp that are not worthy of being on the table. Gu Han, he glanced coldly at the crowd. So many people suddenly gathered here without any warning. There is no need to think too much. Someone must have spread the news and did it deliberately. In addition, the creation fairy pond was originally found by Yi Qingyun. Yi Qingyun is in this kind of thing again after suffering several losses in a row. I guess he must have gotten the idea. Deliberately using this method to make him change the target of public criticism, killing with a borrowed knife. This is Yi Qingyun's old trick. He really doesn't want to be too all. But I don't know if this guy was beaten mentally. Shadow. Among the wailing and dispersing crowd he was not seen. Film. Gu Han flicked his sleeves and ripples suddenly appeared in the space. Han Mengyao, who had already withdrawn from the battlefield, suddenly emerged from space. Lord Gu Han. Han Mengyao's eyes, which were originally confused, brightened up after seeing Gu Han, and she was very happy. Gu Han nodded slightly. Mengyao, this treasure is called the Human Emperor Banner, temporarily to drive you. While speaking, Guhan relayed all the information about the human emperor banner to Han Mengyao. Now the gate of Pyeongmyo Immortal Palace has been opened and no one knows when it will close. He can't be in this group of rotten fish and shrimp wasting too much time on it. The three Supreme Realm main souls in the human emperor banner and a large group of powerful genius souls are enough to deal with the current situation. Moreover, there is also a flame spirit that can be controlled by him. Yanling, your main task is to protect. If you do this well, I will not treat you unfairly. I dare not. It is Yanling's honor to help you solve your problems. Flame spirit, he was flattered and bowed quickly. This person is not only the sweetheart of true ancestor Tian Yao but is also suspected to be the elder brother of their true ancestor Swallowing Thunder. Any demon with good eyesight would know what to do. No more wasting time. Guhan turned Mai in the open gate of Pyeongmyo Immortal Mansion. The shadow quickly disappeared in the pure white dizzy. In a world that is hard to describe. Countless stars, group stars, swirl. The radiance of each other flows out brilliantly. Hui. But soon the gorgeous starry sky scene was shrouded in endless black fog and disappeared completely like passing clouds and smoke. Sight fall black deep fog. There are countless chains. Instead it seems as if some unknown existence is blocked by this. It doesn't look very real. Like a black fog condensing, Blurqua looks like a human but not a human. But with the endless darkness, suddenly there is a slight bright from a fan behind the closed bronze door. This black fog, which was trapped by countless human-shaped chains, suddenly slight and then opened a pair of dark red eyes. At the same time, enter Guhan in Pyeongmyo Immortal Palace, walked with his hands behind his back. Misty Immortal Mansion seems to be another huge space. However, compared with the gorgeous and sacred appearance of Pyeongmyo Immortal Palace, the space at the bottom looks messy. The forest is weird. It doesn't look like the so-called immortals' former residence at all. Everywhere you look there are collapsed ruins. From those that exquisite reliefs show how grand and prosperous this ethereal fairy palace once was. Something terrible seems to have happened here many years ago. It's like going through a terrible war. Gu Hanmo flickering slightly, thinking in my heart. Not just Pyeongmyo Shinfu, the scene outside is completely different from what I imagined. Also, he had already arrived at Pyeongmyo Immortal Palace. Why hasn't the system announced the new check-in location yet? Is it because I haven't arrived at the designated place yet? There was no other way. Guhan could only part 4 wandering, getting deeper. Until he came to the deepest part of Pyeongmyo Immortal Mansion, standing in front of a huge bronze gate that was hundreds of feet tall and engraved with all kinds of complicated fairy patterns. The system's announcement suddenly sounded. Byte. Detected that the owner has successfully arrived at the new check-in location, Pyeongmyo Fairy Palace. Do you want to sign in? Guhan did not hesitate. Directly consume 20,000 villain points to perform the maximum reward critical strike, opening a new sign-in. Maximum critical hit reward sign-in achievement. Congratulations to the owner for obtaining Immortal Burial Technique. Part 1. Unknown rank. An unknown being in the immortal realm who used up all his life's learning to create this immortal technique, cultivated it to the point of great, can bury the heaven and earth, all the immortals and even the Tao. Note, this exercise is divided into 3 parts, upper, middle and lower. Pyeongmyo Fairy Bell damaged, can be fully restored after the owner is promoted to the Emperor realm. Once the inheritance fairy treasure of Pyeongmyo Fairy Island, the fairy bell rings, the gate of heaven opens and all lonely. Note, in a damaged state the Pyeongmyo Sien Zone can exert power that is infinitely close to that of an imperial soldier. Pyeongmyo Core, prototype. Fuse it with Pyeongmyo Immortal Palace and nourish it with special spiritual energy to make Pyeongmyo Immortal Palace complete again. Note, Pyeongmyo Fairy Island is part of Pyeongmyo Fairy Palace. You can control the entire Pyeongmyo Fairy Island through the Pyeongmyo Core. Immortal Palace guards X5, Saint King Realm cultivation, already meets the conditions for advancement to Emperor Realm. Additional, every Immortal Palace guard has 1,000 Immortal Guards under his command. Their cultivation levels are random and the highest level does not exceed the Divine Lord Realm. Fairy Soul Nature. After awakening you will be immune to attacks on your soul. The spirit and soul are greatly elevated, the body is destroyed but the soul remains. Elixir X10. Immortal Brew X15. Immortal Burial Gate Key X1. Open the Immortal Burial Gate, enter the only key to the Immortal Burial Ground. The source of Immortal Burial, details unknown, the owner needs to explore it by himself. Guhan's eyes firmly locked on to the last system reward. The key to open the immortal burial gate? Go forward. The first time he signed in at the demon locking tower, he obtained a key to the level where Su Lingyue was sealed. Now give him another key. Could it be? Guhan looked up, looking at the huge bronze door in front of him, which was engraved with countless ancient immortal characters. This bronze door gave him, I felt something was very wrong, and there was a high probability that this was the legendary immortal burial gate. I don't know if it's an illusion. He could even see through this immortal burial gate to a vague purpose peeping at myself. And there is one thing that is also thought-provoking. Pyomyo Immortal Palace does not seem to be the place where immortals live. But it is a place that was once used by immortals to seal a certain existence. Rumor. The Creation Fairy Pond was originally a place where various races in ancient times used to worship immortals. But an unknown existence is sealed here. This is really thought-provoking. System, why don't you explain? Unable to figure out what to do, Guhan decided to use the system dig up the news. The origin of the system is extremely magical. The check-in location chosen for him also seemed to have some special meaning. All or more, it has a lot to do with the protagonist's camp. Bite. Warm reminder, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Guhan was slightly stunned when he heard this. My thoughts were suddenly opened by these words. It is suspected that this existence was sealed in the immortal burial gate by immortals in ancient times, and it is definitely at the immortal level. His enemies were clear. Yi Qingyun and him, the god behind family. Yi Qingyun has not yet completely grow up. In addition to this, the protagonist Huan had drama. Apart from his protection, it basically couldn't cause much trouble and was not a big threat to him. So only Yi Qingyun is left, the god behind family. As expected of the protagonist of this book. The Xianhuang world is a little bit magical everywhere, seems to have the protagonist's family, the shadow behind. While complaining as spirit, suddenly it appeared in my mind. Etc. Let's take another daring guess. Could Yi Qingyun be one of the immortals worshipped by ancient races, Hoshin family members? The Pyomyo Immortal Palace and even the Pyomyo Immortal Island appeared out of nowhere. Was it that someone had secretly arranged this drama for Yi Qingyun? After all, if he hadn't turned out hand. According to the original drama, proceed normally. Already obtained Tianlong. Yi Qingyun, who had the opportunity, greatly increased his strength. With the help of Nangong Waner from Taihua Immortal Dynasty and Yi Qingyun's own the protagonist ring. The opportunity to swallow the entire fortune pond is not impossible. There is even a high probability that you will accidentally find the Pyomyo Immortal Palace difference by mistake. He obtained the key to open the immortal burial gate. The existence imprisoned in the burial immortal gate is obviously extraordinary. If it were possible to be killed, the immortals in ancient times would not have gone to so much trouble to imprison it here. Based on this detail, we can make another bold guess. According to the original drama Dog Urine, the unknown existence sealed in the burial immortal gate might be impressed by the protagonist's kingly aura, and his brain would be turned into a chose to put aside the past grudges and follow Yi Qingyun. His guess is not a brain, it is not wide open, but something that I have experienced in my previous life and witnessed with my own eyes. Just like Han Mengyao. In terms of magic attainments, there is really the posture of an emperor. Even once, for the most terrifying villain in the early part of this book, one of the bosses. Fighting wits and courage with Yi Qingyun, he almost on the dead end. As a result, in the final battle, the protagonist praised her beautiful eyes. For some unknown reason, I developed a good feeling towards Yi Qingyun. Willing to give up the last resort was forced Tokal. Even if Han Mengyao in her previous life was not kill, I guess the next drama too. The devil suddenly wakes up, follows the protagonist wholeheartedly, and fights for him everywhere. The more he thought about it, the more Guhan couldn't help from twitch. How many lives have I, a villain cannon fodder, gone through? Back exhausted, ate so much hard work has brought us what we have today at once. Yi Qingyun, this bastard, doesn't need to do anything. His luck is good, a drama blessed by heaven, helped by the law, and paved by the family. This is the perfect template of the invincible long out yin. Just as Guhan gathered his thoughts and decided to open the immortal burial gate and enter while exploring, the system's voice sounded again. Bite. The master is not strong enough now, so I recommend you to open the immortal burial gate after you become strong enough and have enough confidence. Even though that existence has been sealed for countless epochs, its aura is still terrifying. The current owner enters, it is very likely that seriously injured, even completely destroyed. Please think carefully before entering. Hearing this, Gu Han's hands suddenly froze in midair. Now he is in the supreme realm. Whether it is the soul or have all ushered in a qualitative transformation. What kind of existence is it? Even if it has been sealed for countless epochs with just a breath of air, can he be destroyed completely? Boom! It seems to confirm what the system said. The next moment, the huge immortal burial gate seemed to be the terrible force impacted with a dull and huge roar. One an unknown and strange aura at the same time followed the immortal burial gate seepage and come out. Seeing this scene, Gu Han frowned slightly. Upon closer inspection, although the atmosphere was strange and ominous, he was not in it to hatred and murderous intent. Instead, I feel lonely, sad, and yearning for freedom and companionship. Such a strange phenomenon made Gu Han even more curious. What exactly was sealed in the burial immortal gate? System, isn't it a bit unfair of you to do this? Gu Han decided to be more direct and throw the problem to the system superior. You gave me such a special reward, but you said it is very dangerous for me. Now what's the point of it for me? When I become strong enough in the future, maybe this so-called immortal burial ground will not be of much use to me now, so won't your reward be meaningless? As soon as these words came out, the system was temporarily silenced, as if thinking and analyzing Gu Han's words. During this period, Gu Han did not stop PUA. After a lot of his efforts, the system finally responded. Bite. In this case, master, please do not say that I am not kind enough to make the system as compensation. The system will give you an extra special reward puppet. The master can directly place a trace of his consciousness for among the puppets. Let it move forward as its replacement exploration of the gate of immortal burial. Warm reminder: it is best not to bring the source of immortal burial first, the place where immortals are buried, otherwise changes may occur that are far beyond the owner's expectations. Hearing this, Gu Han did not hesitate. View replacement details of puppet. To put it simply, it is a special puppet that is very similar to him in every aspect. It can last about 2.5 months. Able to play his nearly 9 strength. Rounding, which can even serve as a perfect 4. Of course, he can also choose to keep this substitute puppet to be used at critical moments in the future. However, Gu Han could hardly hide his curiosity. Furthermore, the puppet is given by the system for free, so why not use it? Not long. According to the instructions, Gu Han put a drop of his heart and a touch of divine thought to after the puppet. The puppet, which looked and smelled the same as Gu Han and even had the same cultivation level, slowly opened his eyes, flash by spirit. For the puppet took the key from Gu Han's hand, nodded, and walked towards the burial immortal gate. To be on the safe side, Gu Han also stepped back several meters in advance to ensure a safe distance. Standing in front of the immortal burial gate, Gu Han took a deep breath and took out the bronze key that exuded an ancient aura twist in the keyhole. Boom, boom. One after another, the dim runes were lit up, shining as brightly as stars. The huge bronze gate, which was hundreds of feet long, slowly opened to both sides with a rumble. A cold and strange aura suddenly surged out like an overwhelming force. Gu Han couldn't see anything and can't see anything. All I could see was a deep void, a pitch-black darkness with no end in sight. The weird thing is, the violent and turbulent black fog mixed with the ominous and strange black fog is approaching. When he reached Gu Han, he slowly, like water, it retreated to the depths of the immortal burial gate. A deep bluestone path with no end in sight slowly emerged from the black fog. The source of the black fog is unknown, and it seems to be expressing that it has no ill will towards Gu Han, and even more hopes that Gu Han among them meet him. Return polite. Gu Han chuckled. God still calm. One step forward, the darkness. The burial place of immortals was not as weird as Gu Han had imagined. Everywhere I looked, it was covered by a thick black fog that was deep and empty. Only the bluestone path under your feet is exceptionally clear in this dark world, leading to the unknown end of the black fog world. Moreover, at the same time Gu Han set foot in this world, the sadness and loneliness that fills the void, the emotion, became stronger and stronger and even affected Gu Han a thread. This phenomenon made Gu Han feel a little creepy. I haven't even seen it yet. I'm sealed deep in the immortal burial gate. The unknown existence has been filled with inexplicable. The mood was affected. Fortunately, this place is just a substitute for myself puppet. Otherwise, the consequences will be disastrous. I don't know how long I walked along this path. Have you seen more broken god place? At the end of Guhan's vision, a dense mass appeared a little. The dark fog of the silhouette attract attention. Yes. There are countless lines engraved with gold. The chain of immortal patterns is extending to the depth of fog as if it was binding something. When Guhan to this group, when the outline of the black fog is blurred, he can I feel a vague purpose is wearing black mist looked at him. Are you here to kill me? I can't even remember the era when I was sealed here. If someone can kill me, it will help me to get rid of it. But you are too weak even to me now. You are as weak as an ant. A slightly breathtaking. But it was also filled with a majestic and distant voice which suddenly echoed in Guhan's mind. That's right, it didn't ring in his ears but echoed directly in his consciousness. You know, this kind of sound transmission, the flow method, requires that the two people are not far away and have spiritual connection. But this unknown existence completely violates this principle. It seemed that as long as he saw Guhan, he remembered Guhan's appearance. Even if they are far away, they can still make their voices appear in his mind in this way. I'm not here to kill you. On the contrary, I want to rescue you. Guhan did not deliberately, he concealed his true purpose and thoughts. The entire burial ground fell at this moment into a strange silence. Only Guhan's words kept echoing like the sound of a valley diffusion. There was silence for a long while. That god, the voice sounded again. You are too weak. Don't even think about letting me go with your current state. If you even come close to me, you will be annihilated and dissipated. Let's leave this place. This is not the place for you. It seemed to be reflecting what the voice said. An indescribable horrible aura like a dark cloud covering the whole sky came from the depths of darkness enveloped. Even if this the breath is not dominant, attack Guhan. But here Guhan, who is shrouded in the aura, sells the power of laws arrived horrible impact. It seems as if it has experienced endless years of erosion and is slowly weathering. Or it can be understood as life progressing. The countdown started. At this moment Guhan is being the invisible force destroys and disappears. This breath and the core of the immortal burial technique, the marrow, is extremely similar. Just to be on the safe side. In progress in front of the burial place of immortals. He learned a little about the immortal burial technique, which was obviously related to the immortal burial ground. Although only the most basic door. But he did also recognize a great law that he had never heard of before. And this great law is different from the one in front of us. The breath is very similar. All in the world quality here in front of the power, they are like living beings. The law devours and then destroys and disappears. This process cannot be reversed or resisted. It's obvious. Perhaps this person who was sealed deep in the gate of immortal burial, the unknown existence, is the source of the creation of this method. Retract your thoughts. Guhan smiled nonchalantly. The voice responded. Yeah. But if I can withstand this, breath has gone close to you? There was a certain confidence and unwillingness in Guhan's voice. But this is normal. Guhan is now the youngest supreme master in Xianhuang world with unprecedented talent and strength generation. Although it is far from invincible. But people say and he has many, I still feel a little unconvinced. Furthermore, the one who was buried in the immortal burial ground was originally his replacement, just a puppet. It won't hurt me if it's gone, at most it will just cost me some money, just divine power. If I turn around and leave now, wouldn't it be a waste of this opportunity, puppet? While speaking, Guhan has continued to move forward. The deeper among them, from the depths of darkness, the pervasive aura became more and more terrifying. The surface has gradually emerged shocking black cracks like cracked porcelain. That's not all. Guhan's eyes gradually became dim and the whites of his eyes also produced many fine lines, gray and black crack. Perhaps thanks to the door has learned the art of burying immortals. Guhan, there has always been some other force that helps him maintain his decaying body. If this scene were to spread, it would probably cause a sensation throughout the Xianhuang world. A Supreme Realm expert simply taking a step forward was already like cracking porcelain, it's about to fall apart. It is hard to imagine how terrifying this existence, which has been sealed in the burial immortal gate for countless epochs, would be in its heyday. There's no point in you doing this. See me once take your own life, is it worth it? The voice sounded again, still carrying a certain sadness and loneliness. It's not about Guhan but about Ben, that's it. Mourn for the heaven and earth, mourn for yourself and mourn for all the heavens. Guhan's God's will is also invisible here, the influence of strength. I even began to feel a bit dazed, as if I couldn't tell the difference between reality and fantasy. But fortunately his lines still able to stay barely awake. Certainly. The face is already covered with porcelain. Guhan, who was like a crack, the corner of his mouth raised a confident smile. Besides, I may not die. I walked for an unknown amount of time again, as if I had forgotten all about time. Guhan's vision was already somewhat dim. Suddenly several swaying golden chain. A burst of crisp chains, the sound of collision. At the same time he was about to sink dark and deep, the consciousness was pulled back. At the same time, Guhan seemed to have anticipated this moment. Slowly raised his head, wanting to see the what is it? I even had a malicious desire to retort, wondering if an ant was alive and had walked in front of him. But he is too weak now. For the puppet is really just a substitute. If I come in myself along with my, how could it be so embarrassing? Guhan complained in his heart, but his substitute, the puppet, was too weak and raised its head abnormally slowly. But just at this moment, an invisible force seemed to be holding up Guhan's lower body, helping him to slowly raise his head. In the gray vision, a blurry statue that seemed to be bound by countless chains, the shadow is suspended in midair. Countless tiny fragments of the laws of the avenue floated in the sky like snowflakes, long hair and dark between the eyelashes, it seems of a light snow fell. Guhan was slightly stunned. That blurry, the shadow seems to be a sun. At this moment Guhan's hazy vision became clear. Close distance, head up, looking at this, cold as death, but her face is exceptionally gorgeous with a kind of fascinating strangeness. Perhaps the existence before us cannot be called sun or even a human being. Of it is extremely huge, like a giant. Lower half has merged with this darkness, absolutely not at all outline. Red upper half, but the mouth was blocked by some terrible force, create a dark and empty space, and even swallowed the heart of. The dark cracks like spider webs are following the dark and empty space, edge radiating in all directions, spread full of upper half of the child. The dark cracks only extended to the white and delicate neck, the exquisite face with a kind of demonic fairy, but still fair and white without any flaws. It seems to be to Guhan's sight. The one bound by countless chains, Z, also slowly opened his eyes. The whole time and space seemed to return at this moment in a frozen frame. The unknown Z just looked at Guhan quietly. The eyes were as black as ink, as black as an abyss with no end in sight. If you look into its eyes, your soul will sleep forever in the abyss. Deep eyelashes, slightly covered black pupils, long hair with a little white at the end entangled with the unknown, no expression, and absolutely an incomparable face. A captivating face coupled with a pair of evil eyes. It's like something that is not recorded in mythology, evil god. Even if of it's so weird. But this face that looks like a deity has a kind of ability to bewitch the dizziness of people's hearts, makes people this rise cannot afford the idea of being an enemy. Guhan was also caught in a trance. God at this moment became even more dazed. There's a voice in my head that keeps echoing. He is really good, how can I be so? Is existence an enemy? Give everything, surrender to him, serve him. As this thought came to mind, Guhan's eyes also began to become like that unknown, the same pitch black color as the moon. Fortunately, puppet Guhan himself is outside the immortal burial gate control. Guhan himself intervened forcibly, and he placed the only consciousness in the puppet is completely gone before the abyss pulled back from the brink. Guhan, who was standing outside the immortal burial gate, was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. He was really scared just now. My own body clearly didn't enter the immortal burial gate, is also indirectly to the impact. The other party seems to have the ability to pollute the monks, the power of God's will. Even just a glance can easily make God's will to pollution. Guhan was in a trance for only a very short time. Unknown, the child had already forcibly pulled the chains that bound him, and with the extremely beautiful face suddenly came close to Guhan. This scene seems a bit scary. But Guhan remained calm and indifferent, as if he was not disturbed by the unknown, the sudden move, and scared. Unknown son of God, faint dark long hair floated by high the bridge of the nose. Deep black pupils reflecting Guhan's shadow light of the petals evoke a touch of charm at this moment, and the evil one smile. Didn't even open his mouth. The sound has returned in Guhan's mind. You took so much trouble to come to see me, what is it? Unknown son looking at Guhan, you are a very interesting guy, you can tell me your wish, I will give it to you. These words seem to have an unusual magic power. For Guhan's will in the puppet was destroyed at this moment, it has been eroded unprecedentedly and is about to completely decay and disappear. Even his own consciousness outside the immortal burial gate was the same, towards an even more terrible erosion. The severe pain of being gradually decayed and eroded actually made Guhan's consciousness clear. He went from there was a fresh smell in the corner of the eye, suddenly smiled and said word by word to the unknown. The son said, my wish, yes, you can be free and leave here. This unknown existence is really terrifying. If it is really released, it will definitely for Yi Qing Yun a catastrophe happen to an unknown family afterwards. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. He hopes this. It would be best if you could create a big storm in the fairyland if you leave the place where immortals are buried. He also took this opportunity to muddy the water's fish. Approaching Guhan's unknown, the child was stunned for a long time. The dark and deep eyes blinked slightly a moment, staring at Guhan. Let me be free? This day may take a long time to come, or it may never come. Who knows? That may have been the case before, but now I'm here. The arc of Guhan's smile grew wider and wider. Because he was being eroded by an unknown force, he was feeling severe pain at this moment. Not unknown, you do it with purpose. Rather, book, the status is too high. With every breath he took, the aura he exuded had a terrifying effect on Guhan's system. Even Guhan's consciousness deepened, a feeling of fear and dread emerged subconsciously thread. But this Guhan was very unconvinced. He waited until he became stronger. As for the legendary immortals, it's still unclear who is the boss. Moreover, in the place puppet, the above is only a small part of Guhan's consciousness. Most of Guhan's consciousness is still outside the burial immortal gate superior. Therefore, this substitute puppet, a very strange phenomenon, appeared on the split. God, sometimes I feel scared and in so much pain that I want to cry. Sometimes he is calm and relaxed, smiling leisurely, a confident yet casual demeanor. Would you like to make a bet? Guhan, two finger. In 2 years, or maybe less than 2 years, I can help you regain your freedom. Then you will fulfill my wish, it's not too late. Unknown, the dark pupils of the child stared directly at Guhan, and it took a long time before he retracted his gaze. As you wish, little confident fellow. However, if you finish, I'll give you one more wish, and this time your wish and future wishes must not overlap. You can come to me anytime to redeem your wish. My name is Zhangshu, you call my name and I will give you a soul response. Zhang Suyu's tone changed again. I hope, yes, since you have come here, you are also the first living being to meet me in countless epochs. I can let you get something on. So you want to, what can you get from it? At this time, Guhan God's will has begun to become a little blurry. Even this of God's will, as already it was eroded and he could no longer maintain this statue puppet. Looking at the excessive to like a fantasy, Guhan, whose consciousness was already blurred, suddenly had the urge to tease the other party sleep. Guhan smiled. With broken and even disappearing fingers, a lock of long hair of the buried moon. Put it in your own flow of maybe a kiss. Although you look similar to us humans, I know that you are not human. Except for humans, this is the first time I've seen you so full of spirit again, an inconceivable existence. Guhan, who said this subconsciously, even doubted his own brain. His behavior is full of some kind of evil taste. It's like a player doing something funny before clearing a very difficult dungeon, a bunch of messy tricks to tease the big boss of the dungeon. Or a weak one like a vegetable, the same mortal, but at the last moment of his life he teased a high and mighty emperor. Space trap solidification. Guhan is about to disappear. But an unexpected scene occurred. The moon in the funeral ruins lowered its eyes, the corners of her eyes slightly raised, and she responded softly, okay. Guhan was full of questions, wondering what to do. Any normal person would know that he was just telling a joke with bad taste, right? Moreover, Zhang Suyuyu is so big that kissing him is more like eating him. But I don't know if it's an illusion. In the next moment, Guhan saw the black moon in a trance material. The type becomes normal just like an ordinary human sun. Zhang Shuyu's eyelashes like a starry curtain had already drooped and she kissed Guhan without hesitation. Guhan's mind went blank at this moment. He had never expected that even the top immortals of the ancient times could not do anything about this. Can only be sealed in this god the terrifying existence in that land would actually be so cooperative and even agreed to his rude request. Funeral Ruins Month. The petals are totally different from what I imagined. It was exceptionally cold but mixed with an indescribable special taste. That's it. I don't know how much time passed. Zhang Suyuyu then slowly opened her eyes. Zhao's smile became more meaningful. This no, I haven't felt it for many years. Tested. Temperature, I miss it and want it again. Temperature. What? Guhan was a little confused, but seemed to have misunderstood Zhang Suyuyu's meaning. People are hot. The time is up. I think we have to wait for a while before we can meet again. Guhan gently hugged Zhang Suyuyu and patted her back. Warm. It's like treating a child. This is a very strange sleep. Obviously the environment here is extremely strange. Forest. Everyone who sets foot here will subconsciously form a kind of fear. But Guhan here is like arrived here. Emotional impact. A kind of sadness also rose in my heart, like a kind of nostalgia and also like a kind of reluctance. Guhan didn't notice. The moment he embraced Zhang Suyuyu obviously won. It seemed as if she wanted to hug Guhan back subconsciously. But it was just the moment when he raised his hand. Guhan's then in the darkness scattered like a firefly. Points slowly dissipated from between the fingers of Zhang Suyuyu. He seemed to into the darkness light up this eternal night. The gradually rising glow is like the rising sun. Even though it is short-lived, its warmth will last for a long time. There is a long silence in the dark night. The dark eyes of the burial ruins moon staring at the string that gradually disappears into the darkness. A point I just watched like this for a long time. Until there is no trace left. Her eyelashes slowly closed and her arms slowly hugged herself. It seems that in this way the remaining warmth from Guhan's hug, she whispered to herself, "See you next time, brother." Bite. Detected that the owner has merit. Explore the land of immortal burials. The source of the immortal burial land. Get a special reward, the favor of the burial master. Function, he has given a portion of his true spirit as a gift to you for coming to see him for countless epochs. The influence of all the laws of the world on you is reduced half. Warm reminder, perhaps master, you can also rely on this special buff to comprehend or even regain some extremely extraordinary power. This represents the special existence of the Undertaker. Have a special liking. He will not allow anything to harm you under his gaze. Obtain special reward. The meaning of burial, born before the truth, annihilated after the destruction of lies, can bury everything in the world. Function, unknown at this time, needs to be explored by the owner. Tips, perhaps the owner can understand this by himself. Strength, or it can also be integrated. Trusted Wu, maybe some special miraculous effects will occur. I heard a series of announcements from the system. Just Guhan been outside the immortal burial gate and then consciousness returned to the body in a daze. Guhan Chuan, all my vision was hazy as if covered by a layer of covered by glass. Even if you use your true energy to adjust yourself, there is still a feeling of spinning. Fortunately, he has the quality is strong enough. Although his consciousness was partially eroded by some strange force, he was still able to forced removal of quality. The stakes are really high this time. He dared to guarantee that even a Saint Realm expert would. The burial place of immortals deep. If you face the existence called Zhang Suyuyu, you will die without a burial place. However, his, although it was a bit reckless and radical. But there are indeed harvest. These two special system rewards seem to have extraordinary origins and are extremely remarkable taste. However, the power contained in it, even if he is still to fear. To be on the safe side, it is not too late to study it after you become stronger. Besides, now is not the time to think about these issues. We've let those guys run wild for so long, it's time to stop them. The interest is charged. Guhan, the corners are slightly tilted. Adjust yourself. After taking a breath, he took out a piece of special energy wave from the system space irregular crystals. It was the system reward he had obtained earlier, the Piaomiao core. The system introduction is very clear. Piaomiao Fairy Island is part of Piaomiao Fairy Palace. The Pyomyao core can control the Pyomyao Fairy Island. Now that he has the Pyomyao core in his hand, the entire Pyomyao Fairy Island belongs to him. Outsiders his fairy island dare to do him hand? Then he has to explain the truth in detail. Outside world. With the help of the top-level treasure, the royal banner. It was so easy for Han Mangyao to deal with the siege of so many geniuses. With a casual wave, countless undead ghosts appear, driven by the fearless death, and regardless of the cost they madly attacked many monks. The mass death of so many young geniuses was naturally a shock. The elders from various major sects were waiting outside Pyomyao Fairy Island to meet them. Damn it! What happened to Pyomyao Fairy Island again? Why did so many disciples die in large numbers again? This situation has happened once before and now it has happened again. Something strange must have happened to Pyomyao Fairy Island. We must investigate it thoroughly. The forces affected this time are not. Many sect elders were not calm and wanted to blatantly violate the rules and forcibly explore the Pyomyao Fairy Island. Although this may angry some or ice. But this time so many sects and races were affected. The law does not hold everyone responsible. As long as there are enough people, Xiaobingli will probably not dare to interfere. God sir, do we need to impose power to indirectly stop these guys' behavior? The strong man from Feishan Tower bowed and clasped his hands, then asked Xiaobingli respectfully. Xiaobingli stood on the deck of the immortal boat, eyes only staring in the direction of Pyomyao Fairy Island. Although I didn't receive any special message from Su Lung Yue. But there is a kind of this matter, maybe it's Gu Han again, it doesn't matter. Just as Xiaobingli was preparing to be on the safe side and gave the order again. Boom boom. The next moment. The entire Pyomyao Fairy Island suddenly became violent without any warning, shaking and roaring. Such a sudden change immediately attracted the attention of many monks. What's going on? Soon in front of the horrified and shocked eyes of countless monks in the middle there was a huge fairy island that was originally submerged in the sea. It seems to be affected by some terrifying force. It slowly rose into the air with a roar. Now among the many geniuses in Pyomyao Fairy Island. Also shocked by the sudden huge roar, shaking difficult to stabilize shape. It is completely different from what many sect elders in the outside world see. They all saw the statue that had been dormant in the depths of the creation pond. The ancient palace exudes a dazzling hui, slowly floated into the air. At this moment Gu Han was leaning against the Pyomyao immortal palace, looking down from above, the corners of his eyes slightly raised, and he replied with an inexplicable smile in everyone's ears. Everyone, your journey to the misty fairy island has ended. Please leave my Pyomyao Fairy Island now. The atmosphere of the entire world froze slightly. What the hell? Misty Fairy Island Gu Han's? Why didn't he say that the entire infinite ocean belongs to him? Gu Han! You are going too far. An irritable Tianjiao immediately scolded, you have taken away so many heaven-defying opportunities from Pyomyao Fairy Island and you are not satisfied. Now you want to monopolize all the opportunities of Pyomyao Fairy Island. Do you really think you are the master of Misty Fairy Island? But Gu Han seemed I didn't mean to say any more nonsense. Clatter. He just raised his hand and snapped his fingers. The ethereal core hidden in the unknown spaces. When I got to the control there was a buzzing sound. Ming. Then. The genius who had yelled at Gu Han seemed to be suppressed by some terrifying force. Muddy, his bones couldn't bear the weight and made a sound of breaking and shifting, and he fell to his knees with a thud. But the power doesn't seem to be over yet. Force. The genius who was forced to kneel on the ground felt an invisible mountain in him. After a final wail of pain he was crushed. Fog. Seeing this scene, other groups, the enraged monk was so scared that his soul was about to be scared out of his wits and his neck seemed to be strangled by an invisible hand. Not only this strange genius but also the one who was inexplicably shattered by Gu Han's snap of fingers. It's fog. But they are all clear. I felt that something was wrong with the void around me. There seems to be the indescribable power come and let them. It became extremely heavy. Such a strange scene combined with what Gu Han said earlier. Even if my heart can no longer accept, but everyone had to wonder if Pyomyao Fairy Island was real. All of Gu Han? Can, according to the various reports and rumors. Pyomyao Fairy Island is a special place created by many races in ancient times. Now those ancient races have disappeared and Pyomyao Fairy Island is ownerless. Why are the laws of Pyongyang Fairy Island now inexplicably changed? Guhan is in control. Guhan didn't care what other people were thinking. Compared to these rotten fish and shrimp, he cared more about Yi Qingyun and Nangong Waner and her group. However, Yi Qingyun seemed to be afraid of being at a disadvantage, and he always remembered. He took Nangong Waner and her group and escaped at the first opportunity. But before he could think about it, suddenly there was a huge roar coming from the sky above. I saw the sea of clouds surging and breaking into pieces. There is a breath of terror standing on the dome of horror. The shadow gradually emerged, and at this moment it was overlooking the changes in the entire Misty Fairy Island from a high vantage point. Someone outside has already noticed the changes here. Above the void, the shadow exudes both a strange and terrifying breath. The young geniuses of the major ethnic groups breathed a sigh of relief, very happy. My elders are now. Even if Guhan had the guts, he wouldn't dare to do that to them. At this moment, the powerful men from all the major forces also saw the bloody infernal scene. Most of the young geniuses of their sect or race were killed or injured at this moment. At this moment, the four people who were being chased all over the mountains and plains by the boundless army of ghosts and vengeful spirits, where they ran away, and when they saw them appear they cried for their parents. Court death. The hot-tempered demon warrior immediately became furious. Regardless of the rules, he planned to use force to wipe out the large group of ghosts and undead spirits. Boom! But in the next moment, the huge demon palm slapped out by this powerful demon clan member was in mid-air, blocked by some terrible force. Not to mention wiping out the large group of ghosts and resentful spirits and the human emperor banner. It was like the first snow in the air encountering a proud. The scorching heat melted and disintegrated in an instant. Not only the attack of this demon, but also the magical powers of the powerful men from other races were also blocked. Invisible forces are blocking, dissolving in mid-air. What's this condition? When we first explored Misty Fairy Island, there was no such invisible force to stop us. It might be the palace's fault. A cry of surprise suddenly sounded, immediately attracting the attention of many powerful people. All I could see was the central area of Pyongyang Fairy Island and the top of Jojo Divine Mountain. A huge and ancient palace with the four characters Pyongyang Xianfu written on it is buzzing Ming, releasing dazzling Hui. The strange thing is that every time the palace flows out of the clouds, the surrounding void will be filled with waves of ripples of water. The source of the invisible power that prevented them from taking action seemed to come from the Pyongyang Immortal Palace. But at this moment, in front of the gate of Pyongyang Fairy Palace, there stood a tall pole. Outing seems to be the lord of the fairy palace, in charge of everything on the Misty Fairy Island. That person is Guhan. Has already released himself, the disguise, the extremely clear appearance of the exposed in front of the world. This is not his intention to show off. After all, your own the copy has been exposed. Many cultivators knew that he was Guhan. Even if he continued to disguise himself as Su Changda, it would be meaningless. Guhan. Someone in the crowd soon recognized him. Share. That guy is Guhan, who caused a stir in Xuanshu continent some time ago. How could he appear in Pyongyang Fairy Island? And he seems to have the power to control Pyongyang Fairy Island. Many people who saw this scene, everyone felt a palpitation. It's not that Guhan is special. But the other party is so young, just a member of the younger generation. How did he obtain the authority and power that can control Pyongyang Fairy Island? Guhan, this palace master has been looking for you for so long, and you have been hiding all the time. How dare you show up today? Come and show off. A cold and majestic voice sounded. The temperature of the entire world was dropping drastically. Deep sky, there was even snow falling all over the sky. Day. The clouds slowly parted. A line of frost condensed. The ice crystal stairs slowly rise from the depths of the clouds, extend out. With a cold breath and an innate superior temperament, Mu Binghuang walked down the frozen cloud stairs step by step. It's the Ice Phoenix God. Someone was interrupted as soon as he exclaimed, "Where is the Ice Phoenix God?" Now you have to call for a sentence from the Ice Phoenix Saint. Not long ago already he has broken through to the Saint realm. Mu Binghuang had achieved a breakthrough in her cultivation not long ago. At this moment, the icy breath it exudes can reach you even if you are hundreds of miles away. A bone chilling cold. Mu Binghuang's ice blue eyes were staring at Guhan coldly at this moment. Red Qingqi, Guhan, I'll give you two choices. One, come out on your own. 2. I will forcibly break this barrier and bring you out. But I don't have a very good temper. If I go in and take you out, I'm afraid you just a minor injury. The other strong men who heard this were all somewhat delighted. After all, Guhan is too weird now. Seems to be able to the entire Misty Fairy Island is some kind of legal barrier. With their strength it is impossible to break through the barrier of laws. But if it was Mu Binghuang who had already reached the Saint Realm who took action, the result would be different. Guhan is just a young guy after all. How can he compete with the Saint Realm strongmen? However, just when they thought that Guhan would not obey, it will also flow a god of fear and terror. But Guhan just smiled slightly. There is an arc of complete indifference. Oh. Senior Mu Binghuang, you should think carefully before threatening me. Although your Ice Spirit Saint sect has entered, there aren't many disciples exploring Piaomiao Fairy Island, but there are some, right? While speaking, Guhan put his hands behind his back after next slightly raised. What a coincidence! I also have a bad temper. What if I get scared by my senior and accidentally all the disciples of the Bingling Holy Sect on Piaomiao Fairy Island were killed? You can't blame me for this, senior. Although he did not meet with the people from the Ice Spirit Holy Sect in Piaomiao Fairy Island. But the people of the Ice Spirit Holy Sect seem to have received orders from Mu Binghuang. I have been searching for any clues about him in Piaomiao Fairy Island. Fortunately, I hid it deep enough. Otherwise it will bring you a headache. But as soon as Guhan said this, everyone's pupils dilated and their faces were filled with disbelief. Damn it! This kid Guhan is really bold. How dare you threaten a powerful saint? The strong ones in the Holy Realm have already reached another level of dimension. As long as you take action, the power it possesses is truly destructive. It can even kill people invisibly even though they are countless miles apart. Guhan was really a newborn calf who was not afraid of a tiger. He actually dared to threaten the saint in front of so many people. Weird saint. As expected, the already freezing temperature around dropped further. Mu Binghuang's eyes narrowed slightly. Those ice blue his eyes were fixed on Guhan. Even just to glance, the coldness contained in it can freeze a person's soul. Even so, Guhan remained calm. He even stared at Mu Binghuang without dodging. Ice Phoenix Palace Master, what is the meaning of your behavior? As a senior, he made such a fuss to embarrass a Kan who is only an adult in my family. Senior, I know you are old, but this is not a reason for you to take advantage of your age, right? It's so sweet, like the sound of nature. The sound was heard by others, but it made them feel tingling and frightened. Are you crazy? Guhan had just threatened Mu Binghuang. Now here comes another person who directly mocks Mu Binghuang for taking advantage of her age. This person is really not thinking of making trouble and wants to continue to add fuel to the fire. Soon another piece of sky appeared. The space was twisted and distorted. A huge ferry boat with gorgeous workmanship and exuding an ancient atmosphere slowly appeared. This ferry boat seems to have always been docked there, just always hidden in an unknown place in the space, so that many people did not notice it at the first time. And at this moment, on the deck of the ferry boat, a fairy stands. If fantasy, the graceful palace sun. Even though age and his cultivation is not as good as Mu Binghuang's, but it exudes the same, even more majestic and superior temperament. Senior, I'm a straightforward person. Are you angry? Xiaobingli, there was an ambiguous smile on his face. Although he called her senior all the time, the tone between the lines did not. There was no respect for the senior Mu Binghuang, but instead it was filled with a certain provocation. Besides, I've already told you, senior, that a Kan is mine. You can't take him away. While speaking Xiaobingli, then a space vortex appeared out of nowhere, leading to an unknown place. At this moment, the same frightening aura of the Holy Realm spread out. Mu Binghuang, the breath spreads invisibly in the air. Collision. Large areas of the void are distorted and chaotic. Many powerful men were shocked and subconsciously scattered in all directions, all moving away from this place. Although their cultivation is not weak, they are not yet at the saint level. If these two Saint Realm Masters were here, get up. Yes, the terrifying energy aftermath emitted by them can make those who are swept away. One of the guys vanished into thin air. Moreover, the dog that had caused a stir in Xuanchu continent before, they had witnessed the story with their own eyes. I thought the rumor was too exaggerated or even a rumor spread by force. One is the future helmsman of Feishan Tower. Another one is also the hall master of the ice spirit holy sect of the Shirzong sect. Two people, both are extremely noble. How could it be for a man, 'cause a big dispute? Now I have witnessed two confrontation here. They can only say that the rumors are too conservative. These two regarding Gu Han's matter, they all seem to be crazier than the other. To propose, I don't know how long we confronted each other in the void. Mu Binghuang ice blue, his pupils flickered slightly, and I don't know what he was thinking of. The corners are slightly raised. Ice glass god, there is one. But don't forget that Gu Han has sealed off the entire Piaomiao Fairy Island. Moreover, it seems that he is still killing people in Piaomiao Fairy Island, the genius of a powerful race. Today, even if I give in, the other races have inexplicably killed so many young geniuses with potential. Can we just let this go? As she spoke, Mu Binghuang ignored Xiaobingli's gaze again to Gu Han. If you are willing to go with me to see my sister, I will use the power of the Ice Spirit Holy Sect to guarantee you. It has to be said that Mu Binghuang is also smart. I know I can't be on the fronting. Xiaobingli then directly and decisively went back to the matter book. This can't be blamed, use this strategy. But it is true. Such a big thing happened on Piaomiao Fairy Island. Anyone who is not a fool can guess that the culprit is most likely Gu Han. The death of so many young geniuses with great potential would inevitably lead to the collapse of their power race and inheritance for a period of time. Vacuum period. How could such a huge grudge be easily resolved? Xiaobingli was about to speak up for Gu Han and was about to use the power of Feishan Tower to other forces. But Gu Han waved his hand, indicating that he could handle it. Gu Han smiled again. He glanced at the other strong men one by one, smiled and said, "Let's not talk about entering. The rules of Piaomiao Fairy Island are very clear. The strong are respected and the weak are treated like fish. Furthermore, the later Tianjiao did not die out and several of them survived. Isn't it the only one?" After hearing these words, a strong man with a bad temper, he was furious and didn't care whether Xiaobingli was present or not. Gu Han, do you want to listen to whether what you say is human language? I am Xin Tian. Enter. There were hundreds of people on Piaomiao Fairy Island, but now there are only a dozen left. So many people have died. From what you said, you just want us to let it go and forget about it. Soon someone else echoed, "Even if there is a conflict with you can fight back." But you later power race, the Tianjiao of Piaomiao Fairy Island was killed and only a dozen were left. Having done such a ruthless thing, have you ever thought about whether it would incur our anger later? There are only a few geniuses left in my Yesha royal family. Even Mo Wuying died in your hands. I am already being polite by talking to you rationally here. How dare you speak so arrogantly? You simply don't take us seriously. Many powerful groups indignant. If it weren't for the barrier and Xiaobingli, they really wanted to rush up and tear Gu Han to pieces. But Gu Han didn't care at all. But this sentence was like a basin of cold water pouring down from head to toe, making them causes cold. So there's nothing to discuss. Gu Han spread his hands indifferently and said with a smile, "Killing one is killing 100, is killing them all is killing. In that case, I will have no choice but to show mercy and kill all of your remaining geniuses." In a completely frozen world, Gu Han's voice came back clearly in the ears of all the powerful. This boy is really bold. It was not enough to just threaten Mu Binghuang, a powerful Saint Realm expert. He even dared to turn around and threaten all of them. I think you are. After many strong men came to their senses, however, they were furious. After all, they were powerful people in the realm of God. Young people like Gu Han, seeing how much you also have to address him respectfully as sir. Now he even dares to threaten them in public. He is simply courting death. But before they could finish their words, boom boom. Misty Fairy Island, suddenly the mountain shook. Howling long they shone together, gushing out from an unknown place, slowly outlining a vague and illusory portal in the void. As the illusory portal slowly opened to both sides, brilliant and dazzling stars like gold-like ripples spreading in all directions ripple. The sound of horse hooves rumbled like thunder and boiling golden flames illuminated the sky. Then in front of the shocked eyes of countless monks middle, thousands wearing ancient armor, then the cloaks fluttered as if a legion of heavenly soldiers were descending from the immortal gate. Even through a special barrier, The aura emanating from this ancient legion is still terrifying, causing countless powerful men to feel fearful. But the most shocking and eye-catching are the 5 people standing in the first place. Weak, surrounded by a majestic holy power, even if they just stood there, there would be strange phenomena of heaven and earth around them emerge. Holy King Realm. The strongest cultivator below the Emperor Realm. Moreover, these 5 people seem to have reached the limit of Saint King. As long as the right opportunity comes, they may be able to be promoted to quasi-emperors. The 5 top Saint Kings who were able to advance to the Emperor Realm with such a background could even be compared to Sejong Gate. Even the worldly sects may not have such a foundation. But now they actually saw such a grand scene here. The 5 holy kings are male, and book. Not only is his strength extremely terrifying, he even seems to possess some immortal pulse. At this moment they lined up in a row above the sky, leading the ethereal immortal army, bowing in the direction of Guhan with a shocking voice. The sky. We are here to see you, sir. Your Excellency points, and we will follow. May this I will go through fire and water for you no matter what. The world is so quiet that you can hear a pin drop. Countless monks and living beings who witnessed the scene felt as if struck by lightning, and their brains even went blank. What condition? According to their investigation, Guhan seems to be only related to the White Dragon Palace, right? How come I'm inexplicably connected to these unknown holy kings? Could it be that Guhaness is it far more terrifying than they imagined, or even has a great origin? Many strong faces, it keeps changing, and it's terrifying when you think about it. But no matter what the result is, they want to unite force. The plan to force Guhan to make concessions was completely thwarted. Not to mention the 5 holy kings. Even if a Saint King were here, they are no match for me even if I hit them. Moreover, Guhan now seems to have mastered the entire Pyongyang Fairy Island, and maybe what hidden secrets are there? Mu Bing Wangi frown. This trip to Pyongyang Fairy Island, Guhan, the strength of the family has increased exponentially. It would probably be even more difficult to capture Guhan and bring him to Mu Bailing. Xiaobingli, who witnessed this scene, looked like a pair of jewel-like eyes. The eyes at this moment became even darker and deeper. Maybe it's madness. The thought processes are relatively novel. Xiaobingli is particularly strength master Feixinlu as soon as possible and gain real value authority. Guhan, as the family's strength has become more and more terrifying. On this can be adjusted. The power is far greater than the current. A powerful and excellent people must learn to take everything into their own hands. The premise of all this is to possess absolute and powerful strength. After this trip is over, we must find a way to implement the plan in advance and take control of Feixian Tower as early as possible. Mr. Gu, this matter, it is true that we were too reckless. Please don't mind. We cannot pursue the responsibility for this matter. As long as you can promise to release all the remaining geniuses in our sect, we can let this matter go. How about that? Be mentally prepared. And after discussion among the sect's top leaders, many powerful people from the sects decided to take a step back and decided not to pursue the matter further. The whole process involved many powerful people from the sect. The other passers-by monks who saw the whole thing were also dumbfounded at this moment. The speed of changing faces is really faster than turning pages of a book. Sure enough, when they encounter a real tough guy, these powerful forces that have always been high and mighty in everything will always be wary. Is this the end of it? However, Guhan, who heard this, a faint smile appeared on his face. Your own all have been exposed. Since we want to build momentum for the future, we might as well make it bigger through this incident. Furthermore, now that he has 3 major forces plus Xiaobingli, Su Lunyue and Hua Jieyu, he has enough confidence. I gave you old guy's face before, Lord. Let you take away the remaining geniuses from our sect. Gu Hanmu, he swept over all the strong men present one by one, his voice playful. But I gave you face, but you just don't want it. Are you telling me about this now? These words made many powerful people sometimes blue, sometimes white. It's not easy. The anger of control burned again. This kid deserves to die. After all, they are Guhan's seniors, yet they actually insulted them with such foul language. So what do you want? He kept asking angrily. How? Guhan's smile became more perfect. It's simple. I want me people can. But you have Topui ni a ransom that satisfies me. Otherwise none of the remaining few descendants of your sect will be able to escape. Many passers-by monks were stunned when they heard these words. Goddamn ransom. Guhan had just threatened everyone in public and now he was preparing to blackmail many forces in public. Previously many powerful people jointly Guhan. In their eyes Guhan was just a weak and pitiful pretty boy. Now they suddenly realized that this kid Guhan was actually the leader of a criminal gang. Guhan. You humans have an old saying, always leave some room for others so that we can meet again in the future. Someone from the demon clan gnashed his teeth and said, don't be too ruthless. You will offend all of us to death. Otherwise. Without waiting for the powerful demon to finish his words. Snap. There were no signs. A huge golden dragon that was so huge that it blocked out the sun and the sky and seemed to be condensed by the laws of runes. A huge palm reached out with overwhelming holy power. The powerful demon clan member and a large area of void were directly shattered and annihilated. It was Guhan who was standing. A powerful saint king at the side took action. The power of the holy king, that powerful demon, he had no power to resist and was reduced to ashes in an instant. Many strong men subconsciously took several steps back. A powerful demon warrior at the level of God Lord was gone in an instant. The anger of many powerful people was immediately extinguished. The eyes became exceptionally clear, constantly changing. They seemed to have made a mistake. Now they are not in control Quan but Guhan. If they could offer compensation and ransom that would satisfy Guhan, perhaps they could still get their money back and retreat. It can even rescue a few remaining members of its own ethnic group. If they still dare to be stubborn and say nonsense, the remaining geniuses of the forces behind them will not be able to be rescued. Even I have to fail here. I wonder what Mr. Gu will give as ransom. In the silence of the world, a powerful god seemed to be struggling to make the decision was made in the heart, and he bowed his hands and clasped his fists, keeping his posture to the lowest level. I shall sect am willing to pay Master Gu a satisfactory reward. I just hope Mr. Gu please be so merciful. One stone can cause 1,000 ripples. The move of this powerful god no difference, so he defeated all the other strong one's heart. Thing gets bad enough. If they dare, there is Piamiao Fairy Island, White Dragon Palace, and even Guhan, who was backed by the Moon Demon sect, will definitely die a miserable death. A scene that left countless monks dumbfounded appeared. Previously it was aggressive, the powerful men from all major human forces. At this moment everyone flattered to please take out all kinds of rare treasures and delivered to Guhan one by one. Not only what Guhan showed the price is terrible. The most important thing is that Guhan just emphasized it. He can always control the misty fairy island moving in unknown space. Smart people know what these words mean. As long as Guhan wants. Even controlling the entire misty fairy island, it appeared in their ancestral land. Piamiao Fairy Island is special in itself and comes with some terrifying special rules. If the entire Piamiao Fairy Island crashed directly into their ancestral land, their ancestors and even their entire power heritage will be wiped out in an instant. Guhan must have gained recognition from some ancient beings in the creation fairy pond, so he was able to gain the authority to control Piamiao Fairy Island. Damn it! All of this should be mine. In the distance, seeing all this, Yi Qingyun, fierce jealous flames deep in the pupils burning fiercely. Including the Tianlong clan who were taken away by Guhan before. Now Guhan later he possessed two top forces. According to the original play development, these two major forces should be on his side after. But now all this kid Guhan is alright. This guy is very strange, maybe later for your great enemy. However, with our help you still have a great advantage. At this moment a faint voice that seemed to come from a distant place suddenly echoed in Yi Qingyun's mind. Open. Who? Yi Qingyun noodles. Suddenly the divine consciousness expanded and spread in all directions to explore. However, he is surrounded. There was nothing abnormal. It was as if the words he just heard were just hallucinations. It doesn't matter who I am, you just need to know that I'm here to help you, that's enough. The distant and vague sounds sounded again. This time Yi Qingyun finally heard it clearly. This voice in some special way echoed directly in his mind. But in this way the only thing that is parasitic in his deep consciousness is old Bai. Obviously this inexplicable voicey, it's not Mr. Bai. Moreover, only he could hear this voice, and old Bai did not react at all. When Yi Qingyun came to his senses, his soul seemed out of the shell in a god space. And not far from him at this moment there is a vague the shadow stands. Even if it's just an illusion, the outline still exudes a heart-pounding atmosphere. Help me. Yi Qinjianmu, although alert, he still subconsciously asked, how can you help me? Help me kill that guy Guhan. The two words Guhan seemed to bait a certain point in his heart. Taboo, a strong murderous intent was deep in Yi Qingyun's pupils boiling. As the saying goes, things never happen 3 times. But Guhan had already taken away the heaven-defying opportunity that should have belonged to him twice in a row, leaving himself in a difficult situation extreme among. I will not be a human being if I don't avenge this. That guy is not easy to deal with. Wake up completely, I will help you. Besides, you still have other advantages and other opportunities to turn the tables. There's no need to dwell on what you've already lost. You have now established a connection with the Taihua immortal dynasty. Next, you need to do something better. That is to use various methods to gain Nangong Wanner's trust and find a way to get in the third imperial tomb of the Taihua immortal dynasty. When the time comes, I will help you absorb the dragon vein of luck inherited from the Taihua immortal dynasty. Once the success is over, you will soar to the sky. Not only will you be able to directly control the entire Taihua immortal dynasty, the golden dragon's destiny will once again undergo a great transformation. Even your cultivation will be greatly improved. He is the most powerful young cultivator in the history of our Shenhuang world. Hearing this, Yi Qingyun was stunned for a moment, then suddenly became ecstatic. The Taihua immortal dynasty is the dominant force in the Taihua continent, having inherited countless ancient eras. It is rumored that the reason why the Taihua immortal dynasty was so prosperous was because it controlled the only top dragon vein of fortune in the history. But the Taihua immortal dynasty is very well hidden. Even if we use all means to investigate, no one can find no clue. No one would have expected that the Taihua immortal dynasty actually hid the top dragon vein of fortune in the third imperial tomb. The blur standing opposite him, shadow, the sound still continues to sound. You, the little white snake that is sleeping above, also has a great origin and is one of the 5 true ancestors of the demon world. As he spoke, he pointed his finger and a stream of light filled with a special aura appeared. The group flew out and melted the sleeping Xianningbing. This strength can help better recovery. I also help you with established some connections you must in your hands. In the future we can even directly control the entire demon world, and you will the real master of the demon world. As for the remnant soul that is parasitic in your consciousness, find an opportunity to kill him, trick it out, and I will help you refine it into a puppet that only obeys your orders. Even if this still sleeping. But this ray of heavens will still takes all factors into consideration. Listen to this blur shadow plan. Yi Qingyun's eyes became brighter and brighter, and he could not hide his excitement. Compared with the unknown existence in front of him, parasitic in the depths of one's own consciousness by Lao is just a waste. These years have absorbed my own. It's really annoying. He always lets me down at critical moments. The unknown being in front of me was right. It would be better to let him continue to parasitize in the depths of my consciousness, as an unstable factor. It would be better to find a way to refine it into a puppet that will obey your orders unconditionally. The other side. Adhering to the principle of one more thing is better the principle of one thing. Guhan also acted according to the previous agreement. As long as the major forces, if they paid a ransom that satisfied him, he would release the only remaining member of their group. For example, Taishan Holy Land Hongye sect and other sects and races that have a good relationship with him, or those that did not participate in the previous dispute. He did not make it too difficult but directly released it to the misty fairy island. Thank you for what happened earlier. I was wrong. Thank you for not taking my faults seriously. At this moment, a wrinkled woman who looked like an old lady Z suddenly came in front of Guhan. Guhan frowned slightly and did not recognize him at first share. And then I realized it belatedly. This seems to be Luo Qinglian from the Mermaid Royal family. His relationship with the other party was not very good. This guy was very close to Yi Qingyun before and even chased him. Guhan was just about to kill him on the spot. But I only saw Luo Qinglian out of overwhelming resentment. That damn Yi Qingyun is just as the rumors say. It's not a good thing at all. He lied to me. He abandoned me. He even indirectly killed my only brother. Even if it takes all the land of the Mermaid Royal family, I will kill him. Guhan, who was about to continue attacking, suddenly stopped. Although no one knew why Luo Qinglian's brain suddenly became abnormal. But the murderous intent shown by the other party towards Yi Qingyun was indeed real. But the same thing. What if this silly woman is being played again? Influence. What should he do if he was then fooled by Yi Qingyun and they inexplicably reconciled? Now he turns around to deal with him? But at this moment Luo Qinglian, his mental state seems a little abnormal. Before that he could use this as an excuse to fool people. This caused a deeper feud between the mermaid royal family and Yi Qingyun. It's not too late to see clearly now. Gu Hanjiao curled up a smile. I think you can first convey this matter to the upper echelons of your mermaid royal family through voice transmission. While Yi Qingyun is still not able to react, issue a wanted order for him. Maybe we can catch him and avenge your brother. As soon as these words came out, Luo Qinglian, whose mental state was somewhat abnormal, was slightly stunned, slightly bright. Yes. How could I forget this? But she is the princess of the mermaid royal family. Their mermaid royal family is the overlord of the boundless ocean. Finding a Yi Qingyun is not too difficult. Luo Qinglian did not hesitate and immediately used special means. He told the story of how he was deceived by Yi Qingyun and how Luo Xiaotian died at Yi Qingyun's hands, passed back to their own race. However, just finished all this. Phew! A sudden light appeared at the heart position flower. A long sword behind directly through of mouth. Luo Qinglian's pupils contracted, his face full of disbelief. Struggling to look back, go. But I saw a picture that again, a face full of hatred. That's Yi Qingyun's face. Not just 5, the outline is exactly the same, the subtle spirit changes, even the temperament is exactly the same. Luo Qinglian has doubts in her heart rising. Why did Guhan change inexplicably? Yi Qingyun? Or the other party Yi Qingyun is the fake of? But there is no chance to find out why. The pupils quickly turned gray and consciousness gradually faded in the darkness. As Luo Qinglian fell to the ground with a thud, the strange power from spread out. That's the merman curse. Once contaminated, it is extremely difficult to remove, and the mermaid royal family will, if he is not aware of it, he will be hunted endlessly. However, the void in front of Guhan was only slightly distorted. A powerful Saint King with a terrifying aura emerged from it. He stretched out his hand and instantly wiped out the aura of the mermaid's curse. Although he can reshape Luo Qinglian's consciousness and memory, a chess piece in your own hand. However, the mermaid royal family god in hiding in the deep sea. If, by some special means, if he found out that there was something wrong with Luo Qinglian, it would very likely bring him into trouble. It's better to be direct and simple. Just divert this trouble to someone else and let Yi Qingyun take full responsibility. Furthermore, the reason why he is pretending to be a fake Yi Qingyun's appearance. It is also because the monks can, using some special means, a scene seen by a being before his death is projected come out. And what Luo Qinglian saw before her death was Yi Qingyun. Arrange the follow-up matters back. Guhan decided to leave Piaomio Fairy Island as usual and become a hands-off boss. After all, compared to himself, the master of the Misty Fairy Island who dropped in halfway. The 5 holy kings should know more about Piaomio Fairy Island, give them, he also feels more at ease. This is the source of good fortune you need. There are 20 drops in total. If you don't have enough, come to me for more. Guhan handed a small porcelain bottle to Hua Jieyu. The magic emanated from the white porcelain bottle. Tao Rhyme. An inexplicable feeling emerged in Hua Jieyu's heart. Slightly shake white porcelain bottle. Source of creation extremely precious. According to the previous agreement, just 5 drops are enough. I didn't expect Guhan to be so generous and give it to me directly, a full 20 drops. Enough to help reshape from quality, change the future destiny, and even make it a good. The fortune pond is still related to some unknown immortals. Now you have the source of fortune in the entire fortune pond. Take them all away. If those high and mighty immortals learn of this, even if they cannot descend to the mortal world yet, they will definitely find a way to settle accounts with you. You must be careful. Don't worry, I know what to do about this. Guhan gave a confident smile. What's so scary about this? The outcome for him in the future will be that he will be enemies of the whole world. More enemies, these enemies make no difference to him. Guhan is a bit busy. After saying goodbye to Hua Jieyu, he is going to, and now Xiaobingli suddenly became jealous. Ha! How come you saw me in the first place, not seeing me? Do you know how worried I am about you out there? Xiaobingli was somewhat dissatisfied and muttered in Guhan's arms. I don't care, you have to spend the next few days with me. At this moment Xiaobingli was nothing like the majestic and cold person that people thought she was. Instead it seems like there is no attack will only spread kitten. What can Guhan say? Of course you have to get used to it. Moreover, compared to Xiaobingli's usual madness style of doing things, now this appearance makes him feel more at ease. Just as Guhan was about to take Xiaobingli to visit Pyumiao Fairy Island, his brows suddenly furrowed slightly. Because he is outside the misty fairy island at this moment arrived the breath of Shi. There was no doubt about it, it was his master Mu Bailing with whom he had once severed ties. Guhan wanted to, he controlled the fairy mist that could not be detected by anyone and enveloped the entire Pyumiao Fairy Island, not wanting to be spied on by Mu Bailing. However, he was stopped by Xiaobingli, who had noticed his thoughts first. Wait, you are not allowed to use the fairy mist to cover up the misty fairy island. The person who was spying on us outside Pyumiao Fairy Island must be your former idiot master, right? Xiaobingli's sneer appeared on his face. This guy dared to do this to you before. Today I will be Yurikan from now on, ask for some interest. Xiaobingli said. Zhua held Guhan's arm affectionately. The gaze pierced through the endless void in an extremely provocative manner, as if it was staring at a certain existence. The sky is cloudless and clear blue. Mu Bailing looking ahead. On the misty fairy island is filled with fairy fog and my thoughts are a little scattered. He knew that Honor, whom he had been longing to see for some time, was among them. I know that as long as I wait here with all my heart I will definitely be able to the Honor. But this is what I have been dreaming about for a long time. But now deep heart, but a sense of fear and worry arose. It's like there's an abyss ahead. I had been hesitant to take this step forward. And even if he made up his mind, he would not enter without Guhan's permission. No misty fairy island. I can only see with my own eyes the person I once cherished the most now, and with other we traveled together through mountains and seas full of laughter and joy. Every picture, every sound makes of there was a sharp pain in my heart, as if it were the cruelest punishment and torture. But even so Mu Bailing still refused to leave. You know, this is what you have to go through, penalties and the price that needs to be paid. Time passes by little. Day and night change dark. 4. Mu Bailing waited quietly for the surroundings of Pyumiao Fairy Island. It was like he was using this shameless way to atone for his sins, begging Guhan's comrades. Moreover, the fog on the misty fairy island has dissipated. Through some special magical powers he can see many parts of the scenes in Pyumiao Fairy Island. I saw the white in my memory shadow and other appearance. I walked with you traveling through mountains and rivers, watching the clouds rise and fall with a smile. I have never seen such a cold child. A smile comes from heart, free and unfettered free. On the other hand, like a despicable third party who satisfies others. Like stinky water, the bedbugs peeping and yearning for their current life. I don't know how long it took. Maybe I'm finally mentally prepared. Mu Bailing mustered up her courage and amplified her voice through a special magic circle. It passed the barrier and echoed in the misty fairy island. Honor, can we meet and have a good talk? It seems that it is, because there was no response in the first time. Mu Bailing's voice was tinged with anxiety and even sounded a little humble and pitiful. It'll only be a moment, it won't delay you for long time. You can choose not to speak, I really just want to see you. Before you know it. There was a hint of sob in Mu Bailing's voice. During this period I understand a lot of things and also understood the so-called past and present lives. I want to explain that what I did in the past was really not what I wanted to do. It is just because of many reasons that we are blinded, short-sighted. Hope he could give himself one more chance. Even if I can never go back to the life I once had, give a little some thoughts. Talk? What is there for me and you to talk about? Before we talked you didn't understand the matter. Before revealing the truth you just slandered my Akan and convicted him? Let's talk, Ahan and you have known each other for more than 10 years, but it's not even as good as Amir. How many months has Yi Qin Yun been in the sect? Not far. The void twisted and a space vortex appeared out of thin air. What appeared was not the one I missed the most, but the god of Faxian Tower Xiaobingli. Xiaobingli god indifference. This is the first real meeting with Mu Bailing. But this does not affect to Mu Bailing very bad view. Xiaobingli said it lightly. Even with completely unrelated ordinary things, but it made Mu Bailing choking all over. It feels cold like falling into an icy cave. The courage that I had finally mustered was completely destroyed at this moment, and I felt as if I was beaten the bottom of the abyss. Guhan, are you still a man? It has come to this and you still don't want to show up meet my sister? A cold wind blew up from the void without any warning. The frost gathers and finally solidifies Mu Binghuang's film. Although in this matter superior, I even feel like I'm being a bit nosy. But have to take care of it. After all, Mu Bailing is younger sister. He was also worried that his sister was not in good condition and wanted to force his way into Pyamiao Fairy Island. In the end, Guhan didn't see it but ended up like last time when he tried to break into the White Dragon Palace hurt. I think I explained everything very clearly the day I left the sect. You are so persistent and refuse to let go. I want to see what kind of pale and weak explanation you are going to give for what you did in the past. Following a cold voice. The void twisted again. This time White Guhan slowly walked out of the void. There is no joy that comes from meeting old friends again. His purpose calm and indifferent like an ancient well without waves to Mu Binghuang. Senior Binghuang, you have to speak from your own perspective. Set off. You implied that I was a junior, but as an elder you repeatedly my business. You are really so shameless. How dare you blame me? Guhan would not show any favor to Mu Binghuang. Look. Even if the other party is at the saint level. Not to mention he is now already a powerful person in the supreme realm. Here also on the territory of Pyamiao Fairy Island. Mu Binghuang dared to take action. He also didn't mind teaching the other party a profound lesson. You. Mu Binghuang noodles ugly. But obviously he also knew what it meant to attack Guhan at this moment. Her mouth was heaving and she took several deep breaths. Control your mind thread. He snorted coldly and said no more. It turned into a cold wind and dissipated again. On the other hand, Mu Bailing's reaction was also somewhat unexpected. I was more excited than ever to finally meet the person I had been longing to see for days. Shown the emotion is more of a panic. Obviously before this I had already thought of countless words and how to explain and express my past difficulties. But at this moment my brain went completely blank. Because when I think carefully again about the explanation I prepared and what I wanted to say, even he himself felt pale and ridiculous. Now that things have come to this, what else is there to explain? Explain the past life, stupid, short-sighted, blinded? But all of this actually happened. Han Er braved the dangers and collected various materials for refining and purification. The cold poison pill is real. Finally, it was true that Yi Qingyun instigated him to suspect that there was something wrong with the pill and crushed the pill in front of Guhan. Standing on the opposite side of Guhan and the so-called famous and upright people hunting him down is also true. Everything that was done actually happened. On the other hand, Hanner has always been grateful for the kindness of raising him in the past a few chances. And Hanner Master really knows he was wrong. Master came to see you today just to make it up to you. He will do whatever it takes to make it up to you. My vision was blurred and tears as big as beans flowed from the corners of my eyes. Fall. At this moment Mu Bailing is like a person who cannot control herself. Sue's little child. Whatever you ask me to do I will do it for you. I don't ask for you to go back to the life we had before. I just hope don't be so cruel. Just look back at me even just once. Mu Bailing didn't dare to explain further and begged Guhan for forgiveness. Because I know that any explanation I give is powerless and may even make things worse. Make it worse. Seeing this scene, Guhan did not cry. A little bit of the same. The corner's smile became more playful. Make up. That's a little funny what you said. I made it very clear at the beginning when I was in the sect. I owe you nothing anymore. Our fate is over. You don't need to make up for anything to me, and I don't need you to make up for it either. Did you hear that? Xiaobingli also said, my Ahan has nothing to do with you now, so don't get involved with him anymore. You are so old and still don't have any self-awareness. You are really shameless. However, Mu Bailing's train of thought was somewhat strange at this moment. He completely ignored Xiaobingli's sarcasm. Instead, he savored Gu Han's words carefully. Unnecessary makeup for it? There are two meanings here. Honor has let it go, no need, there is no need for an apology, make up for it. I don't want to be affected by this, and let's get involved again. Another thing is that Honor has let go of the past, let go of old grudges, and is ready to make a new beginning. Perhaps I can also use this opportunity to get acquainted with Honor again and start a new story. A broken mirror cannot be mended. But perhaps I can create a new mirror and continue to reflect a new story. I see. When I find the place and solve some mysteries, I hope can you give me a chance? A chance for us to get to know each other again and start over. Mu Beiling's voice was very soft as she spoke to herself. Change, leave the shadow quickly disappeared into the sea of clouds. No, I'm already so old, but I can still be so thick, shameless? I actually thought I could change everything that happened before. Let's put it all behind us and start over with you, Ahan. Even Xia Bingli couldn't control herself at this moment. Thread, his eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. What the hell is that? Why do you think you can be compared with Akan? It was Akan who was injured, and it was also Akan who was stabbed in the back. This guy is just an unforgivable murderer. If it weren't for Mu Beiling and the other idiots, how could Ahan have been in such a mess in his previous life? So much pain? Gu Han also frowned. He hasn't seen Mu Beiling for more than a few months. In the past few months, Mu Beiling's, he didn't know what had changed. I just know that the other person's brain circuits seem to be becoming more and more abnormal. However, he had no idea what Mu Beiling wanted to do or where she wanted to go, no interest at all. Just stay away from them and don't get involved. Next, he was going to travel to Taihua continent. Short term, he probably won't be coming back, so I have to make some arrangements in advance. Not long after, ripples appeared in the void again. There are three shadows come together. It is Chu Wei by Ji Lu Ruyan and others. We heard that Master finally met his long-missed senior brother. After making sufficient psychological preparations, the three decided to visit together. I was able to meet my brother. Sister, do you think brother will really need us? Lu Ruyan seemed a little zhung, fingers slightly side put. When I was in the sect before, he was the one who was deceived the most by Yi Qing Yun. Now I have come to my senses and have seen many things clearly, which is also the moment I regret the most. I really miss my brother all the time and hope to go back to the way we were before. But I know very well that this idea is just a luxury, that's all. Master waited here for several days before finally meeting brother. We can wait here for a few days. If that doesn't work, we can wait for half a month or a month. Brother will definitely be relieved. Come and see us. Chu Vivian Road. They dare not enter. Go to Pyumiao Ferry Island to look for senior brother. Because as they set foot in the area near Pyumiao Ferry Island, it will be clear to the deep void there are many paths full of hostility or malicious intentions. Fell we superior. If we dare to move one step closer, something terrible will definitely happen. As expected, senior brother is still as awesome as ever. Several people laughed at themselves. But he still refused to leave and was ready to wait near Pyumiao Ferry Island. Don't worry about it, the three of us have serious brain problems. If you want to wait, then we've been waiting. Anyway, I can only own not me at all. If you dare to set foot on the misty Ferry Island, if you insist on breaking in, you will be killed according to the rules. The communication with the powerful men from Pyumiao Ferry Island was interrupted. Gu Han, who was walking with a sword, told, forget it. The vision is full of epic, the boundless sea of clouds. Various, my mood was taken away by the oncoming breeze and I felt refreshed. And in Gu Han after that there was a girl with long fiery red hair. Son. It was the flame spirit who previously served as the guardian of the creation fairy pond. But at this moment Yanling looked at the little black, but I have some doubts about life. At first Gu Han said that this little black boy, it's them, the thunder-swallowing true ancestor, followed by the Phoenix clan. I almost couldn't control myself if I even suspected that Gu was deliberately playing tricks on me. But after some confirmation, Yanling finally received. This little black guy, it's really them, the thunder-swallowing ancestor of the Phoenix clan. Why are you looking at me like that? A few on the head. Stay for blown by the wind. The swinging black guy looks up, looking at Yanling. He said with dissatisfaction, for those who serve me there are so many monsters that they are countless, even reaching the human world. Now you can get my permission. It is your honor to be my servant. Yanling covered his. A few tears fell from the corners of his eyes. This little black, the more you look at it, the more vulgar and unsophisticated it becomes. They used to. Who was the thunder-devouring ancestor of the Phoenix clan? He is so charming and suave, unrivaled in the demon world. Now that he finally saw the person he had been longing for, Yanling felt as if the sky had fallen. But at this moment Guhan, who was walking with his sword, suddenly felt. He paused slightly and raised his head subconsciously deep into the sky. I don't know if it's an illusion. Just now he arrived the purpose of existence, passing through the space barrier and throwing it in his direction. Come. But then for some unknown reason it suddenly disappeared inexplicably. If you are in doubt, you can ask the system. Guhan asked decisively, System, what did you see just now? What is going on? Bite. Master, since you have been villain drama mission, the worldview of this book has changed greatly, which also caused you to be noticed by certain beings in advance. But please rest assured the system has just using special powers. They shield you from cause and effect and they cannot trace back to your location. Hearing this, even Guhan, who was always calm, took a deep breath. Sure enough, all the gifts had already been secretly marked with prices. In his previous life he was suspected to be Yi Qingyun. It was many years later that the strong men from the unknown family noticed it. How long has it been now? In less than a year people had already noticed him. But this is also expected. After all, in his previous life he could at most be evenly matched with Yi Qingyun and compete with him on equal terms. In this life he has gained an absolute advantage and Yi Qingyun was stunned. If you want Yi Qingyun to gain the advantage again and bring the so-called predetermined trajectory of fate back to its original track, those who secretly invested in Yi Qingyun, the existence of the surface, will all appear at this moment. Before even the dormant will of heaven personally participated in a fake match. This is the best proof. Jing made it so big according to the previous life drama you're in. This time the drama of Taihua Immortal Dynasty. Definitely this is a huge turning point for the protagonist Yi Qingyun. Even the will of heaven will secretly plan and personally take action to help Yi Qingyun again plate. If in this new of I can't take the absolute advantage villain mission, Yi Qingyun will most likely achieve a comeback and all the efforts made before will be in vain. Guhan's thoughts kept wandering and he thought of many things at once. But no matter what the outcome, this trip to Taihua Immortal Dynasty is extremely important. Let's not talk about Taihua Immortal Dynasty. It has a very deep foundation and is the dominant force in Taihua continent. If you fall in Yi Qingyun's hands with Yi Qingyun's protagonist ring, there is a high probability that the entire continent can be controlled in his own hands. Afterwards, base radiation, it is not impossible to influence the entire Xianhuang world. Certain God in the world. Immortal, flowing, the rhythm of Tao is everywhere. What's going on? Why am I waiting in ancient times? The creation fairy pond that remained in the Xianhuang world has now fallen into the hands of an unknown number? According to the original destiny, it should belong to that person. There is a vague and eternal voice echoing, and Xian ripples are spreading across the world. This guy is very strange. I just passed Yantian after deducing he couldn't trace back to his source. My deduction another blocked by an even more terrifying force. Humph. Who cares who this guy is? My plan also took away the source of good fortune that I have been waiting for countless years. We must find this person and make him spit out what he ate. Is this all you care about? Another voice suddenly sounded. That stinky, he is also imprisoned in the immortal burial gate of Pyamyo Immortal Mansion. Now the entire Pyamyo Immortal Island is suspected to be in the hands of that guy. What if he opens the immortal burial gate? That if someone returns to the fairyland again, it will be a disaster for all of us. Quickly inform other immortal sects about this matter, just in case. We must make preparations in advance. You will make this matter? Is that too exaggerated? The wild land of the lower world is inaccessible even to the strongest beings. Anyone who approaches the door will be killed. How can we open the immortal burial gate completely or even release that stinking people? This statement was quickly echoed by another voice. Yes, that the birth of a human being will definitely bring about a terrible disaster, but we have not received any Jing. You are just overthinking it. The Xianhuang world has also been undercurrent these days. Various major events continue to occur. Not only did the Xianhuang world have a new top force called Pyumiao Fairy Island, it also made countless cultivators and creatures in awe. The mermaid royal family seems to be going crazy recently. Various wanted warrants are constantly being issued, including the wanted warrant for Yi Qingyun. Especially after learning that Yi Qingyun had entered Taihua Immortal Dynasty after being blessed by the Taihua Immortal Dynasty. He even went crazy and launched revenge against the Taihua Immortal Dynasty. Whenever you see a ship from the Taihua Dynasty on the vast ocean, no matter how great the cost, we must sink it. For this reason, Taihua Immortal Dynasty and the Mermaid Royal Family also posted war. However, the ancestral land of the Mermaid Royal Family, hidden in the deep sea for many years, no one found it at all. Even if the entire Taihua Immortal Dynasty, the foundation is much stronger than that of the Mermaid Royal Family, but also there is nothing I can do to the Mermaid Royal Family. Recently it has been disturbing headache crack. What puzzles the powerful men of Taihua Immortal Dynasty the most is, according to Yi Qingyun and their princess. Yi Qingyun and Princess Luo Qinglian of the Mermaid Royal Family met on Pyumiao Fairy Island and they had a good relationship. Why would the Mermaid Royal Family say that Yi Qingyun killed their princess and prince? Slander. This is red slander. Taihua Immortal Dynasty in the palace. Yi Qingyun and several members of Taihua Immortal Dynasty members gathered here. Yi Qingyun's forehead was bulging with veins and his eyes were filled with anger. I didn't see Luo Qinglian at all. Moreover, Pyumiao Fairy Island has now fallen in the hands of that kid Guhan. Guhan had previously killed people from the Mermaid Royal Family. The person most likely to have killed Luo Qinglian is probably Guhan. This damn guy actually threw dirty water on me. But no matter how much he explained, it was useless. Because before Luo Qinglian died, it was Guhan's instigation. The only message he sent out was that he had killed his younger brother Luo Xiaotian. After that, he died mysteriously and disappeared. As long as there was no major problem with his brain circuit, he would suspect Yi Qingyun's superior. Knock, knock, knock. Just then there was a knock on the door. The palace maid. He stepped forward respectfully and said, Master Qingyun, the princess has prepared a welcoming banquet for you, please follow me now. Seeing this scene, the person in charge of investigating the matter, the members looked at each other and tacitly stopped talking about the matter. After all, Yi Qingyun is now their eldest princess. Heavy. Even if there is any problem, even if it brings some trouble to their Taihua Immortal Dynasty, it can be tolerated. Yi Qingyun, who had seen the whole scene, quickly calmed down. Thread. This matter, it's over. With the Taihua Immortal Dynasty backing him up, even if the Mermaid Royal Family wanted to take revenge, they would be unable to do anything to him. The main thing to do now is to act according to the methods and plans of that unknown existence. First, demonstrate enough of your own value and gain enough trust and attention from Nangong Waner. After that, find a way to seize the dragon vein of destiny inherited by the Taihua Immortal Dynasty and then soar into the sky. At the same time, a certain god in Xuanshu continent area. The mountains are stacked up and the clouds are rising. Every mountain is planted with various red maple trees. At a glance, go the red leaves all over the mountains gather Rongruashi sunset. And at this moment, in the core mountain range in the center, Hua Jieyu, do you know what you are doing? A shout filled with anger rang out. Like a storm, hair rolled up the sky full of red leaves falling. Sight Fallon. In front of the elegant hall with the 4 characters Red Dust Dao Sect written on it, a crowd of people gathered. Monk. Standing at the top is a silver-white temple, but the paragraph still appears. Plump skin, fair skin, looks somewhat similar to Hua Jieyu woman. God. At this moment, extremely angry, all around gathered a terrible low spirits. Hua Hongya, Hua Jieyu's mother. Ever since Hua Jieyu's father died in a terrible disaster many years ago, Hua Hongya has taken on the responsibility of the sect for the leader of Hongchen Dao sect. Not just flowers and red leaves. The monks standing around were also angry, confused, or sad in one direction. That is exactly wearing red the flowers speak. Faced with so many gays, Hua Jieyu is still the god, peaceful, never flowing. Show some fear. It's obvious, isn't it? I don't want to listen to your orders, and I don't want to fulfill the marriage contract you made for me when I was a child. Now I have used the source of creation, reshaped itself of quality. Hua Jieyu raised her head and a playful smile appeared on her beautiful face. now I have lost thee. Even if you force me to fulfill the engagement, what can I do? You are such a rebellious person. It's simply treason. The red leaves were angry. The chest rises and falls. The terrible breath is like a flood that breaks the damn hair. The surrounding mangrove forest rustled and shook, and all the red leaves were blown away. Countless red maple trees were blown off their branches by the sudden storm of Losbald. This is not a unilateral engagement I made for you. It was your father who made it before his death, the one left advice and wishes. You are first of all my red dust Dao sect. First is the sect leader, and then comes Huajieyu. We raised you up so much, and the sect has also paid so much for you. Don't you want to make a final contribution to the sect? Yes, Jieyu sect master, our Hongqian Dao sect has been in decline. If we want to recover further, we can only take some special measures. Other monks cooperated and played the good guy. If we have the ability to understand Lord, you are like this, we will definitely make a contribution to the sect. But God has given me a great mission to solve the problem, master. We have the will but not the power. Interpretation sect master, that person is an extraordinary person, a real immortal. When the immortal gate opens one day, the immortal will scatter flower petals and bless you, which is worth it. What a myth. Group ****. But Huajieyu didn't tolerate them and started scolding them. Doing this kind of selling, when it comes to seeking glory, you can still find a high-sounding reason for yourself. Why should I sacrifice myself, all of you? I worked hard to repair the chain by myself. When have I ever relied on you? From what I can remember, after this disgusting engagement, I left the sect and ventured out on my own. Apart from sending people to monitor me, have you ever provided me with any help? Now I am selling myself out to help you bastards gain benefits, and then you can pursue your dream. Huajieyu was not polite at all. To everyone, including my own mother, the people from the Hongqian Dao sect started cursing. Let's not talk about what era it is and still play the finger-pointing marriage with myself, selling the kind of thing that seeks fame. Furthermore, if only without morality, no morality can restrain you. Hua Hongye was very angry. My mouth was heaving violently. This was already arranged. You have to fulfill it even if you don't want to. Since you are so ignorant, don't blame your mother, for that's too extreme. Come here, town, bring Red Leaf Valley. This period of time cannot be allowed. Go out. Huajieyu seemed to have anticipated this. At this moment he was facing an attack from his own mother and the monks from the Red Leaf Taoist sect. There is no flow more fear. Instead, he took out a special jade talisman from his arms. There are the light flows emitting an inexplicable power. This is specially given by Guhan. The jade talisman contains the aura of a powerful saint. Make it. If it is thrown out in pieces, it can even serve as a full-strength attack by a strong person in the saint realm. The most terrifying jade talisman among them can even rival the full-strength attack of a saint king. Mother, since you insist on doing something drastic, you can't blame me. From today on I will sever my ties with you. It's your relationship. You can go your own way, Guandao. I will cross my own single plank bridge and not disturb each other. Huajieyu was both angry and disappointed this time. I originally wanted to have a good talk with my mother and change her mind. But I didn't expect that even if I had changed quality. My mother is still rigid and mean and even wants Taklo's Red Leaf Valley. Let no more going out. It has to be so absolute, naturally can't blame. Snap. The special jade talisman in his hand was revealed by Huajieyu. A crack, throw out. Boom. The moment the jade talisman was thrown, the laws of the surrounding world are drawn, turning into an overwhelming holy storm which suddenly roared hair. Several monks who were rushing towards Huajieyu were immediately swept up by the terrible storm without even a whimpering sound. Consciousness has fallen dark, swept by the storm of the law, the broken void deep. The power of a saint. Red flower leaves sudden change. I never expected that Huajieyu, who was at the supreme level, could use such means. As the leader of a sect, Hua Hongye's reaction speed is also extremely fast. Activate the sect's formation. Isolate the outside world and don't let get out of here. Others follow me to create a great soul-binding formation town. Follow the master's order. Many monks responded at the same time and continued to act according to Hua Hongye's instructions. Buzz. Hemp gold. The Tao pattern is deep in the sky. Emerge. Overlapping Huijian seemed to have turned into a giant glass bowl that was empty between heaven and earth, covering the entire Hongqian Dao sect. The special laws that permeate it completely block any possibility of leaving this place. At the same time, under the leadership of Hua Hongye, several elders of the Red Dust Dao sect hung in the sky urging the true Qi. As the void twisted, a large rune array engraved with intricate ancient characters unfolded out of thin air. One after another contains the seal town chains of powerful force surged out from it and bound Hua Jieyu. Seeing this scene, Hua Jieyu remained calm. With a cold snort, he threw out another crack of jade. Boom! Thousands of feet high gold, the divine flame was like a rainbow piercing the sun, instantly dissolving the soul-binding formation created by Hua Hongye and several elders of the Hongchen Dao sect. There is still only jade talisman containing the power of the holy realm. Hua Hongye was shocked and angry. She had never expected that Hua Jieyu had such a hidden card. But after doing this, Hua Jieyu did not hold back and threw out another broken jade talisman. Gold runs gather in an instant. It formed a rushing river and directly broke the protective formation of Hongchen Dao sect. With the help of 3 jade talismans containing the power of saints, Hongchen Dao sect was completely a mess. Hua Jieyu did not hesitate either. It turned into a long rainbow and quickly left the place. I don't know how long it took. Mixed the chaos in the Hongyiek and Dao sect finally calmed down. The red leaves covered in dust and looking extremely embarrassed. Seeing yourself at this moment, Hua Jieyu had already run away, feeling both frightened and angry. I really don't understand where Hua Jieyu got these 3 jade talismans with the power of saints. Just at this moment, a monk from the Red Dust Dao sect suddenly he stepped forward and reported, "Master, I have been paying attention to Hua Jieyu recently he has been very close to a young monk named Guhan." The monk did not add conceal. Tell all the information about Guhan collected during this period. A moment. After listening to the report from his subordinates, Hua Hongye sunk to the bottom. Guhan Pao Miao Fairy Island Creation Fairy Pond. Flower and red leaves. The more I talk, the uglier it gets, and finally my pupils become darker. There was even a cold light flashing. What a nosy damned fellow. I just want to know why Hua Jieyu suddenly changed her quality. Definitely this Guhan, that brat, is meddling in other people's business. Destroying our Red Dust Dao sect's grand plan is tantamount to severing our Red Dust Dao sect's inheritance. Pass the order. Do your best to collect clues about Guhan. Guhan's the price strength seems to be very good. Publicly wanted for Guhan, it is very likely no lose a handful of rice. Therefore they could only retaliate secretly and tell Guhan to stop meddling in their affairs. The sea area governed by Taihua Immortal Dynasty. The void split open and dozens of powerful people riding on strange mounts, soldiers from the Taihua Immortal Dynasty, led the way. Behind them were 9 white rays of divine light. Sanglong at this moment was pulling a white jade chariot, noble and divine. Even though the white jade chariot had no markings. But everyone knows that Taihua Immortal Dynasty, the sharp soldier Hua personally paved the way for us. How extraordinary will it be? Inside the 9-dragon chariot. At this moment several young men with powerful auras and terrifying dragon auras were sitting upright. Film. They all look handsome, extraordinary temperament. They are ordinary, but they all have a pair of dragon horns on their heads. Especially one of them, sun white hair, crystal clear, emitting a brilliant glow, even eyelashes all pure white, like a fairy who is not tainted by the mundane world. Even if you just close your eyes and rest, were one an extraordinary charm that cannot be described in words. And the chariot seemed to be filled with people because of this man who was resting with his eyes closed. The child seemed exceptionally quiet. But just at this moment, Nian Shi, who was resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes subconsciously to one direction. With great shock in my heart. This belongs to my dragon clan source, the breath of the pulse. Zulong. And Nianzai direction. It is the capital of the Taihua Immortal Dynasty. The capital of Taihua Immortal Dynasty is undoubtedly home to the Zulong existence. In a magnificent restaurant in the capital of Taihua Immortal Dynasty, Guhan, who was drinking the wine in the glass, also had subconsciously raised his head towards direction Go. He can also feel that one seems to be able to Zulong, resonating the energy of the pulse is approaching the capital of Taihua Immortal Dynasty. I wonder what Master Gu is thinking. A warm pleasant the sound rang out. I saw a man of noble temperament, the palace chief Absolutzi, at this moment personally picked up the wine jug and filled the golden cup in front of Guhan with wine again. Even if and the many people accompanying him were all mentally prepared. But after seeing this scene, his pupils couldn't help but dilate slightly and his face was full of disbelief. But she is the second princess of their Taihua immortal dynasty, Nangong Yaching. Although in terms of power it is not as powerful as Pet Nangong Waner. But she is also the princess of the immortal dynasty who has attracted the attention of countless people. But now, like a servant pouring wine for a strange man, really refreshed their worldview. It seems that your Taihua immortal dynasty has had some very exciting events recently will happen. Not only the top famous and upright sects will we invited some people to come, and even some people who were not from our race came. While speaking, Guhan had already controlled the phantom mask, the power of a deeper hide your own ancestor pulse. After all, this trip to Taihua immortal dynasty is extremely important. He might even use Yi Qingyun mediator direct and heavenly will get started. Make your own share hiding in the dark able, the more room there is for creation. Nangong Waner had no idea of Guhan's secret actions. Pouring wine for Guhan paused slightly, even if you no matter how well you control your emotions. At this moment it is inevitable to flow shocked and surprised. Inviting the Tsanglong clan from the demon world to attend their annual dragon sacrifice ceremony. But soonly the royal family of the Xian dynasty knew about this matter, only the staff know. Dragon sacrifice ceremony. It is a grand event that happens only once every 100 years in the Taihua immortal dynasty. On this day, the royal family of the Taihua immortal dynasty will work together with countless residents of the immortal dynasty to celebrate. The whole country sing and dance and perform a special sacrifice in various ways. The object of worship is actually the dragon vein that inherits the fortune of their Taihua immortal dynasty. Because according to the records of their royal family's inheritance history, only the dragon sacrifice ceremony held once every 100 years can help the Taihua immortal dynasty continue to pass on the dragon vein of luck and ensure peace and prosperity for the country and the people for decades to come. But luck and dragon veins are all about the ethereal things. If you want to forcibly intervene through human power, the best way is to borrow the power of the real dragon clan. As the most powerful among the dragon clan, the Tsanglong clan has the right to speak. He is the most important partner chosen by the royal family of their Taihua immortal dynasty. They will give out gifts every time they hold a dragon sacrifice ceremony. With a generous reward, they invited the Tsanglong tribe to send people to help them further stabilize or strengthen their dragon veins of luck. But then again, the dragon sacrifice ceremony involves the core of their Taihua immortal dynasty. Even now I don't know too much condition. How did Guhan, an outsider, know this? All kinds of thoughts quickly subsided and dissipated. Nangong Yaching put a strand of hair behind her ear and smiled. Mr. Gu is indeed not an ordinary person. He can even do such a thing, you can guess it. After signaling the entourage to leave the private room, Nangong Yaching then said, that person is definitely not from our human race but from the Tsanglong clan of the demon world. We, the royal family of Taihua immortal dynasty, invited them here with we have a lot of leverage to get them to do us a very important favor. Nangong Yaching did not deliberately conceal but choose the main confess something to Guhan. Not a fool, and Guhan is even less of a fool. Gu Hanford, the lord of White Dragon Palace, the Tsanglong clan must know about it. Even if I don't tell him the truth, Guhan will surely be able to find out for himself. There is no point in hiding. Furthermore, after the dragon sacrifice ceremony, the royal family will select the next true candidate for the throne. During the dragon sacrifice ceremony, the last chance to compete with Nangong Waner. During this special period, if we don't try every possible means to bring Guhan the helper your own camp. Even considering the overall situation, deliberately hiding some information from Guhan and indirectly offending him is something only an idiot would do. A member of the Tsanglong clan. Guhan raised his eyebrows slightly. He didn't flow any desire to hear this news. Instead, there is a kind of calmness that is completely expected. In the previous life, due to some mistakes, Yi Qingyun in that life, his achievements were recognized by the powerful Tianlong clan. Using the Tianlong clan as a springboard, the protagonist, with the protection of the ring, Yi Qingyun, took off directly on the spot. The reason why he was able to help Nangong Waner win the throne of the immortal dynasty was because thanks to him, the one recognized by the Tianlong clan share. With this, it seems that he had met a remarkable young descendant of the Tsanglong clan in the Taihua immortal dynasty. The two men got along very well and even became sworn brothers. In addition, the Tsinglong clan was originally invited by the royal family of the Taihua immortal dynasty with great effort. Yi Qingyun and the core descendant of the Tsinglong clan good. Combined with this from the Tianlong clan's recognized share. Even if the entire dragon sacrifice ceremony is carried out, it is not too difficult. With the help of Yi Qingyun, Nangong Waner naturally cleared all obstacles without any effort. After killing Nangong Yaching, the biggest rival for the only successor of Taihua immortal dynasty. So in summary, there are protagonists. Yi Qingyun, who was blessed by the ring, only needed him to obtain a key opportunity. Even if it falls even at the bottom of the valley, one can rise to the sky in one step by relying on the subsequent opportunities that are linked to each other. This time, even if he fails to complete the system task, he will also find a way to stir up a rebellion in Taihua immortal dynasty. Yi Qingyun could never get what he couldn't get. Mr. Gu. Nangong Yaching suddenly stood up, first bowed slightly to Gu Han, and then he said seriously and respectfully, "I believe you also know the grudges and disputes between me and Nangong Waner. To be honest, this dragon sacrifice ceremony is my only chance to compete for the title of heir to the immortal dynasty share. But the available people on their side are far from comparable to those on Nangong Waner's side. Therefore I hope, Mr. Gu, can you lend me a helping hand? He is the successor of the immortal dynasty. You don't need to be my follower because you are much more powerful than me. I just want you to reach this cooperation. We are equal partners. Thing after that, I swear with my heart that as long as I can, I will satisfy Mr. Gu's conditions at all costs." I have to say, Nangong Wan Yaching gave Gu Han enough face. Being a collaborator means that Gu Han has absolute freedom during his time in the Taihua immortal dynasty. If Gu Han felt that Nangong Yaching in the subsequent, if he were to collide with her, he would be no match for Nangong Waner. Gu Han can also unilaterally violate the agreement at any time and abandon, leave, or even add Nangong Waner's camp. And the conditions offered are also extremely thick. Nangong Yaching only needs for the only successor of the Xian dynasty. Book the authority and voice of the party and government will be unprecedentedly enhanced. To the best of our ability, many things it will become extremely terrifying. A rare and top-level chain repair resource. Unparalleled divine weapon. Or even, as the Prime Minister of Taihua immortal dynasty, together they govern the entire Taihua immortal dynasty. However, Gu Han would not be so idle as to choose this option. Gu Han did not respond immediately. He just sipped the wine in his glass leisurely and did not show any outmill a litter thread. On the other hand, Nangong Yaching, who was standing in front of him, was clearly a distinguished host. At this moment he seemed like a reserved and helpless guest. He seemed a little uneasy but was looking forward to Gu Han's answer. Interesting. After a while, Gu Han, the corners are slightly tilted. I came to Taihua immortal dynasty now because I have my own plans. Since Princess Nangong Yaching is so sincere, I naturally can't be too pretentious. Gu Han said. He extended a hand. Then it's a pleasure to work with you. In fact, everything was developing according to the plan he had made in his mind. With the phantom face and his current state. As long as you are determined not to be discovered, then no one can discover his true share. Everything was because he deliberately exposed his whereabouts for Nangong Yaching. To attract, come and see yourself. After all, you can't always, so he recommended himself. He went to Nangong Yaching's house to introduce himself and said that he would help him win the title of heir to the immortal dynasty. A portion, right? Let's not talk about it, this is very bad price grid. Furthermore, things that are easy to obtain are always easily regarded as defective products and not cherished. But others, it's a different story if someone comes to you for help. As expected. Invisibly, Gu Han took Nangong Yaching, who had been thinking about it for a while, heaved a sigh of relief after hearing these words, very happy. Thank you, Master Gu, for your help. I will never forget such a great favor. Seeing Nangong Yaching so happy, Gu Han finally understood. Why is Nangong Yaching so concerned about the successor of the immortal dynasty? I can't compete with Nangong Waner. In terms of scheming, the two are completely not on the same level. Are you serious? Nangong Yaching, that bitch Lu met a young monk with the highest etiquette? Elegant and secluded princess residence. Nangong Waner frowned slightly as she listened to her subordinate's report. Now the dragon's sacrifice ceremony is approaching. Shinichi and Nangong Yaching the front has also been deployed invisibly. Moreover, since recently he had some conflicts with Jun Maxiao which led to him losing some advantages. This also made Nangong Waner pay more attention to Nangong Yaching recently do. Be especially vigilant as Nangong Yaching will take advantage of this opportunity to approach or even directly win over Jun Maxiao. That's all. I just received news that the distinguished guests from the Tsanglong tribe have arrived. Bring the people with you, we will go to greet them now. If it is true as you said that person is extremely important to Nangong Yaching, then this welcoming ceremony will bring that person along too. Then we will take this opportunity to test his. It's not too late. Princess, I need Lord Maxiao, are you? After much hesitation the guard he asked with his head scratching. As soon as these words came out, Nangong Waner was still relatively calm. Golden an instant it became Shin is hard to see Zhou, even a terrible low atmosphere was gathered. What does he do? I don't owe him anything. A grown man has to come and make trouble with me thread. It's so funny. Don't pay attention to him, go inform Yi Qingyun and ask him to go with me. As soon as she finished speaking, Nangong Waner had already left leave. Seeing this scene the guard couldn't help but sigh. He even found it a little ridiculous, but anyone with a discerning eye could see that. How much does Lord Jun Maxiao care about Nangong Waner? Nangong Waner has always been unilateral in taking over that side. One does not appreciate what he has. Even though Jun Maxiao's feet were covered in mud and looked extremely miserable, Nangong Waner is still like a high and mighty princess. She will never bow down the head. Wearing the crown, glanced at Jun Maxiao on the ground. The funniest thing is that Jun Maxiao always seems to be holding on to a sense of luck. On the surface it seems that he has no contact with Nangong Waner anymore. But during this period he even promised him all kinds of good things, so that he can always pay attention to Nangong Waner and report to them at all times. This is really Bell until death Fong end. Dog Grey Tears talent. Nangong Waner, as I said, I did not invite Jun Maxiao. Rather Yi Qingyun, the newly recruited trader, rushed to the welcoming place. On the huge glazed white jade square of Taihua Imperial City. At this moment there are not people. Almost all the Taihua dynasty royal family member. They couldn't make a big fuss about it, their true purpose. Nor should we be too perfunctory in the welcoming ceremony to avoid the angry Blue Dragon clan made it difficult to carry out subsequent cooperation plans. That guy is Nangong Yaching, the helper that he invited with the highest standards of etiquette. He is very young, but I can't tell how deep his cultivation is. He is an extraordinary person. Looking in Gu Han's direction, Nangong Waner's eyes flashing. Of my senses have always been very sharp. And Gu Han gave off the feeling is extremely extraordinary. Nangong Yaching was really lucky he invited such an amazing young man. But it's not a big problem. I am also successfully invited the prophet among the national teachers Yi Qingyun myself. If we can win over a few people from the Tsanglong clan this time to his own camp, and the dragon sacrifice ceremony from then on will be entirely carried out by control. This is obviously the first time I've met this guy, but why do I feel like I'm seeing my mortal enemy when I see him? How about sleep? Yi Qingyun is also staring at the completely disguised Gu Han. All kinds of thoughts emerged in his mind thread. Qingyun, you'd better not be too rash at this critical moment. Bai Lao reminded, the existence that can make the Taihua immortal dynasty's royal family personally receive them must be extraordinary. If we can use this opportunity to establish a good relationship with them, it will definitely have unimaginable benefits. Yi Qingyun did not respond to Bai Lao and even felt a little disgusted and resentful towards me. Now in his mind Bai Lao is nothing more than a useless hindsight. With the help of that incredible unknown being, old Bai has become dispensable to him. Roar! At this moment Son Yunshin suddenly a loud and clear dragon sound came. Everyone's goal kikigo. The person they were waiting for is here. Soon. In a team of Taihua immortal dynasty escorted by elite soldiers. Only 2 huge blue dragons with dazzling scales and bodies hundreds of feet long walked in parallel. At this moment he was pulling a graceful white dragon chariot from the space crack, flying out. Dragon waves of auspicious clouds appeared and dragon energy spread to the surrounding void for thousands of miles. Even though the Taihua immortal dynasty had sealed the surrounding void through special means, there were still some strange phenomena that caused a lot of concerned people stopped to watch. Looking at the situation, it seems that a formidable being has descended on the imperial city of the Taihua immortal dynasty, a cultivator exclaimed. How can I arrive the terrifying dragon might? Was the Taihua immortal dynasty also inviting people from the demon world to come? These words sparked another round of discussion. The human race and the demon race are sworn enemies. Previously on Piamiao Fairy Island, the human race and the demon race, the scene of brutal fighting began, and it was an extremely realistic reflection of this point. As a human immortal dynasty, if it has connections with the forces in the demon world, it is easy for someone with ulterior motives to make a fuss about this matter, or even the public enemy of the human race. The nine-dragon chariot broke through the sea of clouds and slowly landed on the glazed white jade square. Welcome to our distinguished guest, Nandong Wana Nangong Yaching, and many members of the Taihua immortal dynasty royal family member. All flow. At this moment he gave a polite and eager smile and moved forward. Soon several extraordinary temperaments, popular Joe exuding a strong dragon spirit, shadows walked out of the dragon chariot one after another. 3 old men and 4 young men. They almost all it has dragon scales and a pair of dragon horns on its head. The most eye-catching one is a man with long hair and even eyelashes, all pure white Tofson. Zichi wearing jade feet, silver white, the glass length that swings all the way down to the delicate and white ankles. There is the purple gold bell tied with a red string along with the white hair. The footsteps of the child made pleasant sounds like the flow of spring water from time to time. Glass length, the material of the white hair seems to be extremely special, a film outline in the wide and long if present. The waist is as slender as a willow and can be held in one hand, beautiful material, huge ups and downs. On the snow-white neck is a face that is not stained by any vulgarity, with bright eyes, white teeth, dark eyebrows like mist, and a pair of white hairs on his head of dragon horns. But this pair of dragon horns did not give white hair bring a little bit of abruptness. Instead, the temperament is more like an exotic stylite, so evil and stunning. Several have been obsessed with the prince of Taihua immortal dynasty the moment he saw Nianxi. I can't control myself, flow out of obsession. This also includes Yi Qingyun. Simply the shock soul. Previously he thought Luo Qinglian was the exotic girl he had seen representatives among people. But now, compared with Nianxi, Luo Qinglian's the appearance suddenly became extremely bleak. This, since we can ride this 9-dragon chariot to Taihua immortal dynasty, the status is definitely extraordinary. If you can get to know each other and even become famous, knowing oneself is the way, it is really a blessing in life. Yi Qingyun's protagonist, the ring, comes with long outyan and also has the attribute of collecting harem. After all, in the original plan, almost all the unpredictable if the child is not Yi Qingyun's people or his Rita confidant, or perhaps someone who has an extraordinary connection with him. The moment he saw Nianxi, Yi Qingyun suddenly had the urge to possess her. On the other side, Guhan also thinking if she stayed there for a few more moments. But compared to the other side, an extremely gorgeous appearance, Guhan cared more. Why are the people of the Tsanglong clan who came to the Taihua immortal dynasty this time somewhat different from the information he remembered in his previous life? According to the information he investigated in his previous life, the people of the Tsanglong clan who came to Taihua immortal dynasty, there is no such young white hair. Could it be that it was because of the various actions he initiated that the drama there was a deviation again? Although the eyes of people around it was a bit offensive to Nianxi. But Nianxi do the style seems very good. There is no offense at all, angry. Instead, he showed a gentle and approachable smile and even greeted everyone one by one. Sanglong clan Nianxi, very happy to meet you, fellow Taoists. But now when he scanned Guhan, he was obviously paused. The two people's goal in mid-air exchange. Direct purpose catch and even allow them to see the depths of each other's eyes, various thread. Guhan is still a god naturally, I nodded out of politeness. Nianxi is also, he nodded with a smile. But an idea emerged in the minds of both of them at the same time. This human race/dragon, it seems that there are people who are the same as Meples. Maybe it's because of Zulong, because of this. Just a simple goal exchange. The two of them had already noticed each other's unusualness. But the two of them were very tacit and did not mention this matter directly, and it seemed that in the phase of mutual exploration, Bite. New villain main quest detected. Option 1, gain Nianshi's recognition and thereby gain the recognition of the entire Tsanglong clan and control the entire Tsanglong clan reward, click on the villain. Option 2, seize Nianshi's origin and try to control it using force to suppress it, the Tsanglong clan reward, click on the villain. Mission deadline, before the Taihua Immortal Dynasty Dragon Sacrifice Ceremony is completely over. The sudden system voice made Guhan slightly stunned. Since the novice period has passed, he no longer has any daily villain missions to complete. Can only finish villain mission villain drama gain villain points. This is the first time that the system has produced a villain mission with such a high reward. But this task is indeed difficult. Let's not talk about the Tsanglong clan, it is the top race in the demon world. Furthermore, there is a time limit before the end of the Taihua Immortal Dynasty's Dragon Sacrifice Ceremony. That matter, it is relatively troublesome. Because his other main task is to help Nangon Yaching ascend to power and take the opportunity to control the Taihua Immortal Dynasty, which will reward him with villain points. Now that the two villain main quests are piled together, the difficulty will only increase exponentially. However, it is naturally impossible for him to give up this villain mission. Moreover, he has also found the breakthrough point in this villain mission. Nianshi. Use force to suppress that Tsanglong tribe was forced to submit. Although it is simple and direct, it is also likely to cause unnecessary changes. Nianshi seemed to have a great interest in herself. He might be able to take advantage of this incident to turn the tables and complete your own plan. Nianshi was slightly stunned. Originally Guhan looked at fairly normal, suddenly it felt a little weird. That look alive like a big bad wolf looking at the look in this little sheep's eyes. Can it's a dragon? At this moment a sudden voice interrupted the gaze between the two. Nianshi, human men are best at playing with, don't be fooled by these cunning guys. At this time I saw Ahe as a tall man with a pair of golden longjiao. A man with a resolute face stepped out and blocked in front of Nianshi. From him the terrifying dragon energy it exudes is like a suffocating low air diffusion. Stop a group of people from sticking to Nianshi, almost obsessed with at the same time. It was like a basin of cold water poured over their heads and feet, giving them a chill. Suddenly woke up. He is Nianshi's brother and his full name is Tsan Aou. Similarly, he is also a real sister-loving maniac. As the former pride of the Tsanglong clan, his current cultivation had reached the 9th level of the Supreme Realm and he was not far from the Divine Realm. Those who dare to take advantage of his sister will basically to be judged by the iron fist of his brother. Not just him. There was also a man in the crowd with a cold aura and looked particularly dangerous. He was also glancing around indifferently. Bai Junlin can be considered as Nianshi's childhood sweetheart. I have admired Nianshi for a long time. At this moment he was looking at the royal family around him with great displeasure. The terrifying eyes seemed to want to tear them all to pieces. Of course, Bai Junlin's main focus was on Guhan Superior. Because he has always paid special attention to Nianshi. He was also the only one who noticed that Nianshi and Guhan looked at each other for more than 3 seconds. This damn human boy is the first man that Nianshi could look at for such a long time. This phenomenon makes Bai Junlin was very jealous. A damned human actually dared to dream of laying hands on his Nianshi. He really was courting death. Tisk. Guhan sighed in his heart. He could see at a glance that Bai Junlin inexplicably harbored a great deal of hostility towards him. No need to think too much, it should be the one named Nian Zidog. Although Jun Ma Xiao. But it wouldn't be the case that the person you admire would go crazy and shout for killing just because he or she looks at other men. This guy seems to have a serious illness. Of course he didn't care. If the other party insists on causing trouble for you, then find a way to bury it. It just so happens that I have been planning to make some elixirs recently. Kill dragon, but they are all good materials. I don't know why. Gu Hanmu the moment it was thrown. By Junlin, suddenly I felt a chill on my neck and a sudden feeling of great palpitation in my heart. My back is already soaked in cold sweat. By Junlin's subconscious side alert. This pretty-faced human that he disliked so much actually made him arrived unexplainable danger. While feeling fear in my heart, By Junlin's anger, the fire burned more and more fiercely and could not be controlled. You know he is from the noble Tsanglong clan. Although the pulse purity is not as good as Nianshi's, but it is also shocking. Once by the weak human race pulsites really ashamed to be restrained and even subconsciously feel fear. There is still some time before the dragon sacrifice ceremony. You all have finally come to the capital of our Taihua immortal dynasty. Why don't you take a good look around? At this time Nangong Waner, he suggested. Nian Shi and several other people from the Tsanglong clan were obviously a little worried when they heard this. After all, the cultural customs of the demon world and the human world are very different. Sometimes understanding some human culture and participating in some activities which is also a new thing for them. Seeing that Nianxi and others were obviously. Nangong Waner's smile became brighter and brighter. The capital of our Taihua immortal dynasty is huge with many streets. A suitable guide can also bring you better test. As he spoke, Nangong Waner introduction Yi Qingyun on the side. This is me. Carefully selected people know the various streets, shops and places of entertainment in the capital of our Taihua immortal dynasty. As soon as this was said, several other royal families, the staff, all looked at Nangong Waner with suspicion, puzzled. Yi Qingyun is not from their Taihua immortal dynasty. If you want to know more about the capital of Taihua dynasty, he should be a native of the Taihua immortal dynasty who was born and raised in the capital. What's the point of choosing an outsider like Yi Qingyun? Nangong Waner is very confident in her choice. I had expected a day like this to come. Therefore let Yi Qingyun knowing the basic layout of the entire Taihua immortal dynasty capital. It is also a light vehicle for many places road. The most important thing is that Yi Qingyun is the eternal golden dragon, the person. The Tsanglong clan is extremely sensitive to dragon luck. It was easy to get close to Yi Qingyun, a special person, and even develop a good impression of him. And the facts were just as Nangong Waner had guessed. Several people from the Tsanglong clan, upon seeing Yi Qingyun to him after the breath, they all nodded slightly, flowing a kind smile appeared. Let's not talk about Yi Qingyun's character for now. Anyway, just based on in terms of feeling, their first impression of Yi Qingyun was not bad. It's stable. Nangong Waner was delighted. He even raised his eyebrows provocatively towards his sister Nangong Yaching. Nangong Yaching understood the meaning of Nangong Waner's behavior. It suddenly became ugly. The Tsanglong clan is a core part of the dragon sacrifice ceremony. If one wants to gain more say in the dragon sacrifice ceremony, gaining the friendship of the Tsanglong clan is an inevitable result. But because he reacted a little too slowly, Nangong Waner got the better of him with such a good opportunity. Just when Nangong Yaching was frustrated that her brain was not sharp enough, missed such a great opportunity. If possible, I hope this gentleman can take me there. A pleasant voice suddenly sounded. As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes, all of them, turned to the person who was speaking. Go. Only Nian Shi, the corners of her eyes are smiling and her big watery eyes are looking at Guhan. Everyone's goal once again, they all fell on Guhan superior. There was shock, confusion, and even a kind of jealous anger. I have been eating melons and analyzing things. Guhan, inexplicably the center of the incident, he couldn't help but frown slightly. Master Nianxi, this person is a casual cultivator who came to our Taihua immortal dynasty not long ago. I don't understand at all. Nangong Waner said without giving up. I believe that the person I recommend can better guide Lord Nianxi and others to tour the capital city than this casual cultivator who just came to our Taihua immortal dynasty. That's right, Master Nianxi, I am confident that I can do better than anyone here. Yi Qingyun also advocated, so he recommended himself. A sense of winning in his heart was inexplicably aroused. Especially when facing this man who made him unhappy. Yi Qingyun didn't want to show weakness. And this opportunity is extremely important. From the details of the Tsanglong clan make it clear. Nianxi's the status is not low, it may even be high to an unimaginable level. If I can't take this opportunity to build a good relationship with such an existence, I will deficit. Alas, it's a pity that Master Gu came to my Taihua immortal dynasty too late, otherwise I could have taken him. Take a look at the capital city. Finally some hope emerged. But after thinking that Guhan didn't know the capital of Taihua dynasty and couldn't serve as a guide, Nangong Yaching was shocked, becoming lost again. This is for change, it's useless. In fact, all of them really misunderstood Guhan. Guhan had also been to the Taihua immortal dynasty not in this life but in the previous life. Once here with Yi Qingyun when he was at the front he had already given Taihua Senchao grass. In the previous life a violent riot in the capital of Taihua immortal city shocked the Xianhuang world. He was the one who made it happen of. As the initiator of that major event he naturally knew the layout of the capital of Taihua immortal dynasty very well. But before Guhan could speak Nian Shi's eyebrows curved and her voice were such purity and expectation. It doesn't matter, the unknown is what is most worth exploring. Good opportunities always come before you are prepared. I wonder if this gentleman is willing to travel with me to the capital of Taihua immortal dynasty. Of course you don't have to deliberately look for the best places to visit, you just need to occasionally tell me about some human customs during this period. As soon as these words came out, everyone was struck by lightning, more and more shocked and unbelievable. No, what's going on with this person? It seems that she is the only one who has received Nian Shi's attention and love. But if they remember correctly, this seems to be the first time Guhan and Nian Shi met? Why is Nian Shi like this? Do you have a special liking for him? Guhan ignored the envy and shock of the people around him and even the occasional glances that wanted to tear him apart. Others may not know, but he knows it very well in his heart. How could Nian Shi be so mean to herself? Have a favorite? It is very likely that Nian Shi used her pulse no im hidden Zulon pulse. On the surface he used the excuse that he wanted to travel with me to the 8 cities of Taihua Xianchaging. In fact, this method is used to test and confirm oneself. Guhan narrowed his eyes and chuckled in his heart. This Nian Shi looks so pure that she seems a little stupid. But in fact he is also shrewd and smart. Whatever. To your self-interest, want to test myself. I might as well go with the flow and use the trick to get through for a breakthrough. Let in even the entire Xanglong clan for my journey in Taihua immortal dynasty's help. It's my pleasure. Guhan, a gentle smile appeared. For some reason Nian Shi felt a chill on the back of her neck at this moment. Some kind of little sheep. Host, the strange illusion of throwing myself into the arms of Guhan the big bad wolf seemed to be getting stronger and stronger. Taihua capital. In 3 days at most the Taihua immortal dynasty will hold its grandest dragon worship ceremony. The recent period can be regarded as the warm-up period for the dragon sacrifice ceremony. Taihua capital city already has grand live. The event has already begun attracting countless monks who come here to admire its reputation. Not just Beijing vertical and horizontal, the wrong street was crowded with people. There are also many monks in the sky who use various empty magic weapon turned into a rainbow passing by from time to time. Everyone, it is better to come at the right time than to come early. This period is also the busiest time for our Taihua immortal dynasty. Nangong Waner, he introduced, we will hold various conferences in Taihua capital involving piano, chess, calligraphy and painting, martial arts competitions, alchemy, talisman drawing and etc. If you can perform well in these competitions you will be rewarded by the royal family of our Taihua immortal dynasty. Heart prepared generous rewards. Although Nian Shi named him, Guhan was able to let's travel around the capital city of Taihua together. But Nangong Waner and others. For various reasons I don't want watching Nian Shi and Guhan alone. So a group of them gathered together and traveled around the capital city of Taihua in this way. Even if Nian Shi and others, in a special way, the dragon image has been removed from its appearance, but it is still very eye-catching. Not to mention the 2 princesses of the Xian dynasty, Nangong Waner and Nangong Yaching, as well as many royal family members accompany. Such a luxurious lineup immediately attracted many the monks' purpose. Those seem to be the 2 princesses of the Taihua immortal dynasty, Nangong Waner and Nangong Yaching, someone exclaimed. What is the origin of that group of people? How could they be received by 2 princesses of the Taihua immortal dynasty? Did you notice that Nangong Waner was standing? The person over there was not Jun Mashio but another man. Someone else noticed this detail. After all, everyone knows that Nangong Waner, there is a follower who follows him like a shadow, and that is Jun Mashio. But now they discovered for the first time that Jun Mashio, who had been following them like a shadow, had disappeared. Follow Nangong Waner, the person next to her turned out to be another strange man. They even have some Jun Mashio. Your sincerity has really been wasted. But some people also recognized Yi Qingyun share. That person Yi Qing-yun. It doesn't seem to be a simple thing. Yi Qing-yun? The Yi Qing-yun who was chased and hacked because he was too mean and angered his 3 senior sisters. Yi Qing-yun has long been famous in the Shenhuang world. It's not his strength that makes him famous, but what happened to him. On the story is famous. But some people think that Yi Qing-yun is not a simple person. I heard that when I was on Piaomiao Fairy Island Luchu in the hands of Wei and others. But in the end I don't know how, and it was intact out of despair. Although the strength is a bit rubbish. But it seems hiding of the unknown force can provide help at all times. Listening to the discussions of the people around him, Yi Qing-yun was shocked, extremely ugly. He did not deliberately disguise his appearance this time. After all, this is the territory of the Taihua Immortal Dynasty. No matter how crazy those Wei guys are, as long as they still have a little bit of rationality, they will never be so bold as to attack him in the Taihua Immortal Dynasty. Another reason was that he wanted to go fishing. That's right, those guys who hated me would be very happy if they knew that I was in Taihua Immortal Dynasty true appearance, and confirm your own share. As long as you dare to cause trouble for him and go against him. That would be courting death. By then, even if he doesn't have to do anything, Nangong Wanner will use the power of Taihua Immortal Dynasty to help him eliminate all enemies. Another important reason is that he also wanted to take this opportunity to muddy the waters of the Taihua Immortal Dynasty and absorb the inherited dragon veins of the Taihua Immortal Dynasty more smoothly. Therefore, Yi Qing-yun's actions can be said to kill 3 birds with 1 stone. Of course, this plan was formulated and perfected by the will of heaven himself. Moreover, the will of heaven also uses some special deduction, gave Yi Qing-yun some inspiration. If there is a white-haired person among the Tsanglong clan who came to Taihua Immortal Dynasty, you need to get close to. If it can't be used by you, then find a way to get it a drop of origin. By then you will absorb the dragon vein of Taihua Immortal Dynasty. The road ahead will be completely smooth. Thinking of this place, Yi Qing-yun's eyes flashing. His sight lingered on Nian Shi, who had white hair superior. No need to think too much, this person must be the key to the revelation of the unknown existence. You can see Nian Shi Gu Hanshi by the side. The fire in Yi Qing-yun's heart was burning fiercely. His plan could have been completed smoothly, but halfway through, Gu Han this Chen Yaojin showed up. Yi Qing-yun is like a protagonist who has everything going smoothly. But he always encounters the villain Gu Han, a stumbling block for unknown reasons on the road. Music, chess, calligraphy, or painting. I do have some understanding of the human culture. Especially the zither and poetry, which can truly be regarded as the shining pearls of human culture. A poem or a piece of zither can often compose a story that will be passed down through the ages. Nian Shi seemed to have thought of something, a look of yearning. This time I came to the capital of Taihua Immortal Dynasty. I really want to see the legendary peerless person who was proficient in Confucianism, Taoism, and the art of playing the zither woolen cloth. The speaker may not mean it, but the listener may take it seriously. Nangong Wanner and Nangong Yaching saw a light. Come on, I can get Nianshi. The perfect opportunity has come again. But at this time, Nianshi's silver eyes suddenly, he looked at Gu Han with an inexplicable smile. Mr. Han, I guess you have some knowledge of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, right? Hangu is the pseudonym that Gu Han gave himself to conceal his identity during his trip to Taihua Immortal Dynasty. Why do you say that, Miss Nianshi? Gu Han raised his eyebrows slightly. I never said that I know these things. Intuition. Because I'm in Mr. Han's superior, he is elegant and easygoing in his bones. Based on my experience, if you don't have knowledge of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, this kind of temperament will definitely not flow here. Nianshi's smile made the people around the lines become brighter. Besides, what I said just now was more of a test through Mr. Han's subtle expression. Come and see. Mr. Han really has a high level of attainment in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, because you seem very confident about this. You have discovered all this. I am really good at everything. Pass, Gu Han responded with a smile. The two of them chatted happily and seemed to be completely immersed in their own world. Those two are such a perfect match. Jade, a perfect match. But some passerby monk suddenly said this. Let Bai Junlin be. The suppressed anger and jealousy were completely ignited in an instant. Snort. I also play the piano, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Pass? What a clown who is just trying to attract attention. Nianshi, don't be fooled by this guy's appearance. This guy might I don't know anything about music, chess, calligraphy or painting, I just act like this on purpose to please you, Nianshi. But the next moment Bai Junlin finished speaking. Everyone arrived transformed into actual cold murderous intent. It was like a sharp sword suspended around everyone's neck like a thorn in their back. Everyone's goal, they all gathered around Guhan Superior. Guhan's temperament has changed drastically at this moment, a terrifying aura that makes people's hearts tremble and tremble. But he, however, a somewhat paradoxical smile appeared on his face. I am not only good at playing the piano, chess, calligraphy and painting pass. And he's good at slaying dragons, dragon tendons, dragon refining, waiting for one-stop service. You want to try it? As soon as these words were spoken, the space completely froze. Especially the people from Taihua Immortal Dynasty, they were frightened to death by these words. They are now on a busy street. Guhan suddenly did this. Are they afraid that others don't know about their Taihua Immortal Dynasty, so they went to great lengths to invite a group of demon people? Presumptuous. Moreover, Guhan's words seemed to this angered several other members of the Tsanglong clan. After all, they are also members of the Dragon clan. In anger, several people's pupils changed vertical pupil. A terrible breath was coming from them. It gradually spread out and completely locked onto Guhan. The people of Taihua Immortal Dynasty also reacted quickly. Drive away nearby monks immediately and activate the shielding formation to prevent others from noticing this place quiet. But even so, no one expected that Guhan would be so bold and suddenly turn against Bai Junlin of the Tsanglong clan. Everyone subconsciously to Nangang Yaching with an urging look on his face. Even if you don't say anything, your meaning is self-evident. Guhan is your man, go up and stop him. Just in the confusion, Nangang Yaching was full of questions and subconsciously raised her hand and pointed at herself. Go up and stop Guhan? Guhan is far stronger and it's just a partnership. How to stop it? Are you willing to risk your life to stop it? Although the people of the Tsanglong clan ugly but not substantial, they attack. Part of the reason is that they can't find a reason to attack. Because anyone who is not a fool can see it. It was Bai Junlin, the troublemaker, who repeatedly made trouble for no reason. Guhan was angry. They saw this from the beginning. It's just because Bai Junlin is of the same clan, so they turn a blind eye. Another reason was that Guhan gave them an inexplicable feeling of fear sleep. If with provoking conflict is never a wise move. After all, this is the human race's territory. If things really get out of hand, they will definitely be the ones who suffer. Hangu, you are so outrageous. Nangang Wana reacted suddenly, furious, staring at Guhan coldly and angrily. These people are the distinguished guests of my Tsanglong clan. Who allowed you to be so presumptuous? After all, because of Guhan, the proposed plan fell through. Now Guhan and the Tsanglong clan have conflicts. Naturally, I would not miss such a good opportunity. If we can take the opportunity to get rid of Guhan, it would be considered a solution to a major problem. Nangang Yaching, eyes flashing, or he made a decision with his head held high. Sister, young Master Han is my man, you don't need to tell him what to do. What kind of power does Guhan possess? Nangang Yaching knew it very well. If you don't stand up at this time, Guhan, it is very likely to make feeling grudge against Guhan or even directly create he subsequently lost the battle for the throne. And anyone with eyes can see that. Nianshi already has a preliminary interest in Guhan. I believe they will not just sit there and do nothing. Sure enough, at the moment when the two sisters Nangang Wana and Nangang Yaching just confronted each other, then an angry voice sounded by Junlin. That's enough. We are just guests from afar and we should behave like guests. Nianshi Huan, the temperament, also changed suddenly. By with the dragon as the center, the terrifying might of the dragon spread like a storm, covering the sky and the earth. The space behind was distorted. About it seems there is about a line of dragon energy condensed. The shadow of the dragon soul slowly emerged. Tsanglong demon ancestor projection symbolize. The Tsanglong demon clan was originally the ancestor of the dragon clan in the world. The veins have a natural resistance to all dragons system. Therefore, the moment the shadow of the dragon soul appeared behind Nianshi again, all the people of the Tsanglong clan present arrive. Pulse system, deep heart, a kind of worship emerges. Worship. Nandong Wanner and others also to the impact. Although it does not produce surrender the heart of worship but the fear on the face, it has also become a reality. The only thing to say about the scene is the calmest not even arrived. The one who was not affected at all is probably Gu Han. This time it's not just Nianxi. Song Aou and Bai Junlin both noticed something after a brief moment of stunned silence. They were also filled with shock. What is the origin of this human race? Even after Nianxi transformed into the projection of the blue dragon demon ancestor, he still remained calm and indifferent influence. Could it be this human kid? There is no one who is inferior to the blue dragon demon ancestor pulse. After all, if you want to not be in front of the high-level vein aura influence, then you must also have a high-status pulse breath. The two contend with each other and cancel each other out. Of course, the deep heart, there is another even more terrifying and absurd guess. That's Gu Han. There may be Zulong. After all, they had long known that there was a young person in the human race who was suspected to have the power of Zulong. Is it possible? What a coincidence! The young man in front of me is Zulong, owner of. But compared to other people's guesses, Bai Junlin, who had a strange way of thinking and was once again scolded in public by the person he admired, had already had his rationality swallowed up by anger and unwillingness. He didn't think there would be such a coincidence in the world. The person in front of me will be Zulong, the owner of. Even if it is true, he doesn't think the extremely weak human race can truly bring out the power of Zulong's strength. Besides, his that Sanlong clan is also noble. His ancestors were once the right-hand man of the blue dragon demon ancestor and were respected by the world as the White Frost Dragon King. And he is the most promising of their lineage. The young being who recreated the glory of the White Frost Dragon King naturally possessed his own pride. In their heart they looked down upon the human race as a weak race. He didn't even take Nandong Wanner, the princess of the immortal dynasty, seriously. A foolish subordinate hired by the princess is not worthy of being his master clothes? Bai Junlin's eyes have changed a pair of white. There was a captivating frosty power spreading from his vertical pupils and he seemed ready to attack. Bai Junlin! How dare you! As if seeing what Bai Junlin was thinking, Nianxi's aura became even more terrifying, like a mountain in Bai Junlin's superior. If you still don't know what's good for you, don't blame me for being rude. These words were like a bucket of cold water poured over him from head to toe, extinguishing most of the resentment and anger in Bai Junlin's heart. His eyes flashed, but finally strong. Live in your own thread. Nianxi, I just. Bai Junlin cared a lot about Nianxi's thoughts and wanted to explain. You and Mr. Han are strangers, so how can you be so unqualified to judge him? You better not do this again. Never again. Nianxi gradually retracted her terrifying aura. The aura of pressure completely disappeared and turned towards Gu Hanlu. He gave a slightly apologetic smile. I'm sorry to have embarrassed you, Mr. Han. Bai Junlin is such a dragon, please don't mind my narrow-mindedness. If he continues to be ignorant of the situation, I will help you teach him a lesson. Although Bai Junlin and they are both members of the Sanlong clan, but there is not much dialogue between Junlin good. This person often sees the sight of to the very opposite and disgust. Moreover, Gu Han, there is a suspected Zulong. The strength of the person who has the pulse is absolutely terrifying. There are terrifyingly powerful beings in the human cultivation world, not to mention that each of them is ruthless and will kill a dragon without blinking an eye. But it's definitely not something simple. Bai Junlin has been looking for trouble again and again. I'm really afraid that Gu Han will hold a grudge against me. Finally, let alone returning to the Sanlong clan, maybe even the whole, none of them can stay. But let the headache is. Bai Junlin was too stupid. He not only failed to realize the terrifying gap between himself and Gu Han. He is so stupid that he doesn't even realize it, and he takes his kindness for granted. I was trying my best to save his life just now. Certainly. The dragon who wants to die, and there is no way to stop it. Bai Junlin seemed to have given in. But one after another admiring people scold. He lost face and suffered such a huge loss in front of the human race which he looked down upon the most. Bai Junlin's hatred towards Gu Han reached its peak, and he even had some murderous intent. This man, he will definitely break it into pieces, 10,000 sections. Although Bai Junlin will thread very well hidden. But Guhan still revealed it through some subtle expressions changes capture what is in his mind. Guhan didn't care but just sighed slightly in his heart. Unfortunately, cooking dragon fly away. Originally he wanted to take advantage of the dispute led to Bai Junlin's death. But his main task now is to use Nian Shi as a breakthrough point to control the entire Xianglong clan. If you are the master, killing Bai Junlin will most likely cause Nian Shi to retaliate, and even stood completely on the enemy side of the entire Xianglong clan. It's not worth delaying your plans for Bai Junlin. But if it was Bai Junlin the dragon seller home delivery, then the quality has changed. Since Bai Junlin insisted on giving it to me, I could only be merciful and fulfill his wish. I wonder if Mr. Han is the best at the four arts of music, chess, calligraphy and painting. Which one? It seems that he is afraid that the contradiction that he has finally resolved will happen again. Herr Nianqi Lord changed the subject. I heard from Princess Nangong Wana earlier that the Taihua Immortal Dynasty holds grand events for playing the zither chess, calligraphy and painting. Mr. Han, would you like to go and take a look? It is true, young Master Han seems to have great attainments in music, chess, calligraphy and painting. I wonder if you could do me the honor of participating in this grand event held by my Taihua Immortal Dynasty. Nangong Wana suddenly spoke. Although I don't know Guhan's true share. But Guhan, it's related to Nangong Yaching, the archenemy of the gang. That is enemy. Now taking advantage of this incident, he pushed Guhan to the forefront. Even let him for Nangong Wana. The capsizing was actually a blessing in disguise. Nangong Wana had just opened her mouth. Guhan already knew those little worries in my heart. However, he didn't care at all. Instead, he raised a confident arc. In fact, drawing talismans, refining elixirs and casting poisons all require a little bit of effort. Don't get me wrong, he really isn't pretending to know something. Live 9 lives again. He knows a thing or two and has made many fame. Not just this time on the back, his talent for the great Tao had reached an extremely terrifying level. Secondly, as a time-traveling person from Blue Star, his thinking mode is also relatively novel. Therefore it is easy to unknowingly create a new path during the experiment. That's why he knows a little bit about everything. But Guhan's sincere words sounded like pure pretense to others. Music, chess, calligraphy and painting, even if you pass at practice you can even draw talismans, so you might as well say that you are omniscient and omnipotent. Laugh. Yi Qingyun suddenly folded his arms and sneered. Have you always been so confident in yourself, Mr. Han? Have you ever heard the saying that there are always people who are better than you? I am not talented, but I also have my own opinions on drawing talismans and refining elixirs. In terms of talent and attainments, I am confident that I am not inferior to any of the younger generation. While speaking, Yi Qingyun looked Guhan up and down again. In fact, he already had some doubts about Guhan's share. Hangu, isn't this just Guhan's name pronounced backwards? But he also felt that Guhan Lao Lu, it is impossible for you to make such a low-level mistake. In his impression, Guhan is famous for being good at hidden from. In addition, considering the other party's style of doing things, it is impossible for him to appear in front of him so brazenly. Therefore the doubt in my heart quickly disappeared. He just regarded Han Gu as the younger generation like Guhan. Besides, judging from Mr. Han, you should be no older than 15 years old. If you are so confident in yourself, why not have a competition with me? In the competition of alchemy and talisman drawing, let's see who has the higher attainments. In Yi Qingyun and the Heavenly Will's plan, Nian Shi is also an extremely important key person. But now this key person, he repeatedly showed good feelings to Guhan, and even stand up for it. This made Yi Qingyun a crisis. If I could use this method to bring down Guhan, maybe I can regain some of my advantages. Guhan was not at all surprised that Yi Qingyun would be the first to speak out. As the protagonist of this book, Yi Qingyun has always been very proud and confident in himself. Although most of the time he doesn't have the qualifications to be confident. In the original play in the book, Yi Qingyun's talent in alchemy and talisman drawing is indeed extremely terrifying. There was even a time when the two roads were crossed, countless proud children late for the representatives of these two avenues. But this is based on the fact that he has no access to the system, no back to before reincarnation. Now Yi Qingyun jumped in front of him and wanted to compete with him in alchemy and talisman drawing. That was really like putting his face in front of him to let him hit him. adhering to the good quality of helping others and fulfilling the duties of a qualified villain. Gu Han naturally agreed. Okay, then it's as you wish, Taoist brother Qing Yun. Gu Han, the corners of his eyes curled up in an arc that made Yi Qing Yun feel inexplicably cold. Yi Qing Yun suddenly felt inexplicably that his decision seemed a bit hasty. But soon Gu Han's eyes again Xiang Nianqi. But before that I have to attend the piano club. See Gu Han moved towards herself. Nian, she was slightly stunned, tilted her head some doubts. Gu Han continued, Miss Nianqi spoke up for me just now, thank you for your kindness, naturally I can't hide my shortcomings. After that I will play a song for Miss Nianqi at the piano party. Just consider it as my kindness, thanks. A bunch it seems to be worn at the right time. The clouds broke and fell on Gu Han superior. His white therefore a layer of arc. Combined with the young man's handsome and slightly bohemian temperament. There really is a picture book in which a musician who walks across mountains and rivers sings songs all over the world and plays music in all directions. It didn't even make Nianqi's mind appear a kind of. She quickly came back to her senses from her good reverie and her pretty face flushed slightly. No, Nianqi is very fond of Qin Dao. If Mr. Han can broaden Nianqi's horizons, it will be Nianqi's fortune. The blush on Nianqi's face was fleeting. But everyone's attention is subconsciously focused on. Naturally many people present noticed it. Absolutely read. Naturally many people present were fascinated by it. But some people, after a brief moment of shock, the look in her eyes made her want to tear Gu Han to pieces. Bai Junlin swore that he had never wanted to cut a human being into pieces to relieve his hatred like this before. But the recognized person who dotes on his sister is Nian, she's brother Song Aou. At this moment I am trapped. The thought was deep. He didn't, as he had done before, turn towards a person who was suspected of having improper thoughts about his sister. Hostile. After all, Gu Han's performance just now did impress him. The other party is definitely not a weak human absolute hiding some big. He even suspected that Nianqi had some inexplicable affection for him, because already here we are Gu Han, there may be Zilongpulse. Looking at Gu Han's back, all kinds of thoughts emerged in Song Aou's mind. If this is true, this trip to Taihua Immortal Dynasty may lead to something far beyond our expectations. There is a piano concert today. Do you want to attend, Mr. Han? Nangong Waner spoke again. Don't look surface, God, still calm and easygoing. But my heart is already against Gu Hanqi's teeth. Too careless. I thought that the guy my good sister had recruited with great effort was just a guy with relatively good strength, but in fact he had strong limbs and a simple mind. But Gu Han's performance just now not only improved his voice invisibly, and even gave Nianqi a good looks bend. What if he really played a great piece of music at the piano concert and he would win Nianqi's favor? Spend. Want to get married, Nianqi? Your plan to let the other party assist you in the dragon sacrifice ceremony will definitely fail. What a pity there is no one who is good at playing the qin. Otherwise he could compete with Gu Han. I suddenly forgot to mention that I also dabbled in the art of playing the zither. If Miss Nianqi likes the art of playing the zither, I can also play a piece for her. Everyone's goal uniform to Yi Qing Yun. Yi Qing Yun was standing with his hands behind his back, chamber straight, the corners are slightly tilted. Quite confident and suave. Qing Yun, you can also play the piano. Nangong Waner's voice was filled with shock and joy. He never expected that Yi Qing Yun could bring him such an unexpected surprise. Not much, just a little bit, barely enough to convey the mood. When these words were spoken, many people gasped. Artistic conception. This is a special field of law that can only be manifested after one has achieved extremely high attainments in a great way. For example, the special law area of Kendo is the sword intention symbolization sword domain. One idea becomes domain and the domain becomes reality when both are present. It is artistic conception. If a zither player can comprehend the artistic conception in his attainments in the art of zither, the music he played could even be condensed through notes, an image of the world, to the eyes of people around. Especially Nangong Waner and Nianqi's curious and shocked eyes. Yi Qing Yun's the corner is unable to stop rising slightly. This kind of being, especially peerless people, use worship watch. I have to say it's really amazing. Happy heart. Old Bai, you didn't provide me with any help at all in Piaomio Fairy Island before, and you almost cost me half my life. This time I let go of your sea. You choose to believe you again. Please don't let me down. That's right, Yi Qing is still the same and can't change his eating habits. If you don't have the ability, just continue to choose to trust Bai Lao. Don't worry, in his prime he also dabbled in the great way of the Qin and was also revered as the Qin saint. Give me a Gu Qin and I will make you for the most dazzling boy. Mr. Bai is not a fool. He can obviously. I feel that Yi Qing Yun seems to be becoming more and more dissatisfied with me recently. There is even a desire to detach oneself sleep. This made him angry and frustrated. What made him angry was that he, a dignified Saint King, was treated so lightly by a junior and his kindness was often ignored. What's frustrating is Yi Qing Yun seemed to be God. The power of protection height is impossible to merit to take over the body. Now he is not so much a parasite in Yi Qing Yun's sea of consciousness. It is better to say that he was trapped in an invisible cage and Yi Qing Yun's think traped can feel sleepy. Therefore, even if he lost Yi Qing Yun, no matter how dissatisfied they are, they cannot avoid the fact that they are in the same boat. Even though he didn't want to help Yi Qing Yun, he had to. This made Bai Lao very suspicious. The resurrection again may be deliberately arranged by some existence. Every time he thought of this result, he couldn't help but feel a little anxious. It seems I have to find a way out for myself in advance. Yi Qing Yun has been increasingly looking down on me, out of my control. Maybe I can work with Guhan later. That's right, he felt that being able to win the championship from Yi Qing Yun again and again was a great achievement. Guhan, even without special luck, is definitely an extraordinary existence. If I could get in touch with him, maybe I could have a whole new way out. The other side. After hearing Yi Qing Yun say that he had already mastered the artistic conception in the art of playing the zither, Nangong Waner was overjoyed beyond words. Really? The decision to win over Yi Qing Yun at all costs and even to break up with Jun Maxiao was indeed the right one. Jun Maxiao is a piece of trash. He is good at nothing except fighting. Look at Yi Qing Yun, he can fight, draw talismans and make pills, and he is also good at playing the piano. It's fine that Jun Maxiao can't figure out his own position. Now you dare to turn your face to me, what a useless guy. No one noticed. In a dark street, there is Black Hood Huda man whose face is mostly obscured by shadow. Looking at the intimate scene between Nangong Waner and Yi Qing Yun, flashing face dark and uncertain. Especially after hearing Nangong Waner praising Yi Qing Yun and belittling him to nothing back. Jun Maxiao's deep eyes became darker and darker. He clenched his fists too hard, causing his knuckles to make crackling sounds. But soon, he seemed to have lost his strength and loosened his grip clenched fist. As if drunk with a confused consciousness, staggering deeper into the dark alley, off walk into the shadow. You are in pain now, it's very difficult, right? I felt like a dog that worked so hard, but in the end I didn't get any favor from that person and was kicked away like trash. Who? The sudden sound made Jun Maxiao look up in surprise. I don't know, when shadow depth standing together wearing a mask of sun. The breath seemed extremely terrible. It exudes a bit of demonic aura and has reached the supreme realm. Don't laugh at God, big changes. This is the imperial city of Tai Hua Immortal Dynasty. There are actually powerful supreme beings from the demon race lurking here. Have you got here? Jun Maxiao just wanted Tohand. It seemed to be seen through in advance. Let's not talk about you being no match for me. And I'm here to help you. Do you want to be like a pitiful and ridiculous dog forever? He lived humbly in the shadows and finally died in an unknown corner. I still want to regain my dignity and pull the high-handed Nangong Waner off the altar. So that do you regret it and cry uncontrollably for yourself? Jun Maxiao, who had already grasped the spear and was ready to attack, suddenly stiff. Noodle, although the son's words are incomprehensible. But it is the same, the needle is hard, his heart. Jun Maxiao is the most talented and powerful genius in the history of the Tai Hua Immortal Dynasty. He should have been such a dazzling person. But I just happen to live here with Nangong Waner, a dog. He doesn't want to and doesn't want this to happen. But he just felt unwilling. I am not willing to give up all these years of hard work. Why is he not as good as Yi Qing Yun, who has only known the princess for a few months? He was unwilling to accept that his talent and strength were far inferior to Yi Qing Yun. Why did the princess feel, "Don, have your own place"? He is really pathetic and ridiculous. I have clearly decided to officially withdraw from Nangon Wanner's camp after returning from Pyeongmyo Ferry Island. Withdrew from this royal battle that he had been working hard for a long time. Booty can never make up my mind. He even always comforts himself, I am not doing this for my own selfish desires. It's for the benefit of the family. Because as long as I help Nangon Wanner, he gained the throne through merit. Then the status of the Jingwa mansion behind him will usher in an unprecedented rise apart from the royal family, the existence of discourse power. When I think about this, he felt more and more that his current behavior might be wrong. Maybe it shouldn't be. Because of this he parted ways with Nangon Wanner directly. But don't laugh, deep heart and feel. I am just using this excuse to comfort myself, just myself. It seems that he is waiting for Jun Ma-xiao to the emotions have been brewing enough. Noodle the Sun then continued, Jun Ma-xiao, this kind of dignity is taken away by others. It must be hard to be treated like a dog bar? Do you want to take over and regain your dignity, for the legendary general who still shines brightly the world by? Do you want Nangon Wanner to stop looking down on you, for your dog begging for your forgiveness like a dog begging you to look back one glance? Hearing this, Jun Ma-xiao suddenly looked up. For the first time in his mind, the scene of Nangon Wanner frantically trying to keep him and begging for his forgiveness emerged. This he felt that he had never experienced this before, but there was indeed an inexplicable feeling in his heart. Beg. Noodlesy slowly walked towards Jun Ma-xiao. Take action. Even the sound has become extremely. As long as you are willing to cooperate with us, it's part of our plan. We, my lord, will help you complete. What do you want most? Wish. This is not about easy, but about win-win cooperation between us. My lord, the task assigned to me is completed. Well done. Next, continue to follow my instructions. Yes. Cutting off the voice transmission in his mind, Guhan did not show any milliliter thread. That face C is actually a follower he subdued in the creation fairy pool Yanling. The trip to Taihua Immortal Dynasty was very important to him. Jun Ma-xiao is an extremely crucial chess piece in the game he wants to play. He had long noticed that Jun Ma-xiao, the dog, still doesn't give up. He has been following Nangon Wanner secretly as if he was protecting him. So he took advantage of this opportunity to let Yanling take over Jun Ma-xiao, who was hiding in the dark. Everyone, this is one of the most magnificent buildings in our Taihua Immortal Dynasty, the Taihua Immortal Tower. Nangon Wanner's sudden voice caught everyone's attention. To be precise, Aini was attracted by the huge carved and painted building that seemed to be as tall as the sky. Taihua Fairy Tower. It can be regarded as one of the most magnificent places in Taihua Immortal Dynasty. It was entirely funded by the royal family of Taihua Dynasty, an exclusive place for entertaining VIP guests. In addition, as the dragon sacrifice ceremony is about to open, a grand piano concert will be held at Taihua Fairy Tower today. There were countless monks who came here to admire its reputation, and the place was packed with people. But with the arrival of Nangon Wanner and her group, original gather people separated to both sides make way for this group of people. It's Princess Nangon Wanner and Princess Nangon Yaching. Several princes from the Taihua Immortal Dynasty are here. Are they here to attend the piano party as well? Why didn't I receive any news? The Taihua Immortal Dynasty originally belonged to them. Why would they need to send a message wherever they go? I heard that the royal family of Taihua Immortal Dynasty, the staff, spent a lot of money to invite the descendant of Tianqin Mountain to liven up the atmosphere of this piano meeting. Tianqin Mountain is one of the best places in Xianhuang world for attainment in the Tao of Qin. They only accept 3 successors a year, and the number of disciples in the sect will never exceed 20. But each of these 20 people has a terrifying talent in the art of playing the zither, and they are considered the top geniuses of the era. Moreover, the special musical method learned by the descendants of Tianqin Mountain can make those who hear their music suddenly realize their state of mind. If you are lucky, you can even directly break through the state that has been closed for a long time. Knowing that Taihua Immortal Dynasty had invited the monks from Tianqin Mountain with great generosity, there are even the descendants of prominent forces all came to participate in this piano concert. After all, the people of Tianqin Mountain are a special sect that is completely unconcerned with worldly affairs and is only immersed in studying the music of the zither. If you want to invite their successors to perform, it all depends on their heart. It is said that the master of Tianqin Mountain was already a remarkable saint king many years ago and may have recently broken through to the emperor realm. But he is notoriously cowardly. If anyone dares with him and his successors coming out to play the piano, he dared to run away with all the disciples of Tianqin Mountain. Anyway, there are only 10 disciples in the entire sect and you can't catch him even if you want to. If he holds a grudge against me, this petty-minded master of Tianqin Mountain will bring his disciples to your sect's territory day and night to play the piano. The ones that can be played are the kind of noise that makes you want to scratch your ears. If you catch him, he will run away. If you don't catch him, he will come back and continue playing. Anyway, the main purpose is to torture people and change their mentality. The most powerful record was to kill an entire sect. More than half of them could hear their inner demons directly. This move also Kanti the sect was afraid of it and no one dared to go there again. People from Lyra Mountain. He had to spend a lot of money and visit him 3 times. Oops. Nangong Waner suddenly remembered and patted her head. How could I forget that my father specially spent a lot of money to invite the heir of Tianqin Mountain? I don't doubt Mr. Han's ability. But if Mr. Han and the descendant of Tianqin Mountain, it's probably easy to get into an unstable state of mind, right? Seems like a kind reminder. In fact, weird. Gu Han didn't care about it. Unfortunately. He knew about Tianqin Mountain and even had some knowledge of its origin. Previous life. He was defeated in the duel with Yi Qingyun and became the enemy of the whole world. Even Mu Bailing and those ungrateful junior sisters followed him, Torin, trying to kill him. At that time he felt like he was falling into the abyss. Mood on the brink of collapse. To avoid a complete mental breakdown, he can only express his feelings through the piano, constantly adjusting state of mind. Once when she was playing the zither, it was accidentally heard by the Lord of Tianqin Mountain who was passing by. That old guy insists that he is a genius and it would be a shame not to practice piano with him. Just like a dogskin plaster that can't be thrown away, he insisted on accepting him as his disciple. He also said that he would pass on his entire life heritage to him. Later I couldn't resist. He studied with this old guy for a month or 2. However, he did not for the Lyra Mountain Lord, not disciples but mutual learning and exchange among colleagues. During this process he became particularly interested in the music of Tianqin Mountain all. I even created my own piano music. Even the Lord of Tianqin Mountain can do it, he can do it. No, he can do it too. This is also one of the main reasons why Gu Han is so confident in his piano skills. But Nangong Waner had no idea what Gu Han was thinking. Seeing that Gu Han didn't respond, he thought he had hit the other party and a sense of pride arose in his heart. Yi Qingyun, he is an extremely extraordinary person, suspected to have the luck of the eternal golden dragon. Since he has achieved great accomplishments in playing the zither, he must be far superior to Gu Han. Even everyone had thought that Yi Qingyun would take advantage of Nianxi's performance and win her the upper hand degree. Give yourself a great boost. Soon, Nangong Waner and her group entered the Taihua Ferry Tower. The moment you step into the hall, suddenly a melodious and ethereal sound of a piano echoed in my ears. Open it. The moment it touches the ear, the listener's soul is slightly condensed, unable to distinguish between reality and illusion. It's like pulling people completely arrived at a place constructed of musical runes in the world of music. Look up, go. I saw a man standing on the high platform in the center of the hall wearing colorful dress with wide sleeves. The child sat cross-legged. Each time the slender jade-like fingers gently pluck on the strings of the zither, countless musical runes dance. The lingering sound of the piano seems to be able to cleanse people's souls and purify the worldly filth that has been contaminated by the monks. I don't know what to call this. I listen to the last song, I feel like my soul has been cleansed and purified. Even my state of mind has become more stable to a certain extent. There is a royal family, the staff could not help. I wonder how the master of Tianqin Mountain created this song. It's a pity that the Lord of Tianqin Mountain has no Wuqiu. Sending his disciples down the mountain to play the qin is entirely up to his heart. If you can compose a piece of music for my Taihua Immortal Dynasty, it will be a blessing for my Taihua Immortal Dynasty. The name of this song is Floating Dust. If I remember correctly, this song should have been created by the Lord of Tianqin Mountain during his travels. The sudden sound was not small. Everyone's goal, almost all of them, turned towards Guhan's superiorgo. But without exception everyone was shocked and puzzled. You know. Only the descendants of Tianqin Mountain who are Qin players know the name of this song. How could Guhan, a listener and a cultivator who had nothing to do with Tianqin Mountain, know all this? Facing everyone's doubts, Guhan didn't intend to explain deliberately. The reason why he knew all this was because of his previous life. The old man, the master of Tianqin Mountain, did not play this piece of music for yourself. He said that Floating Dust Song is one of the few piano pieces he is most proud of. However, at that time he adapted a more perfect song based on Dust Song, it's Yukio Song. Friend Han, I know you want to deliberately show off in front of Miss Nianxi. Yi Qingyun sneered quite disdainfully, glanced at Guhan. But there's no need for you to pretend to know something when you don't, right? This behavior is vulgar and cheap. You are not a descendant of Tianqin Mountain, so how do you know the name of this song? Don't tell me you guessed it directly from the mood of this piano piece. Others did not comment. But looking at the way they chuckled and shook their heads, you can guess what they are thinking. However, the lingering piano music stopped at some point and a voice suddenly rang out. Fellow Daoist, you are obviously not from Tianqin Mountain. How do you know the name of CI? I even know that this piano piece was composed by my master when he was traveling. Does Daoist friend have any connection with my master? As soon as these words came out, everyone's goal and neatly to the person who was speaking. It was the white man sitting cross-legged on the high platform in the middle of the hall, Sun Yuzhao, the third disciple of the Lord of Tianqin Mountain. He is also the most outstanding among the young disciples of Tianqin Mountain, one of the three. The pupils of the people who heard this shrank. They couldn't help but look at each other in shock. No, Guhan really got the name of this piano piece right? But how could this happen? He is obviously not from Lyra Mountain. To say the ugliest ones are naturally Yi Qingyun and others. At this moment their cheeks seemed to be slapped by invisible hands. Palm only felt a burning pain. But you can't blame them. Who would have known that Guhan, who was not even from Tianqin Mountain, not only guessed the name of the piece of music but also guessed the creation process? This is a bit too far-fetched. Is it possible this person really has a connection with the Lord of Tianqin Mountain? But this is impossible, right? Guhan's bone age is at most in the category of the younger generation. The Lord of Tianqin Mountain is an old man among old men. How could two people who have nothing to do with each other have a story? Mr. Bai, are you sure you can help me win the next piano competition, Han Gu's kid? This guy was able to analyze the name of the music and even the composition process based on the music alone. He is definitely a very tough opponent. Maybe there's a little bit of uncertainty. As soon as Mr. Bai gave his answer, Yi Qingyun's face suddenly fell. What, a little bit suspenseful? You confidently promised me before that you are a great zither master. Don't tell me that a great zither master is still no match for a young man. Yi Qingyun said angrily. Old Bai, just tell me the truth and tell me if I can beat him. Bai Lao was speechless. Inexplicably I had the urge to tear Yi Qingyun apart. See, you're not happy after I told you. Then what the hell are you asking? Obviously I was just borrowing his power. The person from whom his power was borrowed hasn't said anything yet. Instead, Yi Qingyun, the person who borrowed his power, was unhappy first. Facing Yu Zhao's question, Guhan just smiled. No positive response at all. After all this matter, it involves my own rebirth. He certainly wouldn't be stupid enough to say it out loud. Seeing that Guhan did not respond, Yu Zhao changed. I had another guess in my mind. I have been accompanied by the zither for many years, and my soul has the sound of the piano, cleanses and renders and even condenses a piano soul that is unique to it. What is the soul of the piano? That is, he has unique and profound insights in the art of playing the zither and the art of music. This is recognized. Enter only by using the mind to transform the state of mind can the soul of the piano be condensed. But in order to condense the existence of the Qin soul, one must play the Qin for many years. The sound of the piano cleanses. This kind of person's temperament is not acceptable, you can tell it at a glance. But Guhan, for Yu Zhao it feels very strange, even it feels a bit scary. Guhan doesn't look like someone who has played the piano for many years, and he may not even have played the piano. But Ikanue through his own piano soul resonates with the other party's certain power that is similar to the piano soul. But why does this strange phenomenon occur? Guhan is not even a piano player, so why does he have a piano soul? And there is also an illusion. Guhan's piano soul as master is not even close. The more Yu Zhao thought about it, the more confused he became, and even more unable to understand this situation. I simply put it aside and attributed it to the fact that Guhan was too special. I can't see it at all. My fellow Taoist, since you can tell the origin of the music I played simply by the sound of the zither, you must have an extraordinary talent for zither music. I wonder if you could come up on stage and play a piece and give me some pointers. Yu Zhao's words were not meant to be provocative or to pick a fight. Instead, I really have the attitude of humbly seeking advice. Guhan gave off it feels very unusual. Obviously the age is still young, but seems to have a talent for piano even more outstanding and excellent. If I could get Guhan to play a song, it would be an opportunity for me. But everyone who heard these words was full of questions and extremely shocked. Yu Zhao Ben is the most eye-catching person in Taihua Fairy Tower today. Many people come to Taihua Fairy Tower just to listen to Yu Zhao play a song and to help themselves break through their state of mind. But what did they just hear? A young man whose talent in musical performance is almost unrivaled by his time. At this moment he actually asked an unknown man to play a song and even give him some advice, one or two? Isn't this indirectly indicating that? Is Yu Zhao not as good as this young man who came from nowhere when it comes to the art of playing the zither? After a brief shock, suddenly there were bursts of sighs from the crowd. No, who is this person? How could he make Fairy Yu Zhao feel ashamed? Is it someone else, the top of Tonkinlu Avenue Sejong sect? It's unlikely. In my Shanhuang world there are only a few sects that are famous and proficient in the great way of Qin Lu. There has never been any rumor of their descendants being born and walking the human world. Whether it's a mule or a horse, we'll know when this guy goes for a walk. If his talent for playing the zither is really as Yu Zhao said, then today is definitely a great opportunity for us. As soon as these words came out, many monks gathered here were also excited. The way of the zither can cleanse their souls and stabilize their minds. If Guhan's talent in playing the piano is even stronger than Yu Zhao's, those who are attending as observers will definitely gain a lot. Moreover, what happened here was quickly transmitted by each cultivator through jade talismans. More and more monks who received the news rushed here, not wanting to miss this opportunity sent from heaven. Guhan didn't care what everyone was thinking, he just smiled casually. It's not about teaching. I came here today to play a complete song, I promise. However, the piece I will play later will be somewhat similar to the dust song, but I have specially adapted it before, and it is called the Floating World Song. As soon as these words came out, the numerous cultivators who had gathered in the Taihua Immortal Tower were once again filled with excitement and sighs. No. This person is not a descendant of Tianqin Mountain. Not only can he play the Fuqian tune, he actually adapted the Floating World Song into an even more amazing floating world song based on the Floating Dust Song? This might be some old monster who has reincarnated and has the highest level of musical talent. Come and pretend to be the younger generation? Hearing this, Yi Qingyun's eyes widened, flashing. Total, I feel that the previous bet seemed a bit hasty. At this time, Guhan has already climbed onto the central platform under the attention of everyone. Then he sat cross-legged. An ordinary mahogany guqin was taken out from the space. See this scene. The monks who were originally full of expectation were now all frozen. Everyone was completely dumbfounded. What the hell? You are the only one on the path of piano rhythm to the existence recognized by Yu Zhao. The one you use is the most ordinary mahogany guqin? This is not a mundane thing for ordinary people. You are a monk using such ordinary mundane? The ancient zither used by Yu Zhao was made from a 1,000-year-old Qingming tree, and the strings were made from snowy wood from the Tianshan Mountains. In addition, with Yu Zhao's long-term spiritual nourishment, some spiritual energy has been generated. Often during the performance, the instrument can become in harmony with the person playing it and can even produce a miraculous effect where 1 + 1 is far greater than 2. But if it is just an ordinary mahogany guqin, there is no spirit. Moreover, the music played is difficult to create an intoxicating mood. Yu Zhao was shocked and his eyebrows were slightly furrowed. But soon all kinds of shock appeared on his face. Could it be that Gu Han is extremely confident in his talent for playing the piano? You didn't intend to use external forces to play the piano? In fact, it's not as complicated as I thought. After living a new life, he has now crushed Yi Qing Yun in the duel. Also cut off ties with the sources of pain for Mu Beiling. He is now worried every day. Joy, why play the piano when you have nothing to do? I used to play the piano to relax, stabilize your state of mind. Playing the piano now is at best the icing on the cake. So there is no need to deliberately spend time. Anli, go get a guqin. And if he wants, he can just go to the system mall to exchange one. If this guy had taken out a great guqin earlier, I might have been a little bit more intimidated by him. It's a pity that this kid is too arrogant and too confident in himself. He actually took out an ordinary mahogany guqin to play. He is simply digging his own grave. Xingyun, don't worry, as long as you ask Nangong Waner to provide me with a suitable guqin, I will crush you. He is guaranteed to win. Bai Lao stood up again, his voice full of confidence. After all, as a former zither master, he knew how important a good violin was to the violinist. Although there are people who can express artistic conception by playing with an ordinary piano. But how old is Gu Han? He is just an adult at most. How could he possibly achieve such an extent? On the high platform, finger joint the moment when it touches the strings. Gu Han reached a state of selflessness. All kinds of noisy sounds around him were filtered out by his hearing. It became silent, and it seemed as if he was the only one left in the whole world. In his previous life, if he hadn't been where magic, I guess people in the world would not call him Demon Lord Liantian. High and low, he is a zither immortal. After all, if you want your piano to sound really good, if you have a story, you need to be of the people of the bureau. And he go back 9 lives and experience different lives. Book, I have more stories than almost anyone else in the world. Color. Therefore his piano sound is essentially horizontal of an era. Zheng. Along with a melodious and ethereal piano sound, it suddenly came to mind. Countless musical runes fluttered and flew. It seemed to pull the consciousness state of mind and arrived in a different world. Transcend into a state of peace through playing the piano. Yu Zhao's consciousness is falling before this world of thunder suddenly exploded in my mind. Gu Han was able to bring out the artistic conception just by playing with just an ordinary mahogany guqin. Starting from the way of Qin rhythm, Gu Han's attainments and the masters are all on the same level. No, it's even more extraordinary. But soon, layer upon layer, with lingering sounds of the piano, the consciousness is pulled deeper and deeper until it falls completely into a world created by music. A story shaped by Gu Han in the world. He really knows the art of playing the zither, and his attainments are extremely high. Nianqi's eyes have been staring at Gu Han on the central platform. In Gu Hanjia, the moment I heard the guqin, the temperament has undergone a drastic change. If Gu Han had given off it as a completely elusive feeling, no dangerous and magical a temperament that makes people afraid to approach. Now he is completely integrated into the storm of the road hatred, a banished immortal standing gracefully in this turbid world of hatred. At this moment Gu Han seemed to be. It makes people want to get closer and learn about his story. Gu Han seems to know Qin particularly well. The slender fingers kept plucking the strings wander. Each string you can fold countless jumping notes. Like ancient spirits, strange life flying around Gu Han. Use the world as your painting and the music of the piano as your brush. The surrounding scene seemed to have turned into a mirage. Thousands of notes seem to outline an unfolding ink painting, bringing people go to a world that belongs to Gu Han's story. This is no longer just an ordinary state of transformation through the use of the zither. Yu Zhao's heart palpitated more and more. Instead, he integrated his true energy with the sound of the zither and directly constructed a virtual yet extremely real world. This seems to be a higher realm than the realm of transformation through the zither, the realm of transformation through the zither. How is this possible? But Master said that to achieve this, one must not only have unimaginable and terrifying attainments in the art of playing the zither. There is also a threshold for cultivation. The highest level of cultivation is you also have to reach the supreme realm. The more he continued, the more Yu Zhao felt that his worldview was gradually being overturned. Using the piano to express reality and using the way of music to compose a whole new world. The person who listens to the piano can in this world it is impossible to distinguish between reality and illusion. To use a piano to develop reality and to be able to achieve this with just a mahogany piano. Don't even mention me, even my senior brothers and sisters probably can't do it right. Yu Zhao corner a bitter smile. It even feels a bit ironic. People in the world praise their Tianqin mountain as the representatives of the way of zither. They all claimed that in an era the only one who could push the art of zither to the extreme must be a disciple of their Tianqin mountain. But now, one who can crush them in the way of the piano, the one who came here was just an unknown young monk. If Master knew what happened here, I guess he would go crazy and even take him as his last disciple at all costs, right? The intoxicating sound continued to spread. It even transformed into layers of musical ripples with Taiyuan Fairy Tower as the center spreading in all directions. The bustling city with noisy voices around gradually became quiet the moment the sound of the piano was heard until you could hear a pin drop. Everyone forgot what they were doing at the moment and was completely immersed in the music. In a trance. They seem for the protagonist of this piano world he has gone through countless. Go back to Sangtian and see all the vicissitudes of life. Sometimes he is a demon king who is not recognized by the world, who is the enemy of the whole world and fights with all living beings to carve out a path road. Sometimes he is a peerless swordsman swinging his sword forward fighting against the sky. Measure the height of the sky with the sword in your hand. The person playing the instrument seems to be experiencing a different back. There will be countless back to the story weaving this one colorful tracks. Until I don't know how much time has passed. Guhan had stopped playing the strings, but the lingering sound still echoed the world. The entire Taiyuan Fairy Tower and even the surrounding streets were still silent in a long silence. All the monks who heard this song, including Yu Zhao, the descendant of Tianqin mountain, still in a long period of trance. Some even cannot distinguish between reality and fantasy. Actually, the Yukio song he created is divided into 3 parts, upper, middle and lower. What he played was the simplest first part. As for why not play all of them? Yi Qingyun is also among the crowd, so that's enough. Do you still want yourself the villain to help the protagonist calm down? And the reason why he took advantage of the situation, Yi Qingyun's bet was also intended to test Yi Qingyun. As a lyre player he is able to resonate with the musical runes he plays. Even through the integration of musical runes, monk the response something special. So on the surface he looked like he was playing the piano. In fact he was also testing Yi Qingyun and checking out some things he wanted. He was already certain that Yi Qingyun there are 2 unusual auras above. One, the breath seemed to be what he had in Tsukishima, the little white snake that was killed. The little white snake was not dead yet and its condition had recovered a little. Another, he couldn't figure out the breath. Even offset almost all the musical rune was like a barrier protecting Yi Qingyun. But he could already be certain of this phenomenon. It is highly likely that the will of heaven will a certain breath of. It turned out to be just as he had guessed. This trip to Taihua Immortal Dynasty is extremely important to Yi Qingyun. The will of heaven indeed intends to personally take part in another fake match for Yi Qingyun. Guhan, the corners are slightly tilted. Normal cultivators may all have awe for the so-called will of heaven. However, he just wanted to find an opportunity to bury this dog's will. This song only exists in heaven. At this time the voice suddenly rang out among the frozen crowd. This move like a huge rock falling in the still water, the frozen person create a huge wave. Speaking of the facts, the floating world song played by Han Daoyu is indeed better than the floating dust song played by Yu Zhaoxian. We still have to go out? Although what I said may sound a bit unpleasant, the music played by fellow Daoist Han is truly far superior to that of Fairy Yu Zhao. Even let me gain a lot. Yes. My consciousness seemed to be pulled after arriving in the world of music. The state of cultivation that had been closed for a long time also relaxed. Fellow Daoist Han has given me such a great enlightenment and a great epoch, so exciting. There is a monk god stimulate and even bowed in the direction of Guhan. This monk's action it is even more complete. No, the monks spontaneously bowed to Guhan, their eyes filled with high respect and their voices rose one after another. Thank you, Brother Han, for your enlightenment. The sound like a huge bell spread out. Also back outside the street. No, because I don't have an invitation I can't enter at Tai Hua Immortal Tower. The cultivators who could only listen from the surrounding streets suddenly realized what was happening. I thought the one who played this fairy music was Fairy Yu Zhao, who was invited by the royal family of Tai Hua dynasty with great effort, but I didn't expect it was someone else. I don't know who this person is. This cheer fell into Nangon Yaching's ears a while happy heart. After all, Gu Han is a top foreign player hired at great expense. The more terrifying the other party's talent and strength are, the more likely you are to win the next competition. But as for competitor Nangon Waner, I just felt a wave of people cheers, and respect for Gu Han excitement is as harsh as noise. Yu Zhao is actually, he made a strong proposal and even spent all his own resources to invite him over. One of the main purposes is to let Yu Zhao play and enlighten the passers-by monks so as to gain more support from passers-by monks and even the people. The purpose was to gain more advantages in the competition with Nangon Yaching during the dragon sacrifice ceremony. But now Gu Han has messed things up. Yu Zhao's influence declined greatly. Even Yu Zhao himself seemed to have begun to interest. Obvious flow a desire to get married with Gu Han thoughts. On the contrary, all the efforts made are invisible for Gu Han's marriage. I feel like a clown. Now I can only hope in Yi Qingji unsuperior. Not to mention that Yi Qingyun could defeat Gu Han. But as long as the next performance is not too different from Gu Han, then it wasn't such a bad loss. Nangon Waner looked at him with expectation and purpose. Yi Qingyun's forehead was covered with cold sweat. How the hell did he know that Gu Han was not just bragging, but does he really possess such a terrifying talent for piano? Mr. Bai, do you have the confidence to perform well in the next performance, this Han Gu? I don't force you to be better than Han Gu in the way of Qin rhythm, but don't embarrass me. Yi Qingyun himself knew it very well. Even if Mr. Bai had great abilities, he couldn't possibly perform a feat like Gu Han's. Although I don't want to admit it. But I have to say that this saying is really true. As soon as Gu Han came on stage, it seemed that he didn't even have a chance to perform. I'll try my best. Bai Lao had Toy agreed reluctantly. After all, he was the one who made the big talk. Who knew that Yi Qingyun was so unlucky? How could I actually meet a young man with such a terrifying talent for piano? He even began to suspect whether Gu Han was the reincarnation of some zither master who was even more terrifying than himself? Not surprising. After Gu Han, who had just broken the peak record, Yi Qingyun went on stage to perform. Even with the golden finger of Mr. Bai, the music he played was also remarkable. But compared with Gu Han's performance just now, there is absolutely no viewing. Except for Nangon Waner and others who listened briefly. Many people I didn't pay attention to Yi Qingyun's superior. Therefore Yi Qingyun had a gloomy face and finished playing his music in the midst of everyone's ignorance. This made Yi Qingyun look like a dark cloud. It was so dark that I even wanted to dig a hole just get in. Just now he was like a monkey performing hard on stage. Even though I performed very hard, no one was willing to look at him anymore. Almost all of them surrounded Gu Han's side, unsparingly offering him indignation and praise. Comparing the two, the difference is obvious. This huge gap made Yi Qingyun feel quite humiliated. It's all because of you, you old fool. Yi Qingyun was not polite and yelled at Bai Lao, "You have to brag before the game even starts. You make me lose face again." Mr. Bai has been feeling depressed during this period. Now he was insulted by Yi Qingyun without any hesitation. Immortal. It is difficult to maintain the peace of the daily life, Joy same, but he got angry. Yi Qingyun, you're an uneducated person. You'd better watch your words. No matter what I say, I have saved you from dire straits many times. He even generously passed on some of the inheritance that I had learned during my peak period. The Dharma is taught to you. I was just unlucky and made a few mistakes, but you insulted me like this. You are an ungrateful person who is worse than a dog. You deserve to be played like a monkey by Gu Han. In Yi Qingyun's eyes, the current Bai Lao is just an insignificant parasite. Now not only has he not figured out his own position, but he has also insulted him as an ungrateful person who is worse than a dog. Yi Qingyun was immediately furious and started to argue with the old man in his mind. Stand up. What did you say? You old fool, what qualifications do you have to criticize me? Asterisk asterisk asterisk, if it weren't for me you would have been wiped out long ago. You are just a useless parasite. Do you really think you are still the holy king who can call the wind and rain? Bah! Relying on the unknown existence to help and invest in myself. Yi Qingyun was not at all weak at this moment and directly chose to challenge the White Song Saint King fight back. Bite. It was detected that due to the indirect actions of the master, the rift between Yi Qingyun and the White Song Saint King's soul had widened and was on the verge of a complete break. Congratulations to the master for completing the task of villain drama. Get 8,000 villain points reward. Just Guhan, who was surrounded by many stars, couldn't help but pause when he heard the sudden broadcast from the system. But soon a clear arc is formed. It is inevitable that Yi Qingyun and the so-called White Song Saint King will break up. Because Yi Qingyun now strength, they were no match for him and could only rely on some external forces. The spiritual power of the Holy King Bite Song was the power that Yi Qingyun most frequently borrowed in the early days. But every time he used various means to resolve the problem and even caused Yi Qingyun to suffer heavy losses several times. As the protagonist who was strong in values face over life, Yi Qingyun absolutely could not swallow this humiliation after being humiliated so many times in front of this villain cannon fodder. But he couldn't get back at his own game. Then he could only settle for the next best thing and vent his anger on the White Song Saint King, who was useless to him and embarrassed him repeatedly on it. Now the relationship between these two guys has reached the brink of collapse. As long as he gives them a little more fanfare, the two will surely turn against each other hatred. However, he does not plan to pick up the Yi Qingyun, the White Holy King. Not to mention that the will of heaven might be on guard against him. Furthermore, the White Holy King can be considered a pretty good card. If used well at a critical moment, it might be able to deal a fatal blow to Yi Qingyun. Friend Han, how did you compose the Yukio song you just played? This song seems to contain many colorful stories, various lives. It's so colorful that it's beyond my understanding. Nian, she suddenly moved closer to Guhan. Silver pupils deep at this moment, flashing with both expectation and reverence on. Let's not talk about it first. Nian, she was the suspected ancestor. Dragoni was attracted by his pulse and was curious about everything about him. Furthermore, Bokhi is very interested in the way of Qin rhythm interest. In a sense, it has even reached the point of misfiring the devil's level. Just after listening to Guhan's almost miraculous performance, the two factors overlapped. In Nian, she was kind to Guhan. Not only has the interest increased significantly, but people have even become curious about his story. It's a long story, but if Miss Nianqi is willing, I can tell you slowly, Guhan said with a chuckle. Nianqi's mentality had been severely controlled by Guhan from the very beginning. Because in order to obtain a different good spend, first of all you need to make your image in the other person's mind become divine, and there is enough story. Let I unconsciously want to get closer to you and understand you. Once Nianqi had this idea. That holds the master. He who has the power can play with poor Nianqi between the palms. But at this moment a slightly jealous voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Tsk tisk, one trick after another, I practiced it. I guess in the previous life I can definitely didn't he use this method to discuss. Are you happy? Hearing Su Lingyue's slightly jealous voice, Guhan slightly stiff. Su Lingyue, the true ancestor of the demon world, seems to be sick to tendency. Sick, their thought processes are very alternative and must be taken seriously. Guhan had no choice but to quickly gather his thoughts and send a message to Su Lingyue. Rose. Su Lingyue is one of the true ancestors of the demon world. I also have a relatively good understanding of the Tsanglong clan. This one inherited most of the Blue Dragon true ancestor. The race that produced it is extremely powerful. Naturally, they would also be happy that Guhan could further control the Tsanglong clan through Nianqi. Moreover, Su Lingyue also knew what the true ancestor Tsanglong had once said: the true words left behind. If there are living beings in the future who awaken the ancestral dragon, seeing him is like seeing me, and you should follow him as you follow me. I no more Guhan Zulong. He is the destined person of the Tsanglong clan. However, the Tsanglong clan Zio, it seems that he is unwilling to take Guhan, a human being, as his follower. But it doesn't matter. If they insist on being so tactless, I don't mind until I integrate my own strength. directly cast on the Tsanglong clan so that they can force themselves to know what's interesting. Watching his sister talking and laughing with a young human man. Song Aoyue felt complicated and somewhat resentful. But the strange thing is that he didn't speak up to stop it this time. Because he had just heard Gu Han's performance. Those who can play such a unique piece of music will definitely it's an immortal legend. In addition, Gu Han always gave him a sense of danger and palpitations. This young group may be more complicated than one might imagine. It is best not to offend such people if you can avoid it. Not to mention that the other party is suspected to be Zulong, the owner of the vein. But the idiot by Junlin doesn't think so. He is ice blue and her vertical pupils. Nianxi, who was smiling happily in front of Gu Han, was reflected. The reluctance and the strong possessive desire that had been suppressed for a long time was secretly causing trouble again. Even deep heart, a strong crisis has arisen. After all, Tsang Aoyu, who is a man who dotes on his sister, has turned a blind eye to Gu Han at this moment. This already represents Tsang Aoyu's initial recognition of Gu Han. If this continues, once Tsang Aoyu recognizes Gu Han, he will never get Nianxi again. And the reason why he is like this please Nianxi. Not only because the other party is almost unparalleled appearance. It's also because of Nianxi. The share is very important and will definitely be he is the leader of the Tsanglong clan. Now their lineage has become increasingly thin and has even completely disappeared, a place of decay. If he could win Nianxi's heart, he would be able to completely reverse the predicament and lead their lineage to rise again. Therefore, no matter from which lineage you are from or from your own set off, Gu Han, this sudden stumbling block must be removed. On the other side, Gu Han, the corners are slightly raised. He sensed by Junlin's increasingly obvious hostility towards him. He did it on purpose. If I don't provoke him, how can this guy attack me like a lunatic? Of course, even if Bai Junlin did not take action. He likes to record his grudges in a little notebook, and he will find a suitable opportunity to get rid of this guy Bai Junlin. At that time, change your appearance. If he put the blame on someone else, even if the Tsanglong tribe suspected him, they would not be able to find evidence. Moreover, there is no need to pay too much attention to this stinky loach Bai Junlin. The main thing now is to launch a series of plans against Yi Qingyun. Fellow Taoist Qingyun, if I remember correctly, you still want to compete with me in alchemy and talisman drawing, right? Gu Han looked Yi Qingyun up and down. The corner of his mouth raised a meaningful arc. Taoist Qingyun, are you ready to continue? If we keep losing, I'm afraid that fellow Taoist Qingyun's Tao heart will be affected or even completely devastated. If this matter makes you after your family finds out, my family won't blame me in the future, right? Oh, I suddenly remembered. Gu Han pretended to be enlightened and patted his head. How could I forget that, brother Qingyun? You don't seem to have any family. At this time I acted as a curious baby. Nian, she tilted her head and performed a god-level finishing move. Why doesn't he have any family? You humans should all have some family members, right? Not long ago, brother Qingyun's family was wiped out. The entire family was dug up 3 feet deep, and even the earthworms in the family were cut vertically. The eggs were all shaken apart. It was so miserable. Ah. Is it so miserable? Surprised, he rarely looked at Yi Qingyun. Purpose? What about his parents? I don't know, he seems to be an orphan. Han Gu. Shut up for me. Yi Qingyun couldn't bear it anymore and roared angrily. Is this Nianxi poisonous? Are you in the same group with Gu Han? As the saying goes, don't expose someone's shortcomings when you scold him. These two dogmen singing the same tune, using his short damn it for mocking him. But he really misunderstood Nianxi. I'm just curious about everything about the human race. Actually, he is not stupid, he just looks a little dumb from the perspective of human beings. Humph. I have enough confidence in refining pills and drawing talismans. I will never lose you. But you are talking nonsense here, showing off, and if you lose to me, don't cry and scream. Yi Qingyun did feel a little guilty before. Because he also learned how to make elixirs and draw talismans from old Bai. But now he has completely broken up with Bai Lao and many things will be relative limit. But just now he received a response from that unknown being. Said it would give him a helping hand. Although Yi Qingyun still doesn't know this unknown existence origin of the copy. But he was sure that the unknown existence was definitely more terrifying and powerful than old Bai. With him helping me, the next competition will definitely be a sure win. The alchemy conference will be held tomorrow. To ensure victory over Guhan, Nandong Waner, even use yourself for the privilege of a princess. Part of the test questions for the alchemy conference will be sent in advance. Gave it to Yi Qingyun. He even brought Yi Qingyun to today's grand underground auction and purchased some rare materials specifically for Yi Qingyun to practice. Underground auctions are completely different from open auctions. There are absolutely no rules or moral constraints. Someone dug a special treasure out of a grave for auction. Some people even auctioned off various captured species of creatures, even qualified humans as slaves. The opening ceremony of the underground auction was the public auction of slaves. Yi Qingyun was not interested in such an opening ceremony. He had no interest and just stood in the private room staring coldly at the auction below. But after seeing a cage being pushed onto the stand by the auctioneer, Yi Qingyun couldn't help but be stunned, his pupils slightly dilated due to excessive disbelief. This is Yi Qingyun. Fiercely he checked his eyes and blinked hard to confirm. A pair trapped in a black iron cage. Young man let him feeling special all. Even though these two people, the tattered face is full of dirty. But he still recognized it at a glance. Yi Xiao. Yi Xin. That's right, she was abandoned by him before it as the two cousins in the hands of the Moon Demon sect. But so much time has passed, shouldn't they be dead already? Even though several months have passed, Yi Qingyun still kept that matter. The details are remembered clearly. My cousin was captured by the Moon Demon sect. The people from the Moon Demon sect also used this as a threat, hoping to make him fall into their trap. Various doubts it continued to grow in Yi Qingyun's heart. Not to mention that he had been tricked by Guhan too many times during this period, and he had already been be alert. Furthermore, the Moon Demon sect is a well-known demonic sect. His cousin fell. How can one survive in such a sect? How could it be such a coincidence that he appeared in the Taihua immortal dynasty? But producing a special, the resonance of their pulses told him that these two people were undoubtedly his cousins. Soon, with the help of Nandong Waner, Yi Qingyun did not spend much. The price has gone auctioned off. Yi Xiao and Yi Xin. Xiao or Xin, or is that you? Looking at the yellow inside the iron cage, thin, full-faced, dirty cousins, Yi Qingyun's voice was a little shake. Always god-numb empty eyes. Yi Xiao and Yi Xin, who seemed to have experienced all the sufferings of the world, were shocked when they heard this. Subconsciously turned his head to Yi Qingyun. But soon their dull eyes were filled with soon I recovered a little bit. But this spirit in soon turned into a kind of resentment and hostility. Yi Qingyun. Yi Xiao made a wild sound like a roar. He seems to be. For many days the sound was sharp and dry. You're a fucking beast. It's all because of you. Because of you a beast. My Songfeng Yi family has suffered so much. Such an unexpected disaster destroyed the entire clan. But you, the damned culprit, not only did you not avenge our Songfeng Yi family, but instead abandoned us and let us suffer in that demon sect no one torture. You are such a He is actually my cousin? Fuck you. He is simply a cowardly beast. It's all because of you. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't be here in the Moon Demon sect. So much pain. Yi Zhao's words seemed to stimulate Yi Xin. Yi Xin was crying and laughing, acting crazy as if she was possessed by a demon. But his pupils were filled with endless hatred towards Yi Qingyun. You know, we are locked up in the demonic insect cave, and the wounds were repaired the next day and then thrown away again in the demonic insect cave, the same gnawing, the same pain day after day. I will be the kind of absolute being used as food? It's all because of you. It's all because of you. Yi Xiao and Yi Xin's eyes on Yi Qingyun at this moment. It was like watching a mortal enemy, angry and desperate, venting the pain and resentment in his heart. But the crazy and resentful words of the two people did not make Yi Qingyun angry. Instead, it made Yi Qingyun feel unprecedentedly sad and regretful. After all, it was extremely strange that two people who were supposed to be dead appeared here inexplicably. If the two of them acted like nothing had happened and started fighting with me as soon as I appeared, said how much she missed him these days. Come and save them yourself. This will only make Yi Qingyun more vigilant. On the contrary, this kind of immense resentment towards him, the phenomenon of insulting him as if he were an enemy, made him the heart is more receptive. After all, if you are experiencing this yourself, he will resent those who give up on him. I advise you this matter, there are many doubts. There are serious problems with your two cousins, you'd better not trust them. You're dead, I don't want to suffer with you. Although Mr. Bai had already broken up with Yi Qingyun. But he has been bound to Yi Qingyun's soul and there is no way to stop him leave. If Yi Qingyun died, he would also be dead. I had no choice but to remind him out loud. You don't need to pretend to be nosy. I know what's going on. And if you are such a waste, if I had been stronger, my cousins would not have been left behind experiencing such a painful thing at the hands of the Moon Demon sect? After these words were spoken, Bai Lao became even more angry. What a scapegoat! He couldn't save his own family but instead blamed him for not contributing enough? Damn it, how blind was he to think that this kind of irresponsible person would never consider his own Nagai will to be the protagonist of a world? My kindness is taken for granted. Old Bai snorted coldly and fell into complete silence. Moon under. Wearing a smiling face in the imperial city of Taihua Immortal Dynasty, the eaves and roofs of the houses kept moving and Gu Han, who was running at full speed, was the corners are slightly curved. Yes, Yi Qingyun has reunited with Yi Xiao and Yi Xin just as planned. Yes, this is something he had planned long ago. Yi Xiao and Yi Xin are two trump cards that can restrict Yi Qingyun, so he naturally won't waste them easily. In the past few months he has been specifically instructing people to train these two guys well. Put their gods will is completely destroyed, reshape their beliefs. Make them obey completely Moon Demon sect and obey his orders. Of course, in order to ensure that they can get close to Yi Qingyun and 1T it's suspicious. Gu Han was not among them for the first time. Plant any control mark. Of course, Gu Han was not worried that Yi Xiao and Yi Xin would betray him. Not to mention he has completely changed the beliefs and wills of the two people, making them regard Yi Qingyun as an enemy in their bones. Furthermore, he had even spent villain points to purchase 2 soul contract papers in the system mall. Part of Yi Xiao and Yi Xin's souls are imprisoned in these 2 soul contracts. Because there is a system in the middle as a conversion force. So even if it is parasitic on Yi Qingyun, even the will of heaven could not possibly perceive this. His plan is not conspiracy considered seek. Even though Yi Qingyun knew that his cousins had problems, he had to accept them. But Yi Qingyun, he still knew it. He is ruthless to outsiders but cares deeply about his family members. In the end, I decided to kill him and get rid of him. It was enough to leave a deep impression in his heart shadow, even let his heart create. He brothers and sisters are at odds with each other, revenge and finally a big fight. It's interesting enough to think about it. Gu Han, the corners are slightly hooked. Yi Qingyun, in this life I will give you a multiple choice question. What will you choose? In his previous life, Yi Qingyun had joined forces with a large group of powerful men from upright sects and captured several of his loyal subordinates. He chose to cripple his loyal subordinates out of mischief, tortured them in front of him and finally asked jokingly, Gu Han, I will mercifully give you a choice. Which of your subordinates do you want to save? If I were my heart, okay, I can give you one. At that time the 2 who tortured several of his loyal subordinates were also Yi Qingyun's grown-up cousins. Now it is also considered feng shui circulating. Both guys fell into his hands. For this life he gave Yi Qingyun a multiple choice question. Even if he had the ability to kill Yi Xiao and Yi Xin, he would not choose to do so. He was going to leave it to Yi Qingyun on purpose and out of mercy let him kill it himself. He is truly a kind person who knows how to repay kindness. With a chuckle, Gu Han quickly arrived at his destination for the night. The Taihua Immortal Dynasty's Jinghua Mansion is also the residence where Jun Maxiao lives. Moon hazy breeze blowing through the willows. Don't laugh, wearing simple blue robe. Holding a sound transmission jade talisman in his hand, repeatedly got both hesitation and decision. This jade talisman is the one that he uses specifically to communicate with Nangong Waner. But ever since breaking up with Nangong, there has been no news about this jade talisman in recent times. He would pick it up and read it over and over again every night, hoping that Nangong Waner would change her mind clothes. But in his impression it seems that he always Nangong Waner never did it for him once. I said that you are at least the most recognized #1 genius in the Taihua Immortal Dynasty and you can be considered a top person. Now and many am so entangled in this matter, thinking about it over and over again and doubting myself over and over again. You don't really think our dog behavior is a very important things bar? A voice came without warning with the cold wind, causing Jun Maxiao to look up subconsciously. And under his perspective, I just happened to see it on the eaves of the mansion. At this moment a man with his hands behind his back is standing against the moon, wearing a smiling face whiteman. Jun Maxiao was shocked. This is the Jinghua Palace. There are also powerful monks guarding the area near his mansion. How did this guy appear here quietly? However, Jun Maxiao seemed to have anticipated this and remained calm and did not deliberately cause any disturbance. Quiet. You are Su Chang'e, no, it's Guhan, right? Jun Maxiao had met Guhan, who was also dressed like this on Piaomiao Fairy Island Pass. In addition, Guhan did not deliberately disguise oneself shape. Therefore it was easily guessed by Jun Maxiao. So during the day, son, are they your men? I'm curious, why are you helping me? I am not with you, and before that they were enemies. He Guhan chuckled, why should I help you? This matter, I guess there's no need for further explanation, you should know my past story, right? Do you think that you now resemble the ridiculous me in the past? When this was said, Jun Mo laughed. The shape is slightly paused. After the trip to Piaomiao Fairy Island, he actually deliberately collected information about Guhan. Especially after learning what happened in the sword sect afterwards, an inexplicable feeling has arisen in my heart. At that time Guhan really felt sorry for him. Obviously he treated his 3 junior sisters and master wholeheartedly, but they all stood on Yi Qingyun's side without reservation and scale injury. How is this similar to him now? But in a way he is more pitiful and funnier. Because in what he knows among Guhan never had any improper thoughts about his junior sister and master. And he is like a moth to a flame, meaninglessly pursuing what he longs for. He served Nangong Waner wholeheartedly and gave her everything just to win her heart. But the final result is that all efforts have gone to waste. Instead, the whole thing ended with Yi Qingyun, who had just met Nangong Waner. It seems like you have understood it clearly in your mind. Guhan's calm voice drifted with the cold wind in Jun Maxiao's ears. Besides that, we all have almost the same experience. Don't you want to use your own hands to create a future that will terrify Yi Qingyun and make Nangong Waner regret it? Or until now you still have fantasies about Nangong Waner, who has completely abandoned you? Then did you know that after you died in another time and space, Nangong Waner no thought of the past, even killed all your relatives and wiped out your entire clan? You think you've worked hard, there is occupy one's heart status, but the result is that you don't even have Nangong Waner. A dog by your side is really important. Every word that Guhan uttered seemed to have the effect of attacking the heart. Like one sharp knife after another, they stabbed into Jun Maxiao's heart. Against the moon, Guhan suddenly out of his own hand. But as long as you are willing to work for me, I promise that I will help you get back everything you have lost. You will still be the most dazzling Taihua immortal dynasty. And Nangong Waner will be exposed because of your brilliance, then you will know how ugly it is. Don't laugh, flashing. After thinking about what Nangong Waner had done recently, his pupils deepened. Flash by cruel, he had already made the decision in his heart. The next morning, a piece of news suddenly fell in Nangong Waner's ears. Princess! Something terrible has happened. Lord Jun Maxiao has just defected to Nangong Yaching's camp. What did you say? Nangong Waner, who was drinking morning tea, suddenly. The cup can be held, it fell to the ground with a thud and the tea splashed all over the floor. The whole person was a little dazed, as if he couldn't accept this result. You know, these days he haven't been in touch with Jun Maxiao for a long time. The purpose is to waste time and wait for the opponent to take the initiative apology suit and then take control of all the main right. Jun Mo agreed to got it. Although he sometimes has a bad temper, he has never dared to really turn against me. This time they made a very fierce noise. Nangong Waner still didn't think Jun Maxiao would completely turn against her and go. Moreover, I feel that even if Jun Maxiao had 100 courages, he would not dare to abandon and ran to Nangong Yaching. But I never thought that heard this morning, unbelievable bolt from the blue. It was not until a long while later that Nangong Waner came to her senses, as if she had realized something belatedly. How is it possible? The sound is a little seem suppressing a kind of boundless resentment and unwillingness. Lord Grim, how dare he? How dare you do this? Is this news from Nangong Yaching, released? Are you deliberately using this method to disgust me? Nangong Waner seemed unable to answer. This result made him loudly question his subordinates. After so many years, the General Jun Maxiao, this card is dead in hand. If you let him go east, Jun Maxiao will definitely not go west. How dare he betray me? And he even defected to his current biggest enemy. The subordinate who was responsible for reporting the news was also frightened by Nangong Waner's ferocious anger. He swallowed before continuing. Princess, every word of this is true. And it wasn't the news released by Nangong Yaching, many people saw it. Lord Jun Maxiao not only surrendered to Nangong Yaching, but also a large number of young geniuses followed him and went to Nangong Yaching. After hearing these words, Nangong Waner's mind went blank and she stood there like a statue. Jun Mo Xiao, you really have a cruel heart. Not only did he join Nangong Yaching, he also took a large number of sharp genius. And listen to the reports of their subordinates. This group of Rue Tianjiao seemed to be willing to leave with Jun Maxiao. This made Nangong Waner even more angry and even more unable to accept it. Is it possible? How can the eldest princess of the Taihua immortal dynasty not be as respectable as Jun Maxiao? Walk. Nangong Waner's voice was a little hoarse and her eyes were red. Take the people with you. I will go to Nangong Yaching right now to ask Jun Maxiao what he really means. During this period, Nangong Waner also wanted to contact Jun Maxiao through the Jade Stone. But I still couldn't get in touch with him. Damn you, Lord Grim. Very well. How dare you treat this princess like this? Nangong Waner became more and more angry. It always is. Respond to Jun Maxiao's voice transmission. When did Jun Maxiao stand me up? Zhengguo Fu. A willow tree in front of Jun Maxiao's palace was swaying slightly in the cold wind. At this moment, crystal jade fragments are scattered all over the soil. That's right, that was the Jade Sound transmission talisman that Nangong Waner used specifically to contact Jun Maxiao. Last night Jun Maxiao had completely broken. Just like his completely dead heart. Buried in decay yet symbolic in the black soil of meaning. Nangong Yaching's residence. Jun Maxiao, what are you talking about? You want to surrender to me and help me get the throne? Nangong Yaching looked like she hadn't woken up yet. She was still a little dazed and her mind couldn't figure out what was going on for a long time. Why did Jun Maxiao defect to? Jun Maxiao has always been my sister. The celebrities around him provide great assistance to it. Even recently, my sister broke up with me, so I can't come to seek refuge with her bar? Could it be a plot deliberately set up by my sister? Princess Yaching, General Jun Maxiao has already taken charge now that she has surrendered. Shouldn't Princess Yaching do something to show her loyalty? It was not until Gu Han's sudden voice that Nangong Yaching was suddenly startled. My thoughts returned and my consciousness became clear. I suddenly remembered. Last night I heard the report from my subordinates. Gu Han, who was supposed to be resting in the mansion, seemed to have gone out. The direction he was heading seemed to be the Jingguo mansion where Jun Maxiao was. Could it be? Was Jun Maxiao specifically instigated by Gu Han to turn against him? Looking at Nangong Yaching's shocked and unbelievable eyes. Gu Han just waved the jade fan. The corners have a slight arc, but it doesn't say much. There are lines of words. With the help of the magic weapon, he can perform many stealth tasks without anyone noticing. Yesterday's Lord Exposure One's whereabouts were naturally intentional. He and Nangong Yaching have always been in a cooperative relationship. Some things no need to deliberately hide it and show it if you can. It is also a display of your strength and ability. Moreover, things have come to this point even without me deliberately explaining it. Nangong Yaching should have already known what to do. It's natural. Nangong Yaching quickly regained her dignified and elegant demeanor as a princess should have and said with a smile, if General Jun Maxiao is sincere in coming to me, I will naturally warmly welcome him. Moreover, General Jun Maxiao can tell me any ideas or requests he has as long as they are within my current capabilities. This princess will do her best to satisfy you. Of course, this princess can also let my immortal dynasty dragon luck be a witness, even if it cannot be completed now, and in the future we will do our best to meet General Jun Maxiao's requirements. Jun Maxiao was a little dazed for a moment after hearing these words. Even Nangang Yaching, who was 70% similar to Nangang Waner, was almost Nangang Waner herself. He is not greedy at all and he wants things very much. He doesn't care about power, fame, gold, silver, or treasures. Just hope it would be good if you could look at yourself more and care about yourself more. Only. That was who I was in the past, not who I am now. Jun Ma Xiao. Get out here. You must give me an explanation today. But just at this moment. Suddenly a roar like a shrew in a busy city came from outside the mansion, abruptly pulling Jun Ma Xiao's scattered thoughts back. Princess Waner, this is Princess Yaching's palace, no outsiders are allowed to wait. A guard stepped forward to stop them. After all, now the two princesses were in a competitive relationship. We will never allow people from the other camp to enter without permission their residence. But now it's already Nangang Waner, who was on the verge of anger and madness, didn't bother to care about so many things. Get out of my way. I am the eldest princess of the Taihua immortal dynasty. Is there any place that I cannot enter? Come here. If these guys dare to block the way, kill them. If anything happens, I will take responsibility. However, with the voice fell, followed by the group of guards behind him, just looked at each other, difficult. No one dared to take action. Breaking into another princess's residence is a capital crime. Sister, isn't this too much? Nangang Yaching brought a large group of people from the palace walk out, now smiling positively with Nangang Waner. One who remains dignified and elegant, maintaining the demeanor of a princess as she should. The other one is crazy and hideous. Such a huge contrast makes it seem like an alternative comedy. Especially Nangang Waner, who is the center of this comedy, can see it more clearly to this contrasting shame. On weekdays I will never do this kind of self-surrender price, but now I just can't control myself. Thread. Especially after seeing Nangang Yakin after Jun Ma Xiao. The emotions are even more uncontrollable. Hair. Jun Ma Xiao, what do you mean? You said before that you would always stand firmly by my side, be at my side and go through fire and water for me. Help me ascend to the throne. But you are doing this to me now. Is it intentional? Are you insulting me? Listening to Nangang Waner's almost hysterical questioning, Jun Ma Xiao's eyes very peaceful. Perhaps it is because I have let go of the past and look at things from a new perspective. Reason. The current Nangang Waner suddenly made him feel so strange. Strange, she doesn't look like the stunning princess I have admired since childhood. She's like an unreasonable, selfish shrew in the city. Because until this moment Nangang Waner seemed to be unaware of the reason. Or just like before, putting all the blame on him, superior. Never in yourself consider it, even if it is the slightest mistake. That's right. Nangang Waner seemed to have always been like this, looking down on him and never giving him any attention. Insult you? Jun Ma Xiao chuckled. His voice was calm and without any ripples. No need. Even if I insult you, I won't do such a meaningless thing. It's just that I suddenly saw some things. Follow you, I just give for you. I don't see any hope. So I don't want to continue to give to you, that's all. The whole world seemed to be paused like a slideshow because of Jun Ma Xiao's words and suddenly became silent. Nangang Waner still maintained her previous angry expression, but the surface already solidified. Various emotions and words seemed to be forcibly stopped, frozen in choking. Koan Mo, what did you say? It seems that he felt that Jun Ma Xiao's words were too ridiculous. Nangang Waner didn't come back to her senses for a moment and asked again. Just because of this misunderstanding, Jun Ma Xiao really wanted to complete break? Hearing this, Jun Ma Xiao didn't care and repeated it word for word again. I don't want to be like a dog anymore, abandoning all my dignity and just giving everything for you. I feel now that none of this is worth it. Hearing Jun Ma Xiao repeating his words again, he seemed calm. Nangang Waner finally came to her senses. But the anger that had been frozen was rekindled. Hair. Jun Ma Xiao, what on earth do you mean? You are still using this method, force me to give in? Nangang Waner, the chest rises and falls. But compared to simple anger, I felt more like Jun Ma Xiao dared to disobey in public, and indirectly made sarcastic remarks not worth a tanger. Who the hell is Jun Ma Xiao? So what if he is talented and strong? After all, he is just the direct descendant of Jinguo Mansion. If I ascend the throne and the future emperor, he is just a subject under his command. Where do you get the courage to humiliate me like this? Princess, there are too many people here, please fall upon Su, don't make this matter too ugly. The guard at the side hurriedly reminded him. After all, Nangong Waner brought people to Nangong Yaching's residence with great fanfare. The noise was quite loud and attracted a lot of the monks are keen on eating melons. If someone exaggerated the story and spread it out, it would only have a worse impact on the princess's reputation. Nangong Waner seemed to still be sober. After hearing this, I reluctantly control the anger in your heart. I took a deep breath and finally calmed down. Thread again to Jun Ma Xiao. Okay Jun Ma Xiao, you win this time. The previous incident, it was indeed my lack of consideration and my failure to take your feelings into account, and the idea is I apologize to you now, is that okay? Apologize in the words. But there was still a certain arrogance in Nangong Waner's tone. There is no sincerity at all. If you want to say. Instead, they used their far-fetched behavior to build a platform and try to force-watch Jun Ma Xiao walk down the stairs. However, in the eyes of others, Nangong Waner's behavior was unprecedented. Because Nangong Waner the son has always been very arrogant. Even if it is indeed my fault, they rarely apologize for their behavior. This time this is unprecedented and sets a precedent for Jun Ma Xiao. But I don't know why. This scene fell into Jun Ma Xiao's eyes and he deep heart. Apart from a slight ripple, there was no further response. This phenomenon made Jun Ma Xiao himself feel very strange. Because it was placed in the past. If Nangong Waner sets such a precedent for herself, he definitely will, to the point of no return. No matter how outrageous Nangong Waner's actions were. He may try to find excuses for the other party or simply cover up the matter. But last night I made up my mind to cooperate with Gu Han. He seemed to have cut off the past and looked at himself and Nangong Waner from a new perspective. He didn't even know why Nangong Waner was so deep. Heart-raiser reaction. I didn't know I was wrong. It was because he was afraid of losing his good job behind others. You indirectly lose more of your own interests. I was even more afraid that if I turned around and joined Nangong Yaching and the matter of succession to the throne superior blocked cannot be completed smoothly. Perhaps why in a short time it will have a great impact on Yi Qingyun. It is precisely because of Yi Qingyun's special can bring more benefits and good. Perhaps there is no one in my eyes but myself. Jun Ma Xiao, I've already apologized to you, what else do you want? Seeing Jun Ma Xiao didn't react at all from beginning to end. Still no longer the indifference in my eyes quelled, suppressed anger emotions welled up in my mind again. Jun Ma Xiao is such an outrageous guy. Having already given in to this extent, what else does this guy want? Is it possible, also let because of this matter kneel down and kowtow to Jun Ma Xiao begging him to forgive me? Is it true, after Nangong Waner left Jun Ma Xiao she couldn't survive? Okay, very good. Seeing that Jun Ma Xiao was determined to part ways with him. In the end, Nangong Waner's self-esteem prevailed and she said no more and prepared to leave immediately. Jun Ma Xiao, everything today is your own choice, I only hope don't regret it later. Don't think you're that great. Without you I still have the upper hand. Nangong Waner glared at Nangong Yaching again, her eyes looking like she wanted to eat someone. You were such a jerk, proud. Do you really think Jun Ma Xiao, this traitor, will do his best to help you? Now that I have the help of Yi Qingyun, the man of prophecy, ascending to the throne is inevitable. We just have to wait and see. After saying some harsh words, Nangong Waner did not look back and left angrily with her group of people. It just happened here, it will surely sweep across the entire capital of Taiwan immortal dynasty like a storm. See, isn't it just as I said? Gu Han, who had been watching the show for a long time, came close to Jun Ma Xiao. On the other hand, as a villain he continued to fan the flames and completely alienated the relationship between Nangong Waner and Jun Ma Xiao. Nangong Waner's attitude at the last moment was still essentially perfunctory. I have never looked you in the eye. Even if you really make up your mind to leave, still treat you as it's a joke. Last night he made a bet with Jun Ma Xiao. The bet is simple: will Nangong Waner sincerely apologize and truly recognize her mistakes? It is actually very simple to see whether the other person is sincere. That depends on whether the other party has enough determination and perseverance. If Nangong Waner really wanted to apologize, I don't take my dignity too seriously. After the first apology did not work, I will definitely start a second apology decisively until I can really shake it again. June Mo art. But what is Nangam Waner like? Even the first apology was extremely perfunctory. I never thought about doing it again. All the mistakes were blamed on June Mashio. He never considered himself at all. Don't laugh, Sip. The hand is very grasped. But in the end he let go reluctantly. He lost the bet again. It was a complete and miserable loss. At the same time, under a willow tree. Last night June Mashio, the sound transmission jade talisman was broken and the last relatively intact piece of jade fragment was also completely blown away by the cold wind. It became a pile of loose sand and disappeared completely without a trace. Bite. It was detected that due to the direct actions of the Master June Mashio and Master Nangam Waner broke off completely. Congratulations to the Mastura villain drama, get 10,000 villain points. Hearing the system's announcement, Guhan, the corners of his head finally couldn't help but curl up slightly. It's worth his patience, son. In this matter of June Mo show it took some effort. Hope June Mashio, who has completely given up, can bring him enough benefits. But I think the result won't make him too disappointed. Like this, once the deeper a person's past is, the more ruthless they will be once they make up their mind to break away from the past. The moment June Mashio completely broke with Nangam Waner. Already, in order to deal with Nangam Waner and Yi Qingyun in his hands, even in the future HS piece that controls the Taiwan immortal dynasty, Nangam Waner led a large group of people to Nangam Yaching's residence. To quiet is not small. In the monk master who is keen on eating melons spread it. It has swept across the entire capital of the Taiwan immortal dynasty like a storm, causing countless people to discuss and sigh over it. I have to say, Princess Nangam Waner had such a good hand, but she ruined it by herself. Everyone knows that June Mashio is the most talented and powerful genius in our Taiwan immortal dynasty, and he has the support of the Jingguo mansion, which holds the military power. Once we get his full support, we will be able to win the battle for the throne. You can get 3 off possible. Of course. Everyone in the capital knows that June Mashio Nangam Yaran madness. Even I don't know how much I have paid for Nangam Waner. Nangam Waner didn't cherish it, but now I left my strongest support chance. It's useless. Life is unpredictable. Nangam Yaching, who was at a disadvantage before, has now made a comeback and is gradually gaining the upper hand. I heard that Taiwan immortal dynasty has ministers and noble families have already secretly shown their favor to Princess Nangam Yaching. These guys are so outrageous. How dare you, a bunch of unpresentable bastards, talk about me behind my back. Many similar rumors have also spread to Nangam Waner's residence. Nangam Waner flicked her sleeves and the terrible law storm swept the palace. The tables, chairs, benches and jewelry were crushed in an instant, broken. It seems that it is still difficult to vent the anger in my heart. Nangam Waner took a long time to vent her anger by smashing things and finally managed to calm down thread. In the messy palace, Nangam Waner collapsed to the ground due to exhaustion. Even so, the shame and anger in my heart still hadn't been quelled, but instead burned even more fiercely. Don't laugh, don't laugh. Why is everyone saying without June Mashio Nangam Waner lost the opportunity to inherit the throne? Is Nangam Waner nothing without June Mashio? Princess Waner, don't worry, I'll take care of everything. I will definitely help you obtain the final throne and help you rise to the top. Suddenly a clear voice was heard outside the hall. Only Yi Qingyun got firm with confidence on his face. If it is delivered to your door, you can take advantage of it. Yi Qingyun would naturally not miss such an opportunity. Princess Waner, please believe me, I will definitely do better than June Mashio. You won't regret it. Maybe it's because the protagonist, the blessing of the ring. Original heart. Already Nangam Waner, who even doubted whether she had done something wrong, the mood completely dissipated. Yes. Yi Qingyun is the man of destiny in the fable of the national teacher, God's blessing and good fortune's protection. In many aspects he is far ahead of June Mashio. Yi Qingyun is still here. I haven't lost yet and it's impossible to lose. Qingyun, thank you. Nangam Waner was filled with ripples. The heart gradually calmed down. At the same time, I also have a little more affection for Yi Qingyun in my heart. Independence. Don't worry, I will help you regain all your advantages. Yi Qingyun is very confident. Even thick shameless exist. Nangam Waner, who was in a low mood, took in arms. What's funny is that Nangon Waner, the princess who usually acts high and mighty, didn't even have the slightest intention of resisting. Beautiful woman in arms Yi Qingyun's the horns couldn't stop curling up. Nangon Waner, the whole Taihua immortal dynasty has witnessed this. If I could use this to make the rapid rise in temperature with the other party gaining both money and people is also inevitable thing. TSK TSK TSK. The Lord was mocked by the world and his mood was severely injured. Fall the low point. Then the male protagonist appears and takes advantage of the opportunity between each other heats up very quickly. This kind of dojut's such an old-fashioned plot that it's hard to complain about. Above the sky wearing a phantom demon mask, completely merging oneself with the void Guhan in his heart full of emotion. Nangon Waner suffered such a great loss at the hands of Nangon Yaching this morning. Her mood must be frustration. If we think further, as long as Yi Qingyun is not a fool, he will most likely take advantage of this opportunity, greatly improving the relationship with Nangon Waner. I just didn't expect that Yi Qingyun's protagonist The Ring actually has such a great influence. Just let Nangon Waner rely on this matter and completely threw herself into Yi Qingyun's arms. If Jun Maxiao knew about this, he would either cry to death or be angry to death. Do everything you can after so long. Even Nangon Waner no corner arrive. Look at Yi Qingyun, he is hugging Nangon Waner. But he adheres to the principle of being a good person. He has reproduced all of this through the mirror. Make a backup copy, maybe you can use it to write an article later. Yi Qingyun used to like to use the dirty human heart to influence public opinion. If the enemy could go there, he could naturally go there too. The cold and aloof princess fell from the altar and fell in love with a man she had only known for a few months. This must have been a gimmick that was attractive enough. As for the other one, of course I took it back and let Jun Maxiao take a look. Guhan seemed to have thought of something interesting. The corners are slightly raised. Seeing my favorite people who hug the person they hate the most. Jun Maxiao, you must so hateful. Taihua Immortal Dynasty Palace. There is a lot of buzz outside, which also fell into the ears of Nangon Wendian, the current ruler of Taihua Immortal Dynasty. Nangon Wendian, who is playing chess on the board side. In fact, he has always preferred Nangon Waner. Because compared to Nangon Yaching, Nangon Waner is more shrewd. If one wants to govern an immortal dynasty and serve as its ruler, one naturally has to be cunning, and cunning that no one can see through. But perhaps it is precisely because of this that Nangon Waner thinks superior the management is not very good. Mr. Karaki thinks that these two of me, which one is most likely, as my successor? Retracting his thoughts, Nangon Wendian to an old man across the chessboard. The old man had an aura as deep as the abyss and as fierce as hell, and he had a pair of dragon horns. But in the turbid eyes of vicissitudes there is still a terrible the light is emerging. He is also the strongest person among the Tsunlong people on this trip. One of the 5 great elders of the Tsunlong clan, his cultivation has already reached the level of a saint and is not far from becoming a saint king. It's hard to say. Princess Nangon Waner seems to have been blessed by destiny and luck. If everything goes well, she will still be able to sit firmly on the throne. Elder Tsongmu placed the black piece on the chessboard and changed the subject, but it just so happened that Nangon Yaching also had an amazing adventure and received help from an extraordinary person. Your Majesty, Nangon, perhaps in the near future Taihua Immortal Dynasty will face a terrible, it can be both a disaster and a blessing, which is a sign that blessing and disaster are interdependent. As soon as these words came out, Nangon Wendian, who usually kept his emotions to himself, couldn't help but frown slightly at this moment. 2 of myself, the children, are all young people, and the helpers they recruit are also young people. No matter how capable and well-connected the younger generation is, they are at best just the younger generation. Where does the ability come from? The ups and downs of his entire Taihua Immortal Dynasty? But Elder Karaki did not explain too much, just smiled and said nothing. Seeing this scene, Nangon Wendian did not delve into it too much, nor did he don't worry. Their Taihua Immortal Dynasty has been passed down for countless epochs and has a profound heritage. Not to mention the 2 younger generations. Even if the top masters of the Tsunlong clan caused trouble in his dynasty, he would still be confident that he could suppress it. Nangon Wendian waved his hand. On one side flows a strange, the divine mirror of Mang slowly emerged from the void, creating ripples like water waves. Today a grand alchemy conference was held in the capital of our Taihua Immortal Dynasty. These 2 in my family are no Tofsun, it seems, also made a bet on this. Why not take a look at what kind of surprises these youngsters will bring us? The Alchemy Conference is held in the Central Alchemy Workshop of the Taihua Immortal Dynasty. Because the rewards are all immortal medicines handed down from generation to generation that are tens of thousands of years old, and even some top-notch alchemy divine fires. Therefore it also attracted talented people came to participate. Today's Central Alchemy Workshop is unprecedentedly lively. Not only aristocratic families and sects that are proficient in alchemy. There are also spectators from other top families and sects. After all, alchemy has always been a popular art in the cultivation world. If a sect can have a good alchemy practitioner, even the complete alchemy pavilion, the whole of strength can definitely be improved unprecedentedly. The most attractive thing in the alchemy square is what was placed on the high platform were 7 balls of strange fire that were burning fiercely. The strange fire of heaven and earth, rumored to absorb the energy of the sun and the moon, gathers the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Can be used as a means of attack. It can also be used as a important auxiliary means. Especially the many alchemy sects and the people of the sect were almost shocked when they saw these 7 balls of strange fire. I heard that if I get a good ranking in the next conference I will have the opportunity to go on stage. You can take the strange fire of heaven and earth away as long as you get recognition. Can I take it away if I get approval? Someone exclaimed, if I get the approval of the 7 heavenly and earthly strange fires, can I take all of them away? In theory it is possible, but I advise you not to daydream. It is already very difficult to gain recognition from a strange fire. You still want to get the recognition of the 7 kinds of strange fires of heaven and earth? It's just wishful thinking. Under the high platform, Yi Qingyun with 7 balls of strange fire must win. Because there is Nangong Wanner, a special backer. In fact, he had already obtained some knowledge on how to control the strange fire of heaven and earth report. As long as he can get on stage the opportunity of the strange fire of heaven and earth. Say you can get recognition of 2 kinds of strange fire from heaven and earth. At that time there will be a strange fire from heaven and earth. His strength will be greatly enhanced again. Moreover, if I can get a good ranking in this alchemy competition, I will also receive an extremely rare and precious elixir of 10,000 years as a reward. Yi Xin Yi Xiao, don't worry, I will use the reward I got this time to refine a top-grade elixir to help you completely heal the Dao injury. My cousin also promised you that he would kill you in the future. Moon Demon sect, let those disciples who dare to harm you die without a burial place. From now on just follow your cousin. I promise to take you to eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks. Yi Xiao and Yi Xin seemed to be indifferent to Yi Qingyun's words, and they remained expressionless from beginning to end. Seeing this scene, Yi Qingyun couldn't help but sigh. After almost half a day oftest, even the exploration of that unknown existence, his 2 cousins, there is nothing strange about it. Just because of the unprecedented torture there was a big change and they were quite hostile to him. Perhaps it was God's will that they were not destined to die. Let them both be different. By mistake he reunited with himself in the Taihua Immortal Dynasty. Although Yi Qingyun still had some doubts in his heart. But it's more of a sense of guilt towards my family. After all, he was the master at that time. He abandoned his cousins who trusted him so much. Although he is a selfish person. But no matter what, these 2 people are related to him, people with fate relationship. Not to mention in the entire Xianhuan world he only has these 2 who are related to him, people with blood relationship. However, Yi Xiao and Yi Xin deep heart he had been harboring murderous intentions towards Yi Qingyun from the beginning to the end. If it weren't for Yi Qingyun, how could their Tsungfeng Yi family be killed because of this unexpected disaster? No dog left. If it weren't for Yi Qingyun, how could they be here? Moon Demon sect, such inhumane torture. Yi Qingyun owes them too much and owes the Tsungfeng Yi family too much. Only by killing it completely can they relieve the hatred in their hearts. However, in the past few months the Moon Demon sect's elders' special training enabled them to bury the hatred and murderous intent in their hearts very well. They are like dormant hawks and dogs. As long as Guhan gave the order, he would rush out and tear Yi Qingyun apart fragments. At the same time, Guhan, who had just set foot in this area, also noticed the 7 balls of strange fire from heaven and earth and couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly. Heavenly flame, earth core fire, white phantom ice fire, blue lotus star fire. The Taiwan immortal dynasty is indeed the only dominant force in the Taiwan continent. This is truly a big deal. These 7 kinds of strange fires of heaven and earth are all top-notch strange fires recorded in ancient books. If you can get one of them, it is like having God's help. He remembered his previous life very clearly. During the Taiwan immortal dynasty, Yi Qingyun obtained recognition of the 5 kinds of strange fires of heaven and earth. Later this was also used as he also performed the avenue of fire that he cultivated to an extremely terrifying level. And Yi Qingyun the reason why the way of alchemy has become so terrifying is that it is also related to these 5 kinds of heaven and earth strange fire no contact. Moreover, not only are there 2 more kinds of strange fire in this world, their grades seem to be even rarer. Maybe it was Yi Qingyun the protagonist that comes with it ring in drama the influence of the. Of course, Yi Qingyun did not have a very high level of attainment in the way of fire. According to his prediction, he could only gain recognition from 3 kinds of strange fire at most. But Yi Qingyun has the will of heaven to help him fix the match. He also has the system's golden finger. He remembered seeing a book about top-notch skills related to the Avenue of Flame in the system mall before. Micro-idea and illusion. The curtain unfolded out of thin air in front of Guhan. After some searching, Guhan quickly found what he was looking for. Burning execution, full version, click on the villain. It is said that it was created by a great emperor who had mastered the way of fire to the extreme. There is a very strong long. If one masters this method, one can gain the recognition of all the strange fires in the world and absorb all the energy of the strange fires for his own use. Note, you can also use this technique to fuse the heaven and earth fire you have mastered, thus deriving a new divine fire of heaven and earth. Guhan's eyes lit up slightly. It's a bit expensive. But it was indeed what he needed. These 7 balls of heaven and earth strange fire must not fall in Yi Qingyun's hands. If he absorb and master the skills, his attainments in the great Tao of fire will be improved to an unprecedented level. With this in mind, Guhan chose to exchange it without hesitation. With super high enlightenment and the system with the special blessing of door. Maybe it can't be finished. Control the strange fire of heaven and earth for your own use. But for him now, gaining the recognition of the strange fire of heaven and earth should be a piece of cake. Guhan, the corners are slightly tilted. Yi Qingyun has no chance of getting any of these 7 balls of strange fire. Only children make choices. He wants them all. After a period of preparation. Soon. One after another, huge bronze alchemy furnaces of the same workmanship and size were placed on the central alchemy workshop by the strong men of the Taiwan immortal dynasty. Everyone, the rules of this alchemy competition are very simple. One, an old man in a Taoist robe with the 8 trigrams carved on his sleeves, stood in the sky, his voice echoing like a huge bell. That means refining the elixir with the limited natural resources and treasures you have. This competition is open and free, and there are not too many rules. There is no limit to any technique or type of elixir. As long as the elixir you refine is of a high enough grade or of a rare enough type, you will be considered the winner. If anyone can refine a magical elixir that can bring about strange phenomena in heaven and earth, they can directly receive a 10,000-year-old immortal medicine as a reward and also have a chance to resonate with the strange fire of heaven and earth. If you win the first place in this alchemy competition, you will also have a chance to resonate with the strange fire of heaven and earth. 2 chances can be accumulated. In the common understanding of the chain repair community, the quality of elixirs is divided into 1 to 9 levels from low to high. But it is said that the elixir refined is more than 9 revolutions. It can lead the strange phenomena in heaven and earth, bring auspiciousness and blessings. After hearing this rule, Guhan couldn't help but frown slightly. He is now clearly certain that the will of heaven has personally intervened and is planning to fix the match for Yi Qingyun. There is a backdoor called the will of heaven. Yi Qingyun, the probability of strange phenomena in heaven and earth will greatly increase. Sure enough, no matter when Yi Qingyun's protagonist, the ring, is disgusting enough. How could ordinary people be treated like him? But complaints are complaints. Guhan still has enough confidence in his alchemy skills. After all, in his previous life he was the enemy of the whole world and was chased by a lot of so-called famous and upright strong men when running. Difference: I found some mistakes hidden a blessed place. In one of hidden in the blessed land, the immortal ancient alchemy was found. Although I want to use the immortal ancient alchemy which requires a certain level of cultivation. But now that he has reached the supreme realm, he can also use the ancient immortal alchemy 7 skill. Who do you think is most likely to be the winner of this alchemy conference, Hidden Dark Horse? The alchemy conference is not blocked during the process and other passers-by can watch. At this moment many other monks were attracted here as the alchemy conference was in full swing. Everyone expressed their opinions. Does that even need to be said? Fang Yan from Guyu Danzong is definitely a recognized dark horse. Guyu Danzong is considered the top sect in Taihua continent in terms of alchemy attainments. Even if we look at the entire Xianhuang world, it is still a top sect. As the most talented alchemist among the younger generation of Guyu Dan sect, Fang Yan, who was even crowned as the future Guyu Danzun, is definitely the best. Everyone. You can't say that, right? Shanhai sect has seen a rapid rise in alchemy in recent years. Their sect's Qin Huan has recently been called the famous Dan Fairy. There is no rival in the art of alchemy. Who is that guy? What a novel way of refining medicine! An exclamation suddenly attracted many people's attention. Everyone's goal all fell on Gu Han Superior. In the Shenhuang world, the traditional steps of alchemy are starting the furnace, pouring fire, quenching the medicine, and infusing the spirit. Finally, through the attainment of the alchemy way, constantly controlling the degree of spiritual fire, quenching and purifying the natural treasures, and then melting the elixir in one fell swoop. But Gu Han's way of refining the elixir is very peculiar. This is not a normal thing. I saw many fragrant and aromatic natural treasures which seemed to be endowed with life surrounding Gu Han. Clusters of flames rich in spiritual energy burned out of thin air, directly igniting the treasures of heaven and earth. But Gu Han seemed to have controlled the burning degree of the spiritual fire very well. There was no sign of burntness on the natural treasures. Instead, it melted like a candle under the burning of the spiritual fire and turned into a floating mass of pure. Hiss! This young man seems to be incredible. He can actually control the burning spiritual fire to such an extent. To reach this level, one needs to have extremely high attainments in the way of flame. This guy looks like he's only just reached adulthood, but his control over the great way of flame is even better than some sect leaders. It's not just the great Tao of flame, he seems to have mastered the art of alchemy to perfection. This kind of purification outside the alchemy furnace, this is the first time I've seen such a pure way. Ancient method. This is a lost ancient method of alchemy. Someone with a lot of knowledge exclaimed, I always thought these ancient methods of making elixirs, it was only recorded in the records of the grand historian. I never thought that someone actually learned it, understood it, and put it into practice. Which sect is this monk from? How could he be so outstanding? No matter which sect he is from, this boy is destined to be with our sect. Our sect will dig. No, it's decided. Are you crazy? This person is Princess Nangong yachting people on the side. Listen to the discussions of people around you. Nangong Weiner noodles heavy as water. The greater Gu Han's reputation, even if he indirectly helps Nangong Yaching improve her reputation, it will only make the next battle will be even more disadvantageous. Now only hope Yi Qingyun is powerful enough to really make a comeback. In the alchemy square. Although there was a special magic array to block it, Yi Qingyun could not hear the discussions of people outside. But humans originally have a strong sense of sight, very keen knowledge. Originally, Yi Qingyun was able to. I felt many curious and shocked eyes gather in oneself superior. This kind of focus of countless eyes, he regained the spotlight of the protagonist happy heart. Just now. Many monks gathered at the above items, they were all transferred away. It's that damn Han Gu again. During the alchemy process, Yi Qingyun glanced at Gu Han. The other party was also surprised by the eye, was shocked by the alchemy. No need to worry. Follow the steps I mentioned, and at the last moment I will lend you a helping hand to help you break the shackles of today's alchemy. But as consciousness deepens, the disembodied voice came again. Yi Qingyun's thoughts were quickly pulled back again. Not to mention that he is also confident enough in his talent for alchemy. Moreover, there is an unknown great existence who is secretly helping him. How could he lose? That guy Gu Han is nothing but a clown who deliberately uses this novel method of alchemy to attract attention. This moment. God in heavens will, with the help of strength. Yi Qingyun is like entering a state of ecstasy. Power of heaven and earth to him, countless runes containing the mysteries of elixir slowly merged into his mind. It was as if an ancient scroll unique to the art of alchemy was unfolded for Yi Qingyun. Time passes by. Someone has already started Dan. Although there are different types of elixirs, their grades vary. But the highest grade one was the 9 Revolution pill refined by Fong Yan, who was recognized as a dark horse by many cultivators. What a pity. I thought Fong Yan could refine something that could attract. Where is the legendary elixir that brings about visions of heaven and earth? It seems that I am still unlucky today. A monk sighed. Not necessarily. I think that Hangu's kid might be a real. The dark horse in Tibet is using the lost ancient method to make elixirs. This is the first time I have seen this in all my years of practicing Taoism. Just when everyone's attention was attracted by Gu Han. Boom! A dazzling gold opened the alchemy furnace and rushed straight to the sky. The brilliant flame of law even rendering a large area of the sky above the alchemy square. A piece of gold can. Golden lotus flowers are in full bloom, casting colorful auspicious spots of light. At the same time, a refreshing, rich and fragrant fragrance of Dan like it spread like water, covering everyone's nose. After a brief silence, the crowd immediately had the same thought. Someone is refining the elixir, the vision of heaven and earth. Success! Yi Qingyun breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing the strange phenomenon in the world brought about by his own elixir, the corners of his head curled up in a confident arc. Now he's the first alchemist on the field to cause strange phenomena in heaven and earth. What can Gu Han use to compare with himself? In fact, Yi Qingyun can bring about strange phenomena in heaven and earth. There are nearly 9. It all depends on the will of heaven. There is special help from the will of heaven. Even if it is a pass, all dogs can make elixirs and bring about strange phenomena in heaven and earth. But there are others who don't know the truth. After seeing this scene, there were bursts of boiling sighs, one after another. However, the group that received the biggest response naturally came from Nangong Wanner's group. Ha ha ha! Young Master Qingyun's talent in alchemy is truly extraordinary. He has directly caused strange phenomena in heaven and earth. I just want to ask who can be compared with him. Someone was paying attention to Hangu earlier. How blind they are. It's hilarious. What ancient method of refining elixir is this? It is a deliberate gimmick to attract people, but in fact he is just a clown trying to attract attention. He also threatened to make alchemy and draw talismans, all kinds of bewitching pass? In fact, he has not learned anything, but he dares to speak so arrogantly. Most of those who mocked were from Nangong Wanner's side. After all, they had already given away all their home. All Nangong Wanner superior. The greater Nangong Wanner's advantage, the happier they will naturally be. It was because of Gu Han before. Nangong Wanner was repeatedly defeated, and it was not good for them. Now that Yi Qingyun has finally stood up, they can finally vent their anger. My dear sister, it seems that the people on my side are more skilled. Nangong Wanner looked towards Nangong Yaching, a provocative smile. Hope when you are looking for someone in the future, don't look for someone who likes to brag, look for someone who is down to earth. But you don't stand a chance. Wait for the queen, sister, for the true heir. I will give you a good cold palace as a gift of Nangong Yaching noodles. It was ugly, and he ignored Nangong Wanner's provocation. Although I have always been very confident in Gu Han's abilities. But the way of alchemy is another matter. There is not much strength place to hook. Now Yi Qingyun is refining the elixir. His achievements even brought about grand visions of heaven and earth. Even if Gu Han is very capable according to the principle of priority, he has already lost theorem. It seems that we were short-sighted and misjudged the situation. The passers-by monks who had been very optimistic about Gu Han now shook their heads and sighed. This alchemy conference has entered its coming to an end. Almost all the danshyo who participated in this conference have completed to make the elixir. Gu Han is one of the few alchemists on the field today who is still refining pills. But anyone with a discerning eye can see it. The alchemists who are still refining the elixir are unable to do so because of their lack of strength and too much water. Dan. This phenomenon also creates a stereotype. Everyone thought that Gu Han was unable to refine the elixir because he had high expectations and lacked the skills. Nianshi, let me tell you, this guy is essentially a person who likes to attract attention. What ancient method of refining elixirs? I haven't learned it at all. His talent for piano is indeed terrifyingly strong, I admit that. As if he had already imagined Guhan's embarrassing fate by Junlin, who took in the whole scene, folded his arms and sneered. But now Yi Qingyun has already refined a pill that can bring about strange phenomena in heaven and earth. No matter how capable Han Gu is, he is doomed to fail. Ignored by Junlin's whining. Nian Xie staring at Guhan. Because the special feature of the pulse, there is a keen understanding of many laws' intelligence. The alchemy furnace in front of Guhan seems to be brewing something terrible. Han Gu, is it so difficult to admit that you are not as good as me? Yi Qingyun, the corners are smiling. God, very proud. No matter how much you struggle, it's useless. Do you really think that the strange phenomena in heaven and earth are cabbages on the roadside? You can attract them any way you want. Not only himself but also Guhanwan, who has always been in the limelight, one end. This great victory also shows that no, Mr. Bai didn't fail at this critical moment. With the help of Rib, he can gain an advantage even more. May include Yi Qingyun, and the joy of the crowd did not last long. Boom boom. Suddenly thunder appeared in the sky. Horizontally dark clouds swirled together. In a flash the sky and the earth became dark, heavy and depressing. Dark clouds covered the sky. Many monks who witnessed this sudden change. What condition? The sky was clear before, but suddenly it became cloudy. Posted? It can't be said that some idiot-like being broke through the realm in the capital of Taihua immortal dynasty and attracted the thunder of heaven, right? Moreover, they did not owe the power of the unique heavenly tribulation thundera. Just as everyone was suddenly Kwang Mi when. Buzz. The bronze alchemy furnace in front of Guhan suddenly hummed violently every time, causing the entire square to shake. In front of everyone's disbelief watching, the bronze alchemy furnace gradually changed red. The surface even gradually emerged. There are cracks like spider webs. Oh shit! The furnace is going to explode. Someone exclaimed. This made everyone come back to their senses. It's not uncommon for an alchemy furnace to explode. But this time, when Guhan was refining the alchemy furnace, the situation is a bit weird. Let the furnace explode, so what? Why did it bring about layers of thick dark clouds? Is it possible the energy accumulated in the alchemy furnace is too terrifying, so it caused this alternative phenomenon of heaven and earth? Many people deep heart IVE already started to feel terrified. After all, it is rumored that some alchemy furnaces, the explosion can even raise the area within a few miles to the ground. From the current, it seems that once Guhan's alchemy furnace, if they are blown up, I'm afraid their ashes will be blown to pieces without leaving any residue. Quick! Open the defense barrier. As far as possible, the shockwave of laws brought by the furnace explosion. Is that kid crazy? The furnace is about to explode, but he still refuses to leave and wants to make pills. The many monks watching were in a panic, and take the defense treasure and also engraved with barrier. However, some old masters who seemed to have great attainments in alchemy were not panicked by the so-called furnace explosion. Instead, dull and unbelievable looking at Guhan. If you look closely, their pupils are deep, even with a certain kind of enthusiasm and expectation. It is impossible for an ordinary furnace explosion to cause such a strange phenomenon as to cause dark clouds to sweep across the sky and earth. They can use their life as guaranteed. After all, they have been refining pills for hundreds of years and furnace explosions are commonplace. Have you never seen it? The elixir was born in dark clouds covered the sky. This seems to be a sign of God's jealousy. The voice of an old man with a sage-like demeanor say out word for word what comes to mind. Experts look at the details while laymen just watch the excitement. To an outsider who is not an expert in alchemy, the refined elixir leads to the strange phenomena of heaven and earth already represent the limit of a pill. But in them, in the eyes of those who walk. According to legend, there is a terrifying sign that far exceeds the phenomena of heaven and earth, and that is the sign of heaven's jealousy. As the name suggests, when a star has already surpassed the world's cognition and even possesses the power of the living dead, the bones have gone beyond the scope of ordinary elixirs, and the elixir that has reached the effect of the elixir in mythology has been refined achievement. It will cause the jealousy of heaven, which is only recorded in the records of the grand historian. This also means that a being so terrible that it is not recognized by the rules of heaven and earth has suddenly appeared in the world. It seemed as if one was reflecting what they were saying. The next moment a scene that shocked all of you appeared. Boom! In the dark clouds, the thunder that has been accumulating for a long time. At this moment it was like a torrent breaking through the gates, venting wildly, wantonly, and come out. The sky above the capital of Taiwan Immortal Dynasty seemed to be overturned at this moment. The thunderous lightning spreads across the sky like a netrong. It instantly turned the sky into a terrifying forest of thunder. Each bolt of lightning carries with it an extremely terrifying destructive force, as if it will destroy everything within its coverage. In particular, many monks near the Alchemy Square. At this moment it reached a point where suffocation became a reality. Like a sacred mountain town in their mouth. At the same time, the bronze alchemy furnace in front of Guhan shattered at some point. The surface of a star is covered with countless cloud patterns, like the 9-colored pill slowly floated in the air. Almost at the moment when this pill appeared, a burst of dazzling and rich elixir fragrance rushed straight to everyone's head. At this moment the mind and consciousness became hazy and blurred, as if being pulled in another illusory world. What's more, some people felt that their cultivation realm, which had been blocked for a long time, was slightly relaxed by this strange fragrance of the elixir. But no, it's not them when lamenting the high quality of this pill. The elixir refined by Guhan seemed to have aroused the jealousy of heaven. Now the rules of heaven and earth are about to bring down thunder and completely destroy them in this area. Many monks were completely desperate at this moment. They just came to watch an alchemy conference. How could they lose their lives for no apparent reason? Guhan is concerned about the chaos around him. I don't care about anything. Even everything was calm and expected. After all, the immortal ancient alchemy he comprehended originally from ancient times keep. Because of it was too outrageous, so it has been buried in the years and time. Develop according to the original time and space history. Immortal ancient alchemy, it will probably take several hundred years for it to emerge. But because of him, the reborn won the world. But his behavior also indirectly led to some changes, such as the current phenomenon of God's jealousy. However, Guhan was not panicked at all. Because the Taihua Immortal Dynasty will take action. He had already guessed that he had rashly used the ancient immortal pill. There is a high probability that it will cause backlash from the rules of heaven and earth. But there is no doubt that he intended to use it at the alchemy conference. By then, even if it causes the terrible backlash of the rules of heaven and earth, he also has the confidence to be independent. However, the same may not be true for those lucky viewers who were dragged into this because of themselves. If it is a little more serious, I'm afraid the entire capital of Taihua Immortal Dynasty will suffer. Therefore, even if the Taihua Immortal Dynasty did not want to cover for him, it had to take action. As expected. It was as if confirming what Guhan was thinking. Boom! Taihua Immortal Chao, and suddenly a terrible force roared here. I saw countless gold runes rise up like a rainbow piercing the sun. The void is twisting. A huge illusory golden statue with a crown on its head, the grand Dharma image, like the creation of the world, forcefully pushed aside a dark cloud. Then the huge gold statue raised its hand towards the sky, and cast a devastating golden palm print. Boom boom! The rolling law runes spread rapidly like an overwhelming storm. Wherever they passed, the dark clouds were like the first snow of winter of roasting. It began to melt away layer by layer at a speed visible to the naked eye. The dark clouds dissipated and the thunder died down. The terrifying doomsday vision that had been looming over the Taihua Immortal Dynasty seemed to have completely dissipated by the personal action of a terrifying and powerful being. Compared to others who survived to be thankful. Guhan's sharp eye felt a vague gaze at this moment. It falls directly on itself superior. But Guhan did not know fear. On the contrary, the corner of his mouth smiled and even looked at the source, nodded slightly. Livy, it's like putting this goldly owner when your own free thug. This kid is really cunning. To make such a big silence is in 9 cases out of 10 intentional. Taihua Immortal Dynasty Palace. Just launched Nangong Wenti and shattered a dark cloud. Now in the magic mirror a thick shameless table, as if saying to him, thank you for your hard work, little brother. Guhan. Rao never likes to show Nangong Wenti and couldn't help but change. This guy Guhan is really brave. He actually dared to plot against their entire Taiwa immortal dynasty invisibly and even indirectly dragged him into the water. As the ruler of the Taiwa immortal dynasty, he is a top-notch Saint King. His knowledge and experience are extraordinary. Naturally, he also knew what the alchemy method that Guhan had just used represented. He also knew why Guhan would incur the backlash of the rules of heaven and earth. Mr. Karaki, the two you mentioned, the young guys who are famous in my Taiwa immortal dynasty, this Hangu should be considered one of them, right? Nangong Wentianmusiang. I am also interested at this moment. Elder Sanmu, who was looking at Guhan in the magic mirror, asked. Who knows? This is your Taiwa immortal dynasty's business. We are here just to complete and yours easy. Other things we won't have much hand. Elder Karaki just smiled and didn't respond much. Nangong Wenti and eyes flashing. I already had a definite guess in my mind. Alchemy Conference Square. As if the end of the world had come, the suffocating atmosphere had now disappeared. If it weren't for the fact that the scene just now was too scary, people are immediately paralyzed due to excessive shock on the ground. I believe everyone will subconsciously regard everything they just saw as a dream. Fellow Taoists who understands? Watching an alchemy conference, I saw that someone had attracted the jealousy of heaven. I never thought that after refining elixirs for hundreds of years I would actually see a sign of heaven's jealousy that is only recorded in history books. It is true that the disciple surpasses the master and the new generation replaces the old. This young friend Han's attainments in alchemy are probably far beyond all of us present here. I wonder if the elixir in your hand is for sale. I am willing to sell 4 immortal elixirs plus 15 million spirit stones. I don't know who made this voice in the crowd. This move like a signal. The crowd that was frozen in shock suddenly became. Wait a minute, fellow Daoist. I am the patriarch of the Zhang family in Beijing. If you give me this elixir, I am willing to offer the entire Zhang family in Beijing to you. From now on you will be the patriarch of my Zhang family in Beijing. This young friend is a genius. Do you have a master? If so, I would like to ask you to be his disciple. I am Tai Danzong. My Tai Dan sect will certainly mobilize the entire clan's strength to train you and help you reach the pinnacle of the alchemy path. Countless monks were completely excited. Although the words and chips are different. But the purpose is the same. Guhan is a genius who can even arouse the jealousy of heaven for his alchemy. It is definitely worth their all to make him. But in the crowd that was going crazy for Guhan, Nandong Waner and the others were extremely ugly. There is no other reason. They had already felt that Yi Qingyun was stable confidence in the victory. Therefore they opened champagne to celebrate at halftime and even took the opportunity to ridicule Guhan. But now Guhan's performance is tantamount to using actual actions. I threw a few of them in their faces. The palm made their cheeks feel burning with pain. But it seems that the monk noticed their previous actions. At this moment they all looked towards them ridicule. Although they are the nobles of Taiwa dynasty, there was no open ridicule. But the look in his eyes was like that of a monkey looking at a clown. But it makes them feel quite ashamed. Even do not dig directly into the ground, get in. Who knows will develop so. After all, in the eyes of outsiders like them, alchemy that can attract strange phenomena from heaven and earth is already the limit. Who knew that Guhan didn't play by the rules and actually attracted the jealousy of God? In fact, the most unacceptable, yes, that is Yi Qingyun. My elixir-making efforts had caused strange phenomena in heaven and earth, but I still lost. Even though I don't want to admit it. But I have to admit that the quality of the pills I refined is indeed far inferior to Guhan's pills. He is not blind. The scene at that time was extremely clear. Guhandan's moment. The strange phenomenon of heaven and earth that had originally attracted him was like a bubble and was completely dispersed and disappeared by Guhan's jealousy of heaven. From the vision his pills were completely crushed. It doesn't matter. Yi Qingyun's heart is at peace. Although I didn't win the first place in this alchemy competition, I still got the chance to go on stage and resonate with the strange fire of heaven and earth. After all, in this alchemy conference, the outcome of the bet between him and Guhan on dignity was secondary. The main purpose is still for those balls of strange fire from heaven and earth. Guhan's heart very good. Not only did he refine a miraculous elixir. All the risks, including the unnatural consequences, were borne by the Taihua immortal dynasty. I have to say, this is good. Owning your own business is risky. Let others take care of things, but it makes people heart pleasant. But the palace's deep will Guhan Nangong Wendian, who had seen the whole face, almost vomited out a mouthful of. This guy is so young, how can he look so old, cunning, thick, shameless? The champion of this alchemy conference has been born. Let us congratulate Mr. Han Gu. Soon the old man who was in charge of presiding over the alchemy conference began to read out the results of the competition. Master Han's performance was outstanding, and it caused a phenomenon that was only recorded in ancient books. It really opened our eyes. In addition to the original reward, our Taihua Immortal Dynasty Central Alchemy Workshop will give Mr. Han 2 extra 10,000-year-old immortal elixirs. Obviously. Even if it is Gu Han's sixth brother, intentional a handful of Taihua Immortal Dynasty. But this still did not affect the fact that the high-level officials of Taihua Immortal Dynasty wanted to form a partnership with him. Thoughts. After all, true geniuses will get exclusive exceptions wherever they are. For other rewards, Gu Han, I don't care either. Interest. What he wanted from the beginning to the end were the 7 balls of strange fire from heaven and earth. Mr. Han is the leader of this alchemy conference. According to the rules, he can go on stage first to resonate with the strange fire of heaven and earth. If you get the approval of the heaven and earth strange fire, you can directly absorb it and take it away. Hearing this, Gu Han, a smile appeared on his face. No upper limit, right? If I gain the recognition of the 7 heavenly and earthly strange fires, can I take all of them away? Gu Han's words stunned everyone present. That's the theory. But it is impossible for anyone in the younger generation to gain the recognition of the 7 strange fires of heaven and earth. Different fire book. It is an extremely special existence full of paradoxes and mutual promotion and restraint. Forced to be sucked by the monk arrive, it is easy to have some terrible reactions, even causing the monks to suffer backlash. Direct rip and died. Of course, if Mr. Han has this ability, it is certainly possible. The old man in white robes did not think that Gu Han could be recognized by the 7 heavenly and earthly strange fires, or even completely integrate them. Subconsciously think that the other party is just a young. It was just a frivolous joke, but he readily agreed to it. However, after hearing these words, Gu Han, the curvature of the angle makes people too inexplicably meaningful. How many balls of heavenly and earthly strange fire do you think Mr. Han can get recognized by? Someone asked. I am very curious. To 2 balls of strange fire from heaven and earth go up. Master Han has great attainments in alchemy. It seems that he has made some impressive achievements in the way of flame. It shouldn't be difficult for him to resonate with 2 or more strange fires of heaven and earth. Amid the discussions of the crowd, Gu Han had already arrived in front of the 7 balls of strange fire from heaven and earth. Even if it is just a fire that has not yet completely burned, it still gives people. It felt extremely hot. This burning feeling is not only on the level of consciousness and even on the level of soul. It seemed that if he stayed in front of these 7 strange fires for 1 more second, his soul and consciousness would be completely ignited. Without much hesitation, Gu Han held his breath and concentrated. Out of your palm, used the complete version of the burning technique. Although Gu Han only practiced the burning technique to Dur, but the complete version of the burning decision is already comparable to the top imperial techniques. Combined with Gu Han's terrifying enlightenment, his current attainments in the Great Way of Fire are already among the best among the entire younger generation. Countless Dao eyes under the gaze of. As Gu Han reached out, 7 groups of strange fires appeared at almost the same moment. It resonated with some terrifying power and burst into flames with a clang sound. At first glance, it looks like 7 different to fall into the world. Each fire they overlapped and converged, turning into an all-encompassing wave of flames that completely submerged Gu Han in that area of space. All this happened so suddenly. When everyone reacted, the boiling and burning fire of heaven and earth, Gu Han as the shadow has completely disappeared in the flames deep. Something happened. Someone exclaimed, "It's not good, I want to save people immediately." The horror of the strange fire of heaven and earth far exceeds that of ordinary fire. It can even ignite spiritual energy and melt the runes of heaven and earth. Don't even mention saving people, they just approached on because of the extremely high temperature. Sparks began to appear. Muddy, even the cells seemed to be destroyed by the terrible flames ignite. This Han Gu is too stupid and too greedy. I thought he was just joking when he said he wanted to resonate with the 7 heavenly and earthly fires, but this kid actually means it. Human greed is like a snake swallowing an elephant. Even the older generation of strong men with extremely high attainments in the great way of flame dare not say that they can be recognized by the 7 balls of heaven and earth strange fire. How dare a young man like Han do such a reckless thing? Isn't this seeking death? Is it possible that Han Gu is actually fine? If he was really in danger, he would have asked for help a long time ago, right? Some people hold a different attitude. These 7 balls of heaven and earth strange fire burned at the same time. To a certain extent, the 7 flames and temperatures overlapped with each other. Han Gu might have been burned the moment he was enveloped by the flames. It's gray. It would be strange if I could ask for help. Let's do it together. Save them. After seeing Gu Han after the shadow completely disappeared in the boiling fire of heaven and earth, Nangon Yaching Shen anxious, he immediately wanted to call on his men to rescue Gu Han. After all, Gu Han is now an ace in hand. Gu Han played an indispensable role in enabling me to gain an advantage over Nangon Waner. Ruo watched Gu Han die here with his own eyes. Let's not talk about it first. Can we go to the White Dragon Palace and Piaomiao Fairy Island? Generation. The advantage that he had worked so hard to gain would probably disappear because of Gu Han's death. Royal sister, there is no call for help from Gu Han in the strange fire. Perhaps he is still in the process of resonating with the strange fire of heaven and earth. You are intervening now, but you are blatantly violating the rules. As your sister, I must teach you something. Follow the rules. Nangon Waner sneered and brought her people to block Nangon Yaching. Gu Han is already for a big worry in my heart. If I could die here, yes, it is definitely a great blessing for me. So how could he just watch Nangon Yaching go to save Gu Han? Nangon Yaching and others who were deliberately blocked by Nangon Waner were now Fasenjits extremely ugly. But unfortunately they really couldn't find a reason to make trouble. Because according to the established rules, no one is allowed to interfere with the heaven and earth strange fire resonance ceremony without authorization. Moreover, during the ceremony, if the resonant resulting in special unexpected circumstances need to be resonated by, take responsibility. In other words, even if Gu Han was really burned to death by the strange fire of heaven and earth, he could only blame himself for his lack of strength and could not blame anyone else. Nangon Yaching eyes a flash, and finally to the old man in white robe he said with a scalp, Elder Daoxian, you also saw Han Gu's performance earlier. In terms of alchemy, he is definitely the best among the entire younger generation, and he even attracted the legendary jealousy of the gods. You really want to watch this kind of person completely fall dead? Elder Daoxian is the elder with the highest attainments in alchemy in the central alchemy workshop of their Taihua immortal dynasty. He is also the one who maintains order at this alchemy conference. Elder Daoxian is particularly interested in alchemy talent the younger generation brings. Good. Now I can only hope Elder Yu Daoxian stepped in to rescue Gu Han. However, Elder Daoxian just sighed and shook his head helplessly. Let's not talk about this first proposed rules. If I make an exception, this alchemy conference will become meaningless. Furthermore, these 7 balls of heaven and earth strange fire have been completely burned and boiled due to Han Gu's resonance and even fusion turned into a. It is extremely difficult to forcibly quench the 7 blazing flames. Even if I tried to calm the burning heaven and earth fire, it would be too late. By then Han Gu would have been burned to death by the boiling fire. As soon as these words came out, someone, it's so regrettable. It's true that things are unpredictable. Gu Han, who had performed so well before and even aroused the jealousy of the gods, unexpectedly in the next moment he completely perished because of the mistake in resonating with the strange fire of heaven and earth. Perhaps this is destined by heaven. People who are too outstanding often suffer from various unexpected events. What's more, he died unexpectedly. It's a pity that among the future top alchemists in our Xianhuang world, a dazzling legend, some people felt sorry for it while others felt happy and felt like they had gotten rid of their anger. Serves you right. By Junlin, there was a sneer of sarcasm on his face. It's lucky for this kid to die in this way. Compared to being broken by me later, 10,000 dead without burial. The land was burned to ashes by the strange fire of heaven and earth, which was a relief for him, a bit of pain. Is this kid gone now? Tsang Aoyu was surprised by the sudden situation, always in the confusion in state. He used to think that Gu Han was no ordinary guy. There is a suspected Zulon next to was an extremely difficult existence to deal with. I didn't expect that it would be inexplicably burned by the strange fire of heaven and earth. Nian Shi remained silent. Silver the pupils reflected the blazing strange fire of heaven and earth. Did Guhan really die like this? Believe that they can be chosen by the blue dragon demon ancestor they are pursuing and awakening the dragon. The existence of Pulse must be an extraordinary person. If he really died inexplicably, it would be too dramatic and too ridiculous. Laugh. Yi Qingyun sneered, his eyes deep. There is also a sense of gloating. You are really crazy. You are so greedy that you want to directly gain the recognition of the 7 groups of heaven and earth strange fires. I don't even dare to have such an idea. I don't know how this guy dares to do that. It's alright now, no, it's a loss, it's your own fault. The 7 groups of strange fires were still burning fiercely. 2.5 minutes passed and Guhan still didn't show any sign of quiet. Those who were still holding out for luck sighed deeply. It seems the ending is set. Han Gu is really dead. Who is coming? Say I'm dead. But in the next moment a clear voice suddenly rang out in the depths of the burning heaven and earth. Strange fire, sound up. This voice was like a bolt from the blue suddenly exploding in everyone's heart. This is. Everyone present was shocked and looked towards the source of the sound with shocked eyes. I saw that it was originally like the 7 balls of strange fire that burned like divine fire were attacked by an unknown force at the same time. May quickly collect return. Then everyone saw that the empty Guhan, the shadow, became clear and solid again. Even if the blazing fire of the heaven and earth is reduced, the fire was much smaller, but the height of the burning fire still reached nearly 100 meters. The surrounding space is visible speed distortion made of special materials. The high platform had already been completely melted. Everyone had to retreat several meters to avoid being burned by the scorching flames. But what shocked everyone was, it was clearly a fire that was hot enough to completely melt the laws of runes, but it had no effect on Guhan, no impact. Guhan noodles, not only is it still calm, even the clothes on none of them were ignited. Compared to the large group around, they clearly kept a safe distance. But he was still affected by the flames. His hair and eyebrows burned superior. The others were burned into tatters and looked extremely miserable. Guhan looked arrived, no impact, still maintain its own. His graceful appearance almost made everyone lose their minds. No. You were just swallowed up by the strange fire of heaven and earth. In such a hot flame, the whole person has no arrive. It doesn't matter if it has no impact at all. How did you hold on? Superior, the complete one? The strange fire of heaven and earth. The 7 groups of strange fire of heaven and earth seem to have recognized Han Gu. The sudden exclamation from the crowd immediately made everyone in the trance woke up. They only realized it belatedly. The 7 balls of strange fire that should have been burning fiercely were actually slowly receding, gradually calmed down. Success! It's simply unbelievable that Guhan actually got the recognition of the 7 balls of strange fire from heaven and earth. The 7 balls of strange fire had turned into fire seeds about the size of eyeballs surrounding each other in a circle. It kept rising and falling in Guhan's palm. During the time just wasted, Guhan not only gained the recognition of the 7 groups of strange fires of heaven and earth. Moreover, it is already possible to initially fuse the 7 groups of strange fires of heaven and earth to a certain extent through resonance. Transform it into a new and more terrible fire quality. This guy has been recognized by the 7 heavenly and earthly strange fires. What should I do? But at this moment a slightly angry shout brought everyone back to their senses. Yi Qingyun was so angry that he was going crazy. According to the original rules, after Guhan resonated with the strange fire of heaven and earth, it's his turn. But now this damn guy Guhan has been recognized by the 7 balls of strange fire from heaven and earth. Now there is not even a ball of strange fire on the platform. How can he resonate with it? Elder Daoxian, who had come back to his senses, was a little embarrassed, but he didn't know how to start. Because Guhan had asked him before if he could get the joint approval of the 7 groups of strange fires. Could he take all of them away? At that time he thought Guhan was young and overconfident. Who knew that the other party would actually be serious with me? Ahem. Elder Daoxian cleared his throat and said, this matter I really didn't think enough. These 7 balls of heavenly and earthly strange fire are the only heavenly and earthly strange fire left in my central alchemy room. It will take a long time to collect them again. Why don't I write you an IOU first? When we find a suitable heavenly and earthly fire, you can come back and try it, my friend. After hearing this, Yi Qing-yun became so angry that his eyes turned red. God damn it, I'll owe you that first. This really made Yi Qing-yun feel all. This time I didn't catch anything. The reward that should have belonged to him was indirectly taken by Guhan first, and all of it was taken. Got it? Well, Han is kind-hearted and willing to help others. If you really want it, I can give you a ball of fire as a way to comfort you. Award. Guhan, the corners are slightly hooked. The 7 balls of strange fire suspended in the palm of his hand expanded and burned instantly. Each the flames overlapped and converged, and in an instant they turned into a ball weaving 7 different a huge fireball. This is a fusion of different fires. Someone exclaimed, what the hell? How long has it been since Han-gu got the recognition of the heaven and earth strange fire, and he can actually directly perform strange fire fusion? Guhan did this once again, severely subverting the cognition of everyone present. The fusion of different fires, or the fusion of 7 different fires from heaven and earth. Isn't it said that different fires are mutually paradoxical and a hasty fusion of them will lead to extremely terrible changes? How did Guhan manage to achieve the fusion of 7 kinds of strange fire? Yi Qing-yun, who saw the whole scene, was shocked and angry. Guhan gave it to him, feeling is extremely dangerous. Now I have obtained 7 groups of strange fires from heaven and earth, the opponent will only become more and more difficult to deal with. Same face, another ugly one is by Junlin. Crush Guhan. Wan Duan's plan had already been put on his agenda. Now that Guhan has obtained the help of the strange fire of heaven and earth, his strength has been greatly improved again. Moreover, fire has a certain inhibitory effect on it which will greatly increase the difficulty of hunting Guhan. No. We can't delay any longer. This guy Han-gu seems to be very sensitive, guess that I might hand. Now he has just obtained the heaven and earth strange fire and has not yet fully mastered its power. Good opportunity in hand. While muttering to himself, Bai Junlin had already come up with a plan to hunt down Guhan. It's a dark and windy night. Tonight is a great opportunity to own. Qing-yun, you don't have to delve too deeply into this matter. Nangong Wan'er came to Yi Qing-yun's. Your talent in alchemy is obvious to everyone. The strange phenomena you have caused in heaven and earth are the best proof of this. Don't worry, I will personally send someone to urge the alchemy workshop to complete your heaven and earth fire as soon as possible. Of course, this princess will also give you a special reward. You can go to the treasury with me later and pick out some natural treasures or magical weapons that suit your taste. As soon as these words came out, many of Nangong Wan'er's followers cast envious glances at Yi Qing-yun. As their Tai Hua immortal dynasty pet the eldest princess, Nangong Wan'er has accumulated a lot of precious and even accumulated a treasure trove. This is also why Nangong Wan'er has always remained calm in the fight for the throne, the main reason why Nangong Yaching was confused. The resources and treasures in Nangong Wan'er's hands, there are enough of them to reward their followers generously. On the other hand, Nangong Yaching, a treasure you can take out, and resources are extremely limited, and it is often difficult to attract outstanding talents. But I don't know why. This matter, it also subconsciously made everyone think of Jun Ma Xiao. Some people couldn't help but look at each other in helpless. Jun Ma Xiao has worked hard under Nangong Wan'er for so long. It seemed that until he left, Nangong Wan'er had never rewarded him with a treasure as a reward. Guhan, who had seen the whole scene, it is extremely, he carefully copied this scene using the image jade and decided to bring it back to show Jun Ma Xiao later. Jun Ma Xiao is really too. To avoid his, the dog's heart has been rekindled once again, and it is necessary to add fuel to the fire. Zheng Wofu, accompanied by a crisp sound, Jun Ma Xiao directly took out a jade talisman in his hand, broken minced meat. In the hall, the light was dim, covering most of his face. His dark and deep pupils, it seems to be full of various thread. Rather than being angry, he was more self-deprecating and felt sorry for his past self. In my mind, Yi Qing-yun hugged Nangong Wan'er, but Nangong Wan'er did not resist and let Yi Qing-yun hug her. The scenes of my pregnancy kept appearing in my mind like slides. If it were an ordinary day, he might be so sad and painful that he couldn't control himself. But this time, Jun Ma Xiao seemed unusually calm. Completely broken minced meat back, Jun Mo Xiao walked towards the core hall of Jinhua Mansion. although he and Guhan are in a cooperative relationship. But the chips you have are not enough. Want to let Guhan and him the forces behind will help you regain everything you have lost. Then you have to get some chips first. Guhan to him some news. Several Sholian dynasties around Taihua Immortal Dynasty seem to be planning something in secret. It is very likely that they will set off an unprecedented movement during the dragon sacrifice ceremony. Perhaps he could take this opportunity to go to the border in advance and quell the rebellion. His meritorious service won him more attention from the royal family. You can also indirectly increase the value of your bargaining chips with Guhan. Master Guhan, why are you sending the Taihua Immortal Dynasty's border to the border which is about to be in chaos? What we do tell Jun Maxia. Although he is willing to serve you, he is still a member of the Taihua Immortal Dynasty in essence. What if if you give it to the Taihua Immortal Dynasty royal family, wouldn't it be detrimental to your plan? Influence? Yanling, who was responsible for relaying the message to Jun Maxia, was a little suspicious, and I don't understand Guhan's approach. Yanling is not stupid. He has analyzed from various signs that Guhan has a big plan in this trip to Taihua Immortal Dynasty. In this case, the situation in Taihua Immortal Dynasty is getting worse. It should be more beneficial to Guhan. Why did Guhan indirectly? What about Jun Maxia? If Jun Maxia had a bit of brains, he wouldn't have this matter. And I have other plans. Guhan took a sip of hot tea and chuckled without explaining anything. This matter, naturally, it also involves his memories of past lives. In the previous life, something happened on the frontier of Taihua Immortal Dynasty. The armies of the four great dynasties, environment strong, invade the border of Taihua Immortal Dynasty. He didn't know what the reason was. It seems to be the feud between the Taihua Immortal Dynasty and the four dynasties. After all, as the only top overlord force in Taihua continent, the Taihua Immortal Dynasty has been continuously expanding its territory over the years. The border is not the territories were all snatched by the Taihua Immortal Dynasty from the four surrounding dynasties. Maybe I was really deceived with nowhere else to go. The four great dynasties finally joined forces and decided to launch a joint counterattack against the Taihua Immortal Dynasty. What happened next? That's the old-fashioned dog routine. The protagonist Yi Qingyun relies on his special Huan with the god's perspective and a special buff that reduces the enemy's intelligence. He led the army of Taihua Immortal Dynasty with ease and resolved the crisis. Even relying on the protagonist ring let the four defeated dynasties submit to him completely. He dominates. At that time, Yi Qingyun had already been recognized by the Tianlong clan, and he also had the support of the Canlong clan next to. Even if the royal family of Taihua Immortal Dynasty was unwilling, they would not dare to offend the Canlong clan and become enemies with Yi Qingyun. The result is naturally obvious. Yi Qingyun completely soared to the sky. There are four more chain-building dynasties behind them to help. With such power, Yi Qingyun also has great say. Naturally, he also easily helped Nangang Waner win the battle for the throne, completely laying the foundation for the heir of Taihua Dynasty share. But this time, Jun Maxia had already been sent to the border by him in advance. Put down the rebellion. The credit will not go to Yi Qingyun at all. Not only that, but all of them will be taken over by Jun Maxia. By then, don't laugh at me. Get the rebellion quelled. The merits of Yi Qingyun further checked Yi Qingyun's actions in Taihua Immortal Dynasty. He was in the dark. Use Pumiao Fairy Island White Dragon Palace. The Moon Demon Sect's power cooperated with Jun Maxia to quell the rebellion. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he completely controlled the real power of the four dynasties and built them into his own puppet dynasty. Even if the will of heaven personally came out to help Yi Qingyun to fix the match, all the Lord, the power is still in his hands. Moreover, Guhan had even thought about future arrangements. Not only can it further check and balance the Taihua Immortal Dynasty, it can even besiege the four great dynasties, gradually erode and control the Taihua Immortal Dynasty. By then, he who controls the Taihua Immortal Dynasty and the four great dynasties will also completely control the entire Taihua continent. He will be the only ruler of Taihua continent. Although Guhan had already sorted out all the plans in his mind. But he didn't know Yi Qingyun. Don't be careless. Not only him, his luck is beyond belief. Even the will of heaven personally came out to help him fix the game. If you are even slightly careless, you may lose everything. Just at this moment, The black guy who had been fiddling with the basketball and studying new moves suddenly stopped, look up one direction to the night sky. Xiaohan, it seems like you've been a source of jealousy lately. It seems like two loaches are about to cause trouble for you. The loach that Xiao Haizi was talking about was none other than someone else. It was Bai Junlin from the Tsanglong clan. Above the sky. Bai Junlin tried his best to restrain himself. The aura carrying another young genius of the Tsanglong clan was rapidly approaching the mansion where Guhan was in stealth mode. Zhu Yao, you and I will follow the plan later. Try to use the strongest and fastest means to kill Han Gu instantly, Bai Junlin emphasized again. That guy is not easy to deal with, don't be careless. Bai Junlin, when did you become so wary and cautious of a human? This is not like you. The young Tsanglong clan prodigy named Zhu Yao sneered. I didn't take Bai Junlin's words too seriously. The pulse talent is also not low. The ancestors once followed the blue dragon demon ancestor, the red fire dragon king, beside him. As the best of their lineage. He has a certain anti-ancestor pulse, has great immunity to fire. The reason why Bai Junlin went to so much trouble and expense to persuade him to come over this time. Also hope he was able to restrain Guhan, who had already obtained 7 balls of strange fire from heaven and earth. Zhu Yao is not a fool, he knows that Bai Junlin is deliberately dragging him into the water to deal with Guhan together. But he didn't care. He also disliked Guhan, a human being. Nianxi, the leader of their Tsanglong clan, the water has shown signs of flowing towards Guhan, an outsider's field. This also made him quite jealous and dissatisfied. Although he and Bai Junlin are rivals who dislike each other. But Guhan, this human who doesn't know the limits, deserves to die even more. It seems that the Loach tribe has also declined over the years. The new generation of Loaches is really worse than the previous one. But at this moment, a dazzling purple thunder suddenly broke through the sky. At the moment when the thunder died down, shadow of thunder slowly showing and come out. Bai Junlin and Zhu Yao met at the same time. Be alert, but when you look closely you will find that it is a hand holding a strange ball, black. Although I don't know, a little black, why is there such a cool way of appearance? But if they heard correctly just now. This damn black guy, should we call them loaches? Court death. Bai Junlin immediately suddenly furious, the aura became extremely fierce and terrifying, and there was even an illusory white, the dragon shadow was already in him, then emerged. Bai Junlin, calm down. Zhu Yao quickly reminded him, don't forget that we are here to kill Han Gu tonight. If you make such a big fuss now, Jing, if Han Gu knew about this and took precautions in advance, our plan would be ruined. Zhu Yao was also speechless. One by one I was told to be careful. As a result I met a little black off weird, that's it. He became furious and even attacked like a lunatic. Your delivery speed is faster than I expected. At this moment a voice with a playful smile suddenly rang out in the night. You guys are really polite for giving one free. Bai Junlin and Zhu Yaoshan at the same time, they suddenly changed and turned their heads. Go. I saw a white light appear in the night film. Guhan stood with his hands behind his back, the robe rustled in the cold wind, there was a faint smile on his face. He seemed to have been standing there forever. Just self, the aura was completely integrated into the void, so much so that Zhu Yao and Bai Junlin hadn't noticed it at all. The two looked at each other now that they had been discovered. Then there's no need to hide anymore, it would be better to destroy this guy Guhan with thundering means from the beginning. Boom! In an instant the overwhelming dragon energy with the two of them as the center spread out towards the surrounding void like a flood. It has to be said that although the two acted arrogantly and recklessly, they still had some brains. He did not attack Guhan directly, but the dragon energy completely blocked the surrounding void. It shields people from the outside world. Knowing this, it also blocked Guhan's way. Moreover, the methods of the dragon people are extremely special. Can use dragon energy to forcibly transform a space, the area under your control. Both of them are descendants of the ancient dragon king of the demon world. Pulse now full of strength, the resulting field is extremely terrifying. An area of space was completely ignited by the blazing red flames, and the void was twisted and melted under the scorching temperature. The temperature of another space dropped sharply, there was a heart-pounding sound of frost freezing. The two spaces correspond to each other like two worlds of ice and fire. In addition, the cultivation base of the two is not low and they have both reached the 9th level of Dauha realm. With mutual cooperation they can even easily hunt down powerful people in the Supreme Realm. In their opinion, it would not be very difficult for the two of them to join forces to hunt down Guhan, a young human. It's all fancy. Guhan sneered and was about to leave. But then the voice of the little black man rang out, "Wait a minute, leave a loach for me. I have been practicing basketball hard and studying new moves for a while now. I have already reached the state of unity between the demon and the ball. Now all we need is a suitable target to test on. That red loach is good, let me deal with it." Say, little black man. Purple surface thunder rose and entangled holding the basketball he rushed towards Zhu Yao. Furious, Zhu Yao was also completely enraged by Xiao Haizi. He is the descendant of the Scarlet Fire Dragon King. How noble is the pulse? This damn black, but he compares him to Loach. He must make this kid row. While Zhu Yao was fighting with Xiao Haizi, Bai Junlin also took action. Damn human race, today I will let you know that if you dare to touch my Sanglong clan's pearl, what a heavy price you will have to pay for being angry with me. Ice prison splits the sky. Call. The next moment an icy storm suddenly swept across the sky, strong enough to freeze everything. Frost runes are stacked one after another, radiance and finally cohesion. 4 in total. It is huge, made entirely of Frost the Ice Dragon. 4 ice dragons roared towards the sky at the same time, and their huge bodies soared into the sky. Wherever they passed, the void was twisted and frozen. 4 frost dragons. Suddenly an overwhelming frost storm arose like 4 ice worlds crashing towards Guhan. At this moment Guhan looked like a tiny weed in a world-destroying avalanche, weak and frail. However, facing such an attack, Guhan didn't care at all. On the contrary, take a step forward and extend your right hand. Look carefully. In Guhan's palm colorful sparks appeared. That was condensed by 7 groups of heaven and earth strange fire, a higher level of divine fire. Snort. Bai Junlin snorted coldly, seemingly not bothered by Guhan's behavior. Keep it in mind. Instead he smiled playfully. In the words of your race, you are trying to stop a chariot with your bare hands is courting death. Although Guhan is terrifying because he has mastered 7 kinds of strange fires of heaven and earth. But Guhan only mastered it today. Only a few hours passed. In order to unleash the full power of the 7 kinds of heavenly and earthly fire, it's impossible. Moreover, how could the spark in Guhan's hand be compared with the world-destroying blizzard he had set off? Even if we take a step back and say that Guhan's method is effective, it is only temporary. At the same time, the ice storm that is powerful enough to freeze everything has arrived in front of Guhan. But almost in the next moment, Guhan raised his hand and slapped out. Boom! It's just a spark so tiny that it can be ignored. Available in when the ice storm came, it was like a burning fuel. In an instant it expands and enlarges rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. The colorful flames burned in an instant and covered the entire frost storm. This scene can completely subvert people's cognition. Flame can actually use ice as a carrier for burning, and even the flames burn more and more vigorously. That seems it is not ice that can freeze the world, but cotton wool that can be easily ignited by flames. How so? This scene shocked Bai Junlin so much that his eyes almost popped out. As a descendant of the White Frost Dragon King, the power of ice he possesses is among the best in the entire Sanglong clan. Even the older generation in the Supreme Realm had to give way to his ice storm. But this, what's going on? His ice not only did not work, it had no effect at all and was ignited directly. But the blazing colorful fire would not give Bai Junlin too much time to think. For frost dragons, even Guhan's corner, in half a minute it had been transformed into a burst of steam by the scorching temperature. The burning colorful fire was still as powerful as ever and was still rapidly melting the ice storm covering Bai Junlin. Even though they were far apart, Bai Junlin already felt that his soul was they'll all be set on fire. Damn it! I underestimated the abilities of this damn human race. Bai Junlin's pupils are deep flash by cruel. According to the current, if this continues, not only will his attack have no effect on Guhan, he might even die here. Bai Junlin no longer hesitated, gathered the power of ice in his right hand and then slapped his mouth. He is not harming himself with this behavior but forcibly activating the power of ancestral blessing. As a descendant of the White Frost Dragon King, is the source of the pulse. It contains the true meaning of our ancestors. Once faced with a life or death crisis, the true will of the ancestors will manifest itself. Roar. Dragon Jintian by Junlin. Post Void Chaos Broken. Next, a pair of ice blue deep pupil, the vertical pupils that seemed to contain the eternal chill, suddenly appeared on his. Then it opened in the broken void. These are the eyes of the White Frost Dragon King. Anyone who knows the history of the dragon race knows that the White Frost Dragon King's top magical powers are all contained in his icy blue eyes in the pupil. It is said that if the White Frost Dragon King wants, everything he sees will be completely frozen and solidified by the absolute ice. Click, click, click. Almost in this pair of ice blue the moment the eyes appeared. The seven-colored fire condensed by Guhan has already to some kind of system. The blazing trend as the fire was stopped getting smaller and smaller, and even the temperature around it dropped again. Some invisible icy force as like water it turned around and eroded towards Guhan. How can a mere human race to this extent, even at the cost of using the true intention of the ancestors? Even if you die, you are enough to be proud of. By Junlin was handout freshness oozing out of the corner head. While restoring a certain self-confidence, it also carries a certain sense of mockery and ridicule. It seems that he has already imagined that Guhan is in a desperate situation in the middle. I can only look at myself, a tragic scene where every inch of the ground is frozen. Take advantage of this gap in grade. Bai Junlin raised his eyes again, looking towards Zhu Yao. His pupils couldn't help but shrink slightly. Take my rising dragon basketball. Take another thunderball from me. Blacky offensive, said one wave after another. It's just an ordinary black. But the thunder wave, but it has far surpassed many big monsters in their monster world. As a result, Zhu Yao, the descendant of the Red Fire Dragon King, could only fight him on equal terms at this moment. But Zhu Yao did have some spare energy. To not like him positive, he was no match for Guhan and could only be where used the true meaning of the ancestors. After making sure that Guhan was beyond help, Bai Junlin was about to help Zhu Yao, but he suddenly stopped and looked back in horror. Something beyond his understanding happened. I just saw the power of frost spreads like water. Suddenly, like to some kind of power system, Shang stopped within a few dozen feet around Guhan. This is White King's face. He was shocked because he suddenly found that Guhan, I don't know when a layer of gold has been burning on the surface. Divine flame. No. To be precise, it was not fire but the materialization of dragon energy, a certain aura field. And it's not just ordinary dragon energy, it's a true high-level dragon energy. The dragon energy is even several levels higher than that of his ancestor, the White Frost Dragon King. Bai Junlin was struck by lightning and an idea suddenly emerged in his mind. Could it be this guy really have Zulong? And we have already begun to be able to communicate with Zulong resonance? Almost at the same time his idea came to mind. In Guhan, the dragon's might which had been accumulated to its extreme scent. Then a dazzling line appeared as if cast from gold. A huge phantom of a real dragon appeared above Guhan's head. The huge dragon body is winding like a river in the sky. Dragon, the sound was like a storm passing through, and Zhu Yao and Bai Junlin had worked so hard to gather there. The dragon energy field was broken apart and collapsed in an instant. At this moment, everyone in the capital of Taihua Immortal Dynasty was shocked, looked up in shock. Xianji, a direction. The silent night has been broken. Dazzling gold light up the sky and render large areas a piece of gold. The ocean. In the center of the vast ocean there is a flowing sacred gold. The huge and mighty golden the Real Dragon is now hovering above the night sky. Sometimes it exudes a terrifying dragon aura that makes people's hearts flutter. Even if you are not a member of the Dragon Clan facing this terrible way at this moment, I couldn't help but bow down to him, worship. The entire capital of Taihua Immortal Dynasty was in an uproar at this moment. Some superstitious people believed that it was the birth of a golden dragon which brought blessings to the Taihua dynasty. The monks were horrified. Change regard it as a demon invasion, want to stir up trouble in the capital of Taihua Immortal Dynasty. The people of the Tsanglong clan who were invited as honored guests were all stunned after seeing this scene. A message keeps emerging in my mind. That is the projection of the only ancestor worshipped by their dragon clan, the demon ancestor Tsanglong. Rumor has it that he possesses Zulong. The young human race actually appeared in the Taihua Immortal Dynasty. Sure enough, he is the one who possesses the human race Guhan. Nianxi was also shocked. Now looking at the huge golden dragon's shadow eyes flickering slightly. They have their own newspaper network. These days we have collected information through various channels and roughly locked on Guhan, the one who possessed Zilangjiang people. But there was not much time left for Nianxi and others to think. Because with the destruction of the dragon energy field, they are deep in the sky, arrived the aura belonging to Bai Junlin and Zhu Yao. What two stupid dragons! He actually deliberately hid it from them and attacked Guhan. Now people directly use Zulong conduct the original vein. These two dragons are definitely going to die. They only hope Guhan was able to keep when they arrive. The two dragons will still be alive. Taihua Immortal Dynasty Palace. Nangong Wendian, who was wearing the Nine-Dragon Emperor robe, also saw the huge golden dragon shadow floating in the sky at this moment. Not just that visual impact screen, but that the unique aura of the blue dragon demon ancestor made him particularly all. Countless years ago, when he was a little kid of 5 or 6 years old, he was taken by his grandfather, the second ruler of Taihua Immortal Dynasty, to meet an adult. That adult, the aura emanating from it is exactly the same as the aura emanating from the golden dragon's phantom. He was sure that this gold, the real dragon shadow, is the adult many years ago projection of the law. There is gold in Nangong Wentian's eyes. The runes flickered, helping his vision to see through layers of void. Head straight down, gold deep. But when you see a black earth off after the film, Nangong Wentian was slightly stunned. What's going on? A small piece of black soil can actually place in the vast ocean of dragon energy. There is no influence. Where does it come from? But this question in Nangong Wentian's mind was soon completely forgotten because of the appearance of a figure. Gold deep, a long white, the shadow stands in the void. He seemed to be standing on the note of heaven and earth. From behind he was surrounded by the shadow of a huge real dragon, making him look like the true ancestor of the dragon clan. Even if that person, the shape, is completely covered with gold, the dragon flame covered it, only vaguely visible blurred outline. But Nangong Wendian still recognized it at a glance. That person was Guhan, whom he had been paying special attention to recently. This guy is more mysterious than he thought. It's that Sanglong guy's aura. How is this possible? I saw him reduced to ashes with my own eyes. Not only did he leave his legacy in the world, but he also, there was no time to issue the order. At this time, standing on the other side of the sky, far the misfortune of Yi Qingyun. Suddenly a finger stretched out from the collar-thin little white snake. At this moment the little white snake was spitting out scarlet tongue, and its scarlet eyes were deep, filled with a strong sense of disbelief. Who is Sanglong? Thanks to the help of the power of heaven's will. At this moment Yi Qingyun and Xian Ningbing have established a deeper bond, invisibly pulse connection. Without deliberately speaking, we can communicate with each other through our thoughts flow. Xian Ningbing used to look down on Yi Qingyun. Decide to discard it decisively after squeezing out its value. But during this period of coma, arrived a very high power invading Gariviev. This power nothing bad and even helped further recovery. But the only price is to let help Yi Qingyun with all your might. Such a strange phenomenon also made Xian Ningbing feel that Yi Qingyun was not simple. Even myself, the ones left behind, the reason why the body chose Yi Qingyun might be some kind of destiny. Therefore this indirectly made Xian Ningbing's attitude towards Yi Qingyun much better. He even started to explain who the 5 true ancestors of the demon world were. The 5 true ancestors recognized by the demon world are the blue dragon true ancestor, the thunder-devouring true ancestor, return to the true ancestor of creation, and Meth, most ancient true ancestor of Fuyun. Xian Ningbing didn't forget to brag about herself at the end. But in a sense what was said is indeed true. Because the 5 true ancestors of the demon world are actually divided into the first generation and the new generation. He and Su Lin Yue are the 5 first-generation true ancestors of the demon world. But the other 3 first-generation true ancestors, due to various reasons, choose they either stay there or simply disappear in the long river of history. Meet a guy named Original True Ancestor, one of the original 5 true ancestors. Unfortunately at that time this guy Yuancher didn't even find the other 2 first-generation true ancestors. Otherwise, if I had borrowed their power at that time, Su Lin Yue would have been killed by me long ago. Yi Qingyun had no idea what Xian Ningbing was thinking. Just after hearing Xian Ning Bingbing reveal herself after the separation, his eyes suddenly lit up very happy. The true ancestor of the demon world. It seems that the little white snake he raised had a more extraordinary origin than he imagined. Previously he was somewhat envious and jealous of Guhan, who was suspected of being the unpredictable fox what you like. Now myself he also has the help of an incredible monster who is the true ancestor of the monster world. Wait until the other party fully recovers. Even if he didn't take any action relying solely on Xian Ningbing, she would probably be able to scatter Guhan's ashes. At the same time, the gold revealed by Guhan the surging ocean has become material. Even the human cultivators who were countless miles away, I felt a sudden palpitation and a chill in my heart I couldn't help but want to bow down by. Not to mention, as a dragon you are born to be. All aspects by Junlin and Zhu Yao were controlled. Almost before Guhan completely released Zulong the moment they were completely suppressed, there is no power to resist anymore. It seems that the true meaning of your ancestors, which you were so proud of, is nothing special. Guhan, the corners are slightly hooked. Head to by Junlin and Zhu Yao, the space behind. In the extreme life and death crisis, that ancestral true meaning remaining in the veins was fully stimulated. But when facing his Zulon, the power back, the condensed projection was as weak and pitiful as a loach. They were all confused and didn't even have the courage to attack him. The dragon clan is indeed a the hierarchy of races is strict. The dragons at the top of the pyramid are against the lower dragons. The control is indeed absolute. Of course, more importantly, there is Guhanban, the cultivation off system. Even if Bai Junlin and the other person are at the 9th level of Daoha realm, but compared to his supreme realm there is still a huge gap. Guhan didn't even need to make another move, he just slightly. The invisible dragon energy turned into a big hand that grabbed the throat of the two people's fate. Like carrying a small like cubs, he carried them in front of Guhan. You, a mere human, how could you obtain the ancestral dragon? The recognition of Zulong used to such an extent. Bai Junlin's eyes were red as if his faith and pursuit were completely destroyed, broken anger and unwillingness. As the young prodigy of the Tsanlong clan, he is also incomparable. I hope I can get Zulong one day, overuse the power of the blue dragon demon ancestor. But the result is, I am incomparable. Even's power was mastered and used by the human race whom they despised the most. How ironic is all this? This is your words? Guhan was too lazy to listen to and continue arguing. The curvature of the angle became more and more obvious, which made Bai Jie and Junlin more and more creepy. Remember what I said earlier. You dragon on dragon bones and dragon tendons are both very good materials. Since you are so polite to bring them to my door, I will graciously accept them. As soon as these words were spoken, both of them were scared to death. After all, they are members of the Tsanlong clan. Guhan actually wanted to kill them. Stop. Just when they were desperate, when the sound that suddenly came from the horizon was like the dawn in the dark night, bringing them hope of life. Ha ha ha. It seems like you can't kill Han Gu. However, before the joy in their hearts could become reality. Roar. Suspended in Guhan, the huge dragon behind let out a roar, opened the big mouth of the basin bit directly towards their heads. The moment before consciousness disappears, what they heard was the horrible sound of their heads being crushed by some force. Bai Junlin and Zhu Yao never thought that Guhan would actually dare to kill them with your hands. And in front of the powerful men of their Tsanlong clan. As the two of them, the famous geniuses of the Tsanlong clan, the direct descendants of the ancient dragon Kingpulse, should have done something good in this era, but he died at the hands of a human. But no matter how much I regret and how unwilling I am, it is of no use. Two people, all the dragon energy on the body was immediately absorbed by Guhan, then the Zulong projection was absorbed. Adhering to the principle of recycling, the two Guhan didn't let it go either, but directly use advanced storage ring collected directly in already noticed quiet. After seeing this scene, the elders like Karaki and others who rushed to the sky at high speed were as stiff as clay sculptures in midair. They never expected that Guhan would dare to do it without hesitation, killed by Junlin and Zhu Yao with his own hands. It makes them even more angry. Trembling is Guhan also just put it away. Look at the other party. The arc of the corners obviously connects the two people. Use it as refining material. How dare he, a mere human, kill their people? However, and after seeing the look in Mr. Karaki's eyes that seemed to want to tear him to pieces, Guhan just shrugged indifferently. Why are you looking at me like that? You all saw it, they were the first. I was just fighting back in self-defense. Reasonable. Besides, we humans value a waste use. There's no use for you to keep it, so why not let me use it as a material for alchemy? After these words came out, Karaki and others were so angry that they almost vomited. Killing the dragon and destroying its heart. It's really killing the dragon and destroying its heart. Han Gu, you are bullying Long too much. Song Ao Yuran was furious. I know you and Bai Junlin and others are unhappy, but we can help you mediate the conflict. And we have already. I told you to stop. Why do you still hand? If you can't give us a die, then we will have no choice but to let you pay with your life. Although he didn't have a very good impression of Bai Junlin and Zhu Yao. But after all, the other party is still one of our tribesmen. Now that he had died in Guhan's hands in such an unclear manner, how could he not be angry? Mediation. Guhan, the corners of his head were curved in a playful arc. When Bai Junlin, that idiot, started picking on me, you didn't come out to mediate. Now that I've killed him, you're trying to reason with me again. When I talk to you about reason, you talk to me now. I let them. Please tell me the truth. There is no such thing in the world thing? As he spoke, Guhan narrowed his eyes slightly. The aura became even more terrifying. If it weren't for Nian Shu, what you just said would be enough for me to kill you. At this moment, Song Ao, you felt his scalp tingling. Guhan's eyes at this moment became extremely dangerous as Ifa, fierce beast, about to start hunting. He had indeed greatly underestimated Guhan's ability. This man might be even more terrifying than he had imagined. At this time, several auras from the surrounding heaven and earth were approaching this place rapidly. Obviously, see here, the silence has subsided and more monks are rushing towards the place of death. Headed by Karaki Motoko, flashing, he sighed and prepared to lead his men to retreat temporarily. Elder Karaki. This damned human race killed 2 outstanding young people of my Sanglong clan. Shouldn't we just let it go without making him pay the price? But the other elder leading the team had red eyes at this moment. There was a dangerous glimmer in his eyes. Mang stared at Guhan. If we attack together now, even if this human kid has Zulon, helping each other can also. That's enough. Elder Karaki shouted coldly, don't forget our special here, hand exposure off. There is nothing good about it, but we'll make things. It's getting even worse. Let's get out of here first. Hearing this, the elder just glared at Guhan for the last time, then turned away, unwillingly leave. The dragon he wanted to kill had already been killed, and Guhan didn't bother to stop it. Any more people were in no hurry to leave this place. After a while, several long rainbows appeared in the sky. The 4 people in the lead seem to be from Taihua capital. The commander of the guards has a strong aura, and the strongest man is about Toholy land. And following them were the 2 princesses, Nangong Waner and Nangong Yaching. As the core of the royal family member, you probably have guessed what happened tonight. But when I see the one standing not far from the sky, Guhanshi was also shocked. Guhan is not. Are they just ordinary young people like us? How could such a big fuss happen? Quiet. Boy, you are so brave that you dare to cause trouble in the capital of Taihua Immortal Dynasty. The half-step saint, the commander of the guard, was named Chen Song. At this moment, his naturally majestic face carried suppressed anger, eyes staring at Guhan below. Although the other commanders said nothing, the look he gave Guhan was equally cold and terrifying. From the terrible power released tightly surrounding Guhan. As long as he dares to resist, if he does this, he will be suppressed directly. Commanders, is there any misunderstanding here? Master Han is mine. I am willing to stake my reputation as the princess and guarantee him. After much deliberation, Nangong Yaching decided, open your mouth with your scalp. This matter, it's too big a fuss. What if I can't protect Guhan? Guhan will definitely be imprisoned. Sky prison. I'm not worried that Guhan will die in the sky prison, but afraid of him after the 3 major forces learned of this. They will come to their Taihua Immortal Dynasty to rescue Guhan at all costs. By then, direct derivative the war between their Taihua Immortal Dynasty and the 3 major forces. Then this matter, but it really got out of hand. But Nangong Waner, who didn't know the truth, didn't think so. He sneered, royal sister, please don't add any stain to the name of our Taihua Immortal Dynasty royal family, okay? Hangu is so bold and presumptuous that he dared to cause such a big commotion in the capital of Taihua Immortal Dynasty Jing. Even if you use the name of the royal family to guarantee him, it will be of no use. Dare to cause trouble in the capital of my Taiwan immortal dynasty. This is a capital crime. Nangong Waner. The corners are slightly tilted. Actually, I have no grudge against Gu Han. The reason why he tried every means to kill the other party was because he was Nangong Yaching a great help on the side. Since Gu Hanjia behind Nangong Yaching's camp several times in a row, frustrated already, he must be eliminated as soon as possible. I'd like to see, without Gu Han's help, Nangong Yaching this useless, how to compete with yourself. Such a big commotion tonight. The quiet one is actually just a young generation? How is this possible? I remember that huge golden dragon, which was some kind of demonic force, pulse and breath, or normal. No, the evil spirit is entangled. It is definitely not a disguised person from the demon clan. Is there something fishy about this? It wasn't just the Taiwan immortal dynasty that came near guards. Nobel, the passers-by monks who were just watching the scene, also gathered in the surrounding void to watch. Even if there is something fishy going on, this young man will definitely be in big trouble. This is the first time that someone has caused such a big commotion in Taiwan capital. Quiet. This move is tantamount to slapping the face of the Taiwan immortal dynasty's royal family. Even if this matter really has nothing to do with him, he will definitely be labeled as a scapegoat. Many people looked towards Gu Han purpose. Although the other party performed well in the alchemy competition during the day, he created an unprecedented exception and was a top-notch alchemist rarely seen in the history. But tonight there was such a big commotion. Jing will most likely be beheaded in public as a warning to others. However, it was unexpected. Gu Han was always calm, without any sign of panic, as if disaster was imminent. Finally, in front of many people who were puzzled and suspicious, the corner of his mouth slowly curled up into a smile. Who said I was a rebel in the busy city of Taiwan immortal dynasty? On the contrary, I am a good person who helps those in need when seeing injustice and who maintains the order and stability of the immortal dynasty. If you, the royal family of Taiwan immortal dynasty, put a hat on me, it's so corrupt and disheartening to punish a good person like me. When these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. What the hell? You, the good person who maintains the order and stability of the immortal dynasty? Many people's eyes subconscious towards the surroundings. Although it was in the suburbs and the battle seemed to be taking place above the sky hair. But the terrible wave still destroyed most of the suburban areas of the Taiwan immortal dynasty's capital. Do you think that you, the man who demolished most of the suburbs of the capital of Taiwan immortal dynasty, are a good person who maintains order? Good guy. Nangong Waner, who had come to her senses, was so angry that she laughed. Maybe tonight such a big Jing, there are other people who did it, but your appearance here by such a coincidence must be related to you, not a relationship. Even if you're talking about smallpox fall also, there is no witness. I will prove it to you that today you must also. But Nangong Waner hadn't finished her words yet. But Gu Han just raised his hand and waved. Two broken dragons that have completely lost their breath of life then from Gu Han's storage it fell out of the ring. With a loud bang, a deep pit was created on the ground. Who said I have no evidence certificate? These two dragons, isn't that the best proof? Tonight I observed the sky and calculated that two evil dragons were about to sneak in. Taiwan immortal dynasty slaughtered the people in the suburbs, causing a bloody storm rain. We monks punish evil and promote good and spread the righteousness of heaven and earth. Since there is an evil dragon that dares to harm the people, I will not agree to it. So I fought with two evil dragons here and killed them with all my might. Now the dragoness, it was here that the two evil dragons almost hid in the capital of Taiwan immortal dynasty. This young master came to the rescue and killed the evil dragon. You, the royal family of the immortal dynasty, want to set up a troublemaker for me. This move is really disheartening, as the capital has been branded as a traitor. I saved the people of the capital, but now I am about to be imprisoned. Regarding the name of the heavenly prison, I would like to ask, is there any justice in this world? Gu Han's voice was full of pearls and righteousness, like a bolt from the blue at night. Countless monks gathered here, as well as the people of the capital, heard these words very clearly. Subconsciously he looked at Gu Han in the sky. I looked at two more broken dragon. After a brief moment of stunned silence, everyone suddenly realized. The original thing, this is the process. How could Gu Han be a traitor who deliberately intended to subvert Taiwan Xianchaging? This is a chivalrous and righteous man with a sense of righteousness. Nangong Waner and other people who knew the truth were so angry at Gu Han's words that their faces turned red. You are such a bastard. How on earth can someone so young be able to talk nonsense so seriously? It's obvious that you have a conflict with Bai Junlin of the Tsanglong clan. A big fight broke out here. Although both sides have their reasons. But the destruction of large areas of the suburbs was also due to Gu Han as unrelated. But Gu Han, this kid, directly put all the blame on the dead Bai Junlin and Zhu Yao superior. In turn, shape yourself the hero who slays the evil dragon and saves the people of Dawn. What on earth did this guy grow up eating? Muddy, I am so careful. If the deceased Bai Junlin and Zhu Yao knew that their deaths not only did not cause trouble to Gu Han but also made him just a reputation, I don't know if it will make people angry. To this the ghosts of Bai Junlin and Zhu Yao only want to say, listen to me and thank you. But the others who didn't know the truth truly believed what Gu Han said, and they were all fooled. Master Han killed the evil dragon and solved the problem. He who hides the disaster is the hero of our Taihua immortal dynasty. If you shut him up the prison and the sky punishment, I would be the first one to disagree. Already the little black guy hiding in the crowd started to lead the rhythm with the microphone. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd was instantly ignited like a powder keg. I don't agree to this either. Are the royal family of Taihua dynasty just sitting there doing nothing? We have collected so much tax throughout the year. Now the two evil dragons are lurking here. The capital of Taihua immortal dynasty almost caused a scandal. The rain was not even noticed. If Master Han hadn't come to my rescue tonight, I would have everyone is here to pick me up. That's right. Mr. Han is doing this for you fart you guys who are just eating and drinking. Not only don't you, we must also close our hero's Tianla punishment. Is there any law in this world? If the royal family not only refuses to commend us but also wants to discourage our heroes, then we will fight to the end in our own way. The name of a hero cannot be disgraced. Commend him, apologize. Countless voices came one after another in the night. It keeps echoing. It seems that if the royal family cannot give them a satisfactory reason, they are ready to rise up in rebellion. After all, the human race and the demon race, there is a feud. Not to mention that they are the human dynasty. Human dynasty, I hate the people of the demon race very much. At this moment, many cultivators and common people in the capital of Taihua immortal dynasty almost all stood beside Gu Han back. This scene made commanders such as Chen Song as well as Nangong Waner and others sweat profusely. This guy Gu Han really has a lot of tricks up his sleeve, one trick after another. Others don't know, but they know it very well. Gu Han is distorting the facts. But can they deny it and tell the real truth? It is said that the royal family of their Taihua immortal dynasty and the Tsanglong clan have cooperation. This will only make things make it worse. It may even cause hostility from other human sects and be used as a fuss by those with ulterior motives. By then the entire Taihua immortal dynasty will be in trouble, isolated and helpless. As for getting this matter straight, that would be even more stupid behavior. Two people from the Tsanglong clan sneaked in when we arrived in their capital. Their royal family didn't notice anything at all. Doesn't this show incompetence and corruption? To put it bluntly, Gu Han knew this and set up a trap for them off-seek. Knowing that Gu Han had dug a but this, you have to jump even if you don't want to. But unfortunately, Gu Han still looked as if he was so angry that he wanted to kill himself, smiling with them. Judging from the situation, it seems that a fight has already started. How can I ask for mercy from them? The abacus. Their Taihua immortal dynasty royal family has been established for so many years, but this is the first time they have suffered such a big loss. Not only did I get sold, I also had to help him count the money. You even have to pay him more money. This guy deserves to die. He. Chen Sun laughed, and there was no more aggressiveness as at the beginning people's posture. Instead, he turned towards Gu Hanliu with a flattering smile. The truth turns out to be like this. We misunderstood Master Han. I Chen Song am here to apologize to Mr. Han. Mr. Han, please don't mind it. Please forgive me, Master Han. The other major commanders also bowed in unison. This young guy has so many ideas. They, the generals of the immortal dynasty, cannot compare with these. If it's because of this kid Gu Han holds a grudge against me, I'm afraid I won't even know how I'll be killed in the future. It doesn't matter. Guhan, he gave a generous smile. Then, as a good man who helps the immortal dynasty maintain order and stability, what kind of reward should I get? After all, it was not easy for me to kill these two evil dragons. It cost me a lot of time and effort, strength and cost. I guess the royal family of the immortal dynasty can't just take advantage of a casual cultivator like me, right? As soon as these words came out, everyone turned their heads away again. Why does this person talk like that? What about me? What are they doing it for free? Moreover, you looked calm and composed from beginning to end. There wasn't even a speck of dust on his robe. How dare you say that it has not been easy for you and that you have put in a lot of effort? I'm afraid these two stupid dragons hit a wall and ended up being dead, huh? But if they rewarded Guhan in public for this matter, it would be very difficult for them to deal with it. The reason is simple: they had spent a lot of effort to invite the people of the Tsanglong clan to help. Now two of them, the member was directly slaughtered by Guhan. If they don't give a reasonable on the first day of the new year, he even rewarded Guhan. What do the people of the Tsanglong clan think about this? Will they turn back in anger or even refuse to cooperate any further? If there is no reward. Chen sung et al. To the group of cultivators and people gathered around who had obviously been fooled by Guhan. If Guhan, who is a man with 800 schemes, spreads this matter and makes a big fuss about it, maybe it will directly cause the capital of Taiwan immortal dynasty to have several leading gods ugly. Only the target throw it at Nangon Waner and Nangon Yaching. After all, as the only princesses eligible to inherit the throne, they can decide many things. Don't worry, Master Han, what you did this time is truly righteous and will also help our Taihua immortal dynasty solve a problem. Nangon Yaching's voice was the first to break the silence. In the name of the princess of Taihua immortal dynasty, I will definitely give you a satisfactory reward later. These words shocked and disbelieved everyone. Guhan also raised his eyebrows slightly. He didn't expect Nangon Yaching to be the main take this troublesome matter. He and Nangon Yaching were just collaborators starting from interests. Absolutely kicking the ball with your neck. After all, helping him speak would mean indirectly becoming an enemy of the Tsanglong clan. This will be extremely disadvantageous to Nangon Yaching's subsequent competition with Nangon Waner for the throne. Naturally, Nangon Yaching also took this into consideration. But maybe it was because of the contact with Guhan these days, let Smart Brain know. He felt that two members of the Tsanglong tribe were killed, but they did not kill Guhan immediately. Not only for self-environmental considerations. There may be some reasons involved that he may not know. Although Guhan is at the supreme realm, he is the best among the young generation. But it is still not enough to face the strong ones of the Tsanglong clan. If the strong men of the Tsanglong clan really wanted to kill Guhan, how long would it take? The battle can be ended instantly. But they didn't do that, which is enough to explain the matter. There's something fishy going on. This strangeness alone is enough. Nangon Yaching takes a gamble. Gambling there is still a chance of turning around Guhan will bring more unexpected gains. Therefore, even if there is a possibility of offending or even being hostile to the people of the Tsanglong clan, want to gamble too. Guhan's corners were slightly raised as if she understood the thoughts in Nangon Yaching's eyes. That's interesting. In that case, I will give you a favor, princess, don't be in a hurry. The face he was talking about was not just this time, but later. Afterwards, Guhan completely controlled the Taiwan immortal dynasty with his own methods. He became the actual controller behind the scenes of Taiwan immortal dynasty. Nangon Yaching finally realized that Guhan gave what a great favor this face is. Because without this face, including Existal, the royal family's all members will become mindless puppets. Guhan didn't stay any longer. The two evil dragons were collected and once again fooled the surrounding monks and people. This is like a cult leader stepping on the moon in the fanatical eyes of countless believers. Leave. Nangon Yaching, you really have one advantage: you like to spend time together. But before Nangon Yaching could breathe a sigh of relief, Nangon Waner's sarcastic voice rang out. You think so highly of this guy named Han that you're willing to jump into the fire pit? Don't let yourself lose miserably and have no place to cry. Nangon Waner didn't think that Guhan, who had already formed a complete feud with the Tsanglong clan, had any chance of survival. Moreover, this matter had caused such a big fuss. I believe that my father will personally take action or even give orders to directly arrest Guhan, and secret death is used to appease the anger of the Tsanglong clan. Anyone who dares to stand on Guhan's side now will be jumping into a fire pit. And Nangon Yaching, this idiot, actually came out openly to protect Guhan. This move is tantamount to setting fire to and even indirectly gained the hostility of the Tsanglong clan. Afterwards, on the contrary, you can take this opportunity to gain the friendship of the Tsanglong clan and even gain an advantage during the dragon sacrifice ceremony. Although this matter happens at night. But the noise, the silence is too great. Plus the results are also full of stories. Therefore it only took a little bit of transmission for the news to spread like a storm, quickly sweeping across the entire capital of the Taiwan immortal dynasty and reaching the ears of countless people. The person from the Tsanglong clan who just returned to the bedroom. I also heard this rumor, but I was angry, but he got angry. This damn brat is going too far in bullying the dragon. Another elder who led the Tsanglong tribe was so angry that he, trembling, Canthus, this despicable human race actually turned the world upside down. It's bad enough that you killed 2 outstanding members of my Tsanglong tribe, but you actually used their deaths to make a fuss. Having lived for so many years, he has seen a lot of the dangerous human race. But this is the first time I have seen someone like Guhan dangerous and despicable. How did he get so thick, shameless, killed the dragon and indirectly exaggerated himself hero? Even let yourself the world worship? If I don't kill this despicable, cunning and arrogant human race, I will never be able to relieve the hatred in my heart. This is a great vengeance for my Tsanglong clan. I will not be a dragon until I have taken revenge. The remaining few young and energetic members of the Tsanglong tribe expressed their opinions one after another, and it seemed that their rationality was completely washed away by anger. That stupid dragon by Junlin deserved to die. I have already reminded him of this. Besides, do you think this matter is not a big enough fuss and want to continue making a fuss? Or do you not want to follow the true words passed down by the blue dragon true ancestor? Do you want to betray the will of my dragon clan? A cool and pleasant voice suddenly sounded. Everyone's goal, they all gathered at Nyangsa Superior. At this moment, even Ephos, the focus of many eyes, got still, calm and indifferent, milliliter emotions ups and downs. Only lightly opened the red again. It's pretty obvious, isn't it? In Thane, the report, Guhan is the one who is suspected of possessing Zulong, the younger generation of Pulse. Now we can confirm that Hangu is Guhan. Let's not talk about Guhan owning Zulong Pulse. Is the truth that the true ancestor Tsanglong left us before he completely disappeared, and it is something we must follow. If you dare to do so, would be a betrayal to the true ancestor we follow, and even more so a betrayal to the will of our entire dragon race. God who ignored the embarrassment of the people, Nyan, she continued, and don't forget Guhan is not someone who has no one to rely on and no one to back him up, a casual cultivator. He, after that you have backed by the Moon Demon sect and the White Dragon Palace, a terrifyingly powerful Piaomiao Fairy Island was recently formed. Apart from these 3 major forces, the gods of Feixian Tower Xiaobingli also seem to have great affection for him, and there is also a Huajieyu. What do you think will happen if our Tsanglong clan really attacks Guhan? What is the result? These words made the ugly Tsanglong people fell silent. Although she didn't want to admit it, what Nian she said was true. Not to mention that they can't kill Guhan. And I can't kill him, let alone dare to kill him. Because once the matter, if the incident gets out of hand, it is likely to lead to the battle between their Tsanglong clan and several terrifying forces. Let's not talk about winning for sure. Even if they won, their Tsanglong clan would have to pay a heavy price, which was not worth it. But this matter, if it is revealed like this, isn't it just trampling on the dignity and pride of their dragon clan? Taking in the unwillingness in everyone's eyes, Nianshi sighed. It has always been clear that since the demise of the true ancestor of the Blue Dragon, the Dragon Clan is no longer the same Dragon Clan as before. Where does the pride of the Dragon Clan come from? The pride of their Dragon Clan had completely disappeared with the death of the true ancestor of the Blue Dragon. It's just that some people can never get out of their past glory. Want to maintain the so-called superiority on the surface, the so-called pride of the Dragon Clan is hung on just go up. But little do they know that this is a very funny behavior, and sooner or later they will suffer a great loss. After a brief silence, the eyes of the people again to Elder Karaki, waiting for his answer. After all, he is the leader and decision maker of this trip. Karaki Genro noodles it was ugly and in the end he decided this is a serious matter, I will report this to the clan. Let's hear what the clan leaders have to say. Not long after. The Tsanglong clan was shocked when they received the news from Elder Tsangmu. Many prominent figures of the Tsanglong clan now gathered in the core hall. This little human kid deserves to die. This is so cruel to kill my son by Junlin. Please give me an order, chief, to arrest this arrogant boy. Patriarch Idanti, my son Zhuyao, although sometimes he is rather domineering, but he not bad. He is also the top genius of our Tsanglong clan. Now that the beast his bones were torn apart and he died miserably, please chieftain seek justice for us. Main hall, several people from the powerful Tsanglong clan were either angry or sad at this moment. They are all members of Bai Junlin and Zhu Yao's lineage. After hearing that their outstanding juniors were brutally murdered by Guhan, they were all consumed by the flames of revenge. Who is Guhan, owner of? If he was a member of the Dragon Clan, they might be a little afraid of him. But Guhan, just the weak human race, is naturally looked down upon by the dragon race. Now they are brutally killing their people. Young man, I will never be a dragon until I have avenged this grudge. That's enough. The middle-aged man sitting in the first seat uttered a cold shout. One terrible dragon power. It was like the collapse of a dark cloud which made the atmosphere in the entire hall freeze and also made several powerful Tsanglong clan members who were complaining below choke. I saw a middle-aged man with silver hair and a pair of silver-white pupils, and is somewhat similar to Nianxi. He is the current patriarch of the Tsanglong clan Songbei. He is also the father of Nianxi and Song Aou. After calming down the scene, the pale knight at sa somewhat tired brow. At this moment he also felt that quite tricky. If placed in normal times, someone dared to kill people from their Tsanglong clan. No matter what the cost, the Tsanglong clan will let them that compensation. But this time it's difficult. Guhan sits so special. Attack him, it means going against the true words of the dragon true ancestor and betraying the will of the dragon clan. He also took into account everything that Nianxi had considered. After a moment of silence, Tsang Bei had already made a decision in his mind. This matter, everything happens for a reason. Guhan is still Zulong after all. As the owner of this dragon, in some ways he can also be considered a member of my dragon clan. According to the rules of my dragon clan, if there is, then solve it yourself, don't worry about life or death. This matter, the chief of this clan also, I am very sad, but after all, Bai Junlin and Zhu Yao were not as skilled as others. As soon as these words came out, the strong men of the White Frost Dragon King and the Scarlet Fire Dragon King faced it suddenly became extremely ugly. Even though their clan leader did not say it out loud, the meaning was self-evident. This matter, they, the Tsanglong clan, decided not to pursue the matter. Although Song Bei made the most correct decision based on the overall situation. But they wanted their young men to die in vain. The silence of these elders also makes them I can't do it. Since the Tsanglong clan is unwilling to get involved in this matter, then they will use their own methods and strength to make that damn guy Guhan pay the price. Short, but after the anxious party ended, other tribesmen also left one after another. Soon only Tsang Bei and his own clansmen were left. One of them sighed, his voice quite helpless. Chief, I think you should have guessed it. Zhutian and Baifeng are still unwilling to give up, and they are likely to act on their own hand and go find trouble for Guhan. What do you plan to do about this matter, Patriarch? Reason. The others also turned their eyes into the Pale Knight. To be honest, this matter, it's also very tricky. For the Patriarch, if the Pale Knight use force means to prevent the two from taking revenge, these two people will most likely transfer the hatred that cannot be avenged to the Pale Knight Superior. This move will indirectly cause some kind of split in their Tsanglong clan. The White Frost Dragon King and the Red Fire Dragon King's lineage are very important to the Tsanglong clan belonging. It will also decrease, and ethnic unity will also decrease. So this matter, very bad reason. The human race has a saying, it's hard to be a good person, let go and help others, be kind and respect the fate of others. Song Bei seemed to have already made up his mind. His pupils were cold and calm. If they want revenge, let them do it. But I'll send someone to pick you up later. White Dragon Temple and the Moon Demon Lord in Piaomiao Fairy Island will tell them the whole story. And tell them, by the way, the whereabouts of Tian and Baifeng. As soon as these words came out, The other powerful Tsanglong clan members present were slightly stunned but soon realized what was going on. Their clan leader is planning to use the White Dragon Palace and other three major forces to kill Zhu, who wanted to act on his own initiative. O Sky and White Wind. Several people looked at each other and couldn't help swallowing. Chief, isn't this behavior a bit too cruel? Someone thought for a moment and asked in a low voice. Ruthless. Isn't it difficult? Do you want to follow their wishes and take revenge on Guhan? Pale like Godling Mo, I know exactly what kind of dragons Bai Junlin and Zhu Yao are in Yen. She also knows the matter. Please let me know some details. Bai Junlin has been on the brink of death many times. Nian, she tried to pull him back several times but failed. Now he deserves to die. Zhu Sky and White Wind. For the elders, not only can they not distinguish this matter, the essence of that Sunlong clan is even intended to ignore the entire. For the sake of profit, he forced his move against Guhan. This behavior alone can be regarded as betrayal of the will of our dragon clan and violation of the clan's order. This is a capital crime. Rather than keeping these two troubles, it is better to use Guhan to eliminate them directly. Perhaps our Sanglong clan can also use this incident to further strengthen our relationship with Guhan. The forces behind Main Hall. The few people looked at each other again and then they all suddenly realized. Otherwise, how could Sang Bei become their patriarch? Things to consider, not only long-term enough. And taking all factors into consideration, there is a solution. Zhu Tian and Bai Feng couldn't learn. They had no choice but to ask others to help them force noodles. It caused a stir among the Tsanglong clan in times of storm. At the court of the Taihua immortal dynasty, Nangong Wendian, the current emperor, also had a discussion with his ministers. Of course, many ministers stood on Nangong Wanner's side and they also carried out bet. So they all hope Guhan died. Many ministers suggested that Guhan be put in secret death in order to calm the anger of the Tsanglong clan and avoid possible the contradiction. Only extreme several ministers opposed the proposal. I thought Guhan was secretly death is a foregone conclusion. But I didn't expect it. After some thought, their emperor directly rejected the proposals of most ministers. Taking the unprecedented approach, several ministers praised Guhan's proposal. Although considering some things, the impact of the compromise decision was made. Guhan will be praised secretly and the matter will not be made public on purpose. But such a decision has exceeded everyone's expectations. It even caused a stir in the entire Taihua immortal dynasty. Many ministers couldn't help but doubt. Is it because Guhan's performance is too outstanding, Your Majesty, cherish talents and don't want it too extreme? Or maybe His Majesty admires Guhan so much that he is willing to offend the Tsanglong clan in order to protect him? There are various opinions. But everyone knows that Guhan has definitely, Your Majesty has a discerning eye and will rise to great heights. This matter naturally this also fell into Nangong Wanner's ears. Princess Palace at this moment. Damn it! I think my father is really getting old and confused. Hangu is so arrogant that he killed a distinguished guest of our dynasty in the capital of our Taihua dynasty. He still defended me so much. Isn't he afraid that this will sweep away my entire Taihua dynasty in the storm? Nangong Wanner was very angry. Worried about their royal family in this storm, it is just secondary. What's even more infuriating is that last night he went to see his father as soon as possible and asked him to severely punish Guhan. After spending so much time talking, it was all in vain. Instead, my father believed that bitch Nangong Yaching and proposed to commend Guhan. Doesn't this indirectly indicate that father wants to love you more now, Nangong Yaching? That's why I care more proposal? You know, in the past my father loved, but no. I have to go and persuade my father again. Nangong Wanner really couldn't swallow this and wanted to go into the palace to ask her father why he did this. However, as soon as he arrived at the gate of the palace, he was stopped by the guards. I'm sorry, Princess, His Majesty is meeting with a distinguished guest and cannot see you at the moment. Distinguished guest? Nangong Wanner was slightly stunned and she was suspicious. Who? Is it possible? Is it my father who was meeting with the strong men of the Tsanglong clan? But the guard's answer was he was slightly stunned, as if struck by a bolt from the blue. It is a name, the son of Han Gu. What? The emperor actually received Guhan in person and even compared him to distinguished guest. At this moment Nangong Wanner felt as if the sky had fallen on her. Royal Palace. The main hall is magnificently decorated with gold carvings and jade carvings. The mist filled with a faint fragrance made the imperial palace look like a legendary fairy palace. On the red sandalwood table in the center of the palace there are various rare and precious fruits liquor. Several appearance waiter they stood around lowering their heads and respectfully serving the two figures. One of them is Nangong Wendian, the current ruler of Taihua Immortal Dynasty. The other person was Gu Han. As the emperor of the current Taihua Immortal Dynasty, Nangong Wendian did not for the holy rack. Instead I smiled and joy to Gu Han. There is no so-called distinction between master and servant, but it is a etiquette of the same level. Han Gongzi Nian, you are so capable and I really admire you. This glass of wine will serve as a formal acquaintance between me and Mr. Han. As he spoke, Nangong Wendian picked up he drank the wine in one gulp. Nangong Wendian, not only this is a noble, the strength is also extremely strong. If ordinary young people were in front of him, I'm afraid it's easy for him. To the temperament of the town they dared not speak much and behaved in a reserved manner. But Gu Han acted as if nothing had happened. The corner of the room always had a calm and indifferent smile on his face, and he even took a sip from the golden cup wine, returned the courtesy. I don't know, I thought there were two the emperors of equal status drank and chatted here. Your Majesty, there is no need to test me too much. I came to Taihua Immortal Dynasty this time to seek fame and fortune. Otherwise I wouldn't have invested in Princess Nangong yachting work. Gu Han didn't want to waste too much time, so he spoke frankly. What he said is true. However, the benefit sought is the entire Taihua Immortal Dynasty. But this kind of thing, of course I can't say it out loud, otherwise I would be stupid enough to ask for trouble. Nangong Wendian was slightly stunned, obviously not expecting Gu Han to be so direct. But this also made him appreciate Gu Han even more. As the emperor of the Immortal Dynasty, he was accustomed to all kinds of intrigues in the court. He prefers this straightforward approach to the hidden but not revealing approach. This scene and ceremony did not last long. Gu Hanchi say goodbye and leave. When his breath completely disappeared, certain the walls suddenly rippled and the layers of law's dissipation direct change a special hidden passage. At this moment a man walked out with a dustpan in his hand, an old man with a Taoist look and a sage look, wearing a cloud-patterned Taoist robe. He is the imperial teacher of Taihua Immortal Dynasty. Master, what do you think of this man? You may be interested in him, his fate? Nangong Wendian asked with a smile. His national teacher also possesses the same ability as Karaki Genro and can see through the fate of others. It can even indirectly analyze the strength of one's luck. As a king of the Immortal Dynasty, Nangong Wendian has always believed it very much. National Master Shin, after a moment he said something that made Nangong Wendian suspicious again, to some scary words. Your Majesty, everyone in this world has their own destiny. There are many types, such as bad luck is black, graded according to the degree of thickness. It can be divided into gold, that is rare in the world, followed by purple, blue, green, and the most common, white. But this person on the surface, there are various fate, even the most unbearable misfortune, and the rarest gold. If anything, this person should not exist in this world. After hearing these words, Nangong Wendian was slightly stunned. Gu Han, there are various luck wire? How is this possible? During this period he also learned some methods of fortune-telling from the national teacher. No, everyone, there is only one luck wire. To luckline theory it is impossible to exist. Not to mention the existence of all the line of destiny. Nangong Wendian, there was a sudden change, and it was extremely terrifying when I thought about it carefully. Even for previous decisions to be thankful. A strange person must be very different. Gu Han's origins might be more terrifying than he imagined. If it's really because of what happened before, ordered Gu Han to be secretly die. I am afraid that this will bring an unimaginable disaster to their Taihua Immortal Dynasty. I understand. Next I'll meet Yi Qin Yun and ask him what's so unusual about him. That's right, as the emperor of the Immortal Dynasty, Nangong Wendian must control the right. He wanted to see how extraordinary the two young generations were to be able to disrupt the ups and downs of his Taihua Immortal Dynasty. At the same time, Gu Han, who had just left the palace, received a message from powerful people such as the White Dragon Palace. My lord, there is something I need to report to you. The news reported by the powerful people in Bailong Palace and other places were all unexpectedly the same. That is, that Sanglong tribe sent an envoy to contact them and conveyed a message to them. The strong men from the lineage of the Red Fire Dragon King and the White Frost Dragon King have already set out for the Taiwan Immortal Dynasty. He was planning to shred the murderer of Bai Junlin and Zhu Yao 10,000 sections. Gu Han didn't care about the impending crisis at all. Instead, he was very curious. He wondered why that Sanglong clan would help an outsider like him instead of helping their own family members. Interesting, you don't want to make things too serious with me, so you're trying to be nice to me. Or maybe they are just taking advantage of this incident and using my hand to help kill a few disobedient guys? Several generations, the experience of returning has long made Gu Han for an old fox. With just a few details, one can roughly guess Song Bei's thoughts and plans. They are nothing but two stupid dragons. Bai Junlin and Zhu Yao, the strong ones behind, are not convinced. Even if they are against the tribe, he must be killed with all his strength. One is to take revenge and vent the hatred in one's heart. The second is to kill him and seize his Zulongpulse for self-strive for more benefits. But he didn't care. After all, since Yulong came all the way to deliver the takeaway, he had no choice but to accept it all with reluctance. You follow the plan, that's good. If you can keep them alive, stay and refine them, puppet. If you can't stay, try to keep there. It's not easy to find a powerful dragon clan. They are all treasures. Using them to make medicine or selling them can bring considerable profits. After emphasizing again, Gu Han cut off the voice transmission. I have to say, he is really I am heartbroken, but I still have to consider the development of my own sect when I am away from home. The other side. Zhu Tian and Bai Feng, the two strongest men from different Dragon King lines, are now leading a total of 8 people from their own lineage. The strong have already started. At this moment, he has left the demon world, crossed the boundless ocean, and planned to descend directly to the Taiwan Immortal Dynasty. They seem to have some top treasure. Not only can it easily cross thousands of miles of space. With this treasure will from breath convergence hidden, difficult to be detected. Gu Han is not a good guy, dangerous and cunning, be keen. He even guessed that we wouldn't give up easily, so he let us. The strong men from the Moon Demon sect and other forces were guarding in secret. During the journey, Bai Feng and Zhu, to be on the safe side, Tian made the next plan while he was on the road. Although they act on their own, killing Gu Han might cause displeasure among people from other tribes such as Tsang Bei. They might even be accused of betraying the will of the Dragon Clan. But the human race has a saying: don't blame everyone for your actions. Tsang Bei is a smart man. He would never break up with the two of them just because of a dead person. That would be too stupid. Moreover, if they kill Gu Han, they can also take Gu Han away Zulongpulse. Once with Zulongpulse fusion success, then they can. This is the true word passed down by the true ancestor, and all dragons must follow it. By then, Tsang Bei would not only attack them, but he might even have to be respectful in front of them. Boom! But at this moment, a sudden exploded thunder. Bai Feng and Zhu, 2 people, good fantasy hit as the sky shattered. It pulled their thoughts back to reality. Something's wrong. Bai Feng was the first to react. He hovered in the sky, staring at the sky ahead vigilantly. As the strongest of the White Frost Dragon King's lineage, he also inherited the White Frost Dragon King's top magical powers. That is, Yukanis as introduce you some terrifying magical powers of the Tsanglong clan. Of course, it is also because of the special eyes. He can also see many things that ordinary strong people cannot see. What happened? Zhu, although Tianran and others doubt, but he still stopped and looked around alertly. Bai Feng did not respond. Because in his sight, the space that should have remained solid and stable like ice was now turbulent like a lake ripples. This phenomenon indicated that a powerful and terrifying being was rushing towards them at a high speed. It seemed to be reflecting what he was thinking. Snap! Several channels thunder on like weaving a picture floating in the sky, a huge spider web. Solidified in the spider web the moment the skylife is a terrible power broken. Without giving them any time to react, countless huge, the ghost hand with the power to destroy the world, came towards them. Come on! A powerful Saint King. Zhu Tian and Bai Feng's 2 faces sudden change. The strong ones who can reach this realm, whether in the demon world or the human world, can be called the top of the pyramid. And the 2 of them, he is the strongest person in the lineage of the Dragon King of the Tsanglong clan, and he has just barely reached this realm. although they don't understand why a Saint King realm expert would attack them. But the two reacted extremely quickly. "I'll take care of it." Zuski suddenly it was covered by a layer of blazing scarlet flames. Even red dragon scales gradually grew on the surface. At the same time the surrounding space seemed to be completely distorted and disordered by the scorching heat. A huge lifelike majestic fire dragon appeared, opening its mouth. The mouth of the basin opened wide and suddenly it spit out a breath of fire that was enough to melt everything in the world. Boom! The devastating wave of fire and countless ghost hand group off the sea suddenly appeared like two asteroids in the sky collide. Stimulate the terrifying energy storm that emerged caused the space to shatter layer by layer and even rendered the surrounding countless miles of heaven and earth shattered shocking strange red. Sometimes it was like a boiling hell and sometimes it was like a place with countless evil spirits roaring fiercely ocean. Both the weaving changes are like real hell on earth. Yes, someone from the moon demon sect. Bifong was quick-witted and passed through this. The strange phenomenon on the sea determined who the person who made the move was. But why is this happening? Why would someone from the moon demon sect appear here? And he launched the most deadly attack on them with just one move. It was as if they had already known their purpose of hunting down Guhan, etc. There was a sudden flash of thunder in Bifeng's mind and he suddenly thought of something. San Baiyi is actually a very scheming dragon with as many tricks as honeycomb briquettes. When I first learned that my family the Pulse was killed, he and Zhu the god of heaven above the temple, they were all extremely angry and ferocious. Any normal dragon can see that they will not easily. It is best to stop when you are good. There is even a high probability that he will retaliate against Guhan in secret at any cost. There is no way that Sang Bei, a dragon with 100 or 80 tricks, didn't know this. But he never took any action from beginning to end. No one was sent to monitor them. Even when they brought their own, when Rui quietly left the Tsanlong clan, everything went very smoothly. But that's where the problem lies, everything went too smoothly. It was as if Sang Bei was deliberately turning a blind eye. He didn't think Sang Bei was so kind. Now I suddenly met someone who appeared here inexplicably after the moon demon sect's powerful one. The terrible guess in his mind finally surfaced. Pale Knight. You damned fellow, you have such a cruel heart. We are of the same race as you after all. Pulse actually wants to use others to put us to death. White Wind God with eyes that were almost red, he told Zhu the information he had analyzed. Tian et al. Sang Bei, this guy deliberately revealed their whereabouts, gave it to Guhan the power behind. I want to use their hands to kill them along the way and put an end to it all. By doing so, these disobedient dragons can be completely eliminated. It can also prevent him, the clan leader, from being accused of killing his own kind. You can even take advantage of the situation to further connect with Guhan over certain plots. Such action, it can be said that it kills 3 birds with 1 stone. And they the most pitiful victim. What did you say? Sang Bei is our clan leader after all, how could he be so vicious? Zhu, it is rare to see out of fear and panic. You know, Guhan, there are 3 major forces standing behind. The moon demon sect's strong men appeared here, which meant that it seemed to be reflecting the guess in his mind. Boom! Snap! As expected, the other 2, there was also a terrifying aura coming from that direction. The space was completely blocked, completely cutting off their possibility of escape. At the same time, 2 space vortices that were connected to unknown places opened up and a terrifying aura as deep as an abyss and as hell swept out from them. The strong men from Pyongmyao Fairy Island and White Dragon Palace have arrived one after another. Their debut was also a big deal. Not only did they bring a Saint King, but they also brought several Saint Realm and Supreme Saint Realm powerhouses. Bifong and Zhu, God's heart is broken. The 2 of them are the strongest among their group. Among the remaining 8 people, nearly 4 are only in the Supreme Realm, barely half-stepped to sainthood. There is no way to fight. Everyone, I think there may be a misunderstanding between us. Can you give me a chance? I want to be a good dragon. Zhu, he no longer has the confidence and courage he had before. Instead, Flo, he gave a slightly forced smile, thinking that he could still try to save himself. The Saint King Realm expert from Pyongmyao Fairy Island just looked at the people below indifferently. 2 finger. Our Lord has only 2 intentions. 1. Be obedient and let us take away your souls broken for our puppet. 2. Let us beat you to death, provide us with enough value. Hearing this, Zhu Tianha Beifeng Nian suddenly sink. What 2 options? This there is no choice. No matter what choice they make, they will end up dead. They are going too far in bullying the dragon, let's fight them. The ultimate fear is anger. Zhu Tian immediately prepared to take action and make a final desperate effort. Not only him but also Bai Feng and other remaining strong men of the Tsanglong clan knew that these people were determined to hunt them down. Perhaps it's the arrogance of the dragon clan that's at work. Even if it means death, they will make these guys pay a heavy price. Boom! Savings in the vast dragon energy was captured by Bai Feng, and Zhu Tian and others were released without reservation. In an instant the world changed dramatically. Bai Feng and Zhu, 2 people in heaven. He is the strongest of the Dragon King lineage, and at this moment he is fully. Suddenly a terrible vision arose. The vast sky was instantly ignited by a vast ocean of burning flames, transforming into a scorching red inferno. But on the other side it was a completely different scene. Deep cloud. Suddenly a goose floated up, heavy snow, howling cold wind and ice covering thousands of miles. Even the vast and turbulent sea was frozen, turning into an absolute 0 degree of ice and snow in the extreme low temperature. Such a scene is too magical and extremely visual impact. The extreme heat and the extreme cold at this moment unexpectedly violated common sense and one frame. Frost Dragon Art 9 Dragons proud of the cold. Red Dragon Art Flame Prison destroys the sky. Under the great crisis of life and death, the 2 dragon saint kings were completely anxious. The first move he made at this moment was to use his most proud trump card, magical power. Roar! It is a resounding dragon. It was like a devastating soundstorm that directly swept away the countless miles of space around it, broken. Then a snowstorm big enough to drown everything in the world roared up. The land, space, runes, everything in the world, the matter was completely frozen, completely transformed into a world of ice and snow. The sky on the other side was transformed into a rolling sea of magma by the boiling red flames. In the sea of magma, several flames condensed. The fire dragon leaped and rolled with overwhelming force towards the moon demon sect, and other strong men will go. Although the other 8 powerful Tsanglong clan members are not as good as Bai Feng and the other 2. But also completely crazy. Even at the cost of burning one's own life, launching an attack at all costs. It's just a last-ditch effort. The leading Saint King of Pyomyo Fairy Island is named Fei Xian. The strength of the Fei Xian Saint King can be regarded as one of the top Saint Kings in the world today. After all, he has half a fairy pulse. Muddy, the aura rose rapidly and countless dazzling law runes appeared around him. It swirled and lingered but turned into a long river of flying fairies. Boom! As the Saint King Fei Xian raised his hand and slapped out. The long river of flying immortals is in an instant emits extremely terrifying energy. It was like a star falling from the sky, setting off an energy wave that could destroy the heaven and earth. At the same time he made his move, other strong men had also made their moves. One seems to have cohesion. Huge, the moon shatters, the layers of fire rising slowly. With the huge, the moon appeared and there was a boiling ocean. On the other side, countless giant white dragon projection weeks surrounded by pale thunderous snowstorms suddenly occurred, collide. At the same time, several holy kings' hand. It can be regarded as the strongest battle under the emperor realm. Looking at the modern history of the entire Xianhuang world, this can be said to be extremely rare. Various magical powers that destroy the world continue to appear. The boundless sea was even constantly broken, melted and sunk. A few holy kings. The terrifying aftermath of the law that was cast out by his hand was like a storm passing through, radiating in all directions. Is this a world-destroying disaster coming? Not around forces. Living beings have been frightened. At the end of the field of vision there is a piece of land that is completely covered by magical power, flooded with waves of terrible breath coming from time to time, direction shivering uncontrollably. What exactly is the grudge? Can directly lead a great battle between powerful saint kings. And there are quite a few holy kings. It is unknown how long this terrible battle lasted. Accompanied by the last terrible god, with a flash a large piece of void was directly shattered by a huge palm. At the same time, a broken dragon that has completely lost its life force. Accompanied by a large number of mirror-like void fragments, it fell into the boundless sea with a loud bang, causing a huge wave. At this moment there were already several broken pieces of dragons floating on the boundless sea. The water dyed the surrounding area for hundreds of miles a sea of scarlet. The outcome of this war was determined from the beginning. Although the Moon Demon sect and other forces also suffered casualties. But compared to Bai Feng and Zhu with the annihilation of all the Tian people, this amount of casualties can be almost ignored. When Fei Xian, Shang Wang and others brought the spoils and dragon after taking them all away, only then did some brave people come to check it out carefully. This is although the battle is over. But among the several great Saint King's phone is too terrifying. The sky in this area has been completely shattered, presenting a devastated scene that looks like a spider web. Sometimes terrible space storms emerge from the depths of the broken sky, sweeping out. Unless one's cultivation is at the supreme level, any cultivator or creature that sets foot here without permission will probably be completely annihilated by the remaining laws and will. But there are some a person with keen senses deduced through the remaining law aura both sides of the war. Dragon breath. There is also the aura of a demonic sect. Someone suddenly thought of the suspected after the strong man from the Moon Demon sect rushed here directly from Xuanchu continent. He already had a guess in his mind. Not long after, a piece of news swept across the entire Xianhuang world like a storm. The Moon Demon sect and the White Dragon Palace are suspected to be related to the Dragon Clan of the Demon Realm. Han's big win. Countless forces and powerful people were shocked. Why are the Moon Demon sect and other forces fighting against the Tsanglong clan in the demon world? Now that several powerful men of the Tsanglong clan have been killed, I wonder how the Tsanglong clan will react? However, because of the plan of his master Guhan, the three major forces including Pyomyo Fairy Island are secretly trying to control the spread of information as much as possible. This also made it difficult for the Taihua Immortal Dynasty, which wanted to investigate to find any evidence clues. Sanlong Clan. Song Bei received the news first. The Sanlong clan convened a group of high-ranking officials again and gathered in the Korho meeting. Have you all heard the news? Bai Feng and Zhu Tian ignored the clan orders, attempted to betray the will of our dragon clan and attacked Guhan without authorization. Now it has been the powerful men from the Moon Demon sect and other forces were killed. What do you have to say? If you have any objections to the arrangements made by this clan leader, you may raise them now. These words silenced all the powerful men of the Tsanglong clan below. There are 7 clans in their Tsanglong clan. The main lineage now is that of the Pale Knight. Bai Feng and Zhu Tian acted on his own, resulting in the destruction of 2 of their 7 meridians. But they couldn't take revenge, let alone give any explanation. After all, it was these 2 stupid dragons who were looking for trouble and ended up killing themselves. Furthermore, they also received the news. The result of this battle was almost a crushing defeat of the Moon Demon sect. Only lost a half-step saint. As well as, in addition to injuring several people, there were no other casualties. Including Bai Feng and Zhu Heaven there were 10 powerful men from the Tsanglong clan, but they were all slaughtered without exception. Although there is a difference in the number of people. But this fall, the results also explain the terror of the Moon Demon sect and other 3 major forces. Bai Feng and Zhu, the sky is not dead and worthless. The terrifying background of the 3 major forces was discovered. Guhan cannot be offended. Can only. Taihua Immortal Dynasty. Nian Shi put away the Jade Sound transmission talisman. Although it will thread well hidden. But the pair of silver pupil depth, there is still a kind of complexity. The thought flashed through my mind. Why? Nian Shi sighed and towards several sides an ugly person from the Tsanglong clan. You also saw it, Guhan. The strength of the latter forces is not weaker than that of our Tsanglong clan and is even stronger. Do you still want to seek revenge on Guhan for the so-called pride of the Dragon clan? As soon as these words came out, several people, the situation suddenly became even uglier and no one dared to speak. This matter, that's all. Thoughts converged. The aura of the whole person became extremely cold and terrifying again. He glanced coldly at everyone present. If you are still foolish enough to seek revenge in private, I will kill you even if Guhan doesn't take action. The words fell. Nian Shi left the palace and headed towards the mansion where Guhan was. Although Guhan killed tribe. But no, this Guhan can't be blamed. Now after it has been confirmed that Guhan has Zulun back. Instead, we need to go deeper, Ichiban. After all, I am still very curious, why did the true ancestor of the blue dragon choose Guhan as the successor of his will? Hui Daozong, a floating island. Chu Wei sat cross-legged on the white jade platform. The runes were lingering and the whole person was covered in pure white. The brilliance is so sacred. As a divine thought suddenly fell arrive in my mind. Just Shu who meditates with his eyes closed. Wei Zhou's breath surged and he suddenly opened his eyes. The three major forces, including the Moon Demon sect and the powerful Sanglong clan, start a war. Is it possible? Is it because there was a conflict between senior brother and the strong man of the Sanglong clan? After the incident on Piamiao Fairy Island. No, the Moon Demon sect and other three major forces are related to my senior brother. Even many times these three major forces, it is very likely that this is closely related to some of the thoughts and behaviors of the senior brother. So just be safe. At all costs, used myself a return to Daozong privilege. Let people always pay attention to the three major forces. Be quiet and report to yourself at all times. So this time the news, I also know it clearly. Spread the message and have people continue to pay attention to the three major forces backward. Chu Wei soon had another incident. Seems a little uneasy. Master has been missing for almost a month. He has not responded to my recent voice transmissions. I don't know where he is. How is it now? Shortly after Mu Beiling disappeared. The three of them had specifically asked Mu Binghuang about this. But Mu Binghuang explained that Master, after breaking through to the level of God, he set out to find a place called Falling Immortal Cliff. And this Falling Immortal Shore is suspected to be related to the final place of death of our senior brother in a certain life. When I first heard the news, I asked Master indirectly. The senior brother was surrounded by enemies and could not bear the pressure. Finally he had no choice but to jump fallen into the immortal world. Even though it's just verbal words. But Chu Wei thought this scene was very all. Phoenixist back in purgatory, I seem to have seen a similar scene. The decree of heaven came and countless powerful beings in the Shenhuang world united to attack the senior brother. The senior brother, who was the enemy of the whole world, finally had nowhere to go and fell in a abyss like Cliffland. I guess that should be the legendary Falling Immortal Shore. Whenever I think back to this scene, I couldn't help feeling an inexplicable pain in my heart. But now strength and cultivation are too weak. Want to pass the power of return, can gain more time and space in past lives. Report need to further improve the cultivation. With this in mind, Chu Wei could only force herself. All distractions are discarded. All again investment of heart in the process of cultivating the chain. He strives to break through to the supreme realm in the near future. Because once you break through to the supreme realm, eligible to go back to purgatory deeper. Borrow back to purgatory power to see more scenes of past lives in time. You can even use this to communicate with your future self flow. In this way we can gain more opportunities to kill Yi Qing Yun and defeat the heavenly Tao. The infinite ocean is vast and contains many unknown places. Rumor has it that if you cross the infinite ocean to the east, you will be able to see the demon world. But crossing westward, one can only see a few deserted islands. Very few can see traces of monks and living beings. The deeper, the further we go, the more desolate it becomes, like a land exiled by the gods, abandoned place. Many years ago, actually. To the west of the boundless sea there are also several continents where humans and monsters also live, of all major races. They thrived and multiplied on those continents, establishing their own unique cultivation civilization. But later, due to a terrible accident, the boundless sea to the west was hit by a world-destroying disaster. Rumor has it that many extremely terrifying beings launched a devastating war in that area. With the world as the battlefield and the myriad laws of the avenue as the weapons. This great war lasted for an unknown amount of time, day and night. Countless islands and even several continents were completely destroyed. Countless lives were tragically killed in that war. According to historical records, this battle even caused the sea level of the entire infinite sea to drop by dozens of meters. As the saying goes, birds die for food and people die for money. Of course, over countless epochs, many brave people have come to explore this area because of various legends. The purpose is to find those top sects that were destroyed in the war, traces, obtain the inheritance, and thus soar into the sky. But without exception, they gain nothing. Moreover, many deep the existence of this area all ended tragically. Or they simply disappear from the area without leaving any trace. Ori was stimulated by some inexplicable thing. My heart was broken and I was talking nonsense all day long. Language change, a pure madman. Over time, such a large area for the Xianhuang world, no one would come here casually. But now it is a situation where no normal cultivator or living being would come. But there is a white Xianhuang cut through the void at high speed and headed towards the direction is moving forward at high speed. Look carefully, this white rainbow, the shadow is Mu Bailing. These days been collecting clues about Zuixianya. But the historical records about the immortal doesn't exist. And the deeper she dug, the more terrifying it became. It's like there's something invisible strength in the dark control history and deliberately cover up all traces of the existence of Zuixianya. In this way, the situation is really too weird. I don't think that the almost real scenes I saw in my dream were fake. There are definitely traces of the falling immortal world in the world. Booty just couldn't find any. Until recently. Suddenly there was a vague and illusory voice in my mind. Like calling, call, come here deep, the boundless sea goes west. And this voice inexplicably made Mu Bailing feel sleep. It seemed like I was in that dream deep in the falling immortal cliff, the call of that unknown existence. Ahem. At this moment Mu Bailing suddenly pain, his mouth was heaving violently. Cover white, the sleeve has been rendered at this moment a scarlet, actually stained with some dirt fragments. Breaking through to the godly realm, it is considered to be exhausted potential. In addition, he had begged his sister to help him break through. Excessive support yourself, this makes originality and alienation, complete alienation and decline. It can be said that the time is running out. Plus the deep law disorder to the west of the boundless sea, a further branched full painful torture. Perhaps now that I've gone through everything, I'm paying for the pain I brought to Honor. Mu Bailing's face as pale as paper, like a candle in the wind, his smile looked very miserable. I don't know when I will die, maybe it's already soon. Booty, really don't want to die like this. Sorry, Honor. I feel sorry for the oath I made with Honor when I first met him. We clearly agreed that even if the whole world becomes our enemy, I will stand firmly with him. But I have repeatedly broken my promises for the most disgusting and unforgivable betrayer. Also from Choi, heard about the will of heaven from Wei. I also realized that I was actually an insignificant chess piece on the chessboard. Various negative emotions such as resentment, regret, anger, etc. thread. In these days broke not God, plus the pain of alienation. Let this period of time was truly like falling into the abyss. It was like the various kinds of pain that Gu Han had experienced before. Go fresh corner, forcibly calming the rising and falling chamber. Mu Bailing urged again, cultivate your skills and rush towards the voice calling you. Even if the deeper among them the might of the laws that permeate the heaven and earth, it's getting more terrifying, even if all completely crushed. But there has always been an inexplicable will that supports Mu Bailing to keep moving forward regardless of the cost. Honor has not been truly won back yet. He didn't kill Yi Qingyun either. I don't want to die and I can't die. I don't know how long we walked. Mu Bailing, feel yourself, it seems that the limit has been reached. Even if for the powerful God realm, no matter what, supporting myself is no longer possible, no effect. But just as the vision began to blur, Mu Bailing suddenly discovered that a tower appeared at the end of her vision, an island hidden in the white mist. No, rather than an island, it's more like a cliff that pierces the sea surface and rushes out from the bottom of the sea. This dark cliff suddenly appeared in the field of vision. The appearance is also extremely strange. It's like a person kneeling on the ground with his arms raised high and open, as if questioning the injustice of fate. In the middle of the cliff that looks like two hands, there is a path leading to the deep sea, the abyss rift. Although it exudes a certain strange and mysterious atmosphere. But Mu Bailing could clearly know then the source of the inexplicable voice calling out to me is from the deep cracks of the abyss it came out. Finally found it. The legendary falling immortal. Honor's funeral place. But looking at this area, a strange and eerie scene. An inexplicable pain and sadness emerged from Mu Bailing's heart again. In my memory, Honor has always been a child who doesn't like darkness. At that time the whole world was the enemy, the desperate jump Honor in the fallen immortal cliff. It must be very cold, scary and desperate bar. The joy of finally finding Zuixianya and the inexplicable heartache. Let Mu Bailing seem to return like a reflection of the sun. My consciousness, which was already blurry, suddenly became clear. Be it a meaningless atonement or a dying struggle. No matter what is hidden in the fallen immortal abyss, go in and find out. Current really been there is no way out. As long as Honor can be saved and Yi Qing Yun can be killed completely, all future troubles can be prevented. No matter what kind of dragon and tiger lies ahead, everyone is willing to give it a try. However, when Mu Bailing made up her mind and decided to get closer to the falling immortal cliff, an invisible barrier directly blocked go one step further. The sudden phenomenon was very strange. Mu Bailing less than a big array breath wave. As if the space ahead in area. One from the heaven and earth, the repulsive force completely, the whole person was blocked outside. What's going on? Mu Bailing's eyes widened slightly. The hand that goes out looks like on an invisible wall of air. Even if using the power of the God realm, I can't let my palms go a little progress. Mu Bailing was suddenly annoyed and panicked. Time is running out. Now that he finally found Zuixianya, he was blocked outside. How can I be willing? Boom! Strong the pain of further alienation. Mu Bailing suddenly muddy cultivation. Suddenly weak flowers formed by sword energy appeared, the blue lotus. Countless blue lotuses stacked one upon another, they radiated each other, and along with Mu Bailing's thoughts they fully blossomed and then transformed into blue lotus petals all over the sky. Each lotus petal is like a long sword with a sharp cold light gathering. In an instant an overwhelming torrent of sword energy blasted straight towards the invisible wall of air. Logically speaking, the full strength of a powerful godhead was enough to destroy the void within thousands of miles minced meat. However, a scene that overturned Mu Bailing's cognition appeared. The torrent of laws that destroy the heavens and the earth. When I reached the invisible air wall, I felt like a clay cow ocean. Not to mention the invisible wall of air influence. Without even the slightest ripple of the law being created, it completely disappeared. How so? Mu Bailing was stunned. Even the rules set by the most powerful Saint Kings and even the Emperor's system. As long as the impact of the law of magic many, there will be some changes, right? But the invisible air barrier in front of me didn't change at all. The full strength attack seemed to be the inexplicable power was forcibly absorbed. But Mu Bailing didn't know. This invisible barrier between heaven and earth is a special force that was deliberately condensed and sealed here by the current will of heaven before it fell asleep. So that during his deep sleep, to prevent other monks and creatures from accidentally breaking in for various reasons falling into the fairyland. After all, falling immortals is a big issue concerning the current heavenly Tao. However, Mu Bailing's attack was not completely ineffective. Instead, it invisibly activated the will of heaven and left a backup plan here deliberately. Boom! Suddenly thunder roared and dark clouds appeared. There was a flash of exploding white thunder. The boundless sea surface was originally relatively calm. At this moment it seemed like a raging sea with rolling waves boiling and surging. It is hundreds of feet high. Mu Bailing felt that she was the terrifying will locked and the surrounding space became solidified. Suppress. Look up in Firgo. Heavy dark clouds overhead. It was woven with flashing thunder and transformed into a huge vortex of sea of thunder. At the same time, the vortex of the Sea of Thunder is deep. There seems to be a terrifying purpose high above, passing through layers of space and landed directly on a superior. How dare you, a mere ant, trespass into my sealed area? Damn, you are so brave. It is like a huge bell filled with primitive and majestic sounds resounding along with thunder. It was just an ordinary voice that fell into Mu Bailing's ears. Just let consciousness affected by some terrible force. My brain felt blank and dizzy. I was shaking and almost fell in the boundless boiling sea. You. Mu Bailing, grit your teeth and hold on. With red eyes and deep vortex, the invisible eye, they looked at each other. You are Tian Dao. Heaven's will. It can be regarded as receiving pass. At that time Yi Qing Yun was judged by many sects and he used heaven as a mirror to prove his innocence. When he was forcibly killed, the will of heaven also descended. But for some unknown reason the will of heaven inexplicably dissipated. But the will of heaven that appeared at that time was completely different from the will of heaven that appeared at this moment. Just the power of heaven and earth displayed between the two. They are not in the same league at all. Although most of the self-awareness of the current heavenly Tao will has been sleeping. But before falling into complete sleep, he separated a part of his self-consciousness. Of the separated part of self-consciousness, a small part is used to observe and protect Yi Qing Yun. Most of them are stationed near the falling immortal cliff. If anyone dares to trespass into the immortal realm, he will do it at all costs. Use the authority of heaven to completely eliminate those who trespass at all costs. Boom! The next moment the thunder roared and exploded, transforming into angry lightning snakes. It gathered like a violent storm, slashing directly towards Mu Bailing below. The silverless sea in this area was also boiling, and the seawater surged up under the pull of some terrible force. Instantly it turned into a world-destroying tsunami several thousand feet high, completely blocking the surrounding space to completely drown Mu Bailing. But in an instant Mu Bailing was already trapped, a situation of life and death crisis. Above his head was an endless sea of thunder roaring and boiling, and all around him were tsunamis that were big enough to drown everything. Even though unleashed the power of God. But faced with wave after wave of terrible attacks, it also gradually seemed a bit overwhelmed. The will of heaven that appeared here is not attached in Yi Qing Yun, a small wisp on the top, and it can really use the authority of heaven. As long as they are living beings in the Shenhuang world, no matter what level of cultivation they are in, they will beto the authority of heaven. The lower the cultivation level, the bigger the system. Snap! Used by Mu Bailing as a defense, the huge green lotus of the Dharma image was gradually broken into pieces by the bites of several lightning snakes and then exploded with a loud bang, fragments all over the sky. A lightning snake directly bombarded Mu Bailing up a long-off hole, direct punching her remedy in each meridian. The pain of having her meridians crushed caused Mu Bailing to vomit a large mouthful of dirty liquid fresh pieces. The whole person is like being shot by an arrow. The white bird in the air fell straight into the sky. In an instant it was completely swallowed up by the rolling waves. The shadow completely disappeared in the dark sea. The will of heaven shows no mercy. Not only did he call upon the power of heaven and earth to attack Mu Bailing in all directions system. Even the power of heaven's punishment Mu Bailing. The power of punishment, it has the terrifying power to destroy all the laws of the world and is also one of the most terrifying abilities of the authority of heaven. In a way, when a cultivator breaks through his cultivation level and absorbs spiritual energy from heaven and earth, he is actually borrowing the power of heaven and earth. But the power of heavenly punishment can restrict or even directly wipe out the monks. This the power of heaven and earth. This is also why many powerful monks dare not easily go against the will of heaven. One of the reasons. Am I going to die? Mu Bailing, feel your own completely unconscious. Lien Yimi fingers are no longer strong enough. Bum. Can only watch with your own together with consciousness. Gradually heading towards the dark seabed, falling away. That kind of unwilling, the emotions became stronger. But more of it is a mockery of one's own incompetence. Too weak. Even if one breaks through to the realm of God in front of the incomplete will of heaven, one is as weak as an ant. Laugh at your past life. Together with the so-called famous and upright sects, they hunted Honor down and left him with nowhere to go, falling into the fairyland. And now I am not even qualified to fall into the fairyland. Don't want to die. How can I die here when I haven't atoned for my sins and haven't killed Yi Qing Yun yet? But what's the use? Current, it seems that he doesn't even have the qualifications to struggle one last time. Just when consciousness became completely blurred, Mu Bailing suddenly discovered that there were some fluorescent spots on the dark seabed. Countless fluorescent, layer upon layer, they come together as if they were conscious life. Finally it turned into a figure that was not like a man, blur film outline. Mu Bailing's fuzzy consciousness paused for a moment at the film outline. Mu Bailing's fuzzy consciousness paused for a moment at this moment. I wanted to ask who this person was, but I didn't even have the strength to open my mouth. The meridians are completely broken. The heart, if your dantian is damaged and shattered, you will die completely in about 60 breaths at most.